In the East Sea, within a certain maritime expanse, a young lad stood upon the deck of a vessel. Gazing quietly at the azure expanse of the ocean, a delicate veil of translucent mist hovered above the water's surface, while the wind caressed his face, carrying with it the invigorating scent of the sea. The youth, named Rayan, was a 16-year-old high school student who, over a month prior, inexplicably found himself transported to this realm while watching the anime One Piece. In his previous life, he belonged to an ordinary family, possessing an unremarkable height and an overall mediocrity. The only aspect that could be deemed somewhat appealing was his appearance, though his handsomeness was not overtly pronounced. Initially, he had hoped that his arrival in this world would herald the dawn of grand adventures. Yet what awaited him was a bewildering and unfortunate fate. While others who traversed into this realm often found themselves as direct descendants of high-ranking naval officials from the warring states or as sworn brothers of the pirate King Joel D. Roger, Rayan's fate was far less illustrious. He was captured and forced aboard a pirate ship, relegated to the dismal position of a lowly deckhand, tasked with arduous and menial labor, such as repairing the vessel, dropping anchor, hoisting sails, and transporting heavy goods. His plight was undeniably lamentable. The captain of this ship was the notorious Buggy the Clown, a user of the chop fruit, with a bounty of 6 million berries, though he was not particularly renowned among pirates. The tales of his invincibility in the East Sea and a bounty of 15 million berries were matters yet to unfold. Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed as someone struck Rayan on the head. He turned to see a burly individual with a scruffy visage glaring at him intently. This man was Tom, an ordinary combatant of Buggy's crew, known for his brute strength and penchant for bullying the weak. Tom gruffed. "You there? You seem to have plenty of leisure. Have you completed the ammunition refill that Buggy-sama assigned you? How can you afford the luxury of gazing at the sea?" Rayan remained silent, quietly ushered below deck by Tom to resume his task of refilling ammunition for Buggy. It was not that Rayan lacked the courage to resist, rather. He knew he was no match for Tom, that he recalled vividly the day after his capture when Tom had tormented him. And despite his attempts to retaliate, he had been soundly defeated and left bruised only recently. Recovering from the injuries inflicted by Tom's blows, though Rayan was not easily frightened, he understood the wisdom of avoiding unnecessary confrontations. Given his current state, engaging Tom would only result in further harm without any substantial gain. "Once I become powerful, I will surely make you pay," Rayan silently vowed. Yet, the question lingered. How could he attain such strength? Power would not simply descend from the heavens like a pie falling from the sky. In this world, the sources of strength could be broadly categorized into 3 forms: devil fruits, martial arts, and swordsmanship. To acquire a devil fruit, one must either possess extraordinary fortune such as stumbling upon one while aimlessly wandering an island, only to discover it is the human fruit, which proves utterly useless and even transforms the consumer into a landlubber. A rather unfortunate jester have substantial wealth, as seen with the likes of the paramecia type, gum fruit, or certain zoan types, which command a market price of approximately 100 million berries. Alternatively, one might rely on their own strength to seize it forcefully from another. In light of this, it is evident that Rayan lacks even a single avenue to pursue such a fruit, thus rendering the prospect utterly futile. Moreover, with regards to physical and swordsmanship training, even if Rayan were to engage in daily push-ups or squats to enhance his physical prowess, it would merely fortify his body to withstand blows, but would not empower him to confront the multitude of the Buggy pirates. Furthermore, within the confines of this pirate ship, his attempts at physical conditioning would not cultivate combat skills akin to the 6 styles, as he possesses no knowledge of them. Had he even mastered a single technique, such as the finger pistol, he could inflict grievous wounds upon Tom. Yet, the harsh reality presents itself to Rayan. He is left to languish in despair. If this continues, when shall he ever rise above his circumstances? Is he destined to endure harassment, humiliation, reprimands, and servitude aboard this wretched clown's vessel until age renders him obsolete, only to be discarded and left to live out a solitary, pitiful existence Why is misfortune so persistently his companion? As these thoughts consumed him, Lei Yin's expression gradually dimmed, his disappointment morphing into despair. Eventually, enveloped in a shroud of hopelessness, he succumbed to slumber upon the frigid deck below. The following day, as dawn's first light crept in, while Lei Yin remained in a deep sleep, the sound of heavy footsteps echoed from the stairwell of the lowest cabin. A burly figure appeared beside him, unceremoniously delivering a series of kicks to rouse him from his slumber. The brute was none other than Tom, the one who delighted in tormenting him. Instantly, the fog of sleep lifted from Lei Yin's eyes, replaced by a surge of fury. However, instead of fear, Tom regarded Lei Yin's wrath with evident amusement, eager to witness what the boy might do. The glare was akin to that of a cornered animal, a feeble roar reminiscent of a cat's hiss. The fury of the weak seldom instills fear in others, Tom, nearly laughing at Lei Yin's expression, taunted, "What's the matter? Kid, are you dissatisfied?" With that, he seized Lei Yin's hair and shook him vigorously. Consumed by rage, Lei Yin launched a punch at Tom. Yet, given his slight frame, the strike landed with the impact of a mere mosquito bite indeed. It was even less formidable than that. Tom easily caught his wrist in a powerful grip. "How dare you strike back at me? Watch as I make you regret it." With that, Tom clenched his fist and delivered a blow to Lei Yin's face, sending him sprawling onto the deck, a faint crimson imprint forming on his cheek, nearly knocking out his teeth. Tom, still seething with indignation, lifted his foot and delivered a forceful kick to Thunder's body, causing him to roll and collide violently against the cabin's wall. Thunder, battered and in excruciating pain, refrained from uttering a single sound throughout the ordeal. "Damn it. Let this be a lesson to you about my strength. From now on, behave yourself, or I swear I will beat you 3 times every day. Furthermore, hurry up and get to work. Stop lingering around here like a pathetic wretch." With that, Tom raised his eyebrows in triumph, twisting his slightly portly figure as if he were a victorious general, humming a cheerful tune as he ascended to the upper deck. Thunder, gritting his teeth against the pane, slowly rose from the floor. Such is the plight of the weak. They possess neither dignity nor the most fundamental rights to survive. Thunder could not help but recall the words of the warlord Crocodile. To be weak is indeed a grievous sin. He must become stronger. Stronger? The mere thought of the word elicited a chuckle from Thunder. Where could he possibly acquire such formidable power? The likelihood appeared almost non-existent. Thus, a daring notion took shape in his mind. Assassinate Tom. He resolved to gamble everything, to seek mutual destruction, and to cast aside this incessant humiliation. In the face of peril, what fear is there of death when one seeks a path forward with no intention of retreat? Rayan devised a straightforward yet audacious plan. This very evening, he intended to stealthily infiltrate Tom's quarters and take his life. For an ordinary combatant like Tom, who was but one among many aboard Buggy's ship, he believed that few would take notice of his demise. Rayan was convinced that while Tom slumbered, he would be devoid of any protective measures. However, the gravity of the act weighed heavily on him, for he was about to extinguish a living soul, not merely a fowl. The repercussions of such an act would undoubtedly draw Buggy's scrutiny. It was common knowledge among the crew that Rayan and Tom shared a deeply antagonistic relationship, leading Rayan to fear that once Tom was discovered lifeless, suspicion would inevitably fall upon him. The prospect of facing a grim fate as a warning to others was all too real. After all, for someone like Rayan, life was deemed less valuable than that of an insignificant insect, and his demise would evoke little sorrow. Thus, Rayan resolved to embrace a fate of mutual destruction. He would eliminate Tom and then end his own life. He could not bear the thought of continuing to exist in such a humiliating manner, devoid of hope. With this determination, he set his plan in motion. As merely the lowest-ranking deckhand aboard the ship, he lacked access to weapons such as a katana or a rapier. Instead, he scavenged in the dimly lit lower hold of the ship, where he discovered a rusted boning knife and a square sharpening stone with a chipped corner. Though labeled as a boning knife, it had lain forgotten in a neglected corner, its surface marred by rust from years of disuse. Rayan filled a basin with seawater and began to hone the knife on the stone. The sound of metal scraping against stone echoed in the air and in Rayan's eyes. This once overlooked piece of rusted iron transformed into a blade of vengeance. Indeed, this assertion held merit, for after diligent sharpening, the knife had regained its edge, sharp enough to fulfill its grim purpose. Lacking superhuman strength, Rayan had no choice but to employ this method. He was not a mere passive victim, nursing grievances. To endure such indignities indefinitely would render him a coward, a notion he could not abide. Let the humiliation I have suffered be repaid in your blood. Rayan muttered to himself as he gazed upon the sharp and boning knife. However, when night fell, ready to execute his plan, an unexpected incident that occurred at noon extinguished his vengeful intent. To be precise, it rendered his quest for retribution unnecessary. Buggy's ship was en route to Orange Town in the East Sea, and he had acquired navigational charts of the East Sea and the Grand Line. Furthermore, he received word that Orange Town was a remote and prosperous locale, largely neglected by the naval forces. Thus, Buggy resolved to attack Orange Town, intending to establish it as his stronghold. For the defenseless civilians residing there, this would amount to a brutal and one-sided massacre. But that is a tale for another time. Let us return to the events of this afternoon, as Buggy envisioned Orange Town is already secured within his grasp, prompting him to host a grand feast aboard the ship. When it comes to banquets, they are the most cherished festivities among pirates. Although most of them are violent and ruthless at their core, they yearn for a life of unrestrained freedom, and a banquet serves as the finest diversion from their daily existence. As the feast commenced, the meat of various sea beasts, sizzling with aromatic oil, filled the air with a tantalizing fragrance, complemented by an assortment of nameless vegetables and fruits casually arranged upon the dining table. However, the true essence of the banquet lay in the exquisite wines. It was indeed the wine that allowed Thunder to dissolve his animosity towards Tom. Tom, a man not only fond of bullying the weak, but also a notorious drunkard, often indulged in copious drinking during his leisure hours. His drinking habits were particularly dreadful. When intoxicated, he would unleash his fury upon the most vulnerable, with Thunder being the primary victim, especially during Tom's ill-tempered moments. This penchant for alcohol ultimately brought about Tom's downfall. Captain Buggy raised his goblet in exuberance, drinking heartily with his crew, while Chief Officer Kabeji entertained the crowd with his unicycle tricks. Yet, the most animated was First Mate Mochi's comical lion, Licky, who voraciously devoured the meat on his plate, finishing it in mere moments. Sailors and fighters alike held their cups high, cheering enthusiastically for Captain Buggy's audacious plan to seize Orange Town, while the ship's musicians played their violins to enhance the revelry. Meanwhile, Thunder and other lowly deckhands were relegated to serving drinks and platters of fruit. This seemingly harmonious scene was abruptly shattered by Tom's exclamation, "Our renosed captain is finally going to lead us to seize a stronghold." Today, Tom had consumed nearly 2 pounds of brandy, and as the saying goes, alcohol emboldens the timid. In his inebriated state, he uttered a phrase he would normally never dare to speak. The moment the words escaped his lips, the once lively ship fell into an eerie silence. Most of Buggy's crew slowly lowered their goblets. Tom's declaration resonated loudly, reaching every ear aboard, and even Thunder understood that his time was up. The pirates collectively turned their gazes towards Buggy, whose formerly ridiculous clown visage transformed into a grim countenance. "Tom, what did you just say?" Buggy's voice trembled with barely contained rage, his lips twitching in a telltale sign of fury. Upon hearing Buggy's words and witnessing his ferocious expression, Tom suddenly realized the gravity of his utterance, and a wave of sobriety washed over him. He was in deep trouble. Indeed, Buggy's face darkened as he coldly commanded, "Someone bind him to the cross." His subordinates, obedient to the order, swiftly secured the bewildered Tom to a wooden cross, sealing his fate. Chief of Staff Kabaji held the unicycle in his hands, as if anticipating the events that were about to unfold, watching with keen interest. Tom, bound to a cross, was slowly being moved to the bow of the ship. Awakening from his stupor, he begged for mercy. "Lord Buggy, I was wrong, I implore you. Spare me, please." However, the feeble cries did not stir the heart of the clown Buggy in the slightest. Anyone weaker than him who dared to mock his red nose would invite his merciless retribution. All the crew were aware of this taboo, yet Tom, in a drunken state, had carelessly uttered the forbidden words. As the saying goes, those who seek death shall find it. For Tom, now bound to the cross, a terrifying hell was imminent. Meanwhile, Kabaji, who relished the spectacle of torture, eagerly anticipated this grand performance. As the captain prepared to unleash his wrath, the crew cleared a space around the cross on the deck. Buggy positioned 8 throwing knives between his fingers, declaring, "Shattered clowns throwing knives." With that, his hands detached from his arms, whirling through the air with a piercing sound. Tom, desperately trying to free himself from the ropes that bound him, struggled in vain. In the terror of his eyes, the rapidly spinning knives pierced his body directly. Before long, Tom fell silent. The expressions of the Buggy crew shifted from shock to excitement. And as Tom breathed his last, they erupted in cheers for Captain Buggy's grand display. Among them, Chief of Staff Kabaji felt the greatest thrill. His previously sullen face now illuminated by a bloodthirsty excitement. On a pirate ship, the captain is akin to a deity, the ultimate ruler, and the captain's will, to a considerable extent, becomes the will of all crew members. Clown Buggy, who finds delight in tormenting the weak, has fostered an environment where many crew members take pleasure in bullying the vulnerable, leading to the fate of someone like Tom. Among these crew members, however, Thunder was an exception. He despised such behavior. Even after becoming stronger, he would never stoop to oppressing the innocent. Thus, he felt little regarding Tom's demise. From the very moment Thunder was captured and brought aboard, he never considered himself a part of Buggy's pirate crew. Initially believing that Tom's death would ease his own suffering, he soon realized that it did nothing to alter the fact that he remained the weakest deckhand. 2 days later, as they drew closer to their destination, Orange Town, Thunder was ordered to paint the ship's railing. While engrossed in his work, Lion Leaky suddenly pounced from nowhere, knocking Thunder and the paint bucket over, splattering red paint all over him. As Thunder clumsily stood up from the ground, he noticed first mate Mochi stifling laughter, while the aggressive Leaky cast a predatory gaze upon him. Who else could have orchestrated this but Mochi? As Mochi caught sight of Rayan gazing at him, his previously cheerful demeanor immediately transformed into one of sternness. The paint that had splattered upon him continued to drip onto the deck, and he glared at the one who had mocked him with eyes aflame with fury. Mochi, noticing the intensity of Rayan's gaze, felt a surge of irritation. What is the matter? Are you dissatisfied, you little brat? Upon hearing this, Lion Nikyu roared in tandem with his master's words, revealing his razor-sharp claws in an attempt to intimidate Rayan. Yet, Rayan remained undaunted by the sight of the man and beast before him, still glaring back with righteous anger. What do you mean by that? As the first mate of the ship, Mochi held a position of authority, second only to Buggy. The audacity of a mere deckhand to speak to him in such a manner infuriated him. Where do you think you're putting the face of your first mate? What kind of expression and tone is that? Do you even know who I am? Mochi declared with haughty arrogance, with Nikyu roaring in agreement. I care not who you are. I demand to know what you meant by that just now. Rayan's anger escalated, and he stood his ground against Mochi. Taken aback by Rayan's boldness, Mochi found himself momentarily stunned. This kid actually has some guts? Unbeknownst to him, Rayan had already resolved to forsake life and death the moment he decided to assassinate Tom. He would rather confront these adversaries head-on than live a life of suppression. However, the fury of the weak seldom instills fear. Mochi chuckled sinisterly. If that is the case, I shall let Nikyu tear you apart. At this command, Nikyu, as if receiving an order, opened his gaping maw, preparing to pounce. Just then, a fist struck Rayan squarely in the face, sending him rolling across the deck for several meters until he crashed against the side of a cabin. Looking up, he realized it was none other than Buggy the Clown. Buggy had passed by and witnessed the altercation. With arms crossed, he addressed Rayan. Kid, has anyone taught you the difference between rank and respect? Mochi is our ship's first mate. How dare you speak to him like that? In Buggy's eyes, there was no notion of right or wrong, only the distinction between the strong and the weak. Even if Mochi's Lion Nikyu were to kill Rayan, Buggy would not lift a finger to assist him. Someone, take this scoundrel and lock him in the lowest hold for 2 days without food. Buggy commanded. Yes, responded 2 pirates, complying without question. After Rayan was taken away, Mochi turned to Buggy. Captain, this fellow has insulted me. He should be executed on the spot. Buggy merely chuckled nonchalantly. We are soon to arrive at Orange Town, and our stronghold will be established. I am feeling quite jubilant these days. Let us spare him for now. I am a merciful man, after all. With that, Mochi chose not to press the matter further. That night, in the depths of the ship's hold, darkness enveloped the surroundings. Alone, Rayan sat on the cold floor, engulfed by a profound sense of emptiness, loneliness, and despair. Embracing his knees, his gaze grew dim. Would he truly be condemned to exist in this manner for the rest of his life? Bullied excessively, did one truly have to succumb to such a despairing fate? Why must it be oneself who bears such a destiny? Just as Rayan was engulfed in his torment, the events that unfolded next reignited within him a profound hope. Host, please be advised, the Naruto system is initializing, loading the Naruto shop, and retrieving personal information. Please hold on. What is this peculiar phenomenon? Rayan, initially lost in sorrow, found his attention wholly captivated by the words echoing in his mind, listening intently. These voices resonated entirely within Lei Yin's consciousness. Displaying personal information. Name, Lei Yin. Gender, male. Age, 16. Ninja rank, ninja school student. Bloodline limit or jinchuriki, none. Ninjutsu, none. Inventory, ninja tools. Weapons, none. Summoning beast, none. Sage mode, not activated. Chakra amount, 00. Next, the system provided a series of explanations regarding the personal information. Ninja rank, your current rank is the lowest, that of a student. Above this, there are the ranks of Genin, Chunin, and Jonin, each of which is further divided into 3 stages: beginner, intermediate, and advanced. Above Jonin, advanced, lies the Kage level, followed by additional ranks. The ninja rank will progress in accordance with the host's growth and strength. Bloodline limit and jinchuriki can be acquired through the currency of this world, known as belly, by drawing cards. Access to these will be granted once the host reaches the rank of Chunin, intermediate. Ninjutsu can also be obtained through belly by drawing cards. It is specially noted that the majority of ninjutsu is classified into 6 grades: S, A, B, C, D, and E. The higher the grade, the greater the amount of belly required. As long as sufficient belly is amassed, ninjutsu cards can be drawn at any time, and upon obtaining a card, the corresponding ninjutsu can be immediately learned. Each draw involves selecting 1 card from 3 randomly presented options. The costs for each draw are as follows: E-grade ninjutsu, 10, 000 belly per draw. D-grade ninjutsu, 100, 000 belly per draw. C-grade ninjutsu, 1, 000 belly per draw. B-grade ninjutsu, 10, 000 belly per draw. A-grade ninjutsu, 100, 000 belly per draw. S-grade ninjutsu, 1, 000 belly per draw. The grade of ninjutsu does not denote its destructive capacity, but rather the difficulty of learning it. Thus, higher grade ninjutsu correspondingly demands a greater price to acquire. Summoning beasts, upon reaching a certain level as determined by the system, the summoning beast hunting mode will be activated, allowing you to summon your own beast. Sage mode. This will automatically activate once the level of Jonin, intermediate, is attained, granting access to sacred grounds for training. After perusing this extensive introduction, Lei Yin swiftly comprehended. This is a system where wealth equates to strength. It was precisely due to this system that Lei Yin embarked on his journey to the pinnacle of power. It is precisely due to this system that Lei Yin, who once harbored a heart of despair, now finds himself brimming with excitement. He meticulously examines the various details of his personal information within the system. The art of ninjutsu requires the extraction of berries, while bloodline limits, or jinchuriki, can be activated upon reaching the level of a mid-tier chunin. In his previous life, Lei Yin was an ardent fan of pirates and Naruto, making him intimately familiar with these concepts. When discussing the Sage mode, there are 3 locations for training: Mayaboka Mountain, Richi Cave, and Shikatsu Forest. Upon successful mastery, one can harness Sage Chakra, amplifying their physical state to several or even dozens of times greater than normal. The power of ninjutsu and taijutsu will multiply, and beyond that, Sage mode enhances bodily vitality, significantly diminishing pain from injuries and boosting recovery capabilities. However, those considerations are for later. What bloodline limit or jinchuriki will he acquire? Which of the 3 locations will serve as his training ground for Sage mode? Contemplating these matters fills Lei Yin with a whirlwind of emotions, excitement overwhelming him. Just as he revels in this joy, the system's voice resonates once more. The Naruto shop is now open, presenting the following items and their prices: Raijin sword, 60 million berries; explosive tags, 80,000 berries each; blank scrolls, capable of sealing ninja tools or corpses within, 10,000 berries; ninja swords, 8,000 berries; ninja headbands, 500 berries; shuriken, 10 berries each; kunai, 10 berries each. The Naruto shop updates its inventory intermittently, allowing for purchases at any time. Gazing upon these items rekindles Lei Yin's memories of Naruto. The Raijin sword, said to have been wielded by the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, is rumored to possess boundless lightning power, which, when combined with the body flicker technique, yields tremendous destructive force. Subsequently, this sword was stolen by Senju Itachi and later gifted to the rogue ninja, Ao. In the original Naruto storyline, it was cracked by Uchiha Sasuke's Chidori and ultimately severed by Uzumaki Naruto's Rasengan. However, this does not diminish the sword's potency. Rather, it highlights Ao's inadequacy. In the hands of the second Hokage, the sword would undoubtedly unleash formidable power. Due to Ao's shortcomings, the sword's price in the shop is set at a mere 60 million berries. As for the explosive tags, their power rivals that of a bomb. Comparable to the fire release techniques unleashed by elite Jonin, they can also be used in conjunction with kunai, shuriken, and for setting traps. At this moment, Lei Yin's emotions are beyond articulation: excitement, curiosity, yearning. With this system, he feels as if he stands atop the world, gazing down at the mightiest forces: the Pirate King, the 3 admirals, the 4 emperors, the 5 elders, the 7 warlords, the 3-star generals, and the 3 calamities. While lost in thought, another notification from the system interrupts him, as this is your first activation of the system. You are entitled to a chance to draw a ninjutsu. Lei Yin's eyes light up, his hands rubbing together in anticipation. Very well, let us commence the drawing. The subsequent statement nearly compelled Lei Ying to smash the system. System, you may draw, but a payment of 1,000,000 berries is required. Goodness. Is this some sort of scam? Not to mention 1,000,000, even 100 berries is beyond my reach. Lei Ying, is this my first encounter with the system? And I cannot draw for free. In the real world, when one first engages with an online game, there are starter packs. Yet this system is so merciless right from the onset? To Lei Ying's astonishment, the system earnestly inquired, how much money do you possess? Lei Ying, 10 berries. System, very well, hand over the 10 berries, and you may draw once. Who could resist such benevolence? Lei Ying felt a wave of frustration. Musing, so it isn't 1,000,000? Even with a discount, it shouldn't amount to just 10 berries, right? Moreover, this system certainly has a penchant for humor, making such quips. Regardless of the absurdity, one must bow their head when under a roof. Given Lei Ying's current predicament, what he most desperately required was formidable power. Furthermore, acquiring a ninjutsu for 10 berries could be deemed a worthwhile investment. With this in mind, Lei Ying retrieved a crumpled 10-berry note from his pocket. And as soon as it was produced, the berries vanished from his grasp. Subsequently, 3 cards materialized upon the ground before him, each adorned with the character for ninja on its reverse, shimmering with resplendent golden light, illuminating the otherwise dim lower deck of the ship. System, as this is your inaugural draw of ninjutsu cards, the system grants a concession. These 3 cards may contain ninjutsu ranging from E to S rank. Please make your selection. Upon hearing this, Lei Ying's heart raced with excitement, nearly leaping into his throat as his hand slowly reached toward one of the cards. Lei Ying contemplated for a moment and reached out towards the card positioned in the center. An exhilarating moment was imminent. Gradually, the card flipped over, revealing a line of small text. Lightning Release, Chidori Stream. A rank this technique has evolved from the foundational ninjutsu Chidori, allowing the user to unleash lightning throughout their body. The system announced, congratulations, you have acquired the A-rank ninjutsu, Lightning Release, Chidori Stream. As the words faded, Lei Ying noticed a change in his personal information. In the ninjutsu section, Chidori Stream had been added, and the chakra amount, previously recorded as 00, now read 100. His ninja rank transitioned from a student of the Ninja Academy to the lower rank of Genin. At this moment, Lei Ying could distinctly feel the flow of energy within him. It was chakra coursing through his veins. In his excitement, Lei Ying inquired of the system, why is my chakra displayed as 100? The system replied, because this is your first time drawing a card, the system determines your chakra amount based on the ninjutsu you have just learned. The chakra required to perform Chidori Stream is 80, so the system grants you a value of 100. Lei Ying continued to ask, if the chakra cost for the first ninjutsu I draw is 9,800, would my initial chakra limit then be 10,000? The system affirmed, indeed, that is correct. Instantly, Lei Ying's curiosity was piqued. Could you perhaps reveal what the remaining 2 cards contain? It is a common human inclination to reflect on one's choices, pondering whether the path taken is right or wrong, whether to rejoice or regret. The system responded, well, that is not entirely out of the question. But do you truly wish to see? Lei Ying replied, of course. The system warned, do not weep once you have seen them. Lei Ying retorted, you are quite tedious. Just show me already. The remaining 2 cards on the ground, which had previously dimmed, now shimmered with renewed brilliance. The card on the left flipped over first. Wind Release, Spiraling Shuriken, S-rank, the first S-rank ninjutsu learned by Naruto Uzumaki, the protagonist of Naruto. Lei Ying was all too familiar with this technique. In the original story, Naruto only utilized 50% of its power to shatter two of Kakuzu's hearts, leaving him paralyzed. If the first ninjutsu had stirred a hint of regret, the second card was sure to leave Lane in tears. What about the one on the right? Upon his inquiry, the card on the right also slowly revealed itself. Edo Tensei, S-rank forbidden technique. Summon the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, to fight on your behalf. After reading this, Lane felt an overwhelming urge to leap into a river. Being well-versed in the Naruto anime, he knew precisely who Hashirama Senju was, the man who defeated Madara Uchiha. Moreover, Hashirama's would clone technique wielded power comparable to the complete form of Susanoo. If he were to master this technique, not even the might of the four emperors would be a match for him. Had Rajan's hand moved 3 centimeters to the right while drawing the card, he would now be capable of reigning supreme over the world of One Piece. However, all this talk is of little consequence, for he still drew the A-rank lightning release, Chidori Stream. Regretful he was for having looked at the outcome, and even more so for having seen it. After perusing the 2 jutsu, Raijin couldn't help but exclaim, "Seriously, was that intentional?" The system retorted, "Your bad luck is solely your own doing. Do not blame me." Raijin remained silent. Frequently, Raijin found himself questioning whether the system had deliberately ensured his initial draw was this particular card. A subsequent revelation only solidified his suspicions. The first extraction of ninja techniques was free of charge. The mention of 1,000,000 was merely a jest by the system, delighting in its own dark humor. But let us try out this newly acquired technique. Lightning release, Chidori Stream. As he uttered these words, he felt a surge of chakra pulsating within him, enveloping him in a radiant glow of electricity, illuminating the dark cabin once more. To an observer, Raijin would appear as a thunder god, cloaked in arcs of lightning. Overwhelmed with excitement, Raijin retracted the technique. With this newfound ability, he truly possessed the power to contend with this world, and he would only grow stronger. Indeed, after experimenting with the jutsu, his chakra levels registered as 2100. With the Chidori Stream consuming 80 chakra in a single use. The result was that Raijin had expended a significant portion of his stamina, compounded by the fatigue from the day's labor. With the night now deep and the dawn approaching, he succumbed to slumber on the cabin floor. When Raijin awakened, it was already noon. Rising from the floor, he checked his chakra levels, which had fully replenished to 100. Empowered by this newfound strength, he resolved to break free from confinement and no longer be shackled. The surroundings were dim, so he groped his way toward the cabin door, gathering a small amount of chakra in his fist before delivering a powerful blow to the door. The lower deck's door was inherently flimsy, and with chakra coursing through him, Raijin's punch was exponentially more potent than before, shattering the door with a single strike, gradually ascending to the deck. He was momentarily blinded by the sunlight after emerging from the darkness, shielding his eyes with his hand. As he surveyed the island before him, a gruesome sight met his gaze: mountains of corpses and blood-soaked ground, along with homes either smoldering or ablaze. The air was filled with the raucous cheers of pirates reveling in their bloodlust. Raijin's brow furrowed in concern. Could it be that this place was? 6 hours prior, as dawn broke, Buggy's ship had already reached Orange Town. The townsfolk were struck with terror upon sighting the pirate flag. For 4 decades, they had lived in the tranquility of prosperity, blissfully unaware of the threats that lay beyond their shores. Suddenly confronted by such a horde of barbaric pirates, many residents succumbed to fear. To them, the fluttering pirate banner seemed to herald their doom, its gesture emblem reminiscent of a malevolent sorcerer hovering above them. Among the populace, only 2 individuals displayed courage: Mayor Buter and the owner of the feed store, Heka. They promptly rallied the townspeople to organize a defense. However, some, gripped by fear, chose to flee or hide, while others resolved to confront the invaders. On the ship, Buggy stood at the bow, arms crossed, 1 foot perched atop the railing, disdainfully proclaiming, "You pitiful peasants dare to oppose me?" The ship's 5 cannons had already been positioned at the prow, their dark, cold mouths aimed menacingly at the townsfolk. Observing the mere 20 or 30 brave souls led by the mayor, armed with swords and knives, Buggy couldn't help but find the scene amusing. Do these fools not comprehend the folly of challenging the mighty? He mused, before commanding, "Fire the cannons." The pirates sprang into action, loading cannonballs into the barrels and igniting the fuses. The dark projectiles were launched, landing amidst the advancing townspeople, erupting in a cacophony of explosions and showers of sparks. The townsfolk were scattered, their bodies torn asunder by the blasts. Watching the carnage, Buggy chuckled with glee, stroking his bright red nose, reveling in the chaos. The pirates, emboldened by their triumph, clamored to Buggy, "Captain, let us descend and engage them in hand-to-hand combat." Buggy replied with a smirk, "Patience, allow me to deliver another blow." With that, he extended his foot, revealing 3 bullet holes in his shoe, custom-made artillery shells. From one of the holes, a pea-sized cannonball shot forth, landing in the residential area, followed by an explosion far more thunderous than before. A thick cloud of smoke billowed from the explosion site, wreaking havoc upon the island's structures. Buggy relished utilizing artillery to wreak havoc, and this artillery shell was one of his most destructive inventions. "You lot, charge down and seize this town," he commanded. With a resounding roar, the pirates surged forth like they were invigorated by a potent elixir, brandishing their firearms and blades as they descended from the ship. Mochi rode atop a lion while Kabaji maneuvered a unicycle, mercilessly slaughtering innocent civilians. The air was filled with cries of anguish and pleas for mercy. Yet they were unable to halt the relentless onslaught of swords and bullets. This was a one-sided massacre, a battle devoid of suspense. Now, time has reverted to the present. Exhausted from the previous day's exertions and having slept late, Lane had only just awoken, oblivious to the fierce battle that had raged earlier that morning. Rayan had just escaped from the depths of the ship's hold and was met with the chaotic scene of Orange Town, causing him to furrow his brow. Bucky's orders had been to confine Rayan in the hold for 2 nights, and naturally, no one paid him any heed. The pirates aboard the ship were presently engaged in plundering and wreaking havoc on the island, and having just emerged, Rayan leaped off the vessel and approached Orange Town. "How did you get out?" A few pirates spotted him. Hearing their malicious inquiry, Rayan nonchalantly scratched his ear. "With that rickety wooden door of yours. How could it possibly contain me?" At that moment, Bucky, who was tallying their spoils, approached. "You little brat. How did you manage to slip away?" "Mochi, Captain. This scoundrel dared to defy your orders. We should execute him right now." "Indeed, indeed," the other pirates echoed in agreement. Having just been consumed by bloodlust from their earlier massacre, they were eager to eliminate the feeble Rayan, especially since he had dared to offend their captain. Rayan merely smiled. "Not to belittle you gentlemen, but you pathetic little bugs and rotten eggs cannot possibly harm me." "What?" Upon hearing Rayan's words, the crowd was initially taken aback, only to erupt into collective laughter soon after. "This fellow must have lost his mind. Haha, this is too amusing. Wait, did I just hear him say we cannot touch him? Is he delusional from the bullying he endured?" The derisive laughter echoed, with some pirates even doubling over in mirth. "Laugh all you want. Soon enough, you won't be able to shed a tear." Meanwhile, Kabaji, unable to contain himself any longer, rode in on his unicycle, his expression dark and menacing as he addressed Bucky. "Captain, allow me to take care of this fool." Bucky crossed his arms. "Very well." At this, Kabaji brandished his rapier and lunged at Rayan. Rayan swiftly dodged the thrust and delivered a powerful punch to Kabaji's ribs. The impact sent Kabaji flying several meters from his unicycle, crashing to the ground with a pained cry. This punch was no ordinary blow. It was imbued with chakra, granting it immense force. "What?" The pirates gaped in disbelief at the sight of Kabaji writhing in agony on the ground. Bucky, equally astonished, wore a comically bewildered expression. "What did you do to Kabaji?" Rayan clenched his fist. "Are you blind? Did you not just witness it? Why pretend to be ignorant?" Bucky's expression darkened further. "You rascal. Emboldened by some audacity, dare to speak to me like that? I will speak as I wish. I've tolerated you for far too long, you cursed red-nosed fool." Rayan's gaze was sharp, fixed intently on Bucky. A wave of shock rippled through the pirates. In less than 3 days, 2 individuals audaciously referred to me as Big Red Nose, with the latter child boldly shouting it out loud, even daring to provoke you. To the onlookers, it seemed that Thunder Sound had already been sentenced to death. "How dare you call me Big Red Nose? You have enraged me, and I shall obliterate you to the point of leaving no bones behind. Come forth, Big Red Nose." Upon hearing this, Buggy was so infuriated he began to roll his eyes in exasperation. "Very well, I have changed my mind. I shall personally execute you to alleviate the resentment in my heart." With that, Buggy seized 4 throwing knives from his waist, holding them in his right hand, and launched them towards Thunder Sound with a fierce cry, for parts explosion. As the knives hurtled through the air, Thunder Sound finally activated his ninjutsu lightning release, 1,000 birds flow. By the time Buggy's 4 parts explosion drew near, Thunder Sound was already enveloped in a tempest of electricity, raising his right hand in a defensive posture. Before Buggy could even make contact, he was met with the fierce crackle of the unleashed lightning, causing his body to convulse uncontrollably. Buggy's right hand and body became disassociated. a mere manifestation of his devil fruit ability, yet in reality, his form remained interconnected. When the spectators beheld Buggy again, even his signature red nose was singed black from the electric shock. Buggy's four-parts explosion was impervious to slashing attacks, and even impacts could swiftly be evaded using his fruit's powers. However, this did not imply he was immune to the assaults of lightning or fire. Captain Buggy. Witnessing Buggy rendered unconscious by the electric surge, several of his loyal pirates charged towards Thunder Sound with swords drawn. They were merely courting death, Thunder Sound thought, mercilessly directing the lightning upon these advancing pirates. One by one, they were struck down, collapsing in disarray, utterly incapable of resisting the force of electricity with their mere flesh and blood. The remaining pirates could only stand in stunned silence. Some, like Mochi and his lion Nikyu, hastily retreated to the back of the crowd. Wasn't Thunder Sound the weakest and most useless aboard the ship? Where did he acquire such formidable power? Who exactly is this young man? Just as confusion reigned, Thunder Sound proclaimed, "Is there anyone else who dares to defy me? I am here to entertain you." At this declaration, not a soul dared to step forward. Even the two strongest individuals aboard, Buggy and kekkei, had been vanquished, leaving these minions too terrified to confront this ominous fate. They were merely bullies preying on the weak and facing the crackling electricity surging from Thunder Sound. They recognized that this power was far beyond their capability to withstand. Originally, they were simply seeking a livelihood aboard the ship, with no desire to sacrifice their lives for such a foolish captain. Rather than advancing, the crowd instinctively began to retreat, creating a wide berth. Do not scorn a sickly child. Perhaps he is a tiger in slumber. Do not underestimate the youth of humble beginnings. Why provoke a lion that lies in repose? As he observed the absence of any resistance, Rayan gradually made his way toward the ship. He boarded Buggy's vessel, hoisted the sails, and set forth alone into the vast sea. The onlookers remained silent, watching intently as he navigated away. Rayan had initially been captured aboard this ship, and the series of events that transpired on board had left him with no fondness for Buggy's pirate crew. Furthermore, it was not that he lacked the desire to eradicate Buggy and his crew. Rather, his chakra reserves had dwindled to a perilously low level. The first strike he delivered to Kabaji, infused with chakra, cost him 10 points, and employing the technique, Chidori, drained an additional 80 points, leaving him with a mere 10 out of 100. This meant that had the pirates swarmed him moments ago, his life would have been in grave danger. His audacity had saved him, as he had successfully intimidated those cowardly pirates. It was clear that he needed to grow stronger. Thus began Rayan's adventure. As he gazed out upon the azure waters, a surge of emotions welled within him. He resolved to become the most powerful and free individual upon these seas. The first order of business was to remove the absurd jester pirate flag. He was no longer a member of Buggy's crew, nor was he even a pirate at this point. Next, he contemplated his identity. Pirate, marine, bounty hunter, revolutionary, adventurer. He swiftly made his decision, bounty hunter. In his current state, amassing considerable funds to draw cards for acquiring jutsu and augmenting his chakra reserves was imperative. Given his existing strength, capturing pirates for their bounties was undoubtedly the most effective approach. While Rayan was mulling over these thoughts, a prompt from the system appeared. A friendly reminder: you can enhance your chakra limit through personal training and even create your own jutsu. This simple phrase illuminated Rayan's mind. He slapped his forehead, realizing that since he possessed chakra, he could, in a certain sense, be considered a ninja. With chakra at his disposal, he could train like the ninjas from the world of Naruto. He recalled the explanation of chakra from the original series. It is derived from the energy of the body's 130 trillion cells, cultivated through rigorous training and accumulated experience, alongside spiritual energy. Moreover, training in sage techniques involves a portion of natural energy. At present, Rayan had not a single belly to his name, making the acquisition of jutsu impossible. Given this predicament, personal training was undoubtedly the best course of action. Much like how he had previously infused chakra into his fist to strike Kabaji, it was the simplest form of attack. The first technique that came to mind was the S-rank jutsu of the Umbu captain, Hatake Shigeru, Silver Blade Flash. Hatake Shigeru was renowned, being the father of Hatake Kakashi, known as the Leaf's White Fang, and even the legendary Sannin held him in high regard. The technique known as Silver Blade Flash, wielded by Kakashi Hatake, unleashes chakra that surges forth like a tempest, nearly rivaling the speed of Flying Thunder God, to strike adversaries, which is how he earned the moniker of Konoha's White Fang. What inspired this move? Rayan sought to create a jutsu that belonged to him. He procured a wooden plank and concentrated chakra on the index and middle fingers of his right hand, drawing across the surface. In response, the plank bore only a faint mark, akin to a blade scrape. This technique was merely an imitation and paled in comparison to the S-rank silver blade flash. Was it still not sharp enough? Perhaps combining it with a sword would yield better results, he mused, scratching his head. Subsequently, he diligently practiced this rudimentary version of the white fang technique over and over again. After several hours, Rayan was drenched in sweat, his stamina nearly depleted. With his chakra reduced to a mere 2 out of 100, approaching exhaustion, he promptly searched the ship for sustenance, making his way to the cold storage in the cabin, where remnants of sea creature meat and vegetables awaited. After preparing a meal, he savored the feast. In his past as a lowly deckhand, such a luxury was unimaginable. He barely had enough to satisfy his hunger each day. Now, however, he was the master of the vessel, free to indulge as he pleased. This was all a result of his own hard-earned strength. Thus, he spent 2 days aboard the ship, eating, sleeping, and training, until it gradually approached an uninhabited island. Upon disembarking, Rayan observed the lush greenery enveloping the island, resembling a miniature forest. Numerous small islands like this existed in the world of One Piece, and adventurers often paused to rest upon reaching one. Rayan, however, contemplated the limited space aboard his ship. The fresh air here made it an ideal locale for training, and perhaps he might encounter something novel on the island. Without a moment to waste, he resumed his practice beneath a towering tree. After 2 days of emulating Silverblade Flash, Rayan assessed that he had reached the limits of his current capabilities, given his limited chakra reserves. Thus, he resolved to train in a new jutsu, the Rasengan. The Rasengan, frequently employed by the protagonist Naruto Uzumaki, was inspired by the 4th Hokage Minato Namake's encounter with the tailed beast bomb, a technique that took 3 years to develop and was later perfected by his son, Naruto. It operates on a similar principle to the tailed beast bomb, condensing chakra into a small sphere to strike the opponent. Upon impact, it not only inflicts damage but also induces a temporary disruption of the enemy's chakra. For Rayan, the greatest advantage of this jutsu was its lack of required hand seals for learning. Its essence lies in concentrating chakra in the hand and continuously flowing it in various directions while compressing it, forming a swirling, dense sphere of chakra. Subsequently, one could infuse elemental chakra, such as wind chakra, to create the technique known as wind release, spiraling shuriken, which would yield even greater destructive power. However, that is a matter for another time. Thereafter, Rayan practiced using the methods taught to Naruto by Jiraiya in the original Naruto series. He began by concentrating chakra in his hands to form a sphere, then attempted to make this chakra flow rapidly in various directions. The outcome was unmistakable. Not only was forming the Rasengan a challenge, but even creating a simple chakra sphere proved to be quite difficult. Unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired with the system, which provided him with a reasonable explanation. First, his ability to control chakra was still quite weak. Second, to initiate a basic Rasengan required 200 units of chakra, while his current limit was merely 100. In that moment, Rayan understood that mastering this jutsu necessitated a profound control over chakra, and as for the amount of chakra, he was confident it would increase in due course. Recalling the original work, he remembered 2 primary methods to effectively control chakra. One was gathering chakra in the feet to climb trees, and the other was concentrating chakra in the soles to walk on water. However, surrounded by the sea, Rayan unhesitatingly chose the latter method for his training. He selected a spot near an island, where the water barely reached his knees, and concentrated chakra in his feet, carefully stepping onto the surface. The result was that as soon as his foot touched the water, he sank to the seabed. Fortunately, the water was shallow, leaving only his pant legs damp. Yet, this was merely the beginning, and he continued to practice repeatedly. After about an hour, Rayan was able to stumble across the water's surface. For an ordinary person, such progress would be considered swift, and he recognized that this was not an endeavor that could be accomplished overnight. Furthermore, with such intensive training, his chakra reserves were nearly depleted. Consequently, he returned to the ship to retrieve some food from the cold storage for sustenance, followed by a brief nap to restore his energy. Upon awakening, he felt rejuvenated, his spirit lifted, and his chakra fully replenished. Thus, he ventured once more towards the shallow waters. However, he was obstructed by a formidable creature in the forest. Before him stood a lion over 6 meters in length, adorned with 2 tails and possessing canines measuring over 20 centimeters, sharp as daggers. It stared intently at Rayan, poised to pounce at any moment. The gaze of this lion was far sharper than that of Ricky, the lion from Mochi, and its strength was likely many times greater. Later, Rayan learned that this creature was known as the two-tailed saber-toothed lion, a beast notorious for its ferocity and cruelty, attacking any living creature without hesitation. It was said that if it were starving, it would even resort to cannibalism. Observing the saber-toothed lion, Rayan surmised it had not eaten in several days. For as it laid eyes on him, drool dripped from its jaws, and its eyes glowed with a fierce hunger. Faced with such a malevolent creature, it's terrifying. Cannibalistic gaze would have sent an ordinary person into a state of sheer panic, rendering them utterly motionless. However, Rayan, appearing nonchalant, simply scratched his head and mused, "Indeed. This is the world of One Piece. I have yet to encounter such extraordinary beasts." The saber-toothed lion, perceiving Rayan's words as a provocation, felt its already foul temper flare even further. With a thunderous roar, it unleashed a violent gust of wind and lunged at Rayan. In a swift motion, Rayan evaded the assault, channeling his chakra, which ignited his body in radiant bolts of lightning. Lightning release, Chidori. He charged forth, crackling with electricity, and struck the saber-toothed lion. The beast convulsed under the electric surge, soon marked by charred wounds, and with a pained howl, it collapsed to the ground, lifeless. The victory was overwhelmingly one-sided. The fallen lion no longer breathed. Even in death, the charred carcass emitted an enticing aroma, a testament to the high-temperature attack of the lightning release. Observing the massive creature he had just dispatched, Rayan scratched his head again. "Well, I find myself lacking in provisions aboard my ship, so you shall serve as my dinner. I wonder how it will taste. The aroma suggests it should be quite delectable." As twilight descended, Rayan hoisted the lion onto his vessel, further cooking the already half-cooked meat before indulging in a hearty feast. "Ah, the flavor is indeed delightful," he declared, seated at the table, wielding knife and fork, savoring the succulent morsels with unabashed delight. In his previous life, Rayan had been an avid anime enthusiast and a passionate foodie, deriving immense joy from the prospect of delectable cuisine. After a satisfying meal, amidst the remnants of his feast, he retired for the night. The following morning, as dawn broke, Rayan awoke feeling inexplicably invigorated, as though imbued with an immense strength. At that moment, a notification from the system chimed. "Your chakra limit has reached 300. Current chakra value is 300. What could this mean?" He pondered. The system elucidated. The lion you consumed yesterday was a spiritual beast. In the world of One Piece, the dual-tailed saber-toothed lion is exceedingly rare, and consuming its flesh activates cellular enhancement, thereby bolstering your immune system and augmenting your physical strength. Within the context of this Naruto system, this manifests as a significant increase in chakra. Moreover, the experience accumulated from your recent training has also contributed to this enhancement. Understanding this, Rayan couldn't help but feel a swell of excitement, recognizing that he was drawing ever closer to the realm of the powerful. The prospect of his burgeoning strength filled him with a sense of hopeful anticipation for the future. According to the system's explanation, one can unlock their bloodline limit upon reaching the Chunin level, and upon attaining the Jonin level, they may cultivate in the Sage Land, thereby entering Sage mode. What could one's bloodline limit be? Perhaps it is the corpse-bone path of Kimimaro, the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan, the Red Eyes of Ranmaru, or the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. And where might one's Sage mode be cultivated? Is it in Mayaboku Mountain, the Wetbone Forest, or the Dragon Cave? These remain uncertain, yet contemplating such future possibilities ignites a fervor within Rayan. However, as of now, he has yet to master even the Spiral Sphere, let alone the bloodline limit or Sage mode. This thought abruptly jolted Rayan back to reality. It is best to focus on training for now. Rayan once again approached the shallow sea, gathering chakra at his feet, and without hesitation, he stepped upon the water's surface. The result was success. Thanks to the continuous practice of chakra control over the past few days, coupled with the cellular activation induced by consuming the two-tailed saber-toothed lion, Rayan's feet now proudly stood above the sea. Walking cautiously upon the water, he noticed that aside from creating gentle ripples, it felt no different from walking on solid ground. Elated, he dashed several nautical miles away. Upon his steady return to land, it became evident that he had significantly improved his chakra control. To walk freely upon the sea is an unattainable dream for most devil fruit users in this world. Rayan's ability to achieve this speaks volumes about his potential to dominate the realm. Marine Headquarters Marineford, Holy Land Mary Geos, the Grand Line, the New World. The 3 admirals, the 4 emperors, the 5 elders, the 7 warlords. This world, I have arrived. Setting sail. Thus, the ship traversed the sea for approximately 3 days, and Rayan spotted 3 islands in the distance, barely discernible. On board, whether navy or pirate, all would take a brief respite upon reaching an island to replenish their dwindling supplies of food and fresh water. Let us rest on this island for now, he thought. Just then, a whirlpool nearly 8 meters in diameter suddenly appeared in the waters ahead, and from it emerged a sea beast, a massive lizard head, adorned with a black and white patterned body, sharp teeth neatly aligned in its mouth, and a row of fins along its back, measuring approximately 12 to 13 meters in length. Based on Rayan's recollection of pirate anime, this seemed to be a type of sea king, likely in its juvenile form given its size. The adult form would undoubtedly be far larger, and at that moment, it would have already capsized Rayan's ship. Shouldn't sea kings reside in the calm belt? How could it be here? Most sea kings dwell in the calm belt, but there are some in other waters, albeit in lesser numbers. As the saying goes, heaven is unpredictable, and fortunes can change in an instant. Within less than a week, Rayan encountered both good and ill fortune. First, he consumed the lion meat that activated his cells on an unnamed island. And then he chanced upon a juvenile sea king in the tranquil waters of the East China Sea. Such occurrences seemed fortuitous enough to warrant a lottery ticket. As Rayan lamented the chaotic turn of events in his mind, the colossal creature opened its gaping maw and lunged forward. Seeing the beast's massive jaws, he quickly retreated to the stern of the ship, but the creature bit down, severing the vessel in two. In truth, the combat prowess of the Sea King was not as formidable as one might presume. Its sheer size was simply overwhelming to an ordinary person, akin to the paralyzing fear a commoner would feel upon encountering a tiger, while those with true strength would regard it with amusement. Thus, when Rayan first encountered the Sea King, he had not taken it seriously, unaware that it would attack without provocation. "How dare you damage my ship?" he seethed, fury igniting within him as sparks of electricity crackled across his body. Lightning release. 1,000 birds flow. Cloaked in electric energy, he unleashed a merciless assault upon the creature. Upon contact, the beast convulsed from the electric shock, and with the surrounding seawater, it was soon charred black. Under the onslaught of Rayan's formidable lightning attack, the now blackened Sea King gradually sank beneath the waves. However, Rayan's situation was no better. The exposed half of his ship was sinking, threatening to pull him down with it. Yet, his feet remained firmly planted upon the ocean's surface. His training was not in vain. Without a vessel, Rayan sprinted toward the island, and had anyone witnessed this feat, they would surely have declared him a master of the legendary martial art known as lightness skill, capable of running upon water. After covering several nautical miles, he reached one of the 3 islands he had spotted from the ship. Upon landing, Rayan began to inquire about the whereabouts of any bountied pirates nearby. Now a bounty hunter, he sought to enhance his strength, which required substantial financial resources. Yet, his inquiries were met with bewilderment, as no one would willingly seek out wanted criminals. People would rather avoid them altogether, deeming such behavior as madness, a sign of someone with too much time on their hands. In any world, common folk constitute the majority, and the intense battles depicted in anime, featuring superpowers, represent only a small fraction of the elite. Otherwise, individuals boasting inflated bounties or self-proclaimed superiority would not exist. In this realm, pirates were predominantly synonymous with malevolence, while crews like Luffy's could more aptly be described as adventurers. Thus, when the common folk speak of pirates, trepidation grips their hearts, and they dare not utter their names. Yet, Rayan boldly embarks on a quest to seek them out, which, in the eyes of the ordinary populace, might as well be the act of a madman. Particularly when he questioned a young maiden, her disdain was palpable. Hands planted firmly on her hips, she retorted, "Who do you think you are? Do you even comprehend your own worth?" questioning the existence of pirates. Though her voice rang clear and melodious, her words were sharply unkind. In response, Rayan could only shake his head in resignation, recognizing that there was little merit in contesting with her. Undeterred, he pressed on in his inquiries, and fortune smiled upon his persistence, revealing that indeed, there were pirates nearby, with bounties amounting to a staggering 15 million. Later, Rayan learned that the sharp-tongued girl was named Wiredan, the daughter of the village chief from another island. A stunning beauty at the tender age of 15. Despite her youth, her doll-like features and exquisite figure stirred a visceral reaction in men. In due time, she and Rayan would share a series of adventures, though that is a tale for another day. The information about the notorious pirates had come from the lips of an elderly woman. She appeared to be in her 70s, exuding warmth and kindness. Making Rayan feel an unexpected sense of familiarity, she was the only person on the island who had not treated him with scorn. The old woman informed him that there were 3 islands in the vicinity, 2 inhabited by commoners, while the third served as the stronghold for the pirate crew. The village in which he currently resided was called Jinshi, and just 6 nautical miles away lay Jindong village. A year prior, a pirate crew had invaded the area, prompting the villagers from both islands to unite in their resistance, led by Farmer and Miller. Farmer, the chief of Jindong village, was none other than Wiredan's father. Miller, nearing 40, was a retired naval major possessing some martial arts skills, revered as the guardian of both Jindong and Jinshi villages. The pirate crew was known as the Wolf Pirates, led by a pair of brothers. The younger, Andolin, served as the first mate. With a bounty of 5 million berries and towering over 2 meters, possessing immense strength. His elder brother, Anderson, the captain, was even more formidable, boasting a bounty of 10 million berries and wielding powers derived from a devil fruit. When the Wolf Pirates first invaded the village, under Farmer's charismatic leadership and Miller's prowess, they rallied the villagers to confront the threat, resulting in a fiercely contested battle that ended in a stalemate. Despite some destruction to the village, neither side suffered significant losses initially. However, as time wore on and the Wolf Pirates grew in strength, Anderson's demands escalated. What began as a non-aggression pact devolved into extortion, as Anderson's crew began to demand protection fees from the 2 villages, threatening to massacre them should they refuse. The villagers are inherently peaceful inhabitants, and even if they were to resist as they did a year ago, their village would once again suffer immense devastation. Moreover, should they engage in combat now, given Anderson's current strength, the villagers would likely meet a grim fate. Reluctantly, they are compelled to pay Anderson a protection fee of 10,000 berries per person each month. Those who dare to refuse the payment or resist are executed without mercy. In this regard, Miller, who claims to be their guardian, is utterly powerless. Nevertheless, the villagers believe that it is precisely Miller's presence that keeps Anderson from becoming excessively arrogant. Paying the protection fee is far preferable to the annihilation of their village. Thus, they hold Miller in high regard and depend on him greatly. After hearing the old woman's account, Rayan found himself perplexed. If Anderson is so audacious, wouldn't he the Navy intervene? Based on his observations in this world, Rayan surmised that several years remain until Luffy sets sail, meaning that a bounty of 10 million berries would be considered substantial in the East Blue at that time, especially since even the notorious Buggy had a bounty of only 6 million at this point. The old woman suddenly smiled. Their collusion with the Navy is a widely acknowledged fact, though no one dares to voice it. Thus, Rayan understood that this situation bore striking similarities to Arlong's reign of terror in Kokoyashi village from the original story. Arlong had tyrannized over more than 20 villages, extorting them and boasting of being the strongest criminal in the East Blue, with a bounty as high as 20 million berries. Such a brazen figure was met with indifference by the Navy. Of course, that is a tale for another time. Although the old woman had shared a wealth of information, Rayan grasped it all quite clearly. This elucidated the villager's cold demeanor when he inquired about the bounties upon his arrival. If even a master like Miller could not deal with these pirates, what chance did he have? Realizing the complexities of this island, Rayan thanked the old woman and took his leave. After a considerable period spent at sea, compounded by battles with sea kings, his stomach began to grumble. However, being utterly devoid of even a single berry, he pondered his predicament. Thus, a grand plan emerged in his mind, to dine and dash. With this intention, he sought out a seemingly fine restaurant, entering and placing his order. "Boss, I'll have an oversized portion of fried rice." A few patrons in the restaurant recognized him, having overheard his inquiries about the bounties. As the fried rice was served, Rayan devoured it ravenously. Consequently, he attracted the attention of many onlookers. "That's the guy who was just asking about the bounties," they murmured. It was rather laughable. This fellow seemed utterly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. A beautiful young woman observed Rayan, her disdainful expression intensifying as she witnessed his gluttonous eating. This young woman was none other than Rayan, who had just exchanged harsh words with him moments ago. She gazed at Rayan and addressed her father, Farmer, who was seated opposite her, saying, "Father, this fellow just inquired about the whereabouts of pirates. I suspect he has a few screws loose." Upon hearing his daughter's words, Farmer could not help but glance at Rayan, who was voraciously devouring his meal at the bar. Rayan possessed a somewhat delicate appearance, with a fair complexion and a slender frame, resembling a bookish youth who appeared utterly incapable of defending himself. let alone contending with the brutal pirates who thrived on the edge of danger. Typically, people assess unfamiliar individuals based on their outward appearance. Observing Lei Yin's gluttonous display at the bar only invited scornful glances from onlookers. It was rather absurd. Not only did he seem mentally impaired, but he also exhibited a complete lack of manners, his eating habits grotesque. Despite the derisive whispers and pointed fingers from the crowd, Lei Yin remained oblivious, continuing to consume his meal. Suddenly, a thunderous crash reverberated as a massive figure entered through the restaurant's door. All eyes shifted from Lei Yin to the newcomer. It was Andolin, the vice-captain of the Wolf Pirates and brother of Anderson, standing at an imposing height of 2.5 meters and possessing a rotund physique. He resembled a small mountain. His face was adorned with excess flesh, and his nostrils displayed nose hairs that dangled over half a foot long. He wielded an enormous executioner's sword, flanked by 2 scrawny henchmen as he strode in with an air of arrogance. Andolin carried a bounty of 5 million berries. As previously mentioned, he wielded considerable power through the Wolf Pirates, dominating the eastern and western villages with unparalleled audacity. Furthermore, Andolin's personal combat prowess was formidable. The executioner's sword he brandished weighed no less than 150 pounds. In this trio of islands, aside from the guardian Miller and his brother Anderson, he faced no rivals. Moreover, Andolin was known for his cold-blooded cruelty and volatile temperament. Any villager who dared to defy him would face a brutal execution. The number of villagers he had slain with his own hands exceeded 10. Consequently, the townsfolk harbored deep-seated fear and resentment, yet remained silent. While the villagers had mocked the newly arrived Lei Yin, upon Andolin's entrance, they dared not utter a word, their earlier laughter replaced by an oppressive silence. Andolin entered with a boisterous laugh, proclaiming, it's time to collect this month as protection fees. Isn't it? Make sure you all have your money ready. 10,000 berries from each of you, not a single coin less." His words were met with utter silence in the restaurant, as everyone kept their heads down, continuing to eat. Satisfied with the submission of the villagers, Andolin nodded approvingly. At that moment, one of his henchmen whispered to him, "Second brother, Wei Erden and that old man farmer are also here." Another henchman chimed in, "That Wei Erden lass is becoming increasingly alluring. She is only 15. I can't imagine how enchanting she'll be at 20. As he spoke, drool began to escape his lips. Upon hearing this, Andolin cast a lewd glance at Verdun and then addressed henchman B, "Did not my elder brother depart for battle? When he returns, who knows how many charming young maidens he will abduct? Thus, we need not concern ourselves with 1 or 2. Henchman B chuckled in response, "Haha. Indeed, second brother. If Verdun were not the village chief's daughter, she would have been taken long ago." Captain Anderson of the evil wolf pirate crew had long coveted Verdun, desiring to make her his woman. However, due to Farmer's status as the village chief and his considerable esteem in both villages, Anderson refrained from acting against Verdun, considering the broader implications for the collection of protection fees. As the trio passed by Verdun, Henchman B even whistled at her. Subsequently, Andolin approached the bar and shouted at the owner, "Hey, bring forth the finest food and drink." The owner, visibly anxious, nodded repeatedly, "Why yes, yes." In contrast, Lane paid no heed to Andolin's arrival, voraciously devouring a plate of fried rice that was now nearly empty. "Owner, bring me another serving," Lane called out, once again drawing the attention of the onlookers. At that moment, Andolin stood beside him, making Lane's actions seem jarringly out of place amidst the silence of the crowd. Andolin's entrance was akin to the arrival of a bear, causing everyone to tread carefully, fearful of offending this formidable presence. How far will this fool go before learning his lesson? They collectively wondered. As expected, Andolin's ire was provoked by Lane's words. "Where did you come from, you insolent brat? How dare you shout in my territory?" Over the years, those who had dared to defy him met with tragic ends, instilling a palpable fear among the villagers, thus nurturing his audacious demeanor. Even the villagers dared not speak loudly in his presence. "It is you who is shouting. This tavern is not your home. You should be the one to hold your tongue," Lane retorted coldly, not even bothering to glance at him. "What? Who does this guy think he is? Has he lost his mind?" The crowd regarded Lane as if he were straddling the brink of death, their expressions filled with shock. Yet, what transpired next was even more astonishing. Henchman A, growing impatient, exclaimed, "Hey, you insolent brat, do you even know who you are speaking to?" Meanwhile, Andolin revealed a sinister grin, drawing forth a massive executioner's blade, mercilessly aiming it at Lane's head. In an instant, a deep gash appeared on Lane's neck, blood splattering everywhere. The next moment, numerous diners in the restaurant screamed in terror. However, it was not Lane's neck that bled. Just before Andolin swung the blade, a ripple of white energy sliced through the air. The white blade. This technique emulates the famed Konoha white fang, channeling chakra into the index and middle fingers of the right hand, unleashing a razor-sharp strike. After prior practice in water on a deserted island, Thunder's mastery over chakra had reached a commendable level, and this imitation of White Fang's technique was undeniably mightier than before. Thunder named this move the Blade of Light. Although the process seemed prolonged, it transpired in an instant. A flash of white light sliced through Andolin's throat, blood gushing forth as his bear-like form crashed heavily onto the restaurant floor, convulsing briefly before succumbing to silence. Throughout the ordeal, Thunder did not cast a single glance at Andolin. The two henchmen, witnessing the swift resolution of their deputy captain, fled in terror. The atmosphere was one of shock, with everyone's jaws dropping in disbelief. What just happened? That little brat, what did he just do? This fellow cannot possibly be an ordinary child. A portion of the onlookers drastically altered their perception of Thunder, while Verdun gazed at him with astonished eyes. Yet, many others condemned Thunder's actions vehemently. This young man has actually killed Andolin. We are now in grave peril. If the wolf, Anderson, returns, he will not spare us. What shall we do? A cacophony of voices erupted as panic set in, with some timid souls preparing to flee the village. Conversely, there were still those who admired Thunder's decisive action. They had long desired to eliminate Andolin, but lacked the strength to do so. Among those who praised Thunder was the village chief, Farmer. Slowly, he approached Thunder and said, "I perceive your remarkable prowess. Might I request a favor from you?" At that moment, Thunder nonchalantly continued to savor his second plate of fried rice, mumbling, "What is it?" The elder implored, "I beseech you to eliminate Anderson and save the villagers." Upon hearing Farmer's request, Thunder paused momentarily, contemplating. Nearby, a man grew impatient, exclaiming, "Hey, kid, you've killed Andolin, but we are the ones who will suffer. If you refuse, we'll have no choice but to bind you and deliver you to Anderson for retribution." Exactly. The crowd echoed. In response, Thunder stood, fixing them with a steely gaze, his tone unwavering. "If you believe you can bind me, come forth and attempt it." At his words, the crowd lowered their heads, silenced by his formidable presence. They had all witnessed his terrifying capabilities, dispatching a bounty of 5 million in an instant. Anyone who dared to challenge him could step forward and try. Sensing the awkward tension, Farmer swiftly intervened. "My lord, please do not take offense. The villagers are merely anxious. For this matter is of utmost life and death significance to us. We hope you will not take it to heart." "Very well, but I have 2 conditions," Thunder replied. Farmer responded, "Speak your terms." "Please lend me 20,000 berries," said Rayan in a calm tone. Upon hearing this, Vienden, who was nearby, grew anxious. "Father, I believe this man is attempting to swindle you. You must not give him anything." "In that case, I shall take my leave," Rayan replied, turning to depart. However, Farmer extended a hand to stop him. "No worries. If you can indeed defeat Anderson, not only will we provide you with 2,000 berries, but we could also arrange for monthly tributes." "Very well. If that is the case, I accept your terms. I require 20,000 berries immediately," Rayan stated without hesitation. At this, Vienden shot him a disapproving glance. In response to his demand, the crowd quickly gathered the necessary amount and handed it over to Rayan. Once in possession of the money, Rayan mentally activated the Naruto shop, spending the 20,000 berries to purchase 2 blank scrolls. He unfurled one of the scrolls and sealed Anderson's corpse within, making it convenient for transport. To Rayan, this body represented not just a lifeless form, but a bounty of 5 million berries. The Naruto universe offered such practical tools, allowing him to redeem the bounty at the Navy without concern that the body would decay beyond recognition. The reason Rayan required 20,000 berries for the 2 scrolls was that the second scroll was intended for Anderson. However, the onlookers remained oblivious to this detail as Anderson's corpse seemingly vanished into the scroll, akin to a magic trick, leaving the crowd in stunned silence. Vienden, inexperienced in the ways of the world, could hardly contain her astonishment, pondering, "Is this man some kind of monster? In the realm of One Piece, where devil fruits grant many peculiar abilities, Farmer recognized that Rayan must possess some unique power. Did you not have 2 requests? What about the remaining one?" "Please cover my meal expenses," Rayan replied. After paying for Rayan's meal, Farmer suggested, "Since you have traveled from afar, you likely lack a place to stay. If you do not mind, you are welcome to reside at my home." Rayan scratched his head. That would be quite an imposition. Upon hearing this, the villagers felt somewhat reassured, With the village chief watching over, they need not fear that Rayan would slip away unnoticed. Unexpectedly, Viandin expressed her discontent. "Father, how can you allow this man to stay in our home? I am still an unmarried young woman." Farmer chuckled. "We have several rooms in our house. Vacating one for our guest will suffice." "Father, you are terrible. I shall not speak to you." With that, Viandin huffed away in a fit of anger. Observing her departure, Farmer maintained a smile. "My daughter can be quite headstrong. I hope you do not take offense." "Not at all. I am unperturbed," Rayan reassured him. Farmer and his daughter had come to the West Village to attend to certain matters, while their home was located in the East Village. Although separated by a stretch of sea, the two villages were merely 6 nautical miles apart, and a boat ride would take less than 20 minutes. Out of spite, Viandin returned to the East Village first, while Farmer and Rayan followed later. Upon returning home, Farmer assigned a room to Rayan. Having traversed the ocean and engaged in battle with the Sea Kings, Rayan found himself in a rather disheveled state after vanquishing Andolin. Consequently, Farmer kindly suggested that he cleanse himself in the bath of his home. "Thank you kindly," Rayan replied, acknowledging Farmer's hospitality. Although Farmer harbored intentions to utilize Rayan's prowess to defeat Anderson, he generally treated Rayan well, which prompted Rayan to reciprocate the courtesy. Upon entering the bathroom, Rayan shed his garments and immersed himself in the bath. He felt liberated, shedding the burdens of his recent endeavors. A true dragon does not belong confined to a mere pond. A hero surely traverses both land and water, even while indulging in a bath. Rayan could not suppress his fervent spirit, and as he rose, the bathroom door unexpectedly swung open. A piercing scream erupted as a young girl, Verdun, rushed out, covering her face and vociferously chastising him. "You scoundrel! Pervert!" Verdun, having returned home earlier, was unaware of the presence of a man in the bathroom. Rayan stood there, exposed, a dark cloud of embarrassment hanging over him. "It's you who saw me. Is such an exaggerated reaction necessary?" he thought, chiding himself for neglecting to lock the door upon entering. In the following days, Verdun harbored a disdainful attitude towards Rayan, perceiving him as an arrogant exhibitionist. So he defeated Andolin, but Anderson is far superior to his brother. When the time comes, he wants to even know how he met his demise. Meanwhile, the villagers of East Town had learned of Rayan's triumph over Andolin, sparking a flurry of discussions. "Are you saying that frail little wretch killed Andolin? How is that possible? But isn't the real issue that even if he did, his brother will not spare us? Anderson will surely massacre our village. Even our guardian Miller could have slain Andolin. Does that fool not understand the concept of retribution? He is an outsider and will care not for our lives. This boy brings calamity upon us. He is a harbinger of disaster." The village buzzed with trepidation, and some, fearing Anderson's wrath, opted to flee. In contrast to the villagers' sentiments, Farmer placed unwavering trust in Rayan. "Fear not. I have witnessed this boy's strength. It exceeds your wildest imaginations." To this, Guardian Miller retorted, "Village chief, have you not summoned some charlatan from the streets?" Despite being hailed as the protector of 2 villages, Miller had his detractors, including Farmer. As previously mentioned, Miller was a retired naval major, skilled in combat, with a history of encounters with pirates, evident from the scars adorning his face, which he often boasted as marks of honor from his military exploits. Although Miller's strength is insufficient to liberate the villagers from Anderson's dominion, the overwhelming majority of them believe that it is precisely Miller's presence that has allowed the village to survive, spared from Anderson's massacre. In the customs of the eastern and western villages, if a man possesses formidable power, the people are eager to see their daughters wed to him. It is on this basis, coupled with Miller's notorious lechery, despite nearing 40 without having married, he is linked to numerous women, that the villagers hold him in some regard. Moreover, he often boasts about his past exploits, which greatly irritates Farmer. In Farmer's eyes, Miller is merely a braggart who is incapable of action. Otherwise, he would have long since defeated or driven away Anderson, and the villagers would not have to endure the humiliation of paying tribute to the vicious wolf pirate crew each month. In truth, Farmer harbors no belief that Miller genuinely cares for the villagers. Rather, he thinks Miller merely uses his limited strength to garner fame and women. Thus, in secret, Farmer sought out 3 warriors from the outer islands to deal with Anderson. One was renowned for his strength, another for his speed, and the last claimed he had never encountered an opponent on his home island. To avoid implicating the village, Farmer generously compensated them in advance, instructing them to instigate a conflict with Anderson when he came to collect protection fees, thereby preventing Anderson from suspecting outside interference and subsequently massacring the village. However, one of the warriors, upon witnessing Anderson's terrifying power, fled in panic, while the remaining 2 were swiftly killed within 3 minutes. From that moment forth, no one dared to challenge Anderson, as the villagers had nearly surrendered to his seemingly invincible might. Thus, when news of the outsider Thunder's defeat of Anderson reached the villagers, it caused quite a stir. Even the 3-year-old children in the village understood that their brother Anderson was exponentially stronger than his younger sibling, and that killing Anderson would not eradicate their calamity, but rather invite further disaster. This is the essence of the saying, a failed martial endeavor invites misfortune. Consequently, the villagers implored Miller to vanquish Thunder and present him to Anderson to avert a potential massacre. Miller, however, was quite eager. He was curious to see just how formidable the boy who had defeated Anderson truly was. One day, as Thunder prepared to meditate in the mountains behind the eastern village, he was confronted by Miller and a throng of followers. Upon seeing the crowd, Thunder inquired, "What brings you here? Kid, we heard you're quite impressive. But do you realize the trouble you've caused by defeating Anderson and flaunting it?" Miller, the leader, retorted, "Yes. Do you comprehend the disaster you've brought upon us?" Echoed the villagers behind him. Thunder, seemingly indifferent, replied, "I told the village chief that I would not leave until Anderson is defeated." Upon hearing this, the villagers were momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter in unison. "This guy claims he will defeat Anderson? It truly amuses me. Do not assume that defeating Andolin equates to overcoming Anderson. The prowess of these 2 brothers is on entirely different levels. What an audacious little brat." The crowd exchanged scornful remarks, each more derisive than the last. Rayan, wishing to ignore them, continued on his path, yet Miller dashed forward to obstruct him. Rayan inquired, "What exactly do you want?" Miller, with a cold smirk, replied, "You must have heard by now. None of us would ever believe you. The idea that you, a mere brat, could surpass Anderson is nothing short of fantasy." Rayan retorted with an equally chilling smile, "What I say is my own affair. How you choose to interpret it is of no concern to me. Furthermore, I made this promise to the village chief, not to you. So your trust or distrust holds no weight. You insolent brat, it seems I have no choice but to eliminate you as an offering to Anderson." With a menacing demeanor, Miller prepared to strike. Sensing hostility, Rayan would not hold back. "If you believe you possess the capability, then come and try." He was determined to teach this fellow a lesson. The villagers rallied behind Miller, chanting, "You shall pay for this, brat." With that, Miller lifted his foot to deliver a sidekick toward Rayan, who swiftly infused chakra into his left arm, successfully defending against the blow. Though it appeared to be a mere kick, one must remember that Miller was a seasoned naval major, reputed to be proficient in the 6 forms, making this strike far from ordinary. In truth, this kick was merely a probing attack, intended to gauge Rayan's strength, yet he was taken aback by the effortless defense. Subsequently, Miller unleashed his signature move, 6 forms, finger gun. Extending his right index finger, he aimed directly at Rayan's heart. With a resounding clang, akin to metal colliding, Miller's finger pressed against the left side of Rayan's chest. However, it could not advance a millimeter. Rayan had momentarily concentrated chakra at his heart, forming an invisible armor that thwarted the strike. Seeing his opponent daring to target such a vital area, Rayan was equally unyielding. Lightning release, 1000. Just as Rayan was about to retaliate against Miller, an elder rushed towards them. It was none other than the village chief, Farmer. He approached the 2 and demanded, "What on earth is happening here?" Miller, adopting a guilty demeanor, exclaimed, "Chief, this fellow is parading about as if he has triumphed over Andolin. Allow me to teach him a lesson. Who are you to educate anyone? Speak again if you dare." Rayan, incensed by Miller's words, summoned chakra throughout his body, ready to deliver a fierce blow. Miller sneered, "You arrogant little wretch, I am referring to." "Silence, both of you," Farmer bellowed, interrupting their quarrel. Upon witnessing Farmer's urgency, Miller fell silent. Do not be deceived by Miller's usual arrogance. He is not bold enough to challenge the esteemed village chief. Thus, Farmer intervened to halt the conflict between Rayan and Miller. Gradually, the crowd dispersed, and Rayan, disinterested in their affairs, retreated to the back mountain for his cultivation. In the secluded area, Rayan gathered chakra in his hands, forming a complete sphere. Next, he skillfully manipulated the chakra ball to create rotations in various directions, generating distinct whirlwinds. At first glance, the surface appeared tranquil, yet it concealed a significant reservoir of energy. During these days, Anderson had embarked on an expedition and had not yet returned. Although the village seemed outwardly calm, its inhabitants were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. Families began arming themselves, preparing to organize a resistance against Anderson. The villagers largely ignored Farmer's attempts to soothe their fears. Meanwhile, Rayan devoted himself to training, residing at Farmer's home. One day, during a meal, Farmer addressed Rayan, saying, "Mr. Rayan, you must defeat Anderson and help us eradicate the wolf pirate group. I have placed all my hopes in you." Touched by Farmer's unwavering trust, Rayan replied, "Rest assured, I will do everything in my power, as I promised you." On the side, Verdun seemed to be gradually acclimating to Rayan's presence, her hostility towards him lessening. Despite this, she still doubted his ability to overcome Anderson. "Mr. Rayan," Farmer lowered his voice, "if you can defeat Anderson, I shall grant you Verdun's hand in marriage." Rayan, caught off guard, spat out his rice in surprise. He quickly waved his hands, exclaiming, "No, no. Even if I defeat Anderson, I would never ask you for a grain of rice." Verdun, hearing this, became indignant. "What do you mean by that? It sounds as if I have no choice but to marry you. I absolutely refuse to marry such a fool." Verdun's anger was not born from affection for Rayan, but rather from her unwavering confidence in her own beauty. Indeed, she was stunning, deserving of the term enchantress. She was the object of both secret and open admiration from numerous men in the two villages. Had any of those men heard Farmer's proposal, they would have eagerly accepted it and spent sleepless nights in joy. Yet, Rayan had audaciously rejected her, and so bluntly. To her, this was a denial of her beauty and charm. How could she not be incensed? Verdun's pride was wounded, and she turned to Farmer, saying, "Father, why do you place such faith in him? In my opinion, he is no match for Anderson, and Anderson will surely kill him." Farmer remained silent. In contrast to Verdun, who was brimming with self-importance, Rayan merely smiled at her words. The daughter of the deputy village chief, named Jenny, stood in stark contrast to Verdun. At the tender age of 15, Jenny blossomed into a charming young girl, evoking affection from all who beheld her. In Rayan's eyes, she was an innocent and carefree child. Their acquaintance began one day when Jenny was flying a kite and it inadvertently became ensnared in a tree branch. By chance, Rayan, returning from his training in the mountains, happened to pass by. Spotting him, Jenny called out, "Big brother, could you help me get my kite down?" Without hesitation, Rayan gathered his chakra between his right hand's middle and index fingers and exclaimed, "White blade." A flash of white light severed the branch, and the kite tumbled down to the ground. Jenny, elated, picked up her kite and, bouncing with joy, approached Rayan. "Big brother, you are so amazing. What is your name?" "Rayan." "Oh, would you fly kites with me?" This request left Rayan in a quandary. He had just returned from training, drenched in sweat, and was eager to return to the Fama family. Yet, he had not anticipated the appearance of this adorable girl. Noticing Rayan's silence, Jenny boldly tugged at his arm, swaying it back and forth. "Brother, you're so impressive. Please play with me for a while." Unable to resist her persistence, Rayan finally conceded, "All right, all right." Thus began a routine where Jenny frequently sought out Rayan to play, her innocent and sweet demeanor rendering him utterly unable to decline her invitations. Verdun, not oblivious to their interactions, observed their companionship daily and, for reasons unknown, felt a twinge of displeasure each time she saw them together. One day, unable to contain her frustration any longer, Vera confronted Rayan, saying, "Rayan, your father summoned you to confront Anderson, not to flirt with girls. This is my own affair, isn't it? Besides, Anderson has not returned yet. Are you suggesting I sail out to find him? Aren't you worried I might slip away?" Vera's cheeks flushed with anger, yet she could find no retort to Rayan's words. As for Jenny, she had also heard whispers of Rayan's impending battle with Anderson. With her wide, sparkling eyes, she innocently inquired, "Brother Rayan, I heard you're going to defeat Anderson. Is that true?" "Yes." "Then you must defeat that wicked man. Please, don't get hurt." Rayan was rendered speechless by Jenny's naivety, his mind clouded with disbelief. I understand. However, the next words from Jenny nearly caused him to choke. With a shy demeanor, she lightly touched her left and right fingers together and said, "Brother Rayan. My father said that if you can defeat Anderson, he would allow me to marry you." Huh. 1,000 thoughts raced through Rayan's mind. He thought to himself, this village chief and Chief Fama share the same peculiar sentiments. The customs of this village are truly bewildering. After spending a month in East Town, the awaited day finally arrived. Anderson had returned. Upon his return, he was immediately met with the harrowing news of his brother's murder, prompting him to swiftly lead a contingent to the eastern village. The militia stationed at the port of the village, noticing the approaching throng on the sea, hastily descended from their lookout tower to inform the villagers. In response, the villagers armed themselves under the leadership of the village chief, farmer, and the guardian, miller, bracing for the impending confrontation. Upon seeing Farmer, Miller couldn't help but inquire. "Where's that boy?" Farmer, slightly embarrassed, replied, "He left early this morning, and I haven't seen him since." The villagers gasped in disbelief at Farmer's words. "Could it be that Lane has already fled?" One exclaimed. "Chief, you always said that boy would protect the village. Yet now he has nowhere to be found in our time of need." Another added, "Indeed, he must have run away. He has nothing but a freeloader." Faced with the villagers' mounting skepticism, Farmer felt a twinge of uncertainty. He had placed his unwavering trust in Lane, even planning to marry his daughter to him. How could this young man abandon them in their hour of peril? If that were indeed the case, it would only serve to underscore his own folly and misjudging character. Farmer turned to Wei Dan and instructed, "Little Wei, please go to the back mountain and search for Lane. If you find him, inform him of the situation here immediately." Wei Dan nodded and dashed towards the mountain. Meanwhile, Anderson's forces had already landed on the island. Although Anderson did not possess the towering stature of his brother, standing at nearly 6'3", he was still considered tall by ordinary standards. Coupled with his robust physique and the powers granted by the devil fruit, the villagers felt a foreboding sense of dread about the day's outcome. Furthermore, Anderson's numbers were more than double that of the villagers, indicating that even without engaging in battle, the villagers stood little chance. As both sides faced each other, Anderson growled, "Farmer, how dare you kill my brother in my absence? I cannot simply overlook this transgression." Farmer remained silent. At that moment, one villager could no longer contain himself. "Anderson, it wasn't us who killed your brother. It was an outsider named Lane." Another chimed in, Yes, this has nothing to do with us." Anderson's expression darkened. "Then tell me, where is this boy now?" The villagers exchanged glances, aware that the boy might have already fled. Unexpectedly, Anderson burst into laughter. "Are you jesting with me?" The deputy chief stepped forth. "It's not like that. There truly is such a boy, and he was the one who killed Andolin Humph. How can I trust your far-fetched tale?" Anderson retorted, "You claim to have murdered someone and deflect the blame onto an individual none of us have ever heard of, only for him to vanish. If I were to say the same to you, would you believe me?" His words left the villagers at a loss for rebuttal. Though their claims were genuine, they undeniably sounded like fabrications. At this juncture, there seems to be no recourse. Observing Anderson's demeanor, it is evident that he will not relent until he exacts justice for his brother. Farmer spoke up. "Anderson, what must we do for you to spare us?" Upon hearing his words, Anderson erupted into laughter once more. "Ha ha! It is indeed the village chief who possesses greater discernment than the average person. Very well. I can overlook the matter of killing Andolin, but you must agree to 2 conditions." The villagers' eyes brightened at Anderson's statement, sensing a glimmer of hope. Farmer, feeling helpless, asked, "What are they?" Anderson raised a finger. "First, the protection fee shall be 50,000 belly per person each month." 50,000? This amount is 5 times the previous fee, causing the villagers to display expressions of dismay. Farmer, maintaining his composure, inquired, "And the second?" With a sly glint in his eye, Anderson replied, "Secondly, your daughter Verdun and the vice chief's daughter Jenny must come with me." "What?" At this, Farmer was enraged. "My daughter and the vice chief's daughter are merely 15 years old. How could I allow you to take them? And even at 50,000 belly per person, we cannot save that much even if we abstain from food and drink." Anderson chuckled. "I care not for that. Verdun, that fiery young girl, has been on my mind constantly, and Jenny is also quite the beauty. You killed my brother, and this is how you shall repay it." At this moment, Farmer began to comprehend Anderson's true intentions. His quest was not for vengeance, but rather to extract greater profit from the villagers. In other words, Anderson felt no sorrow for Andolin's demise. Instead, he sought to exploit the villagers further. Such a heartless scoundrel, if he were to sacrifice his daughter to him, it would be akin to pushing her into a fiery abyss. Unlike Anderson, Farmer would rather face a brutal death than allow his daughter to suffer in any way. With this thought, Farmer drew his dagger, pointing its blade at Anderson. "Damn you, fiend. You shall not entertain such notions. Even if I were to descend into the depths of hell, I will not allow my daughter to be harmed." Though Farmer lacked combat prowess, he possessed unwavering courage, integrity, and a deep affection for his daughter, which earned him great respect among the villagers. "Old man, you have quite the spirit," Anderson remarked with a sinister smile. "If that is the case, I shall simply kill you all and take Verdun for myself." Just as Anderson was about to issue the order to attack, 3 ships emerged from the harbor. Has Lane arrived? No, it is not. Upon receiving the news, the villagers of Jinshi hurried to provide assistance. The 2 villages, Jindong and Jinshi have always been united, well aware of the adage that when the lips are gone, the teeth are cold. If Jindong were to suffer a massacre, Jinshi would undoubtedly face imminent disaster as well. The arrival of the villagers from Jinshi brought their numbers to parity with the pirates. However, this had little practical effect. Those with insight understood that even with equal numbers, it would merely result in more casualties. As the villagers encircled the vicious wolf pirate crew, Anderson scoffed with disdain. Are the numbers of those seeking death increasing? Thus, a fierce battle ensued between the pirates and the villagers. The air filled with cries of war and the clashing of swords. Though the villagers typically refrained from provoking the wolf pirate crew out of a desire to survive. With their very lives now at stake, they resolved to fight to the death. Anderson plunged into the fray, only to be intercepted by Miller, who declared, "Your opponent is me." Upon seeing Miller, Anderson smirked coldly. "A guardian, are you? Let us see how long you can protect these people." And so, Anderson and Miller became embroiled in combat. At that moment, Verdun rushed back from the mountainside, halting in shock at the sight of the battle unfolding before her. "Have they already begun to fight?" she exclaimed, then cried out to the crowd, "Father, I searched the mountains for ages and couldn't find him. That scoundrel Lane has already escaped." The villagers engaged in battle paid little heed to her words, as they likely anticipated this outcome long ago. Village Chief Farmer felt a surge of despair, regret, irritation, and anger. He had placed such trust in that boy, only to have him flee. He had once confidently assured everyone that this lad would defend the village. It was his own folly to have misjudged the character of the young man. Now, Farmer wished he could eliminate Lane. Yet, dwelling on such thoughts was futile. He shouted to Verdun in the distance, "Little V, run. The farther away, the better. Do not return." Verdun, in tears, responded, "But what about you, father?" Farmer replied solemnly, "Do not concern yourself with me. A father's duty is to protect his daughter. So run." Tears welled in Verdun's eyes as she obeyed her father's command and fled into the distance. Anderson overheard this exchange. How could he let slip the chance to capture the girl he yearned for day and night? While still engaged with Miller, he commanded the nearby pirates, "Go. And be sure to bring Verdun back to me, or I shall see to your execution." The pirates obeyed, rushing toward Verdun's direction. Meanwhile, Miller continued to grapple with Anderson. "Six styles, finger gun," Miller called out, channeling power into his index finger as it shot forth. Anderson, however, effortlessly evaded the attack with a graceful sidestep. "Six styles, gale foot." With a cyclone-like slash, Miller launched another assault, yet once more, Anderson dodged with ease. The speed of Anderson was astonishing. "A year has passed, yet your strength remains stagnant." Anderson scoffed disdainfully at Miller. In that instant, Anderson's hands transformed into the claws of a wolf, sharp as razors, viciously slashing towards Miller's chest. Caught off guard, Miller was unable to evade, and a lattice of blood marks was carved into his torso. Claws of a wolf. Indeed, it was the wolf. Anderson, captain of the evil wolf pirate crew, with a bounty of 10 million berries, was a user of the animal-type dog fruit, wolf form. A year prior, when the evil wolf pirate crew first invaded the village, Anderson had crossed swords with Miller, and at that time, they had fought to a standstill, with Anderson slightly stronger than Miller. However, over the past year, Miller, relying on his reputation, had gained the villagers' trust, but had been drained by indulgence in wine and women. Meanwhile, Anderson, in his quest to expand his influence, had continuously battled the inhabitants of other islands, naturally enhancing his combat prowess. Originally, as a devil fruit user, Anderson was already stronger than Miller, and with Miller's physical condition deteriorating while Anderson's strength grew, the disparity in their abilities was unmistakable. Six styles, iron block. As Anderson's wolf-like claws clenched into a fist, Miller activated the defensive technique, iron block, to withstand the impending blow. The result was devastating. As Anderson's punch sent Miller reeling, blood spewing from his mouth, eyes rolling back in defeat. "Your iron block is pathetically weak," Miller taunted the semi-beastified Anderson, gazing down at the prostrate Miller. Suddenly, Anderson's expression shifted. "You insolent fool, you dare impede my pursuit of Verdun? I shall make you suffer excruciatingly until your demise." With that, his wolf-like claws lunged towards Miller, slicing through his flesh, eliciting anguished cries from Miller. As the second strike came, Miller screamed in agony. By the third strike, he could endure no longer. "Anderson-sama, I beg you, spare me." Upon hearing Miller's pleas, Anderson's expression brightened with sadistic delight. "Ahaha, what a pitiful so-called guardian. You are nothing but this." The nearby villagers, still engaged in a fierce struggle, could scarcely believe their ears. He was regarded as the guardian of the village. How could he utter such words, even addressing Anderson as Sama? This revelation astonished the villagers further. One can paint a tiger but cannot depict its skin. One may know a person's face but not their heart. What shocked them even more followed. Anderson-sama, if you spare me, I am willing to do anything for you, Miller declared. Hearing this, Anderson's excitement intensified. Really? Then I demand you turn your spear against these ignorant, wretched villagers. Can you do that? Miller pondered briefly. Well, no problem. Farmer, who was battling fiercely nearby, had overheard the exchange between Miller and Anderson. After dispatching a pirate, he shouted towards them, Miller, do you even realize the words coming out of your mouth? Though Farmer harbored a deep-seated disdain for Miller, he could not genuinely fathom the possibility of betrayal from him. However, the reality diverged significantly from Farmer's expectations. Upon hearing Farmer's loud rebuke, Miller retorted, Silence yourself. Old fool, I have tolerated you for too long. You prance about with such arrogance that it is utterly irksome, as if you were some kind of savior. You must recognize that I am the true protector of this village. You've protected nothing. Farmer seethed, look at your current state. And yet you dare to spout such nonsense. The villagers, engaged in a desperate struggle, could no longer contain their indignation. Miller, we never imagined you to be such a person. We were truly mistaken. Miller, you are nothing but a beast. As these words reached Miller's ears, his expression darkened. Since you deem me a beast, allow me to show you just how beastly I can be. With that, he charged towards the crowd, unleashing a flurry of attacks with his skills, swiftly knocking 3 villagers to the ground. Miller had succumbed to the allure of absolute power, becoming a slave to darkness, turning against the very villagers he once vowed to protect. It was only now that the true nature of Miller was revealed, rendering the title of protector a bitter mockery for the villagers. His treachery further diminished the morale of the people, who felt the tides had turned against them, ushering in an impending doom. Amidst the turmoil, Anderson, brimming with excitement, remained undeterred in his pursuit of Verdun, convinced that a defenseless 15-year-old girl could not escape his grasp. To him, both Verdun and the village were mere possessions awaiting his claim. As anticipated, it was not long before 2 pirates returned with Verdun in tow. Upon seeing her, Anderson's blood surged with triumph. My dear child, you cannot elude my grasp. Verdun, pale as a ghost, understood the dire predicament she faced. Farmer, witnessing the unfolding events, cried out, You scoundrels, release my daughter. Just as the pirates were about to drag Verdun aboard their ship, 2 hidden weapons flew through the air, striking the pirates down. The projectiles were black shuriken, and a young boy stood at a distance, none other than Lane. At the sight of Lane, Verdun's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope, igniting her nearly extinguished spirit, albeit accompanied by profound uncertainty. Could he truly defeat Anderson? Farmer, upon seeing Lane, was overcome with tears of relief. That damned boy has finally arrived. We all thought you had fled unbeknownst to Lane. Anderson's arrival had been a surprise. After reaching the back mountain, he had traversed the water to the sea to hone new ninjutsu, explaining Verdun's inability to find him. In that moment, Lane shouted, Pirates, heed my words. If you wish to live, retreat to your side and cease your harassment of the villagers. It was I who killed Anderson. If you seek a fight, I await you here. Yet, who would heed the words of a mere child? The pirates continued their assault on the villagers. As Lane observed that he was being ignored, he drew several shurikens and launched them towards the pirates, each one striking its target with precision. It was only then that the evil wolf pirate crew began to regard this young boy seriously, halting their combat. Lane's formidable presence caused the crowd to split into 2 factions, those who had previously drawn their weapons now standing face to face once more. Fortunately, the skirmish had not lasted long, and aside from Anderson's confrontation with Miller, he had refrained from engaging, resulting in minimal casualties among the villagers. One could say that Lei Yin's arrival was timely. However, what good was his presence? To the onlookers, he was merely a boy possessing some minor sorcery, utterly inadequate to contend with Anderson. Feeling somewhat sheepish, Lane scratched his head and remarked, Mr. Farmer, I apologize for my tardiness. Farmer smiled and nodded at him, expressing his trust in Lane. At that moment, Waden fixed her gaze intently on Lane, recalling her father's words. If she could defeat Anderson, she would marry Lane. As soon as this thought crossed her mind, Waden shook her head vigorously. What am I thinking at a time like this? I would never marry that fool. Absolutely not. Besides, does he really think he can defeat Anderson? What a joke. While Waden was lost in thought, Anderson spoke up. Hey, are you the brat who killed my brother? Lane crossed his arms defiantly. Indeed, that would be me. At this, Anderson's expression darkened. You've ruined my plans, boy. Once I capture you, I shall see to your brutal execution. Rayan suddenly smiled. We'll see if you possess the capability to do so. Arrogant fool. Anderson then turned to Miller beside him. You, go deal with this brat. Miller trembled as he stepped forward, visibly ashamed to face the villagers. They glared at him with fierce resentment, wishing nothing less than to devour him whole. In their eyes, a traitor was far more despicable than an enemy. As Miller stepped forward, Rayan couldn't suppress a chuckle. Major, what brings you to join the evil wolf pirate crew? Miller, incensed by Rayan's provocation, retorted, Brat. Don't get cocky. You one team need Lord Anderson to handle you. I'll tear you to shreds myself. It seemed he truly believed himself to be a part of the evil wolf pirate crew. With that, Miller charged at Rayan. Against this assault, Rayan didn't even flinch, taking Miller's punch head-on. The strike inflicted no harm whatsoever. Rayan didn't even raise an eyebrow, and with a swift motion, he conjured a blade of white light, the white blade. This sharp chakra carved a deep wound across Miller's chest, causing him to collapse to the ground. Utterly incapacitated. What a useless waste. Anderson sneered coldly. At that moment, a little girl named Jenny appeared from nowhere, calling out to Rayan, Brother Rayan, you must defeat Anderson. If you manage to defeat him, my father will. All right, I understand. Rayan swiftly interjected. Aware of the impending words from Jenny, should she voice them, his embarrassment would be insurmountable. Meanwhile, the crowd remained skeptical of Rayan's ability to vanquish the formidable Anderson. Regardless, the battle had reached a fever pitch, drawing all eyes toward the two combatants. Anderson's hand transformed into that of a wolf, sharp claws glinting as they lunged toward Rayan. Yet, Rayan stood his ground, raising his right arm in defense. The razor-like claws failing to penetrate his skin even a millimeter. He had concentrated his chakra, forming a protective armor around his arm. Then, extending his left hand, a blue orb of energy materialized. Without a doubt, it was a chakra ball, appearing tranquil yet swirling with frenetic energy. A faint smile graced Rayan's lips as he unleashed the energy toward Anderson. Spiral sphere. Anderson, sensing imminent danger, leapt several meters away. Yet the spiral sphere detonated upon impact with the ground, creating a crater nearly 3 meters wide. Although he evaded the full force, the residual energy still inflicted injury upon his right arm. Damn it. Anderson grimaced, clutching his bleeding arm. Gasps of astonishment escaped both pirates and villagers alike. The villagers, in particular, began to re-evaluate Rayan, having only now acknowledged his prowess since his arrival in the village. Notably, Wiredan found herself involuntarily clenching her hands, gently biting her lower lip, her eyes fixed on Rayan, lost in thought. Anderson, now fully transformed into a beast, revealed a complete wolf form that had never before graced the eyes of the onlookers. The animalistic devil fruit bestowed unparalleled advantages to its bearer, significantly enhancing physical attributes, recovery, and vitality. Undoubtedly, this complete transformation represented the pinnacle of the Inu no Mi, in its wolf form. With the crowd's astonished gazes upon him, Anderson's wolf-like jaws opened and closed as he spoke. Kid, it is rare for anyone to compel me into such a state. I must admit, I underestimated you. Rayan silently contemplated his own training. Over the past days, apart from eating and sleeping, he had devoted nearly all his time to honing his skills. In fact, he had mastered the spiral sphere a week prior, and now he was refining an even more potent ninjutsu. At that moment, Rayan raised his right hand, gathering a chakra ball larger than before, with chakra swirling at an even greater velocity. As for the proposal of marriage, Rayan had declined. But to spare Jenny's feelings, he merely deferred, stating he needed time to consider. After all, his ambitions extended far and wide. He could hardly lose himself in the comforts of romantic entanglements. With the hero's words, the crowd naturally ceased their insistence. Thus, Rayan and Farmer returned home. Upon entering the courtyard, they were met with the heart-rending sound of sobs. Farmer, with Rayan in tow, stealthily peered into Wei Erdan's room, where they found her sprawled on the bed, weeping like a child. As she cried, she murmured to herself, although her voice was not loud. It resonated clearly to Rayan and Farmer outside the door. Now you have become the hero of the village. Are you satisfied? Are you reveling in your triumph? You are to marry Jenny. Well, I wish you both a lifetime of happiness. You arrogant, proud, and deranged fool. I would never marry you, not even if you begged me. Absolutely not. Whoa. A 15-year-old girl was sobbing more sorrowfully than a 3-year-old child. It turned out that Wei Erdan believed that, under the pressure of the villagers, Rayan's marriage to Jenny had already been arranged. At this juncture, Even a fool could discern Wei Erdan's feelings. In response, Rayan could only shake his head helplessly, just as he was about to turn away. Farmer stepped forward and said, "Mr. Rayan, witnessing such a scene, you must comprehend Wei Erdan's sentiments, no? This girl, she has already developed feelings for you. Moreover, I have great faith in you and hope you will become part of my family." Farmer's intentions were crystal clear. He hoped Rayan would marry Wei Erdan and become his son-in-law. Rayan scratched his head like a wooden puppet. "Well, Mr. Farmer, allow me some time to ponder this." Farmer smiled at Rayan. "Very well, I shall await your decision." In that moment, Rayan felt as though he might crumble under the pressure. On one side was Wei Erdan, and on the other was Jinny. No matter whom he chose, the other would be hurt. Yet, Rayan's true desire was to choose neither. He had resolved to become the most powerful and free man in this world. How could he confine himself here, settling for a mere corner? He understood that remaining here would indeed earn him great respect. And both Wei Erdan and Jinny, especially Wei Erdan, were exceptional beauties. Here, he could be revered like a deity, basking in fame and accompanied by a life of sweet tenderness. For many men, this would be an unattainable dream. Yet, it was not Rayan's dream. How can a sparrow understand the aspirations of a swan? How can a mere fish aspire to soar in the skies? Once it encounters the winds and clouds, it transforms into a dragon. That very night, reluctant to dwell excessively on matters of romantic entanglements, Rayan activated the system as personal information, revealing a significant transformation from his previous self. Rayan gender, male age, 16 years, ninja rank, lone ninja, advanced, bloodline limit, or jinchuriki, none ninjutsu, lightning release, chidori, a rank, white blade, D rank. Self-created technique assessed by the system, Rasengan, a rank, big ball Rasengan, a rank, inventory, ninja tools, weapon sealing scrolls X2. Shuriken X10 summoning beast, none sage mode, not activated chakra amount, 1200. Astonished by the swift growth of his powers, he also silently lauded the convenience of the system, for its inventory allowed for the storage of ninja tools and weapons without the need to carry them physically, akin to a spatial ring. Moreover, items stored within the system could be accessed at will. Having achieved the rank of lone ninja advanced, he was but a step away from reaching the level of middle ninja. Furthermore, upon attaining middle ninja intermediate, he would be able to activate the system for acquiring a bloodline limit or jinchuriki. Contemplating this, Rayan felt a surge of impatience to discover what his bloodline limit might be. His sense of satisfaction did not end there. He had recently dispatched the Andolin brothers of the Wolf Pirate crew, sealing their corpses within the scrolls. This meant he now possessed a bounty of 15 million berry. Should he choose to exchange this sum for ninjutsu, it would afford him 1B rank ninjutsu and 5C rank ninjutsu, significantly amplifying his chakra and combat prowess. However, the pressing issue remained. If he did not convert the corpses into berry, they would simply remain as two useless bodies. Thus, Rayan resolved to seek out the navy to redeem the bounty. Although he enjoyed considerable popularity and recognition within the village, his true aspiration lay in navigating the boundless seas rather than languishing in this comfortable haven. Consequently, the following day, he bid farewell to Farmer and the others. Naturally, they were reluctant to see him go, yet they could not dissuade his unwavering resolve. Witnessing his determination, they ceased their attempts to retain him. Farmer gifted Rayan a map of the East Sea and another of the Grand Line, along with a log pose, instructing him on its usage. Additionally, due to the earlier incident where a sea king had severed his ship, they presented him with a new vessel. As he prepared to depart, the port of the small island was thronged with people, all there to see him off, while two girls wept inconsolably. Unmistakably, these two were Jinny and Verdun. When Rayan set sail, Verdun could no longer contain her emotions, shouting towards the ship, "Rayan, you big fool. I won't let you off the hook. I have a faint understanding of your sentiments, but all I can say is, I'm truly sorry," Verdun Rayan murmured quietly to himself. He failed to grasp the true meaning behind Wei Erdan's declaration of "I will not let you go." By the time he comprehended it, it was already too late. As he finally sailed across the vast ocean, the gentle sea breeze enveloped him, stirring his emotions. Suddenly, he spotted a bird soaring nearby. He instinctively whistled, and the bird, upon hearing the sound, promptly flew towards him. It was a seagull, notably larger than usual, adorned with a naval cap and carrying a backpack slung around its neck. This was, in fact, the newspaper-selling seagull. The large numeral 80 emblazoned on its backpack indicated that each newspaper cost 80 berries. Hadn't it been 50 berries before? Had prices risen? Thought Rayan, well-versed in anime lore. The seagull nodded adorably in response. All right then, 80 it is. Here you go. Please bring me one, he said. Upon receiving the payment, the seagull retrieved a newspaper from its backpack and flapped its wings as it soared away. Rayan unfolded the newspaper, where the headline boldly announced, Vice Admiral Garp of the Navy headquarters to inspect naval branches in the East Blue soon. Garp is coming to the East Blue? Rayan mused. It made sense. The East Blue was often regarded as the weakest of the four seas. And given the overall frailty of naval forces in the four regions, most elite units stationed in the Grand Line and New World, this inspection was likely to send a strong figure to instill fear in the lawless pirates. Who was Garp, you may ask? A veteran figure within the Navy headquarters, a vice admiral with the strength of an admiral, and the father of Monkey D. Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army. He was renowned as a hero of the Navy, a legendary figure who had repeatedly cornered the Pirate King, Gold, Roger, and was famously known as Iron Fist Garp, with his power being beyond measure. However, these matters seemed rather distant from Rayan's own concerns, and he set the newspaper aside, turning his thoughts back to his own strength. The reason Rayan managed to ascend from a novice to a lower-level ninja in such a short span was not solely due to his relentless training. He had also accumulated experience through continuous battles, which not only enhanced his combat skills and personal strength, but also increased his chakra reserves. Yet, despite having acquired a certain degree of power, his speed remained significantly lacking, which constituted his greatest shortcoming. The foes he had previously encountered, Buggy, the two-tailed saber-toothed lion, Anderson, and Andolin, though they possessed strength many times greater than that of ordinary individuals, none exhibited remarkable speed, which accounted for Rayan's ability to defeat them swiftly. At this juncture, if he wished to grow stronger, he must enhance his speed, striving to achieve at least the level of the six-formed shave. According to his system, this meant he must acquire the body flicker technique. In the realm of Naruto, any technique allowing for instantaneous movement was categorized as a body flicker technique, encompassing space-time ninjutsu, taijutsu, and body replacement techniques, among others, with several representative examples. Shui possesses the remarkable ability to transition itself and surrounding objects between alternate dimensions in the realm of reality, thereby achieving extraordinary speed. This unique ocular technique is exclusive to Uchiha Obito and Hatake Kakashi in the original Naruto series, requiring the Sharingan for mastery. The Heavenly Force technique allows one to lock onto a target with the Sharingan and instantly relocate to a predetermined position. Additionally, the Fourth Raikage S Lightning Release Armor and Might Guy S 8 Gates technique also facilitate rapid movement. However, the most superior technique of instantaneous movement is undoubtedly the Flying Thunder God technique, which the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, has perfected to an unparalleled degree, earning him the title of the Yellow Flash. What form of instantaneous movement will I acquire? Raijin couldn't help but dream of the future. Just as Raijin was lost in thought, the sound of two impacts against the ship's hull jolted him back to reality. He hurried to the ship's railing and beheld two figures sprawled upon two splintered planks, looking rather disheveled as they gazed at him. One bore a tattoo of the sea, wore a forehead protector, and had a shock of red hair. The other, adorned with a bandit-esque tattoo and sunglasses, completed the scene. Both sported curved blades at their waists. Could it be Joseph and Johnny? These were Zoro's two underlings from the original tale, weak in strength yet fiercely loyal pirate hunters. It was evident from their appearance that they had either faced a maritime disaster or been assaulted by other pirates. Given their capabilities, it was a miracle they had survived. Joseph, with a woeful expression, looked up at Raijin from the deck and pleaded, "Brother, please save us. We have been adrift at sea for 2 days. On board." The two struggled to wring out their waterlogged garments. Raijin inquired, "What happened to you? Did you encounter a shipwreck?" "Don't even mention it," Johnny replied, shaking his blue jacket with a grimace. "A couple of days ago, we were attacked by the Admiral, Click, and our ship was sunk. Thankfully, we escaped his clutches." "Ah. So it was that fellow," Raijin thought casually, resting his hands behind his head. Click, a pirate of the East Blue. Had Johnny not mentioned him, Raijin would have completely forgotten about such a character from the world of One Piece. Joseph looked at him, perplexed. "Hey, brother, what do you mean by that guy? Don't speak so nonchalantly. Click has a bounty of 13 million berries. He is one of the foremost pirates in the East Blue, commanding over 3,000 subordinates and more than 30 warships. He is the leader of the largest pirate crew in the East Blue, and you treat him so lightly? You clearly do not grasp the gravity of the situation." At these words, Raijin fell into contemplation. He recalled that when Luffy set sail, Click was indeed the most formidable pirate crew in the East Blue, with a bounty of 17 million berries at that time. It was astonishing how early he had gained notoriety. Moreover, chronologically, it seemed that Luffy had yet to embark on his journey for several more years. Seeing Raijin silent, the two assumed he was intimidated, and Johnny chuckled. See? Now you understand Click's prowess, don't you? The mere utterance of his name was enough to instill fear in the hearts of the young men. As the words left his lips, 3 warships majestically approached, leaving Joseph and Johnny utterly astounded. By sheer coincidence, the flag of the clique pirate crew was prominently displayed upon these vessels. As the saying goes, once bitten by a snake, one is fearful for 10 years, having recently suffered a significant loss at the hands of the clique pirate crew. The 2 men quaked in trepidation upon encountering this formidable fleet. However, it appeared that Clique himself was not aboard any of the ships as his own vessel. The Deledano de Sabaloo was conspicuously absent from the trio. Nevertheless, the clique pirate crew was notorious throughout the East Sea for their brutal and tyrannical nature, mercilessly sinking any ship they encountered without hesitation. At that moment, an officer from the clique pirate crew stood upon the deck of the central warship, observing the vessel of Thunder Sound and commanding his subordinates to load the cannons. The cold muzzles of the cannons pointed ruthlessly in their direction. But Thunder Sound had already taken note of their intentions. Before the clique crew could fire their cannons, Thunder Sound had gathered Chakra at the soles of his feet, leaping onto the surface of the sea as if it were solid ground, propelling himself forward at an astonishing speed, while simultaneously conjuring a blue chakra sphere in his hand. Great Jade, spiraling sphere. He surged ahead to the bow of the central warship, and the energy sphere collided violently with the hull, erupting in a cataclysmic explosion, sending shards of wood and metal flying in all directions. Before anyone could comprehend the situation, the remaining 2 warships met the same fate, obliterated by Thunder Sound's relentless assault. Johnny and Joseph stood in stunned silence, utterly flabbergasted by the spectacle. What manner of creature was this? The sight of Thunder Sound walking upon the sea had already left them in awe, but the devastation wrought by his great jade, spiraling sphere, which reduced Clique's warships to mere splinters, was beyond their wildest imaginations. Just days prior, they had narrowly escaped death at the hands of Clique's fleet, and now Thunder Sound had avenged them, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. Upon his victorious return to the ship, Thunder Sound found both men prostrated before him. Johnny, ever the first to speak, declared, "Brother, your display of strength has won our utmost admiration." Joseph chimed in, thus, "We humbly beseech you to allow us to address you as our elder brother. May I inquire about your esteemed name?" "Elder brother?" Thunder Sound, feeling a wave of embarrassment, replied, I am called Thunder Sound." Subsequently, Joseph grasped the left leg of Thunder Sound's trousers, exclaiming, "Elder brother Thunder Sound, your might is unparalleled, and you have avenged our grievances. In my years as a bounty hunter, I have never encountered someone of your caliber." Johnny, meanwhile, clutched Thunder Sound's right leg. Weeping dramatically, "Elder brother, please take us under your wing as your loyal subordinates. Greetings, you two are quite boisterous. Please release me, I can scarcely walk." Unable to evade their entanglement, Lane reluctantly acquiesced. At that moment, Joseph and Johnny stood before him, one on each side, their symmetrical presence accentuated by the characters Sea and Thief, along with the 2 curved blades at their waists. "I am Joseph. I am Johnny," they chimed in unison. "We are the pirate hunters of the East Sea. We kindly ask for your guidance, dear elder brother." A myriad of black lines appeared on Lei Yin's forehead. All right. These 2 fellows, akin to their counterparts in the original tale, were indeed fond of addressing him as Big Brother. Lei Yin shook his head with a wry smile. As the ship resumed its voyage, the 3 engaged in conversation. Joseph inquired, "Elder brother, we only know your name is Lei Yin. What exactly are you?" Having witnessed Lei Yin's extraordinary prowess, it was evident to them that he was no ordinary individual, hence their curiosity. Leaning back with his hands behind his head, Lei Yin replied, "I suppose I can be considered a pirate hunter now. By the way, do you know where the nearest naval base is?" Although he possessed the sea chart and record pointer given by the village chief, the pointer could only indicate the direction to the next island after the current one had been thoroughly recorded. Eager to exchange bounties to enhance his strength, he had bypassed several uninhabited islands without pausing to rest. Thus, he hoped that these 2 bounty hunters would be well versed in the routes to the naval base. Joseph responded, "It should be Shellstown." Shellstown? Upon hearing this, Lei Yin recalled that in the original narrative, it was the first naval base entered by Luffy upon setting sail, guarded by Colonel Monka of the Navy's 153rd Division. However, by the current timeline, it was certain that Monka was not the commanding officer stationed there. Joseph continued. Shall we head there now? Lane nodded affirmatively. After a moment's contemplation, Johnny asked, Elder brother, do you have any captured bounty criminals to exchange for rewards? Indeed. Johnny, puzzled, replied, but we haven't seen you apprehend any pirates. Are they perhaps locked away in the cabin? Lane, disinclined to elaborate, stated, You will understand once we arrive. Upon hearing this, the two refrained from further inquiries. A day later, the trio reached their destination, Shell's Town. Initially, Lane assumed that Shell's Town, primarily occupied by the Navy, would be relatively large. Upon arrival, he discovered it was even smaller than he had anticipated. As soon as they disembarked, Lane wasted no time and headed directly toward the naval base, with Joseph and Johnny following closely behind. Upon reaching the entrance of the naval base, they encountered 4 soldiers stationed as guards. As the 3 approached, the soldiers raised their firearms, aiming directly at them. Who are you? Joseph remarked, Navy officer. We are bounty hunters, here to exchange the pirates we have captured for their rewards. We kindly request your assistance in allowing us entry. One of the higher-ranking sailors, a first-class seaman, retorted, And where are the pirates you claim to have captured? You 3 possess neither a living captive nor even a corpse. How can we trust your words? Joseph and Johnny exchanged glances, their gaze eventually settling on Thunder. In a calm manner, Thunder responded, Once I am inside, I will show you. As the standoff continued, an officer emerged from within. Upon witnessing the scene, he inquired, What is the situation here? The 4 individuals, upon recognizing the officer, saluted in unison. The first-class seaman reported, Sergeant Monka, we have 3 unidentified individuals claiming to be bounty hunters, seeking to exchange for rewards. This officer was indeed Monka, a relatively unknown sergeant at that moment. Thunder took a moment to assess him. Monka's jaw had yet to be shattered by the infamous crocodile. Unexpectedly, Monka declared, Let them in. This response surprised Thunder. He had not anticipated Monka to be so accommodating, yet they were granted entry without further incident. Monka was no fool. He recognized the absence of captured pirates in their possession and understood that when it came time for formalities, their inability to produce evidence would allow him to accuse them of defrauding the Navy, justifying their execution. Deep down, Monka harbored a savage and brutal nature. Although he bore no personal grudge against the trio, the thrill of bloodshed satisfied his bloodlust. Finally, they were introduced to the colonel of the Navy's 153rd branch, a middle-aged man with glasses, exuding an air of refinement. Naturally, the process of exchanging bounties required his endorsement. As the Navy inquired about the prisoners, Monka observed them with keen interest. Meanwhile, Thunder remained unperturbed, producing 2 scrolls from his hands, which unfurled gracefully upon the ground. With a gentle tap, 2 corpses materialized atop the scrolls. Astonishment rippled through the crowd as a Navy sergeant began scrutinizing a stack of bounty notices, comparing them meticulously to the lifeless forms. The figure on the left was Andolin, the first mate of the Wolf pirate crew, with a bounty of 5 million berries. The figure on the right was Anderson, the captain of the same crew, with a bounty of 10 million berries. As the sergeant read aloud the names and bounties of the deceased, a look of disbelief crossed his face. He involuntarily glanced at Thunder, the young man who had brought these notorious bounty hunters to their end. Initially, Thunder's miraculous summoning of the 2 corpses had left everyone in shock. But the revelation that this seemingly youthful individual had vanquished pirates with bounties exceeding 10 million was almost too remarkable to fathom. The East Blue, being the weakest of the 4 seas, typically harbored lower bounties for pirates, while bounties exceeding 10 million were quite common on the Grand Line, including the New World. They were exceedingly rare in the East Blue, where one could scarcely count them on their fingers, due to the inherent weakness of the East Sea. It is said that the naval forces here are comparatively the most feeble. Furthermore, the Navy has not encountered significant warfare, resulting in a lack of experience. The scale of a conflict akin to the Marineford War is simply unimaginable. Thus, when they witnessed the young lad effortlessly subdue a pirate crew with a bounty of 15 million, they were left in a state of astonishment. As for the matter of the scroll containing the corpses, Colonel Glasses, who possessed slightly more insight, suspected that the youth before him might be a user of a devil fruit ability, perhaps one related to storage. However, the events that unfolded subsequently shattered the colonel's worldview. That is a tale for another time. After a brief moment, the composed colonel adjusted his glasses and commanded, Summon the coroner to examine these 2 pirate corpses. Yes, in truth, it was not only the colonel, even Joseph and Johnny, who had accompanied Thunder, were eager to ascertain the authenticity of the bodies. After over 20 years of life, the series of events that transpired that day truly broadened their horizons. Once the coroner completed the examination, he reported to the colonel, "Sir, the examination confirms that these are indeed the bodies of Anderson and Andolin." Amidst the astonished and reverent gazes of those present, Thunder calmly collected the bounty of 15 million. The adoration that Joseph and Johnny felt for Thunder was beyond words. His reputation was truly well-deserved. What followed was the exhilarating moment. Upon exiting the naval base, Thunder beckoned Joseph and Johnny to a secluded area where he activated the system. "Confirm extraction of ninjutsu?" The system inquired. "Affirmative," Thunder replied. "Please select the grade and quantity for extraction." Thunder produced 300,000 berries, opting for the C grade and a quantity of 3. 9 shimmering cards inscribed with the character for ninjutsu appeared before him, and he casually selected 3. Even Thunder, though outwardly composed, felt a surge of excitement within as he awaited the results. Soon, 3 lines of text materialized before his eyes. Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique, C-grade, a commonly used fire release ninjutsu in the Naruto series. It involves gathering chakra in the throat and releasing it in a single breath to create a large fireball with considerable destructive power. Water Release, Water Whip Technique, C-grade, a fundamental water release ninjutsu that allows the user to spray water in torrents from their mouth. Lightning Release, Earth Walk, C-grade, this technique enables the user to release electricity through their hands, spreading it through the ground and water, thereby enhancing its potency when used in conjunction with water release. Fortune favored him as Thunder reflected on the 3 ninjutsu he had just acquired. The Great Fireball Technique is a staple among the Uchiha clan, representing a foundational fire release technique. The Water Whip Technique also boasts considerable practicality. As for the Lightning Release, Earth Walk, it felt somewhat redundant to Thunder, considering he already possessed the Lightning Release, Chidori, whose power might even surpass that of Earth Walk. Nonetheless, regardless of the circumstances, Thunder Sound's heart brimmed with joy. Yet, even more delightful events awaited him ahead. He still possessed over 10 million berries. Drawing a B-rank ninjutsu, Thunder Sound casually uttered, and 3 cards inscribed with the character for ninja, larger than those before, shimmered into view. Selecting the leftmost card, it slowly flipped over. Flying Thunder God Slash, B-rank, a space-time ninjutsu developed by the second Hokage, Senjitobarama. It is a variation of the Flying Thunder God technique. At this moment, Thunder Sound, previously composed, found himself overwhelmed with excitement. This Flying Thunder God technique was created by the second Hokage and later perfected by the 4th Hokage, Namikaze Minato. Although the Flying Thunder God Slash he drew could not match the speed and power of the 4th's Flying Thunder God, nor that of the superior A-rank Flying Thunder God, 2nd stage, it at least rivaled the speed of the 6 styles shaved from One Piece. In other words, Thunder Sound's speed had ascended to new heights. Just as Thunder Sound was brimming with enthusiasm and ready to showcase his skills, a prompt from the system echoed once more. Due to acquiring 4 new ninjutsu, your personal information has been updated. Name, Thunder Sound. Gender, male. Age, 16. Ninja rank, ch nin, initial stage, bloodline limit, or Jinchuriki. None ninjutsu, lightning release, Chidori stream, A rank, white blade, D rank. Self-created technique, Rasengan, A rank, big ball Rasengan, A rank, fire release, great fireball technique, C rank, water release, water chaos wave, C rank, lightning release, body flicker, C rank. Flying Thunder God Slash, B rank, inventory, ninja tools, weapon sealing scroll 2. Kunai 10 summoning beast, none sage mode, not activated chakra amount, 3,500. Upon reviewing his personal information system, Thunder Sound marveled. This was undoubtedly a remarkable leap forward. His ninja rank had ascended from Jinin to ch nin, initial stage, meaning he was but a step away from acquiring a bloodline limit, available at the mid-stage of ch nin. Furthermore, the sealing scroll, though it had previously contained the corpses of Anderson and Andolin, remained usable after their retrieval, thus still residing in his inventory. Lastly, a rather gratifying aspect was that his chakra value had reached 3,500. In the realm of Naruto, the concept of chakra value does not exist. Its explicit mention here is to illustrate the system's manifestation, allowing the host, Thunder Sound, to monitor his chakra levels during battle to prevent exhaustion and potential peril. Currently, each ninjutsu he employed consumed approximately 100 chakra points. For instance, Chidori Stream required 80, while the newly learned Great Fireball Technique demanded 105. This means that Thunder Sound could unleash the Great Fireball Technique over 30 times in a single battle. If one were to provide a definition, the Flame Ball Technique bears a striking resemblance to Ace's Fire Fist. This implies that in a single skirmish, the current Rayan can unleash approximately 30 Fire Fists, underscoring the magnitude of its power. To elaborate further, as previously mentioned, the chakra consumption for executing a Rasengan is roughly 200, while the giant Rasengan demands nearly 400. Presently, the chakra limit stands at 3,500. Rayan's earlier demonstration of power, utilizing 3 giant Rasengans, resulted in the complete destruction of Kekkei's 3 warships. If we consider these vessels as akin to the Navy's small military ships, it can be inferred that Rayan now possesses the capability to single-handedly annihilate 8 or 9 small warships. Should this rate of progress continue, it will not be long before he reaches the level of Chunin Intermediate and can harness the bloodline limits. Moreover, with the addition of the Flying Thunder God Slash, which boasts a speed comparable to 6 styles, Shave, one can hardly blame Rayan for feeling an exhilarating sense of triumph, having accumulated a total of 15 million berries. After acquiring 1 B-rank ninjutsu and 3 C-rank ninjutsu, Rayan is left with 2 million berries. This remaining sum is not earmarked for further jutsu, but rather set aside as pocket money for unforeseen circumstances. Subsequently, he spent 8,000 berries at the Hokage shop to purchase a ninja sword. The price alone indicates it is not a superior blade. The type he acquired resembles the katana wielded by Uchiha Sasuke in Naruto, akin to the Kusanagi. Of course, this ninja sword is far inferior to Sasuke's Kusanagi, being more comparable to an ordinary katana or a European sword. In the future, he undoubtedly aims to obtain superior weaponry, such as the 50 Craftsmanship Quick Blade, the 21 Craftsmanship Great Quick Blade, or even the 12 Craftsmanship Supreme Great Quick Blade. With these thoughts in mind, Rayan ventured into a clothing store and spent 50,000 berries on a gray long robe equipped with a sword sheath. He secured the ninja sword within the sheath, which was fastened to his back. The sea breeze rustled the gray robe, making him appear like a sword master reigning supreme, an impressive sight indeed. Rayan's choice to carry a sword, though in Japanese anime, the distinction between swords is often blurred, stems from his mastery of lightning release, Chidori, which allows him to channel lightning chakra into the blade, enhancing its cutting power. Additionally, by emulating his self-created technique, White Blade, when paired with a sword, its potency is significantly amplified. Today, Rayan's spirits are soaring. Having redeemed his bounty and acquired new ninjutsu, his strength has grown considerably. With over 1 million berries still at his disposal, he is determined to treat Joseph and Johnny to a delightful feast. They settled into a somewhat luxurious restaurant, and Rayan inquired, "What would you like to eat today? Feel free to order as you please." The two, beaming with joy, eagerly seized the menu, requesting marine beast meat, exquisite seafood, and exotic fruits and vegetables they had never encountered before. Unbeknownst to them, a group of a dozen or so intimidating figures observed from a distance. As the dishes arrived, the trio indulged heartily, engaging in cheerful conversation. As Joseph continued to speak while eating, he remarked, "Brother, you are indeed extraordinary. The events of the past few days have truly opened our eyes. Indeed," he continued, "when you retrieved the bodies of the pirates by some unknown means." That bespectacled colonel was left utterly speechless. Johnny concurred with a chuckle, "A bounty of 15 million. It's something we could scarcely imagine." In response to their admiration, Rayan merely smiled. However, their praise soon attracted unwanted attention. "Yes, especially when I witnessed you effortlessly vanquish the 3 ships of Captain Click. I could hardly believe my eyes," Johnny exclaimed. "That moment was exhilarating." Just then, a man approached from a nearby table, casting a sinister gaze in their direction. His voice icy as he asked, "What were you just saying?" Joseph, bewildered, replied, "What do you mean?" Johnny interjected, "We're having a conversation. It has nothing to do with you. Return to your seat." But before Johnny could finish his sentence, the man struck him squarely in the face, sending him crashing to the floor, rolling several times in the process. "Hey, you scoundrel!" Joseph shouted, drawing his curved knife from his waist. At that moment, a group of over 10 individuals from the adjacent table surrounded Rayan and his companions. These were the same people who had been observing them earlier. Upon hearing their conversation, they deduced that the trio were bounty hunters and had been keeping a close watch. The man who had struck Johnny spoke again. "I asked you what you were saying." Seeing Johnny down on the ground, and noticing the imposing stature of the group, Joseph felt a pang of fear but mustered his courage, pointing his blade toward them. Meanwhile, Rayan remained calm, stating nonchalantly, "We were discussing how we destroyed 3 of Captain Click's warships." The leader of the group responded, "Indeed, it is them. capture them, and bring them to the captain for punishment. It turned out these individuals were members of Click's pirate crew, who had come searching for the culprits responsible for the destruction of their ships. As the self-proclaimed largest pirate crew in the East Sea, their reputation was on the line. If word got out that their ships had been destroyed, they would lose face. Thus, Click had dispatched a considerable number of men to track down the offenders and reclaim his honor. The group confronting Rayan and his friends was merely a small contingent of that force. By sheer coincidence, they had overheard the conversation during their meal, and now they intended to capture the trio and deliver them to Click. As the leader commanded his men to charge at Rayan and Joseph, Rayan's lips curled into a subtle smile, and he drew his sword with a calm demeanor, revealing its gleaming white blade. With a swift motion, the blade carved a semicircle through the air, inflicting deep, bone-revealing gashes upon the advancing assailants, who fell lifelessly to the ground. The thunderous laughter of Rayan echoed as he remarked, "Indeed, the combination of the white blade with the sword enhances its might exponentially." However, with that single strike, only 2 adversaries remain, and upon witnessing such prowess, who would dare to engage? They fled in a panic. The patrons of the restaurant, both servers and diners alike, were also nearly gone in fright. Joseph then turned to Rayan and said, "Brother, they belong to the clique pirate crew. We must swiftly pursue the remaining 2 and eliminate them. Otherwise, we shall attract Clique's attention." "No need to pursue," Rayan replied. "That last strike was intentionally spared to grant them their lives." "Eh?" Johnny was perplexed. Rayan continued, "I am actually hoping for Clique to come." "Well, all right. As expected of you, brother," Johnny acquiesced. "But what about the bill?" he timidly inquired. With a smile, Rayan responded, "Given the current situation, I believe we need not pay. The reason is simple. The owner has fled in terror, so to whom shall we pay the bill?" Thus, the 3 of them enjoyed a delightful meal without expense. It seems there truly are free lunches in this world. In the East Sea, within a certain maritime region, a large naval vessel sailed proudly under the seagull flag. An elderly man with graying hair, donning a dog-headed mask, munched on rice crackers and inquired of a naval navigator, "How long until we reach our destination?" The navigator saluted with the utmost respect, reporting to Vice Admiral Garp, "We will arrive in approximately 35 hours. Garp smiled benevolently. "Very well, I shall take a brief rest." In Shell's town, the commotion stirred by Rayan did not initially attract Clique, but rather the navy of Shell's town. Upon investigation, they discovered that the fallen were pirates and, knowing that Rayan and his companions were bounty hunters, deemed their actions justifiable and did not raise any objections. However, unbeknownst to the navy, they had sown the seeds of calamity for themselves. "Brother, must we truly wait for Clique to arrive here?" Joseph could not restrain his curiosity. Rayan replied calmly, "Of course." "Well, all right." Although Joseph and Johnny acknowledged Rayan's strength, they were well aware that their opponent this time was Clique, the leader of the most formidable pirate crew in the East Sea, a notorious villain commanding nearly 3,000 subordinates and over 30 warships. Even if Clique refrained from engaging directly, his sheer numbers would be a formidable challenge. Seemingly reading their thoughts, Rayan suggested, "Perhaps you should flee quickly. Clique is likely to arrive in a couple of days." To his surprise, Joseph adopted a resolute demeanor, declaring, "Brother, how can you say such a thing? Since you choose to remain here, how could we abandon you in your time of need?" Johnny mirrored his stance, both standing resolutely with their fists resting on their chins. "Since we have chosen to follow you, we willingly embrace life and death together with you." Joseph and Johnny proclaimed in unison, "We humbly request your guidance, brother." Rayan observed their ceremonial performance with a head full of black lines, murmuring to himself, "I understand." His decision to wait here for Clique was not born of idleness, but rather a realization that the stronger the enemies he vanquished in direct combat, the greater the experience points he would gain, thus accelerating his ninja-level advancement. This resembled a gaming system, where defeating minions yields scant experience while vanquishing bosses brings abundant rewards. If he could triumph over Clique this time, it might very well unlock something extraordinary. Rayan pondered, his thoughts a whisper. During the wait, the trio returned to their ship, while Rayan was determined not to squander a moment and continued honing his skills. First, he stood upon the surface of the sea, gathering chakra in his hands, forming the shape of a Rasengan. He compressed it further, focusing intently. At that moment, the chakra sphere began to gradually swell in size. Initially, the process was not smooth, so Rayan practiced tirelessly. A day later, the awaited figure finally arrived. Clique had come. From a distance, the naval sentries spotted dozens of warships approaching, led by Clique's flagship, the Delito Nordsabalu. The formidable display sent the naval sentries into a flurry, hastily reporting to their superiors. The colonel stationed in Shell's Town, upon receiving the report, felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. This bespectacled and refined Colonel Schott, who commanded the 153rd Unit, had ascended to his rank purely through tenure, lacking any experience in warfare. Click's arrival was enough to make his heart race uncontrollably. Though formidable in the East Sea, no one anticipated Click's audacity to approach the naval base directly. Lane and his companions, particularly the anime-savvy Lane, were certain of Click's arrival. Click, who revered brute strength and exuded arrogance, was not one to tolerate such affronts. Lane's assumptions mirrored Click's thoughts. You dare to destroy 3 of my warships and slay so many of my men? Without delivering a lesson, how could I continue to navigate the East Sea? However, with Click making such a grand entrance, Lane and his companions were initially unaware of his approach. What was amiss? Shell's Town had 2 ports. Lane's ship was docked at the eastern port, while Click entered through the northern port. At the northern port, Click stood with arms crossed, one foot resting on the railing of his flagship, issuing commands. Men, even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground, find those 3 damned pirate hunters. Yes. Arg. The pirates, armed with swords, guns, and various weapons, leaped from their ships and charged towards Shell's Town. Click's grand display was not born of a noble desire for vengeance for his fallen comrades. Rather, it was a matter of pride. This incident had struck a blow to his reputation, and he was unaware if the 3 pirate hunters still lingered in Shell's Town. Thus, his overwhelming offensive was entirely aimed at bolstering his own stature. A certain colonel declared that the division he commanded was, at most, comprised of a mere 1,000 individuals, while he himself commanded a formidable force of 3,000. Should he vanquish the 153rd Navy Division, his renown would soar, and the reputation of the clique pirate crew would be further exalted. Even if he suffered significant casualties, he could amass a greater following. The commotion caused by clique would undoubtedly draw the attention of the Navy. Although Colonel Schott was apprehensive, he nonetheless ordered an offensive. The 153rd Division was, after all, merely a standard Navy outpost, possessing limited firepower and range. Before they could organize a coherent attack, the pirates surged forth like a relentless tide, swarming in all directions. A faction of the pirates, acting on Clique's directive, sought out 3 bounty hunters. In this chaotic scenario, the innocent townsfolk found themselves in dire peril. Faced with the cold-blooded savagery of the pirates, who would indiscriminately slay and plunder. True to their nature, the pirates remained unchanged in their penchant for devastation and looting. Despite claiming to be on a search, the sheer number of their ranks rendered any notion of restraint absurd. The residential areas had devolved into a veritable hellscape. While the Navy's forces were woefully insufficient, Clique commanded over 3,000 men, whereas the Navy could muster only a meager 700. The few Navy personnel stationed in the residential quarters had been slaughtered, leaving only a scant few hundred to defend the Navy base. The sounds of battle, the cries of the slain, the clash of steel, and the sporadic thud of cannon fire echoed throughout Shell's Town. The sporadic cannon fire and battle cries had already roused Thunder Sound and his companions. At the eastern port of Shell's Town, Thunder Sound ceased his training, inquiring, "From whence do these sounds emanate?" Joseph replied, "Brother, it comes from the northern port. It must be Clique. Let us proceed at once." Thunder Sound commanded, "Yes, brother." At that moment, Clique had led his forces to the very gates of the Navy base. Colonel Schott, paralyzed by fear, cowered within. Conversely, Sergeant Monka, born with a bloodthirsty and combative spirit, displayed considerable courage, rallying a small contingent to resist Clique, engaging in fierce combat at the entrance of the base. However, bravery alone could not overcome the overwhelming odds. Moreover, as a mere sergeant, Monka had limited command over military resources and, despite his greater physical strength, he lacked superhuman abilities. Soon, the gates of the 153rd Division were breached. Clique swaggered into the base, and the pirates, brimming with arrogance, swiftly encircled the premises. Thus, what began as a siege transformed into an urban battle within the base, where the officers of the Navy Division had suffered substantial losses, leaving Monka among the few surviving officers still resisting the onslaught. In stark contrast stood Colonel Schott, who had served in the Navy for over 20 years. He had never encountered such a humiliating predicament. At this moment, he was utterly devoid of fighting spirit, consumed by the thought of escape, only to find that the base had been encircled by Clique, leaving him with no avenue for retreat. Clique stood before the office building of Branch 153, arms crossed in a display of arrogance as he shouted inside, What kind of pathetic navy is this? Your combat prowess barely matches that of an ant. But I cannot blame you. After all, your adversary is none other than the Click pirate crew. Ahaha. It is indeed not entirely the fault of Branch 153. The Navy's elite forces are concentrated in the Grand Line or the New World. It is not just the naval headquarters that possesses greater strength. Even branches like G3 and G5 boast a combat capability that far exceeds theirs. Furthermore, the East Blue is notoriously known as the weakest sea. With feeble pirates, the Navy inevitably mirrors that weakness. To make matters worse, they are up against Click, whose numbers are frighteningly superior, nearly fivefold. Click had originally intended to seek out 3 individuals and execute them in his own fashion to instill fear throughout the East Blue, proving that he was not to be trifled with. However, he found himself confronted by a navy that could not withstand the assault. This unexpected turn of events delighted Click. Defeating a Navy branch head-on would restore his honor and serve to intimidate the East Blue, elevating his reputation and enabling him to rally more followers. After all, it was Click's men who had been slain in Shellstown. With no leads on the culprits, he had no choice but to turn his wrath upon the Navy. Caught in such a predicament, Captain Shorts could only consider himself unfortunate. The pirates had already breached the office building, and upon hearing Click's taunts, he felt as though he were listening to the voice of a demon. Terrified, he was on the verge of crawling under the desk had it not been for his pride. Observing the captain's palpable fear, a major shook his head in resignation, leading the last remaining reserve force to make a final stand. The reserve team, following the major, charged out of the office building, with the major at the forefront and the Navy soldiers behind him aiming their rifles at the pirates. What is your purpose here? Why do you attack the Navy? Click replied with a sinister grin. I am merely looking for 3 individuals. 3 individuals? Indeed, these 3 destroyed my warship and then killed my men in your town. But why assault our Navy? The major retorted, anger creeping into his voice. Click, with an insidious smile, replied, this is merely my interest. By eliminating you, I can truly live up to the title of the greatest pirate crew, and my fame will only grow. Are you jesting? Open fire. Kill him. The major commanded his soldiers loudly. Upon hearing the order, the soldiers pulled their triggers, unleashing a torrent of bullets upon Click. Yet Click merely scoffed, not bothering to evade. With a swift motion, the bracers on his arms transformed into a shield, shielding his face. As the bullets struck his body, they produced a cacophony of clinks and clatters, sparking harmlessly, unable to inflict any injury upon him whatsoever. Click, clad in a full suit of iron armor, was almost entirely armed to the teeth. With a disdainful snort, he cast a contemptuous gaze upon the Navy, viewing them as mere ants, oblivious to their impending doom. In the next instant, his arms transformed into twin machine guns, unleashing a relentless barrage upon the naval forces. The sailors were immediately scattered and decimated, their anguished cries echoing as they fell into pools of blood. The major was not spared either. Bullets pierced through his right arm and left leg. Supporting himself with his left arm, he trembled as he struggled to stand. Glaring fiercely at Click, Click aimed his weapon at him, remarking, I didn't expect you to possess such spirit. Very well, I shall grant you a swift end. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, a sudden blaze erupted at the entrance of the base, accompanied by screams, but they were the cries of pirates. Click instinctively glanced back to see 3 figures slowly approaching: Thunder, Joseph, and Johnny. Thunder, clad in a gray robe and carrying a ninja blade on his back, stood not far from Click, facing him directly. Click retracted his machine guns, disregarding the major, his full attention now on them. Who are you? He demanded. Thunder replied with a faint smile. Aren't you in search of us? Click's expression darkened upon hearing this. You are the ones who destroyed my 3 warships and killed 7 of my men in this town. Indeed, Joseph affirmed. At this moment, Click's pirates began to gather around, and one of them recognized Thunder. Captain Click, that's the kid who single-handedly slaughtered our 7 men. The pirate who pointed out Thunder was the very one whom Thunder had let escape at the restaurant that day. Meanwhile, the battles elsewhere had nearly concluded. With the Navy in disarray, officers like Monko were involuntarily rallying the remnants of their forces in front of the office building, while the pirates converged towards Click. All eyes fixed on the approaching trio. Click could not help but inquire of the nearby pirate, what was the cause of the fire at the entrance? The pirate, flustered, pointed at Thunder. It was this kid. I don't know what sorcery he used, but he spewed flames from his mouth. Fire? Flames? Click was taken aback. Could this fellow be a user of the flame fruit? Infuriated by the pirate's words, Click struck him on the head. What nonsense about sorcery. This is the power of a devil fruit user. The pirate, clutching his head in fear, stammered, I apologize, Captain. It turned out that while the Navy and pirates were engaged in fierce combat, Thunder had arrived just in time, setting fire and slaying numerous pirates. This scene was witnessed by a portion of the pirates and the Navy, including Monka. At that moment, as the Navy seemed on the verge of annihilation at Click's hands, it was Thunder's intervention that allowed many Navy personnel to survive. As the Navy witnessed the formidable strength of Rayan, the remaining soldiers instinctively gathered in the square, awaiting his next move. Meanwhile, the pirates congregated around Click, eager to see how their leader would address the situation. But what was the source of that inferno? It turned out to be Rayan unleashing a newly learned C-rank ninjutsu, the Great Fireball technique. At that moment, the square was divided into two distinct factions, pirates and Navy, seemingly anticipating the climactic battle between Click and Rayan. The Major, unable to contain his curiosity, inquired of a recently returned, disheveled Navy lieutenant about the blazing inferno. The lieutenant pointed at Rayan, declaring, "That lad is responsible. A user of a fire-type devil fruit." Perhaps? The lieutenant confessed ignorance, noting that in the East Sea, only a handful of powerful individuals had emerged over the past century, leaving them largely uninformed about devil fruits. Facing Rayan, Click declared, "You have chosen the wrong path. Having claimed the lives of my men, do not expect to depart unscathed. Are you truly so foolish as to challenge me?" At this juncture, a lean man clad in a red serpent-patterned coat brandished two T-shaped hammers and offered to handle Rayan for Click. Click smirked coldly. "Very well. Let them experience the taste of my iron hammer." Observing this, Joseph and Johnny quickly addressed Rayan. "Brother, you needn't intervene. We shall take care of this scoundrel." However, before Rayan could object, the two had already charged forward. Well-versed in the anime lore, Rayan recognized that this individual wielding the hammers was Akin, the commander of Click's pirate fleet. Despite his slender appearance, Akin possessed formidable combat prowess, having once bested Sanji in the original narrative. In truth, Rayan wished to warn them against engaging, knowing they would surely suffer. Yet, before he could utter his words, the three were already locked in combat, and predictably, Joseph and Johnny were swiftly overwhelmed. Akin stood triumphantly on Johnny's fallen form, pointing his T-shaped hammer at Joseph's head, mockingly questioning his audacity to duel him at such a dismal level. Witnessing the dire predicament of his companions, Rayan could barely bear to watch, covering his face in dismay. In less than 2 minutes, even in a 2-on-1 skirmish, these two had been reduced to such a state, truly vexing. At that moment, Akin raised his hammer, poised to end Joseph's life. Suddenly, a flash of blood illuminated the scene. The flying thunder god slash, white blade. A brilliant white light streaked through the air, severing Akin's outstretched arm and causing his T-shaped hammer to clatter to the ground, narrowly missing Joseph. Wow, what? The crowd had failed to perceive when Rayan had darted to Akin's side. This was the culmination of Rayan's newly learned B-rank ninjutsu, the flying thunder god slash, combined with his self-created technique, the white blade, delivering an exceptionally swift strike. Remarkably, Rayan had not drawn his sword. Had he done so, Akin's arm would have been severed entirely. "The speed is not as swift as I had envisioned," Rayan murmured to himself, although he harbored some dissatisfaction to the onlookers. His speed was already akin to vanishing. How did that lad manage to achieve this? Is this Six Styles Shave? Six Styles Shave? I have only heard of it, never witnessed it. The appearance of this technique incited a wave of discussions, not to mention Flying Thunder God. In the East Sea, there are scarcely any who can utilize Shave, although Akin bore a long and deep wound on his right arm. His spirit remained undeterred as he brandished his T-shaped hammer, charging toward Rayan. "You truly are a stubborn individual." With that, Rayan infused chakra into his leg and delivered a kick that sent Akin, along with his weapon, flying several meters before collapsing to the ground, unconscious. No one dared to approach, and Crick, having witnessed Rayan's prowess, felt a twinge of apprehension within. Capable of breathing fire and teleporting, he had effortlessly incapacitated the strongest commander aboard his ship. Surely, he would be next. The armor on Crick's right arm opened, revealing a small caliber cannon aimed at Rayan. "Young lad, though I am unaware of your origins, you seem rather formidable." Rayan suddenly smiled. "I appreciate the compliment. However, no matter how powerful you are, can you withstand cannon fire?" As he spoke, the cannon on Crick's arm flashed with 3 bursts of light, launching 3 projectiles toward Rayan. In response, Rayan retrieved 3 shurikens from his inventory, infused with chakra, and hurled them toward the incoming cannonballs. The shurikens struck the projectiles with precision, causing them to explode mid-air, inflicting no harm upon anyone. Not even the cannonballs could injure him. Is this fellow invincible? Observing Lei Yin effortlessly thwart the cannon's assault, the pirates displayed expressions of profound apprehension. Meanwhile, the Navy felt a sense of reassurance as they considered Lei Yin an ally. His victory would also signify their triumph. The Major shouted with enthusiasm, "Charge, young man. Though I do not know who you are, you must defeat Crick. Go, little one. Overcome them." The Navy rallied behind Lei Yin. It was indeed a rare sight for an organized military force to support an individual. Nevertheless, Lei Yin mused that even if the Navy intervened, it would likely only increase casualties without any substantial effect. At that moment, Crick was genuinely struck with fear, unable to mask the trepidation on his face, setting aside the previously displayed strength. The fact that even successive cannon fire could not harm Lei Yin left him at a loss. What abilities does this young man possess? He feared he could not fathom the answer even if he racked his brains. Witnessing this, Crick turned to his crew of pirates and commanded, "You lot, go and eliminate that fellow for me." "What?" The pirates exhibited expressions of dismay. "But, Captain," Click exclaimed in anger, "are you all intent on defying my orders?" The pirates, bewildered, thought to themselves, "Weren't you supposed to deal with this little brat? Why are we involved?" Reluctantly, they steeled themselves and charged forward. In the face of the approaching horde, Lei Yin merely smiled faintly. With a swift motion of his hands, he formed a seal. Water release, water chaos technique. He placed his index and middle fingers to his lips, releasing a torrent of water that cascaded forth, scattering the advancing pirates in disarray. Dozens were knocked over, drenched and resembling drowned rats. At this moment, not only the Navy and pirates, but even Joseph and Johnny, who were spectating, were left agape. What on earth is happening? We are practically battling a monster. This individual is beyond our capacity to defeat. The cries of despair echoed among the pirates. Fire breathing, water spouting, teleportation, and deflecting cannonballs. Good heavens, even a devil fruit user could not possibly possess such a multitude of abilities. Yet, the ordeal was far from over. The next display of Lei Yin's powers repeatedly shattered the spectators' perceptions. Meanwhile, a large warship anchored in the harbor north of Shell's town. "Why are there so many pirate ships here?" a perplexed lieutenant on the vessel inquired. "Captain Garp, something seems amiss in the town. It appears to have recently experienced warfare. Fires are raging everywhere." Hearing this, Garp removed his dog head mask, a grave expression settling on his face as he gazed at the town. "Something has definitely occurred. We must investigate immediately." "Understood, Captain." Click, witnessing the fallen pirates, took a moment to process the situation before issuing another command for attack. However, the spirits of the pirates had waned. They yearned to flee this treacherous place, to escape from this monstrous boy. Yet, they were bound to obey their captain's orders. A subtle smile played at the corners of Lei Yin's mouth. "Seeing you all in such distress, I shall grant you a swift end." Just as the pirates were left puzzled, Lei Yin swiftly formed another seal, extending his fingers towards the ground. Lightning release, earth walk. With that, bolts of electricity surged across the ground towards the pirates. They scarcely had time to escape, each one scorched and blackened. Particularly those previously struck by the water chaos technique or standing in water, who were left unconscious from the shock. The lightning release, earth walk, a C-rank ninjutsu, was amplified by its combination with the water release. Thus, only Click remained capable of fighting among the pirates, as Click could no longer suppress the terror within him. In an instant, he transformed completely, donning the spiked cloak of the Sword Mountain, equipping diamond gauntlets, and brandishing his most formidable weapon, the Great War Gun. He was virtually armed to the teeth. With the Great War Gun in hand, Click taunted, "Youngster, let us see how you intend to strike me." The spikes of his cloak of the Sword Mountain nearly enveloped his entire body, its hardness surpassing even that of his original iron armor, rendering him impervious to blades and fire alike. He believed that no matter how powerful the lightning strike, it could not harm him while clad in the cloak of the Sword Mountain. Seeing Click covered in spikes, Lei Yin couldn't help but chuckle. "Uncle, you finally donned a divine outfit, but it looks no different from a durian." At this remark, Click's fury intensified, and he swung the Great War Gun, exclaiming, "You brat, watch as I cleave you in two." At that moment, Lei Yin felt he had toyed enough and finally drew the ninja blade from his back. Everyone's gaze was fixated on this boy who had continually astonished them. In the next instant, the ninja blade crackled with the surge of lightning. Lightning release, Chidori blade. What? As Click charged forward in terror, the cloak of the Sword Mountain was shattered by the lightning-infused ninja blade, cutting through his chest. Click collapsed to the ground, convulsing a few times before succumbing to silence. Observing Click's lifeless body, Rayan retracted the lightning power and sheathed the ninja blade. This technique, lightning release, Chidori blade, was originally created by Uchiha Sasuke in Naruto, and Rayan had evolved it from the lightning release, Chidori flow, technique, categorizing it as a B-level skill. In truth, at the outset, Rayan possessed the capability to eliminate Click in a single strike, capable of annihilating the Click pirate crew by himself. The reason he employed such a multitude of techniques was twofold: to experiment with the newly acquired ninjutsu and to toy with the minions for a bit of experience points. Thus, from the very beginning, Rayan had not engaged in a serious battle. What Rayan was unaware of was that 3 minutes prior, Garp had arrived and witnessed Rayan's impressive display as he dispatched Click with the Chidori blade. We won. We have triumphed. This lad is indeed astonishing. It feels like a dream. The remnants of the 153rd Marine Division could no longer contain their excitement, erupting into cheers. Seeing this scene, the newly arrived Garp could not resist inquiring, "Where did this kid come from?" The lieutenant replied, "I'm not sure. But he doesn't seem to be one of ours." Following their victory, the Marines began to clear the battlefield and reassure the townsfolk. Upon seeing the arrival of the Marine headquarters, the remaining pirates surrendered obediently and were taken into custody. It was precisely a week prior when Rayan had read the headline in the newspaper stating that Garp had been ordered by Admiral Sengoku to inspect the East Sea. Yet he had not anticipated encountering such a scenario upon reaching Shell's town. Thus, Garp promptly dispatched personnel to investigate the origins of the matter, with utmost priority given to identifying the young rogue who had slain Click. Simultaneously, he personally interrogated the naval officers of the 153rd Division. Within the office building of the 153rd Division, upon hearing the accounts from the officers, Garp, in a fit of rage, rose abruptly, raising his fist to shatter the desk before him into splinters. "Bring me Colonel Short at once. Expel him from the naval base, effective immediately, and never employ him again." "Understood." Colonel Short was indeed a figure of considerable infamy. Throughout the conflict, he had remained conspicuously absent, paralyzed by fear. As the commanding officer of a base, he had callously abandoned his troops, inciting Garp's ire. Though Garp often presented a nonchalant demeanor, he approached matters with unwavering seriousness. How else could he have forced the former pirate king, Gold, Roger, into dire straits on multiple occasions? How else could he achieve the esteemed rank of Rear Admiral in the Navy? Moreover, the moment Garp's fist obliterated the desk, all officers present fell into a profound silence, truly deserving of the epithet Iron Fist. Following Short's dismissal, a valiant yet less pivotal major was elevated to the rank of colonel within the 153rd Division due to his courageous conduct in battle. Additionally, Monka was promoted to lieutenant for his resolute defense against pirates. As for Thunder, Garp heard the sailors of the 153rd Division describe him as a being capable of spewing fire, expelling water, unleashing lightning, teleporting, and even possessing some swordsmanship. Such claims sounded utterly ludicrous. Listening to their solemn nonsense, Garp suspected a malfunction in his hearing. However, given that the entire division echoed this sentiment, he began to harbor doubts. Surely, these sailors could not all be mad? Even the most formidable of the Logia-type devil fruits, the dark fruit, could only absorb the abilities of one fruit, at most two. Yet this individual displayed no less than 3 elemental abilities. Such a person must be a fabrication, right? Nonetheless, since the entire division spoke in unison, Garp's curiosity was piqued, compelling him to seek the truth, for seeing is believing. He had not been present at the incident. However, to his surprise, 2 days later, Thunder himself returned, with a simple motive. He had come for his reward. Initially, following Click's defeat, the town of Shells lay in ruin, and Thunder had hesitated to directly request the Navy for the bounty. Now, with the Navy having regrouped and nearly restored, he made his appearance. Garp, seated at his desk, indulging in snacks and tea, greeted Thunder with his signature benevolent smile. "Young man, I was just about to send someone to find you. I didn't expect you to arrive on your own. Looking for me." The furrows on Garp's forehead converged as his smile widened. "Your exploits have become legendary within the Navy. I dare not dismiss them as mere tales." "Indeed." Before Rayan could fully comprehend Garp's words, Garp discreetly signaled a nearby Navy colonel. Without hesitation, the colonel launched a flying kick towards Rayan. Fortunately, Rayan reacted swiftly, dodging the strike just in time, causing the colonel to miss and instead kick a large hole into the wall. Angered, Rayan exclaimed, "Hey, old man, What do you mean by this? Garp, munching on a rice cracker, replied, "This is Colonel Prutz, my security deputy. You shall spar with him." Lei Yin's exploits had become the talk of the 153rd Navy Division, and his display of at least 3 types of attacks had left many in disbelief, prompting Garp to send someone to assess his abilities. Colonel Prutz exhibited a stoic demeanor, his expression as unyielding as a stone, giving off an air of aloofness. Observing the gaping hole he had just created, Lei Yin leaped through it, causing Prutz to believe he was attempting to flee, and he immediately pursued him. Once on the Navy training ground, Lei Yin halted, stating, "The space inside was too confined. Let us continue here." Prutz remained silent, his expression unchanged, and swiftly lunged at Lei Yin. Garp stood behind the recently created hole, watching the unfolding battle with keen interest. Prutz initiated the encounter with the technique known as Six Styles finger gun, aiming directly at Lei Yin. Unfazed, Lei Yin allowed the attack to connect while reinforcing his body with Chakra, resulting in Prutz being knocked back several steps. It was evident that this colonel from the Navy headquarters was on an entirely different level compared to Miller. A subtle smile formed on Lei Yin's lips as he realized that this opponent was not to be underestimated. Engaging with formidable adversaries was one of his passions. At that moment, the training ground was surrounded by personnel from the 153rd Navy Division, all eagerly observing the clash. With hands deftly moving, Lei Yin swiftly formed seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. A surge of intense heat erupted as a brilliant crimson flame shot forth from Lei Yin's mouth, hurtling towards Prutz, who vanished without a trace, using Six Styles shave. The onlookers began to chatter excitedly, recalling the young boy from that day, who had once again demonstrated the same fiery technique. Seeing this, Garp began to believe the reports from the 153rd Navy. Though he felt a twinge of apprehension, could this be the ability of the Logia-type flame fruit? No, that's impossible. Ace has already consumed it. How could there be 2 identical powers in the world? As Garp pondered, Prutz had already closed the distance to Lei Yin. Six Styles, Gale Kick. Prutz lifted a leg, unleashing a blue shockwave that sliced through the air, but Lei Yin vanished at a breathtaking speed. The blue wave carved a deep scar into the ground. Flying Thunder God Slash. As the sound of thunder echoed once more, it had already positioned itself behind the lieutenant colonel. Upon turning around, the officer found a sphere of blue chakra coalescing in the hands of the young warrior. Spiraling sphere. The lieutenant colonel had no time to react as the attack struck him mercilessly, sending him hurtling over 20 meters away before crashing to the ground. Trembling, he attempted to rise, but ultimately succumbed once more, declaring the young warrior's victory. At this moment, even Garp couldn't help but scrutinize the boy, the seasoned naval officer. Despite his extensive combat experience, was no match for this youth, who possessed an unfathomable strength. The young warrior approached slowly, gazing up at Garp on the 3rd floor, and proclaimed loudly, "Old man, I have defeated this fellow. May we now discuss my matters?" Garp donned his dog-head mask and erupted into hearty laughter. "Ha ha. It seems I have underestimated you. You are indeed no ordinary child. Very well, speak of your desires. I killed Clyke, now grant me my bounty." The admiral, a rear admiral of the headquarters, considered this matter as a mere formality. After a moment of contemplation, Garp replied, "Very well, but you must agree to one condition." "A condition?" Garp spoke earnestly. "I sincerely invite you to join the Navy." "What say you?" "What?" Upon hearing this, the young warrior's jaw nearly dropped. Despite Garp's usual jovial demeanor, he spoke with a seriousness that left no room for jest. Joining the Navy had never crossed the young warrior's mind since his arrival in this world. He had contemplated becoming a pirate hunter, a pirate, a revolutionary, or an adventurer, but never a member of the Navy. With a grave expression, the young warrior asked, "What if I refuse?" Garp adjusted his dog-head hat, folding his arms across his chest. "Ha ha. If you refuse, then you can forget about that bounty of 13 million. What? Garp was known for his unpredictable nature, and the young warrior believed he could very well follow through with such a threat. Anger began to swell within him. "Hey, old man, can you at least be reasonable? Is this how you recruit people?" Garp continued to laugh heartily. "You need not join the Navy, but you must defeat another opponent first." Without a moment's hesitation, the young warrior inquired, "Who?" Garp leapt down from the 3rd floor opening with a flourish. "Me." "So, how about it, boy? Do you dare to accept the challenge?" "What?" Even though the young warrior had bested a naval officer and could contend with those bearing bounties in the millions, Garp was no ordinary adversary. He was the longtime rival of the Pirate King, Gold, Roger, possessing strength rivaling that of the 3 admirals and the 4 emperors. For the first time since his arrival in this world, the young warrior felt the weight of an insurmountable challenge. Thus, he agreed to this duel. Recognizing the folly, yet embracing the spirit of a true hero, Kapu chuckled, "Ha ha ha. Young one, you truly possess audacity. However, allow me to remind you of our agreement. Should you be defeated, you shall not receive even a single belly. Enough chatter, let us commence." As Rayan spoke, he unsheathed the ninja blade from his back, clenching the hilt between his teeth. Without hesitation, his hands danced in intricate motions, forming seals with remarkable speed. Fire style, fireball jutsu. A blazing sphere of fire surged directly toward Kapu, who did not flinch. Instead, he struck the fireball with a powerful punch, dissipating it into thin air. Of course, Rayan did not anticipate that this initial attack would vanquish his opponent. Gripping the blade now in his hand, he charged forward. Electricity crackling ominously around the weapon. Lightning blade. Chidori. It became evident that Rayan had meticulously devised a plan. Using the fireball jutsu as a diversion to catch Kapu off guard with a swift electric strike. Without granting Kapu a moment to react, the Chidori sliced toward him. But Kapu swiftly raised a foot, kicking Rayan's right hand and disarming him, thereby nullifying the attack. Iron Fist of Love. In an instant, Kapu retaliated with his formidable Iron Fist, launching a punch toward Rayan. The latter narrowly evaded with a B-rank flying Thunder God Slash. Yet Kapu's fist collided with the ground, creating a deep crater that sent shockwaves through the gathered 153-member Navy unit. Gasps of astonishment escaped their lips. Unbelievable. Truly worthy of a vice admiral. Kapu's Iron Fist lives up to its name. I had never witnessed such a fierce battle. This young lad is indeed formidable. Having repeatedly triumphed over strong foes, now standing toe-to-toe with a vice admiral. As the onlooking Navy personnel murmured among themselves, Rayan reappeared before Kapu. Gathering a larger blue chakra sphere in his hands, even grander than the one he had unleashed against Puru. Rasengan. Even Kapu could sense the overwhelming spiral energy emanating from it, and he dared not underestimate the attack, raising his Iron Fist to meet it head-on. Iron Fist of Love. The two forces collided, creating a powerful shockwave that sent the hats of the onlookers flying. As the Navy watched in stunned silence, Rayan was propelled back several steps. Indeed, it seemed that his strength paled in comparison to Kapu's. Shaking his head inwardly, he acknowledged the sheer power behind the old man's strikes. He was not holding back in this duel. If you give your all, I shall meet your challenge with equal fervor. With that thought, he swiftly formed seals with his hands, unleashing a fierce ninjutsu, water style, water chaos technique. A torrent of water erupted toward Kapu, who again raised his fist, shattering the water column into a spray that scattered in all directions. No matter the myriad of techniques you employ, I shall shatter them with a single punch. Rayan had long anticipated that if he could vanquish Garp in such a manner, he would need to possess combat prowess on par with the four emperors, if not greater. Under the relentless assault of Garp's Iron Fist, the ground was already drenched. At that moment, Rayan was channeling the chakra of lightning, preparing to unleash a formidable electric attack against Garp. Lightning release, 1000. Bang. Before Rayan could release the 1000 birds technique, Garp swiftly appeared before him using the 6 styles, sorrow, delivering a crushing blow that sent Rayan crashing to the ground. Caught entirely off guard by the ferocity of the strike, Garp's Iron Fist is renowned throughout the world, yet few realize his mastery of the 6 styles. Particularly the Sara technique, which he has honed to perfection, surpassing even Rayan's flying Thunder God Slash in speed. After all, the man who has repeatedly forced the pirate King Joel D. Roger into dire straits is certainly no ordinary individual. Rayan, though severely impacted, managed to rise from the ground. Does this fellow still wish to continue fighting? Truly tenacious. The Navy personnel discussed amongst themselves as Rayan extended his right hand, gathering a swirling sphere of blue chakra once more. Meanwhile, Garp's fist had darkened, clad in haki, Iron Fist. His haki-imbued fist ruthlessly descended upon Rayan's head, driving him into the earth and creating a deep crater. This time, Rayan did not rise. He had been defeated. Garp helped Rayan to his feet, a warm smile returning to his face. To think you could compel me to unleash my Iron Fist no less than 5 times in this battle. You are quite remarkable. Little one, ha ha ha. Rayan, looking somewhat disheveled, managed to force a smile. Defeat is defeat. I accept my loss, old man. I promise to join the Navy. Ha ha ha, splendid. If you can indeed come aboard, I shall warmly welcome you on behalf of the Navy. Why does Garp desire Rayan's enlistment in the Navy? It is well known that he has long wished for his 2 grandsons, Ace and Luffy, to become formidable Navy warriors, yet his aspirations have been met with disappointment. Ace has already slipped from Garp's watchful eye, venturing out to sea as a pirate. As for Luffy, the simple-minded child, he incessantly declares his ambition to become the Pirate King, leaving Garp utterly speechless. At this moment, Rayan, only slightly older than Ace, reminded Garp of his two grandsons. Witnessing rage and strength, Garp intentionally sought to recruit him into his ranks. However, old man, there is one matter you have yet to agree upon, Rayan interjected. Garp removed his dog-headed mask. What is it? My 13 million. You have yet to pay me, Rayan stated earnestly. Garp's head swelled. His teeth sharpened as he bellowed at Rayan. Hey, you are now a Navy soldier. Why are you still talking about money? Lane spoke with unwavering confidence. Old man, you must remember that when I defeated Clink, I was still a bounty hunter, not a Navy officer. Therefore, this sum of money rightfully belongs to me. His argument was compelling, leaving Garp speechless. All right, fine. There's no arguing with you. Well, I must thank you, old man. Although Lane faced defeat, he garnered immense favor from Garp, leaving others to perceive that he had not truly lost. One must ponder, amidst these vast seas, how many could rival the Iron Fist Garp? It was imperative for Lane to grow stronger. He resolved silently within himself. Now that Lane had joined the Navy, there was no longer a reason for Joseph and Johnny to accompany him. A day later, Lane gifted his ship to the two of them. They expressed profound gratitude. Standing on the vessel, side by side, appearing remarkably symmetrical, each with a curved blade at their waist, resting their fists on their chins, Joseph said, "Brother, we are truly grateful for your care all this time." Johnny added, "Brother, we have never admired anyone until you." Joseph continued, "When we meet again, we hope to be as strong as you." Lane smiled at them and replied, "Yes, by the next time we meet. I may have risen to the rank of admiral in the Navy. You too must strive to become formidable." Johnny affirmed, "We will certainly do so." Tears streamed down their faces as they covered them with their hands, crying, "Brother, take care of yourself. We are leaving." Observing their sorrow, Lane smiled gently. "Well then, until we meet again. If I learn of any peril befalling you, I will surely lend my aid." After bidding farewell to the two, Lane received a bounty of 13 million from Branch 153. He reactivated the Hokage system, which brought forth exhilarating news. Your ninja rank has reached Ch intermediate, allowing you to draw your first bloodline limit, with an initial cost of 10 million berries. Would you like to confirm this draw? Without hesitation, Lane clicked to confirm. 10 cards, inscribed with the orange symbol of the ninja, materialized before him. Lane selected the 5th card from the right, and as it slowly flipped over, the moment of anticipation approached. Once the card revealed its face, a line of small text appeared. Sharingan, a ocular technique, the bloodline limit of the Uchiha clan. Descendants of Indra, the son of the sage of 6 paths, capable of continuous evolution. Upon reading this, the card transformed into an orange light that surged into Lane's body. Then the system continued to prompt. As the bloodline limit significantly enhances the host strength, the cost for the first draw is 10 million berries. The second draw 100 million berries, the third 1 billion berries, and so forth. The cost escalates with each subsequent draw, indicating that the host may possess more than one bloodline limit simultaneously. Could it be that he now possessed the Sharingan? It all felt as if he were in a dream. Now, it was time to experiment. Sharingan, activate. Upon gazing into a mirror, he was taken aback to find 2 spinning tomo within his own eyes. The double tomo Sharingan? Even within the recesses of his mind, there stirred a sense of astonishment. As he beheld the swirling tomo in the reflection, he felt as though he had glimpsed a radiant future ahead. Amaterasu, Tsukuyomi, Kamui, and even Susanoo. However, having just acquired the Sharingan, he was yet to acclimate, sensing the rapid depletion of chakra within his body. Thus, he temporarily retracted its powers, allowing his eyes to revert to their normal state. Yet, the journey was far from over. With the awakening of the Sharingan, he found himself in possession of 3 million berries, complemented by the remaining 180,000, bringing his total to over 480,000 berries. Subsequently, he activated the ninjutsu system and chose to draw 2 C-rank techniques. The results were as follows. Lion's Barrage, C-rank, a martial technique that involves propelling the enemy into the sky with a kick, followed by a devastating strike. Wind Release, Great Breakthrough, C-rank, exhaling a gust of wind to disperse the enemy, possessing minimal lethality. Having obtained the Sharingan and these 2 C-rank techniques, his personal information underwent another update. Name, Lane, gender, male, age, 16, ninja rank, Ch intermediate, bloodline limit, Sharingan, currently double tomo, ninjutsu, lightning release, Chidori Stream, A rank. Lightning Sword, Chidori Blade, B rank. White Blade, D rank. Self-created technique as per system assessment. Rasengan, A rank. Giant Ball Rasengan, A rank. Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique, C rank. Water Release, Water Wave Technique, C rank. Lightning Release, Body Flicker, C rank. Flying Thunder God Slash, B rank. Lion's Barrage, C rank. Wind Release, Great Breakthrough, C rank. Inventory, Ninja Tools. Weapon Sealing Scrolls 2, Kunai 10 Summoning Beast, Non-Sage Mode, Not Activated Chakra Amount, 57,200. Upon reviewing his resume, Rayan nodded in satisfaction. Having already committed to joining the Navy, he now awaited Captain Garp's arrangements. In truth, joining the Navy was not without its merits, particularly under Garp as command, as it would grant him direct access to the Marine headquarters at Marineford, allowing him to witness the wonders of the New World. Not to mention, given Rayan's overwhelming prowess that had even impressed the 153rd Branch Navy during their encounter, it was widely believed that his entry into the Navy, regardless of rank, would at least place him at the level of a lieutenant. Yet, Garp bestowed upon him an unexpected military title, Private Third Class. Within the confines of the office of the 153rd Branch Colonel, Rayan expressed his bewilderment. "Old man, you must be jesting. Surely, I am deserving of a higher rank than this." Garp, maintaining his jovial demeanor, replied, "Youngster, you are still too inexperienced. If you were to return with me directly to the Marine headquarters and I granted you a higher rank, it would undoubtedly provoke dissent among the ranks. Moreover, your current fervor is admirable, and I wish to refine your skills." As Rayan pondered, he asked, "Wait, are you implying that I am not only a private but also barred from accessing the Navy headquarters?" Garp chuckled, "Indeed. I plan to place you in Rogue Town for a period of training before eventually allowing your return to the Navy headquarters." Despite Garp's seemingly carefree and humorous demeanor, he possessed a remarkably astute mind. Rayan's abilities were not insignificant, and he was destined for growth. If he were to be brought back hastily, it would certainly raise questions among others regarding this mysterious individual. Should he later defect or cause any other issues, it could severely tarnish the Navy's reputation. By having him stay in Rogue Town for a while, it would allow Rayan to acclimate to naval life while also establishing his credibility when he would eventually be presented at the Navy headquarters as a reputable member. Since Garp had made his intentions clear, Rayan agreed. To keep their relationship discreet, Garp completed Rayan's paperwork before returning to the Navy headquarters. Though Garp had only bestowed upon him the rank of private, he held Rayan in high regard, as he sought to bolster the Navy's ranks. After Garp's departure, Rayan set sail in a small boat towards Rogue Town to report in. Rogue Town, situated near the entrance of the Grand Line, was the birthplace and execution site of the former pirate king, Joel D. Roger, earning it the title of the town of beginnings and endings. Upon arriving, Rayan observed that Rogue Town was significantly more vibrant than his previous locales of Shelts Town, East Village, and West Village. The streets were impeccably clean, lined with a variety of shops and restaurants, and the women strolling along the roads were adorned in fashionable attire. Considering the timeline, the current colonel in Rogue Town should not yet be Smoker, Rayan mused to himself as he walked. While lost in thought, he noticed 3 Navy personnel nearby. A little girl, joyfully skipping with an ice cream cone, accidentally bumped into the middle sailor, splattering ice cream all over him. Judging by his uniform, the central sailor was a sergeant, flanked by 2 privates. The girl's father rushed over, apologizing profusely. "Navy officer, I sincerely apologize. My daughter did not mean to." "You imbeciles! Can't you watch where you're going?" bellowed the corpulent sergeant. "Indeed, you are disrespecting the Navy," chimed in the private to his left. The little girl was startled, breaking into tears. Her father appeared distressed. "Officer, my daughter truly did not mean to. Spare me your excuses. You've sullied my trousers." "What do you intend to do about it?" demanded the hefty sergeant. "What do you suggest we do?" the father inquired, his face contorting with concern. "Compensate me with 10,000 berries." The father's expression turned grave upon hearing this. "Officer, that is utterly unreasonable. How dare you defy me?" With that, the sergeant struck the man, causing him to stagger, prompting the little girl to cry even more fervently. The corpulent sergeant showed no signs of relenting, launching a kick towards the little girl. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a young boy appeared and sent the sergeant sprawling with a swift kick. This boy was none other than Rayan. The sheer audacity of the act left the 2 privates nearby utterly astonished. The one on the right was the first to recover. "Hey, kid, are you seeking death? Do you even know who you're dealing with?" I care not for whom you serve." With that, Rayan retaliated with a punch, knocking the private down. The one on the left rushed to assist the fallen sergeant, who rose from the ground, his expression darkening. What in the world is happening today? So many ruffians have emerged. I swear, that brat will pay dearly. With that, the sergeant, named Beck, drew his sword and charged at Rayan. In a flurry of motion, Rayan leapt into the air, delivering a kick that sent Beck soaring, followed by a knee strike to his abdomen that brought him crashing down. Beck coughed up foam and fell unconscious. Rayan's intervention was not born from nobility. Rather, he was incensed by Beck's arrogant demeanor and had a particular fondness for young girls. Beck, a notorious figure in Rogue Town, was rumored to have powerful connections, using his influence to bully others and dominate the town, even more brazenly than a crab. Thus, even before officially enlisting in the Navy, Rayan had already crossed paths with a formidable adversary. When Beck regained consciousness, Rayan had completed his enlistment and had been assigned as a third-class private in the 6th Squad, which, by unfortunate coincidence, was led by Beck himself. It was a classic case of enemies drawn together. Aware that Rayan possessed considerable strength, Beck refrained from confronting him directly after being knocked out in a single blow. That evening, he ordered his squad to deal with Rayan. Under the cover of night, while Rayan was sound asleep, Beck sent a few of his men to sneak up on him. With a subtle signal, they pounced on Rayan, pinning him to the bed. Awakened abruptly, Rayan found himself face to face with the menacing visages of his assailants. Beck approached with a sinister grin, taunting, "You dare to lay me low upon your arrival? I cannot simply overlook this." The other privates echoed his grim amusement. Rayan remained unfazed, replying coolly, "What do you intend to do?" Beck's smile grew even more sinister. "To celebrate your arrival, we shall give you a proper welcome tonight." One private chimed in, "We'll help you loosen up a bit." With that, they began to haul Rayan away. But in an instant, he vanished from their grasp. Where did he go? As they bewilderedly scanned their surroundings, Rayan had reappeared behind Beck. "What are you searching for?" "Here I am, you fools." Beck turned around, his voice slightly trembling. He is here. Quickly, capture him." These few individuals were no match for Thunder Sound. In mere seconds, Thunder Sound charged through the advancing navy, scattering them like leaves in a tempest, leaving them writhing on the ground in agony. Beck stood frozen, and Thunder Sound unleashed a powerful move, the Lion's Roar, which sent Beck crashing to the ground, blood pouring from his mouth and nose. Thunder Sound drew his sword, seated himself upon Beck, and pressed the blade against his portly neck. Fear washed over Beck's face. Visibly contorting, "Thunder Sound, I was wrong. Thunder Sound chuckled, "Sergeant, who was it that wanted to loosen my muscles just a moment ago?" Perhaps the blow had caused internal injuries, for blood still trickled from Beck's nostrils. Thunder Sound, "Oh no, my lord, I was blind to your greatness. Please." Thunder Sound teased, "I wonder if I were to carve a few lines on your rotund body, would it yield some oil?" Beck's face turned pale with terror. "My lord, I was wrong, truly wrong. I beg you, spare me this once." "Ah, so I am now a lord, how truly delightful," he replied with mock seriousness. Beck continued to plead for mercy, his cries echoing. Thunder Sound lightly slapped Beck's chubby face twice, suddenly changing his demeanor. "Listen, you gluttonous pig, behave yourself from now on, or I shall surely carve 2 pounds of fat off your body." Beck, trembling, replied, "Understood, Thunder Sound, I understand." After this ordeal, Beck dared not provoke him again. Both were members of the 6th Squad, with Beck serving as its captain, although they shared the same roof. Beck always greeted Thunder Sound with a smile, calling him brother, fearful of offending this seemingly formidable figure. Thunder Sound appeared less like a mere private and more like a commanding officer. As a subordinate of the Navy, the 2nd and 3rd class soldiers typically engaged in basic shooting and sword training. In the initial days of his arrival, Thunder Sound participated in daily drills with the Navy. However, he soon found such training tedious, considering it a waste of his potential. Thus, after a few days, he ceased attending the drills and began his own practice. Despite this, Sergeant Beck dared not utter a word of complaint. One day, while Thunder Sound was diligently cultivating the spiral sphere, a prompt from the system arrived. "The system has determined that you have reached the level required to enter an alternate dimension to hunt spirit beasts. Would you like to proceed now?" What a delightful surprise. Without a moment's hesitation, Thunder Sound confirmed his choice. In the next instant, he found himself in another realm. As he looked around, he beheld towering mountains shrouded in mist, resembling a celestial paradise. After a brief stroll, he arrived at the foot of the highest peak, where a stone tablet stood, boldly inscribed with 3 golden characters, "Holy Buddha Ridge." Holy Buddha Ridge? This inevitably plunged Rayan into deep contemplation. In the realm of Hokage, the three great sacred lands are Mayaboka Mountain, the Dragon Cave, and the Wet Bone Forest, yet the sacred Buddha Ridge was unheard of. While he pondered, an unfriendly creature unexpectedly emerged from behind the stone tablet. It was a white tiger with black stripes, measuring over 3 meters in length. Yet it bore a resemblance to a cat. Later, Rayan would learn that it was called the cat-tiger-demon-beast. Upon seeing Rayan, the cat-tiger-demon-beast wasted no time, unsheathing its razor-sharp claws and pouncing on him, knocking Rayan to the ground. Unfazed as he lay there, Rayan maintained a serene smile. What's this? Attacking without provocation? Your temperament as a big tabby cat is quite unpleasant. In response, the cat-tiger let out a roar and opened its massive jaws, aiming to bite Rayan's head. In an instant, Rayan performed the Flying Thunder God Slash, vanishing from his spot just as the cat-tiger's bite missed its mark. When the cat-tiger realized his presence again, Rayan had already appeared behind it, teasingly remarking, "Hey, little tabby, if you could easily bite me to death, I doubt I would qualify to enter this sacred Buddha Ridge." Hearing this, the cat-tiger roared in fury, splitting into 4, surrounding Rayan from all directions. Was this a shadow clone technique? Truly worthy of a ninja beast from Hokage, possessing such skills. Regardless of the circumstance, Rayan's eyes abruptly transformed. Sharingan, activate. In the next moment, 2 tomo began to spin within his eyes. Without further ado, the 4 cat-tiger demon beasts lunged at Rayan from all sides. Fire release, fireball technique. With his hands moving deftly, Rayan swiftly formed seals and unleashed a torrent of searing flames at one of the beasts. It turned out that the cat-tiger's clones were merely E-rank shadow clones, easily discerned by Rayan's Sharingan, prompting him to launch an attack. The 3 clones struck by the fireball dissipated instantly. However, to Rayan's astonishment, the true form of the cat-tiger, upon being hit by the fireball technique, spewed forth water that extinguished his flames in an instant. Moreover, the force of the water propelled Rayan back several meters. The cat-tiger's water technique was not the C-rank water chaotic waves, but rather the higher-tier B-rank water dragon bullet technique. This piqued Rayan's interest immensely. Realizing that his technique was ineffective, Rayan concentrated his chakra in his right fist and aimed a powerful strike at the cat-tiger. Just as his fist was about to make contact with the beast, a formidable wall appeared before him, leaving only a fist imprint upon impact. What was this? Earth release, earth flow wall. This creature not only possessed water techniques, but also earth techniques. How intriguing it was becoming. Observing the solid wall erected by the cat-tiger, a faint smile crept upon Rayan's lips. In the next moment, he unsheathed the ninja blade from his back, channeling lightning into its core, causing the entire blade to emit a sizzling sound. Thunderblade, Chidori. As the thunderous sound surged forth once more, he swung the sword, cleaving through the earthen wall and striking the body of the cat-tiger beast, blood splattering in all directions. In an instant, the wounded cat-tiger beast transformed into an adorable little tabby cat, restored to its pristine state as if it had never been harmed. Its size indistinguishable from that of a young domestic cat. Just as Rayan was taken aback, the little tabby cat dashed towards him like a flash, leaping onto his shoulder and gently licking his cheek like a playful puppy. He had anticipated that this little creature might launch an attack, but it was evident from its demeanor that it was there to befriend him. While Rayan remained bewildered, another figure appeared, a standing raccoon. A standing raccoon? Rayan scrutinized the creature before him, which stood upright, garbed in what resembled a robe, approximately 1 meter tall. Amusingly, it bore a sword on its back, slightly shorter than its own height, creating a rather absurd yet harmonious image. Upon witnessing this sight, Rayan nearly burst into laughter but managed to suppress it. The two stood face to face in silence for a moment, until the raccoon finally spoke. "You are quite remarkable to have defeated the cat-tiger beast." The unexpected voice startled Rayan. "Who are you? To be precise, you should have asked what kind of raccoon it was. I am the Raccoon Sword Immortal of the Sacred Buddha Ridge. You may also refer to me as the Raccoon Scatter Immortal. The Buddha has kept me waiting for you for quite some time." The Raccoon Sword Immortal? The Buddha? Rayan was utterly perplexed. What are you talking about? Who is this Buddha? What is the Sacred Buddha Ridge? And what is the story behind this little cat? The Raccoon Sword Immortal did not answer directly, instead drawing the sword from its back. "Answer me these questions after you defeat me." With that, the raccoon charged forward. As a confrontation seemed imminent, the little tabby cat leaped down from Rayan's shoulder. Observing the situation, Rayan swiftly executed a hand seal, unleashing a technique. Fire release, great fireball technique. Upon completing the hand seal, a searing flame erupted forth. Earth release, Earth Dragon Bullet. Simultaneously, as Rayan expelled the flames, the ground before the raccoon morphed into a massive earth dragon, which opened its mouth wide, consuming the flames entirely. The raccoon sword immortal sat atop the head of the earth dragon, surveying Rayan with an air of superiority, as if ready to swallow him whole. The Earth Dragon Bullet technique was a B-class Earth release technique, and Rayan was astonished that this seemingly unassuming, even somewhat comical raccoon possessed such power. Faced with the imposing Earth Dragon, Rayan felt no fear, only delight. The creatures in this place continue to astonish me time and again. Upon hearing this, the cat demon swordsman did not respond but instead gently waved his finger. In an instant, the great maw of the Earth Dragon opened wide, unleashing a torrential barrage of mud projectiles, mercilessly aimed at Thunder Sound. One by one, the mud balls violently impacted the ground, effortlessly piercing through it and transforming the area into a sieve. Unbeknownst to the cat demon, just before the Earth Dragon expelled its muddy assault, Thunder Sound had vanished from that very spot, using the flying Thunder God Slash. When Thunder Sound reappeared, a chakra sphere had already coalesced in his hand. He upheld the chakra ball and forcefully struck the Earth Dragon's head, delivering a devastating blow that caused the creature to crumble into dust. The once formidable Earth Dragon dissipated in an instant, and the cat demon descended back to the ground. To have vanquished the cat tiger beast and effortlessly dismantled my Earth Dragon bomb, it is no wonder that you are favored by the Buddha. Who exactly is this Buddha that has been mentioned from the beginning? At that moment, the cat demon unsheathed the sword from his back, declaring, "Let me test you further." Seeing this, Thunder Sound also drew his ninja blade in preparation, still enveloped in swirling lightning. The clashing of swords rang out continuously within the battleground. And as the young tiger cat observed, the cat demon swordsman's swordsmanship gained the upper hand. After several dozen exchanges, the cat demon suddenly executed a decisive slash, cleaving Thunder Sound's ninja blade in two. What's this? The battle abruptly ceased, and an awkward silence ensued. Thunder Sound discarded the severed half of his blade, gathering energy in his hand as he charged at the cat demon. Unfazed, the cat demon formed hand seals, and at that moment, a colossal rock fist emerged from his chest. Earth release, a rock fist technique. Great sphere, spiral sphere. The two forces collided with a thunderous explosion, sending shockwaves that even affected the young tiger cat watching from the sidelines. Thunder Sound, the cat demon, and the young tiger cat were all propelled back several meters. The cat demon swordsman and Thunder Sound found themselves evenly matched. Standing up and brushing off the dust, Thunder Sound observed the cat demon nodding in satisfaction. Indeed, just as the Buddha envisioned. Young man, you have proven yourself. If you have any questions, now is the time to ask. No sooner had he spoken than the young tiger cat leaped onto Thunder Sound's shoulder. Pointing at the young tiger cat, Thunder Sound inquired, "What is this little creature?" The cat demon sheathed his sword and replied, "This is known as the cat tiger beast, a legendary creature from ancient times. In its usual state, it exists in this form, the young tiger cat, but under special circumstances or in battle, it can grow to a massive size, resembling what you first saw." The young tiger cat gently licked Thunder Sound's cheek, and he affectionately patted its head. The cat demon continued, "The nature of the cat tiger beast is one of unwavering loyalty. It recognizes the first person to defeat it as its master and will never betray them." Upon hearing this, Rayan glanced at the small tiger cat, a smile gracing his lips. "In essence, this little tiger cat is now your spirit beast. When the need arises, you may summon it. The summoning hand seals are tiger, rat, tiger." The raccoon cat demonstrated the sealing method for Rayan. After listening, Rayan gently patted its head, saying, "From now on, I shall rely on your guidance, my feline spirit." The little tiger cat let out a cute meow and smiled at Rayan. "This realm is an alternate dimension for you, where time stands still compared to the outside world. The most renowned places in the Naruto universe are the three great lands, yet this place is also a sacred land, albeit lesser known. What I am about to tell you may astonish you even further. Holy Buddha Ridge holds a status superior to the three great lands, and the immortals residing here possess strength that surpasses that of the three great lands." Rayan inquired, "Is that so?" "Indeed. Much like the Toad Sage of Mayaboka Mountain and the White Snake Sage of Ryuchi Cave, the residents of Holy Buddha Ridge belong to the Raccoon Cat Immortal Clan." Rayan questioned, "The Raccoon Cat Immortal Clan? So, the Buddha you mentioned is also a raccoon cat?" The raccoon cat's sword immortal stroked its chin. "That is indeed the case." "So he is your leader?" Rayan deduced. "Yes, in your terms, that is correct." Understanding dawned upon Rayan. just as Naruto trained at Mayaboka Mount. Holy Buddha Ridge would be his sanctuary for cultivation. Therefore, next, he declared, Raccoon Cat Sword Immortal, I wish to practice Sage Mode. So please take me to meet your Buddha at once. Upon hearing this, the Raccoon Cat Sword Immortal chuckled, Young one, you have yet to attain the level required for Sage Mode. When you return next time, you may practice it then. I see, Lane mused. The system stipulates that one must reach the level of Jonin, mid-tier, to unlock Sage Mode. Clearly, the time is not yet ripe. Nevertheless, having acquired a formidable spirit beast makes this journey worthwhile. However, the next words from the Raccoon Cat Sword Immortal illuminated his thoughts. Our Raccoon Cat Immortal clan excels in water release and earth release, ninjutsu, and I can teach you these techniques. Is that true? Lane replied, excitement evident in his voice. Next, I will demonstrate the hand seals for several techniques. Pay close attention. With that, Lane activated his Sharingan. The Raccoon Cat Sword Immortal proceeded to demonstrate various ninjutsu, including Earth Release, Earth Dragon Bullet, Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall, Earth Release, Earth Spear, Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet Technique, and Water Release, Water Barrier. Lane meticulously memorized each technique. Subsequently, the Raccoon Cat taught Lane some secret sword techniques from the Raccoon Cat Immortal clan, which he recorded with his dual Tomo Sharingan. Then, the Raccoon Cat Sword Immortal unsheathed the sword from its back and placed it in Lei Yin's hands. Lane received the sword, his expression one of astonishment. What is this? This is one of the 11 Kusanagi swords. Your ninjat was too fragile. I shattered it with a single strike. So consider this, Kusanagi sword, as compensation, the Raccoon Cat remarked nonchalantly. In the world of Naruto, the Kusanagi sword is a divine weapon forged by the Kusanagi clan, surpassing ordinary ninjat by countless magnitudes. The Kusanagi sword is not merely a single blade, but a category of which there are 11. Within Naruto, 3 are explicitly mentioned. One belongs to Orochimaru, capable of elongating and shortening at will in conjunction with his secret techniques. Another is Itachi Uchiha's Teketsu sword, used in tandem with his Susanoo. The third is in the hands of Sasuke Uchiha, whose sword becomes extraordinarily sharp when paired with the lightning release technique, Chidori. Lane gazed incredulously at the newly acquired Kusanagi sword in his hand. It was a magnificent straight sword, radiating a faint blue hue, appearing remarkably resplendent. Is this Orochimaru's Kusanagi sword? If this is compensation, the gift is rather extravagant. The Raccoon Cat Sword Sage seemed to read his thoughts. There is no need for such astonishment. Your arrival at St. Buddha Ridge signifies your affinity with our Raccoon Cat Sage clan, marking you as one of our disciples. Thus, consider this a modest token of our welcome. After a moment of contemplation, Lane did not decline. Indeed, when we meet again, I shall strive to become even stronger. The Raccoon Cat Sword Sage replied, Yes, I firmly believe that will be the case. After bidding farewell to the little tabby and the Raccoon Cat, Lane returned to the world of One Piece, resuming his training in an open field. Indeed, as the Raccoon Cat Swordmaster had foretold, during that period in St. Buddha Ridge, the world here remained in a state of suspension. Lane once again activated the system to review his personal information. Lane, gender, male, age, 16. Ninja rank, CH Nin, high level, bloodline limit or Jinchuriki. Sharingan, currently a double Tomo. Ninjutsu, lightning release, Chidori stream, A rank. Lightning sword, Chidori blade, B rank. White blade, D rank. Self-created technique is persistent assessment. Rasengan, a rank. Udama Rasengan, a rank. Fire release, great fireball technique, C rank. Water release, water chaos wave technique, C rank. Lightning release, earth walk, C rank. Flying thunder god / B rank. Lion's barrage, C rank. Wind release, great breakthrough, C rank. Earth release, earth dragon bullet, B rank. Earth release, earth flow wall, C rank. Earth release, earth spear, B rank. Water release, water dragon bullet technique, B rank. Water release, water barrier technique, B rank. Inventory, ninja tools. Weapon sealing scrolls X2, Kunai X10, Kusanagi sword, used by Orochimaru. Summon beast, cat tiger beast sage mode, not activated chakra mount, 15500, 15500. Gazing at his personal information, Lane was astonished by his rapid growth. In less than half a year, he had acquired such an array of ninjutsu and even mastered the Sharingan. Furthermore, his rank was nearing the threshold of J-Nin. Should he attain J-Nin, mid-level, he would then be able to cultivate Sage Mode. Lane had thoroughly instilled fear in Sergeant Baker through his prowess. Even in the absence of daily training, Baker dared not utter a word against him. However, within the naval officer hierarchy, the rank of sergeant was not the only one present. The 6th Squad had an individual who was consistently absent, and it did not take long for others to notice. This 6th Squad belonged to the 2nd Platoon, and upon discovering the situation, Lieutenant Ray questioned Sergeant Baker. "What is going on? Why is one of your squad members absent?" Baker stammered in reply, He is." Lieutenant Ray pressed, "What do you mean? What is the issue?" With a quick shift in demeanor, Baker began to weep as though mourning a great loss. "Lieutenant, you are unaware. This fellow has been bullying me with his strength. He even threatened that if I dared to interfere with him in the future, he would pierce me with his sword. Woe is me." Upon hearing this, Rake was instantly infuriated. "What insolent brat? What is his name?" Baker replied, "He is the new private, named Lane. Just a mere private, yet he dares to be so arrogant." Baker's cunning ploy to divert attention was remarkably effective. Although Lei Yin's absence from training was indeed inappropriate, it was Baker who had initially bullied Lei Yin, contrary to his claims. As previously mentioned, Baker was the local tyrant of Rogue Town, backed by a formidable support. That support was none other than Lieutenant Rake himself. In other words, Lieutenant Rake was essentially his superior. Do not be deceived by Baker's usual displays of arrogance and his penchant for bullying the weak. Beneath that brash exterior lies a cowardly soul, terrified of confrontation. The reason he refrained from informing Captain Lake about the beating he received from Lane is rooted in his fear of retribution. He is well aware that Lane possesses the uncanny ability to vanish from sight and reappear seamlessly behind one. Furthermore, Baker harbors doubts about whether Lake would be capable of subduing Lane. When Captain Lake inquired about the incident, Baker exaggerated the tale, believing that this would absolve him of blame should Lane come to learn of his report. After all, it was the captain who demanded an account of his whereabouts. Not an act of betrayal on Baker's part. To bully one's own subordinate is akin to striking a blow to one's own face. Failing to discipline such behavior would bring disgrace upon Baker, the captain, especially considering the offender is merely a private. Meanwhile, Lane remains oblivious to these machinations, diligently honing his skills in a deserted field. Wind release, great breakthrough. Lane forms hand seals, summoning a tempest that sweeps across the tranquil sea, creating a swirling vortex. Quite impressive. He muses to himself. With the mastery of wind release, he now possesses wind chakra within him. By merging this wind chakra with the technique known as spiral sphere, he envisions the potential of unleashing a formidable jutsu. Just as these thoughts occupy his mind, an unwelcome group arrives. Captain Lake, accompanied by over 60 subordinates. The fact that one individual can single-handedly overpower an entire squad indicates a certain level of prowess. Thus, to ensure a definitive lesson is imparted to Lane. Lake has brought his troops to impose a severe reckoning, reminding him of the omnipresent authority of the military. As the captain and his soldiers approach, Lane remains unperturbed and inquires, "Captain Lake, what brings you to me?" A lieutenant by Lake's side steps forward, declaring, "Lane, you exhibit remarkable audacity. Not only have you assaulted your superior and comrades, but you also show blatant disregard for military discipline by neglecting training. Are you aware of the gravity of your offenses?" Lane scratched his head in exasperation. "Well, you see, the daily target practice and assassination drills are exceedingly tedious. Such methods hardly contribute to my improvement." "What? You dare to underestimate the Navy?" "I don't underestimate the Navy. Perhaps these methods are effective for you, but they offer me no enhancement whatsoever." Before the ensign could continue his rebuttal, Captain Lake interjected, "Lane, I acknowledge your talents, yet you have gravely violated military discipline. Are you aware of your transgressions?" "Well." Lane scratched his head, feeling a sense of helplessness. He had initially joined the Navy after losing a sparring match against Garp. Moreover, Lane was inherently a free spirit, disliking constraints. His intention in joining the Navy was to reach Marineford and witness the higher echelons of combat in the New World. Convincing Lane to admit guilt would not be a simple task. The ensign, unable to contain himself, pointed at Lane and shouted, "Captain, this fellow shows no sign of remorse. We should teach him a lesson." Lake pondered for a moment, then nodded, indicating his consent. With the captain's approval, 50 or 60 soldiers drew their swords and surged towards Lane like a tidal wave. Lane smiled inwardly, thinking, "Perfect. Time to test my newly learned ninjutsu." His hands danced in the air, forming seals, water release, water dragon bullet technique. As the words left his lips, the head of a water dragon emerged from Lane's chest, and surged forward with astonishing speed, overwhelming the soldiers before they could react, leaving them drenched and disheveled. Observing the outcome, Lane shook his head in dissatisfaction. If I had used this technique on the open sea, the water dragon would have been far more formidable. Although he was not entirely pleased, the soldiers, now soaked and bewildered, wore expressions of sheer astonishment. What is this? He is merely a private? This fellow possesses the powers of a devil fruit. A wave of commotion erupted among the defeated soldiers, and Captain Like's expression darkened. He had intended to discipline a mere rookie, but found himself facing a formidable adversary. Realizing the situation, Captain Like led his soldiers in a hasty retreat. Earlier, it had been mentioned that the portly Sergeant Becker was a local strongman, not only due to his superior, Captain Like, but also because Captain Like had a cousin named Rayan, a major in Roguetown. In the pirate world, typical branch commanders held the rank of colonel and wielded absolute authority locally, often controlling life and death. The current colonel of Roguetown, Brown, had risen through the ranks but lacked significant combat prowess. In stark contrast, Major Rayan was a remarkable figure, hailing from the North Sea. He joined the Navy at the age of 21, became a lieutenant at 23, and was promoted to major after capturing a bounty criminal worth 31 million berries during a mission, thereby becoming the second in command of Roguetown. In stark contrast to Brown, who has spent over 30 years as a seasoned naval officer, having rarely engaged in battle and rising to the rank of colonel through modest qualifications and some interpersonal connections. Rayan, as the second in command, possesses experience, strength, and audacity that far surpass Colonel Brown. Thus, it is Rayan who truly wields authority in Roguetown. In this world, dominance is dictated by strength and resilience. With his younger brother and the brother's subordinates having been dealt with, where is the dignity for a colonel like me? Thunder, you've crossed a line. If I don't teach you a lesson, you will remain oblivious to who truly holds power in Roguetown. In truth, given Thunder's numerous transgressions, including frequent absences and the assault on superiors, the Navy could have easily dismissed him from service. However, Rayan and his cohorts harbor such a vengeful spirit that if they were to expel him, they would lose the opportunity for retribution. Since acquiring the Kusanagi sword, Thunder's strength has significantly improved. He devotes his days to rigorous training, neglecting official drills. One day, Rayan, the genuine authority of Roguetown, accompanied by some of his trusted troops, finally sought to confront Thunder. Rayan, with his muscular physique and a bald head that exudes menace, remarked, "You are quite remarkable. A mere private who has managed to dispatch two of your superiors and cause such chaos." Thunder sheathed the Kusanagi sword and replied calmly, "What do you intend to do?" "I will obliterate you." With that, Rayan lunged forward, and the soldiers instinctively cleared his space. Six styles, storm kick. Harnessing his momentum, Rayan unleashed a powerful kick that cleaved through the air, leaving a blue arc in its wake. Realizing Rayan was a colonel adept in the six styles, Thunder activated his three-tomo Sharingan, his eyes transforming as he swiftly dodged the attack. Rayan's storm kick severed a large tree behind him with ease. At that moment, Thunder comprehended that Rayan's displayed prowess was likely on par with the officers of the Navy headquarters or the G branch. Seeing that his attack had failed to harm Thunder, Rayan forcefully struck the ground, executing the six styles moonwalk. What? Thunder watched in astonishment as Rayan propelled himself through the air, hurtling towards him while raising his formidable right fist, preparing to deliver the six styles iron block punch. This move is an extension of the iron block technique, originally employed by CP9's Rob Lucci in the Pirate Saga. Evidently, Rayan is a master of the six styles, showcasing its techniques with great finesse. But so what? The power that Thunder possesses is beyond Rayan's comprehension. In essence, Rayan stands no chance against Thunder at this moment. The reasoning is straightforward. Having fought evenly with Garp for 20 rounds and having defeated a headquarters colonel head-on suffices to establish superiority. Thus, Thunder regarded this confrontation with indifference. As Rayan approached, his iron block fist poised to strike, Thunder Sound swiftly formed a seal, invoking Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall. Just as Rayan's fist descended with great force, a formidable earthen wall emerged beneath Thunder Sound's feet, successfully intercepting the blow. Ignoring Rayan, Thunder Sound formed three more seals with his hands, in, z, in. With a decisive press towards the ground, a ferocious creature materialized before him. When Rayan forcefully shattered the earth flow wall, he caught sight of this formidable beast. Thunder Sound had summoned the cat-tiger beast through his summoning technique. Why employ a sledgehammer to swat a fly? Thunder Sound mused. If he were to engage directly, he could easily dispatch Rayan. Moreover, He was eager to witness the prowess of the cat-tiger beast in this realm and to enhance its combat experience. The Navy personnel, upon witnessing the sudden appearance of the cat-tiger beast, were gripped by fear, with even Lieutenant Colonel Rayan temporarily halting his assault. What manner of being is this? A user of the summoning fruit? As speculation swirled among the onlookers, the cat-tiger beast let out a fearsome roar and lunged at Rayan. 6 forms, shave. Sensing danger, Rayan swiftly evaded using shave, causing the cat-tiger beast to miss its target. However, despite Rayan's evasion, Thunder Sound, observing the scene, meticulously tracked Rayan's escape route. As he had activated his 3-Tomo Sharingan. The 3-Tomo Sharingan. Since returning from training at the Sacred Buddha Ridge and learning various water and earth release techniques from the Tanuki Sword Saint, Thunder Sound's strength had significantly surged, as had his chakra reserves. After days of rigorous practice, he discovered he could now activate the 3-Tomo Sharingan. This was also why Rayan's shave was not exceptionally swift, allowing Thunder Sound to capture every movement with clarity. He's over there. Thunder Sound pointed, and without hesitation, the cat-tiger beast unleashed a B-class water dragon bullet technique. The massive water dragon roaring forth and forcing Rayan into the open. The onlookers beheld a drenched Rayan, resembling a drowned rat. Seizing the opportunity, the cat-tiger beast lunged once more. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Thunder Sound deftly performed hand seals, dispelling the summoning technique, causing the cat-tiger beast to vanish back to the Sacred Buddha Ridge. Thunder Sound approached the soaked Rayan, who, in a disheveled state, stood up and shook off the water. Witnessing Thunder Sound's terrifying strength, the Navy fell into a hushed silence, none daring to advance. Rayan regarded the young man before him, a hint of trepidation crossing his features. Who are you, exactly? You are not from the same dimension as I, Thunder Sound replied flatly. This statement held truth. For in terms of both power and origin, Thunder Sound was far from belonging to the world of One Piece. Upon hearing this, Rayan's pride was gravely insulted, and he retorted angrily, "Don't get too cocky, kid. Watch me take you down myself." Suddenly smiled, saying, "You might as well save your breath. I possess a myriad of methods to defeat you. Should you wish to engage in another attempt, I am ever ready, Mr. Lieutenant Colonel." When uttered these words, there was not a hint of jest. The power he had just demonstrated was evident to all, a magical prowess akin to that of a demon, far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary individual. Was this truly a conversation between a mere private and a naval lieutenant colonel? Since joining the Navy, had been accustomed to accolades and honors, he had never before been subjected to such indignity, especially from a lowly private. In a fit of exasperation, Lieutenant Colonel exclaimed, You, I shall have you expelled from the Navy." Merely smiled faintly, "Do as you wish." Thus, in a fit of rage, departed with his soldiers, while continued his training in the open space, as if nothing had transpired. Yet, S. words bore a weight of seriousness. As a local lieutenant colonel and the de facto ruler of the area, he indeed possessed the authority to act. The naval private had shown blatant disregard for military law, scorned his superiors, and assaulted his fellow soldiers. By law, he was to be expelled from the naval base and never employed again. This was declaration, a formal reprimand against. How could a mere private dare to defy him? If he could not subdue, how could he maintain his position as a lieutenant colonel? The thought of expelling him to ruin his future was indeed on his mind. However, his decision faced opposition from a captain, not just any captain, but one dispatched directly from naval headquarters by Vice Admiral himself. The situation became clear. Upon leaving, had not left unattended in, but had instead assigned a captain to monitor him, ensuring he did not engage in any excessive behavior. The higher-ranking officers were oblivious to this arrangement, perceiving the captain merely as an inspector sent from headquarters, unbeknownst to, was on the verge of causing upheaval in. Nevertheless, the captain refrained from reporting these developments to, silently observing his actions, believing them to be justified. Upon departing, had instructed the captain to keep a close watch on, recognizing the depth of his formidable strength and unimaginable potential. Aware of the gravity of such orders, the captain was diligent in his surveillance of his endeavors. In the office of the naval base's Lieutenant Colonel N, firmly addressed the captain. "Mr. This individual shows utter contempt for military law and has physically assaulted a superior officer. Should such a person remain in the Navy?" Indeed. This captain was none other than T, who would later be renowned as the Shipslayer, serving under at the naval headquarters. He possessed a long horse-like visage that appeared somewhat fearsome, with a missing tooth, yet he was a man of candor and a profound sense of justice, often proclaiming the adage, 100 good deeds a day. In the original narrative, he was the colonel dispatched by the Navy headquarters to escort Nico Robin. However, His elevation to the rank of colonel would occur many years later. Pin lightly tapped the table with his index finger and remarked nonchalantly, "Do you think I am unaware?" He struck Sergeant Baker for bullying civilians on the street, where he witnessed injustice and drew his sword to assist. He confronted Lieutenant Lake because Lake was his elder brother, and they underestimated their opponent's strength, ultimately finding themselves on the receiving end of a beating. As for your own beating, I need not elaborate, Colonel Rayan. Upon hearing this, Rayan was left speechless. Who was Garp, after all? A vice admiral whose power rivaled that of an admiral, a close ally of Marshal Sengoku. As the saying goes, there are 7 ranks of officials under the Prime Minister. Pin was a subordinate of Garp. It mattered not if Pin was merely a lieutenant. Even a private's words would command Rayan's attention. Furthermore, Rayan was no fool. The fact that personnel from the Navy headquarters were defending a mere private raised suspicions. It was only then that Rayan experienced a moment of clarity, timidly inquiring of Pin, Mr. Pin, who exactly is this fellow? He is a favored individual of Vice Admiral Garp. Upon hearing this, Rayan felt as if struck by lightning. A favored individual of Vice Admiral Garp? No wonder that young man exhibited such arrogance. There was indeed a reason behind it. What have I done? As Rayan clutched his head in frustration, Pin stood up and patted his shoulder, saying, "This matter also has its faults on the part of that lad, Rayan. I ask for your understanding." Hearing Pin's words, Rayan became utterly bewildered, exclaiming, No, it is the fault of my subordinate, who failed to recognize the significance of the situation. I shall promptly apologize to Mr. Rayan. Upon learning that he was associated with Garp, Rayan instantaneously became meek. Pin smiled. There is no need for an apology. Rayan and I are about to depart from Rogue Town. Pin conveyed the situation to Garp via a transponder snail, who responded with hearty laughter. Pin understood that given Garp's disposition, he would not only refrain from blaming Rayan, but would also take an interest in him. After all, Garp was known for his unpredictable nature. Otherwise, he wouldn't have a revolutionary leader's son and a grandson who constantly proclaimed his ambition to become the Pirate King. In other words, Garp had an affinity for those of formidable strength. Moreover, upon further reflection, the fault did not lie with Rayan. The initial conflict arose when Rayan defended a young girl by delivering a sound thrashing to Sergeant Baker, which subsequently led to a series of retaliatory events. From this perspective, Rayan's nature was not as flawed as it seemed. Garp did not dispute the notion of standing up against an unjust military for the sake of a stranger. A day later, Pin sought out Rayan, elucidated his intentions, and then retrieved a transponder snail from his person, dialing Garp's number. As Rayan just answered the phone, the voice on the other end spoke. "Kid, I've heard you're quite restless in Rogue Town. Those rascals have gone too far, encroaching upon my territory, and I must teach them a lesson." Garp chuckled. You really are a troublemaker, lacking any semblance of a Navy officer. By the way, old man, Lieutenant Ping In came looking for me, claiming you had something to discuss? Oh, indeed. I believe you are no longer suited to remain there. So, come to the Navy headquarters with Lieutenant Pang Un. Rayan, who had been appearing quite laid back, widened his eyes at this unexpected news and glanced at Lieutenant Ping In, who nodded in affirmation. Isn't this a bit sudden? He scratched his head. Garp asked, What? Are you unwilling? Not at all. Despite his nonchalant tone, Rayan felt a flicker of joy within. Arriving at the Navy headquarters in Marineford would grant him unrestricted access to the New World, where he could encounter the mightiest forces of this realm, the 3 admirals, the 4 emperors, and the 7 warlords. So when do we depart? If you are willing, we can leave tomorrow. After making some simple preparations. The following day, at the break of dawn, Rayan and Lieutenant Peng In, accompanied by several Navy soldiers, set sail on a small warship. Even during the voyage, Rayan did not neglect his training. He had now mastered the C-rank ninjutsu, wind release, great breakthrough. At that moment, he was gathering a blue vortex of chakra in his hands, unmistakably forming the Rasengan. He was about to infuse it with wind release chakra, attempting to execute the S-rank technique when, boom, suddenly, a deafening sound diverted Rayan's attention. No, this is bad. Sea beasts. Lieutenant Ping In. A sea beast is colliding with the warship, shouted several soldiers near the bow in a panic. Hearing this, Lieutenant Peng In drew his sword and rushed to the front of the ship. Upon closer inspection, he saw a massive tiger shark, approximately 12 meters in length, relentlessly ramming into the vessel. If this continued, the ship would surely capsize. The Navy soldiers watched in alarm as the tiger shark wreaked havoc, each one rendered helpless. What are you panicking for? Do you even resemble Navy soldiers? Lieutenant Ping In bellowed, silencing the soldiers with his fierce command. Yet, one could not entirely blame these sailors. With only 30 crew members aboard, all being ordinary soldiers, their combat abilities were no match for a 12-meter-long shark. It fell to Lieutenant Ping In, who brandished his sword and charged at the tiger shark, executing right-angle flash, Ping In's air slash. With a swift motion, he unleashed a sword strike that cleaved through the air, the angular blade of energy hurtling toward the tiger shark, slicing through its skin and leaving a gaping wound. The tiger shark writhed in agony upon the surface of the sea, letting out a mournful cry before gradually sinking beneath the waves, its blood staining the surrounding waters a deep crimson. The massive shark had been felled by a single strike. N.T. Penn, with a flourish, sheathed his sword, standing resolutely at the bow of the ship, his naval cloak billowing dramatically in the wind, exuding an undeniable charisma. With one swift stroke, he had dispatched the shark. Such a creature, we are utterly ill-equipped to contend with. Indeed, Lieutenant Penn is truly remarkable. On the deck, the naval soldiers erupted in a chorus of admiration and astonishment. Not far away, Rayan witnessed the spectacle, and upon observing Penn effortlessly vanquishing the shark, he prepared to return to his training. However, mere moments later, chaos erupted on the ship once more. This disturbance was far greater than the last. Not good. Another large tiger shark? No, there is more than one. The soldiers drew their swords and firearms, their hearts leaping to their throats, scanning the waters around the warship. They spotted dark, ominous fins emerging. The sight sent shivers down their spines, as if death itself were beckoning them. The ship was armed with only 2 small-caliber cannons, and firing them would serve little purpose other than to further provoke the sharks, eliciting a more ferocious retaliation. Initially, this vessel was merely tasked with transporting Rayan to the naval headquarters, not engaging in any missions or confronting pirates. Who could have anticipated such an encounter? How could there be so many large tiger sharks? It seems we are surrounded by them. Indeed, the fins encircled the warship, gradually rising, revealing a multitude of fearsome shark faces. The sight struck terror into the hearts of the naval soldiers, who gripped their firearms tightly yet found themselves paralyzed in fear. One slightly smaller tiger shark leapt directly from the right side of the ship onto the deck, seizing a soldier and dragging him into the depths on the left. The shark's razor-sharp teeth severed the soldier's body, leaving his upper half convulsing on the deck. The shark consumed the soldier's lower half entirely, while his upper body lay twitching, causing the other soldiers to freeze in terror. Some were drenched in cold sweat. Others trembled uncontrollably, discarding their firearms, while some were so horrified they could only watch as the convulsing upper half was ejected from the shark's jaws. It is worth noting that most of these sailors were fresh recruits. Even seasoned veterans, having faced previous battles, would likely feel their hearts quaking at such a sight. Observing the chaos, Penn drew his sword once more, raising it high above his head. Everyone, summon the courage of the world's navies. If we are to die, let us do so like men. His rallying cry stirred a flicker of morale among the men, yet it was insufficient to dispel the overwhelming dread of death. After all, they were confronted by a veritable horde of sharks, encircling the warship tightly. Even Penn, it seemed, might find himself at a loss. Right-angle flash, Penn's empty cut. Ping In once again unleashed a shimmering yellow-hued sword aura, dispatching 2 sharks with remarkable efficiency. Unlike humans, sharks are inherently drawn to blood and violence. Witnessing the demise of their companions only intensified their fury. Aware of this fact, Ping In fervently wielded his sword to thwart the shark's terrifying retaliation. Right-angle flying bird. Ping In's great bird. A blade of energy, mightier than the previous Ping In's air cut, sliced through the air with a resounding whoosh, aimed directly at the school of sharks lurking on the right side of the sea. However, to his dismay, this seemingly formidable attack dissipated midway into the atmosphere. It turned out that the Ping In's great bird was a signature move still in the refinement stage, as he was many years away from attaining the rank of colonel, rendering it incomplete in its execution. Is it still insufficient? Ping In shook his head in resignation, contemplating whether his fate was sealed here. The once impassioned Ping In had now transformed into a figure resigned to his fate, seemingly the only individual aboard this warship unperturbed by the menacing sharks. Yet, he was not entirely alone. A young boy stepped forward, declaring to the others, "You all retreat to the cabin. I will handle this." The speaker was none other than Rayan. Some soldiers, upon hearing this, reacted with indignation. "What are you joking about at a time like this? You, a mere private, have the audacity to boast. Even Lieutenant Ping In cannot manage, let alone you." The soldiers on the ship clamored, their voices rising as the sharks continued to batter the hull with increasing ferocity. Suddenly, yet another shark lunged towards the deck, mirroring the previous one, its gaping maw aimed at a naval soldier. The soldier screamed in despair, and in an instant, blood splattered as his body was cleaved in two. But wait, this time, it was the shark that met such a gruesome fate. As the crowd observed, they beheld Rayan wielding the Kusanagi sword, standing over the severed body of the shark. Thank you, stammered the rescued soldier, still in shock, as he hurriedly expressed his gratitude to Rayan. However, Rayan did not acknowledge him. Instead, he fixed his gaze upon the shark swarm and calmly instructed, "Return to the cabin." "Oh, all right." The rescued naval soldier complied promptly, racing towards the safety of the cabin. Witnessing this, T'Peng commanded, "All soldiers, let Rayan take charge here. We shall retreat to the cabin and not become a burden to him." Having dispatched the lunging shark with a single blow, T'Peng recalled that this young man possessed the prowess to best a naval lieutenant colonel. Perhaps entrusting the situation to him could avert disaster. Nevertheless, they were contending with a vicious and brutal pack of sharks, not mere minnows. Could Rayan genuinely manage the threat? Though T'Peng vocalized his confidence, unease began to creep into his mind. The soldiers, though hidden within the cabin, peered anxiously at the unfolding events outside, on the deck. Thunderous sound cleaved through the air as a shark was mercilessly slain, the metallic scent of blood permeating the atmosphere. The shark, sensing the allure of its own blood, became increasingly frenzied, leading to a relentless assault of its brethren upon the deck. Those observing from the cabin, including T'Peng, were gripped with trepidation. The fate of all aboard hinged solely on Thunder's survival. Should he perish, so too would the entire crew. Conversely, if he emerged unscathed, so would they all. Thus, the lives of the soldiers rested upon the shoulders of this singular warrior. Faced with the onslaught of sharks, Thunder wielded the Kusanagi sword with deft precision, channeling lightning into its blade. Kusanagi, Chidori blade. The electrified sword emitted a piercing shriek as it sliced through the air, and with unwavering resolve, Thunder dispatched each shark that lunged at him. True to its legendary sharpness, the Kusanagi cleaved through the creatures effortlessly, severing them in twain with a single strike. An ordinary ninja blade would surely lack such prowess. "Come forth. No matter how many you are, I shall vanquish you all." Thus, a tempest of blood and carnage erupted upon the warship, each shark meeting the same fate, bisected without exception. Gradually, the sharks appeared to lose their fervor. Realizing their futile attempts to harm Thunder, they halted their assault, and while Thunder's demeanor remained stoic, the soldiers in the cabin were left in a state of shock, gazing at the dismembered remains strewn across the deck. In this manner, Thunder had eradicated nearly half of the attacking sharks, yet his offensive was far from over. In the blink of an eye, Thunder seemed to tread upon the very air, as if ascending a staircase, racing towards the ocean's surface. Is he running on water? The sixth form, moonwalk? When did he acquire such a skill? No one had imparted this knowledge to him. The truth lay in his earlier conflict with Colonel Rayan in Logtown, where Thunder had activated his Sharingan, effortlessly replicating all of Rayan's techniques from the six forms. In the realm of the Naruto universe, Kakashi Hatake had been able to replicate thousands of jutsu with a single Sharingan, and for Thunder, who possessed the bloodline limit of the Sharingan, this feat was hardly remarkable. Thus, employing the moonwalk, Thunder surged boldly towards the mass of sharks. The sharks, taken aback, were bewildered, while others sought to evade. This audacious figure dared to charge forth into their midst. Unfazed, the tiger sharks surged towards him in a frenzied wave. Yet, standing upon the ocean's surface as if on solid ground, Thunder merely smiled faintly. With a flourish of his hands, he swiftly formed seals, unleashing a powerful ninjutsu. Water-style, water dragon bullet technique. As he proclaimed, the sea erupted around him, coalescing into a colossal water dragon that soared into the air, roaring towards the throng of sharks. Water-style, water dragon bullet technique. As the technique was unleashed, a colossal and exaggerated water dragon surged forth, howling towards the school of sharks. The sharks, caught off guard, scarcely had time to react before being scattered and rendered unconscious. Despite being fierce and brutal creatures, the large tiger sharks had never encountered such a scene. In the face of the water dragons summoned by Thunder Sound, they appeared pitifully insignificant. After a fierce battle, fewer than 10 sharks remained, while Thunder Sound gathered a blue vortex of chakra in preparation for his final assault on the remaining sharks. Great Jade, spiraling sphere. Thunder Sound first utilized the flying Thunder God Slash to teleport into the midst of the sharks, and then the blue chakra vortex descended with ferocity, Upon impact with the ocean's surface, it unleashed a cataclysmic force, accompanied by a deafening roar, creating a whirlpool with a diameter of several meters. At that moment, soldiers who had been hiding in the ship's cabin rushed to the bow, only to find that nearly all the sharks had been rendered unconscious or mangled beyond recognition. In the astonished gazes of the naval soldiers, Thundersound gracefully returned to the ship, having single-handedly annihilated the entire shark school. Could this individual truly be merely a third-class soldier? The scene of battle felt surreal, leaving many to ponder the identity of this remarkable figure. Captain Penn had initially believed that Thundersound would only be capable of repelling the sharks, never anticipating such a decisive display of power. It became evident why Rear Admiral Garp had taken notice of him. Since Thundersound's stunning victory over the sharks, the naval personnel's perception of him had shifted from disdain to reverence. After 2 days at sea, the ship finally spotted an island. "Let us rest here," Thundersound remarked casually, prompting the soldiers to anchor promptly in obedience to his command. Following their witness of Thundersound's extraordinary prowess, his authority aboard the ship now surpassed that of Lieutenant Penn. Wealth, power, and rank were secondary in this world. True strength rendered such matters trivial. Thus, even though Thundersound held the title of a mere third-class soldier, it was clear to all that his future was boundless. Moreover, had it not been for Thundersound's intervention, they might have long since become prey for the sharks. The soldiers aboard the ship held him in utmost respect and admiration. Upon hearing Thundersound suggest a pause on the island, Captain Penn offered no objection and stated, "Mr. Thundersound, the powers in the Grand Line are intricate and varied. With only a little over 20 of us, I believe it would be wise for us to don civilian attire before heading ashore." In truth, Penn's caution was justified. The world was vast, and one could never predict what awaited them on the island. However, they needed to procure food and fresh water to avoid running out of supplies. Furthermore, their mission was not of great significance. It was merely to transport individuals to the naval headquarters. Both Penn and Thundersound were unafraid. Yet it was prudent to prioritize the safety of their fellow sailors. Lane remarked, "Indeed, Mr. Peng-en, your words resonate with great wisdom. Let us don our civilian attire." The sailors, in an effort to evade attention, dispersed to procure provisions and fresh water, while Lane, solitary, also intended to acquire some sustenance for his return. They agreed to reconvene aboard the ship after 2 hours, having completed their shopping. Upon setting foot on the island, it became evident that they had arrived in a bustling little town. The streets were alive with a throng of people and a cacophony of vehicles. As Lane strolled along the thoroughfare, observing his surroundings, he was about to enter a delicatessen when a diminutive figure obstructed his path. The small man regarded Lane with a glint of enthusiasm, rubbing his hands together. "Sir, I perceive that you possess an extraordinary presence and demeanor. Might you be interested in attending our auction?" The man's erratic speech piqued Lane's curiosity. "An auction? Why would you beckon me to such an event?" After a moment's contemplation, the small man chuckled. You strike me as a forthright individual. To speak plainly, I find your sword quite remarkable. At our auction, it could fetch an impressive price." Indeed, the Kusanagi sword that Lane bore was exquisite, its scabbard emanating a faint azure glow, unmistakably a weapon of unparalleled quality. In this world, swordsmen held the merit of their blades in high esteem. Otherwise, distinctions such as the 12 crafts, 21 crafts, and 50 crafts would not exist. A fine sword deserves a master, and a superb blade is bound to command a handsome sum. "Are you suggesting you wish to auction my sword?" Lane inquired. "Precisely. Following the auction, we would retain a 5% commission from the proceeds." After mulling this over, Lane gleaned the general intent. Thus, he resolved to accompany them to the auction venue. In the realm of the Pirate King, auctions could be categorized into 2 types, one being legitimate and sanctioned by governmental authority, such as the population auction in Area 1 of Sabati Archipelago, the other, illicit, involving private armed factions, akin to the auction Lane was about to attend. After traversing several corridors, the small man led Lane into the auction hall. A mere few dozen individuals occupied the seats, the lighting dim enough to convey the clandestine nature of the proceedings. In the front row sat a corpulent man adorned in jewels, his visage marked by excess. Beside him a fashionable young woman of alluring beauty, the man's hand wandering inappropriately upon her thigh. Lane chose a seat in the last row. The small man approached him, inquiring, "Sir, will your sword be up for auction?" "Hold on, let me observe first," Lane replied coolly. The small man pondered briefly before saying, "Very well, sir. The auction is about to commence. Should you find any items of interest, you may bid alongside the others." "Understood," Lane acknowledged. At that moment, A host sporting a mohawk and sunglasses ascended the auction stage. I apologize for the delay, esteemed guests, but I assure you that today's offerings will not disappoint. He gestured grandly. Now, let us unveil the first item for your consideration. As he spoke, two individuals clad in black uniforms pushed a wrought iron cage to the forefront of the stage. The staff removed the crimson cloth covering the cage, revealing a young girl within. To be precise, she was a strikingly beautiful maiden, her delicate, porcelain-like hands and feet shackled in cold iron. Her eyes were filled with despair, as if she were unwilling to accept the bleak future that awaited her. She was a professional model from the North Sea, her exquisite features and raven-black hair rendering her an object of amusement for the wealthy patrons. Her starting bid was 1 million burley. Indeed, was there still human trafficking? Rayan pondered silently. The moment the host's words fell, the men eagerly began to bid, their primal instincts awakened by the girl's enchanting visage. I bid 1.5 million. I bid 2 million. I bid 3 million. I bid 5 million. The final bid came from a flamboyantly adorned rotund man in the front row, and the girl was sold to him for 5 million burley. As the cage was wheeled away, the portly man cast a lecherous glance at his newly acquired prize. At that moment, the woman beside him expressed her discontent. You already have 16 women. Isn't that enough to satisfy you? The man pinched her thigh and grinned wickedly. What do you understand? Life is meant for enjoyment. If I don't buy her, someone else will snatch her away. Who says I shouldn't indulge, given my wealth? Ha ha ha. After the girl's auction concluded, the staff promptly presented the second item for bidding. A man in a suit brought forth a fruit platter, covered with a black cloth. The host, brimming with enthusiasm, gestured animatedly. Now, for our second item. If you consume this, you will instantly gain tremendous power. With that, he dramatically lifted the cloth, revealing a purple fruit adorned with spiral patterns. What is this? The devil fruit. The host continued. This is the paramecia type, the rubber fruit. Isn't that Luffy's fruit? Why is it here? Rayan wondered. Even as the host elaborated. Ladies and gentlemen, behold. This is the rubber fruit of the paramecia type. Its power allows the user to stretch and rebound their entire body within a certain range, enhancing the force of ordinary strikes. Moreover, it grants immunity to physical attacks, bullets, cannon fire, and even lightning. Should you consume it, you will transform into a formidable being. The host spoke with fervor, while the audience below gazed at him with eyes aglow. Rayan understood that, while the rubber fruit was not particularly powerful in the grand scheme, as it belonged to the protagonist and was well developed in the original narrative, it still possessed the essence of a devil fruit. It was not an ordinary apple. Even an average person consuming it could become a being of extraordinary capabilities, surpassing normal limits by several folds. Moreover, the quantity of devil fruits is exceedingly rare. The reason why a multitude of abilities appears in anime or manga is that these narratives depict a world of formidable beings in any such realm. The common folk constitute the vast majority. This implies that if the devil fruits were to be distributed among individuals, it is likely that tens of thousands would not receive even a single one. It is precisely due to their scarcity that the price of any devil fruit is exorbitantly high. An ordinary household would likely need to toil for 10 lifetimes without sustenance to afford even one. The base price for the gum fruit is 80 million berries. As soon as this was uttered, the atmosphere erupted with fervor. I bid 85 million. 90 million. I offer 98 million. 100 million. I bid 100 million berries. Amidst the clamor, a figure soared through the air and seized the devil fruit. This audacious act instantly silenced the crowd. The individual who had snatched the gum fruit was none other than Rayan. Hey, what are you doing? The staff, witnessing this bold theft, immediately drew their swords and firearms, pointing them at Rayan. He merely replied nonchalantly, apologies, but this fruit is now mine. Rayan made his intentions unmistakably clear, leaving everyone bewildered by his audacity. The leader of the group demanded, Who are you? How dare you act recklessly here? Do you comprehend whose territory you are in? Rayan casually fiddled with his ear and responded, I am a Navy officer. What you are engaging in is an illegal underground transaction. Thus this fruit should be classified as confiscated. The leader scoffed at him. You are a fool unaware of your own mortality. A mere Navy officer dares to speak so brazenly before the Don Quixote family. Bang! The leader coldly pulled the trigger, sending a bullet hurtling towards Rayan, who effortlessly dodged it with a swift movement. Had he just mentioned the Don Quixote family? The attendees of the auction, startled by the gunfire, fled in panic. But a handful remained, intrigued by the scene unfolding on stage. Those in the back, alerted by the gunfire, rushed forward armed with firearms. He is from the Navy. here to disrupt our proceedings. Let us eliminate him." At this command, the suited individuals raised their guns in unison, unleashing a barrage of bullets at Rayan. In response, Rayan executed the moonwalk technique, ascending to the ceiling and swiftly formed hand seals. He then placed his hands to his mouth, unleashing a powerful ninjutsu. Fire style, great fireball technique. A massive fireball descended upon the crowd, crashing down with a thunderous roar, incinerating and wounding a significant portion of the staff. This individual is a user of the Blaze fruit. The remaining survivors, in their panic, misidentified the situation. Quick, summon the boss. Those left behind, abandoning their posts, fled in search of their leader. When Rayan landed back on the ground, flames had erupted into a raging inferno. He scratched his head in resignation. It seems I may have gone a bit too far. As he once again formed hand seals with both hands, a torrent of water surged forth. Executing the water release, water chaos technique. Like a cascading waterfall, the waves erupted, extinguishing the flames entirely in an instant. Rayan was not a benign figure. His motive for quenching the fire was to prevent it from spreading to the backstage, as he sought to reap even greater rewards from this situation. Without hesitation, Rayan stuffed the captured rubber fruit into his pocket. At that moment, a merchant who had not left approached him. The merchant smiled at Rayan and remarked, "I perceive that you are no ordinary individual. May I propose a business transaction?" Rayan regarded him. "A transaction?" The merchant replied, "Indeed. I wish to purchase that fruit you possess. What say you?" After a moment of contemplation, Rayan responded, "Very well. How much will you offer?" The merchant raised a finger. 100 million berries. Rayan waved his hand dismissively. "Make it 110 million, or we shall not proceed." The merchant fell into deep thought. In the market, the typical price for a paramecia-type fruit such as this rubber fruit was around 100 million berries. If acquired at an auction, the price would undoubtedly escalate further. Being merely an ordinary merchant, he knew not when he might encounter another devil fruit of this nature. This opportunity was rare and precious for him. "All right, 110 million it is," he conceded, showing no hesitation. After all, he had come to bid on goods. And he promptly produced 110 million berries in cash, handing it over to Rayan, who in turn relinquished the rubber fruit to him. Thus, Rayan cunningly secured a substantial fortune. It is said that once the merchant returned home with the rubber fruit, he hesitated to consume it, instead opting to sell it at a higher price to others. After several transactions, it ultimately reached the hands of the Yonko Shanks, and as is well known, it was eventually consumed by a young man named Monkey D. Luffy. However, that is a tale for another time. Once the merchant departed, Rayan promptly activated the ninjutsu extraction system. He chose the A-grade ninjutsu category. System, confirm extraction? Confirmed. Instantly, 3 large golden cards inscribed with the character for ninjutsu appeared on the ground. Rayan selected the leftmost card, which slowly flipped over. Multiple shadow clone technique. A-grade. This technique is an advanced version of the B-grade shadow clone technique, allowing the user to create numerous shadow clones simultaneously. A sense of delight surged within Rayan. His recent fortune had indeed been remarkable. This technique was one he had long desired. An improved evolution of the shadow clone technique created by the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. Most importantly, the clones produced by this technique were tangible. Much like the great sage equal to heaven, who could summon countless monkey warriors with a mere breath upon his fur. The thought of conjuring thousands of combat-ready clones filled Rayan with excitement. Even if they could not kill, they would surely instill fear. With the acquisition of the A-grade multiple shadow clone technique, he felt elated yet mindful that he still had matters to attend to. With these thoughts in mind, Rayan strode directly towards the backstage of the auction. Upon arrival, he was greeted by a sight of iron cages, each containing a variety of individuals. It was evident that this underground illegal auction primarily focused on the trafficking of human beings. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Earlier during the scuffle, he had heard mention of the Don Quixote family. Could it be that the mastermind behind this illicit organization was indeed Don Quixote da Flamingo? As he pondered this, cries for help emanated from the cages on either side. "Please, no matter who you are, help us escape. I will kneel before you. We truly do not wish to be slaves." Amidst these desperate pleas, Rayan noticed the beautiful girl who had been auctioned for 5 million, locked in the cage closest to the entrance. She clutched the bars with both hands, her eyes filled with longing as she looked at Rayan, hoping for his assistance. Rayan felt a deep sense of frustration. He had initially come to survey valuable items to confiscate and exchange for berries, thereby enhancing his ninjutsu. He had not anticipated encountering such a situation. Sighing, He reluctantly drew the Kusanagi sword from his back, channeling lightning into it. Kusanagi sword, Chidori blade. With a crackling sound, a circular wave of lightning slashed forth in all directions, liberating every cage in a single strike. As he sheathed the Kusanagi sword, the freed slaves rushed towards him from all corners. "Thank you, kind sir. We are free. You are our hero. You are our savior." Rayan, feeling rather exasperated, replied, "All right, if you have been saved, then hurry and flee. Should you be captured again, I will not rescue you a second time." Hearing this, the crowd bowed deeply in gratitude before scattering like birds and beasts. Rayan then resumed his search for other valuable items yet to be auctioned. However, he soon found himself facing formidable opposition. While he was scouring the area, a group of men in suits emerged, and from their midst stepped a somewhat familiar figure. He wore a fringed hat, bore 2 facial scars, and donned a red cloak, resembling a tribal chieftain. Could it be Diamante, the highest-ranking officer of Don Quixote Doflamingo's army? Diamante, a paramecia-type user of the flare fruit, would become enraged at any harm done to the Don Quixote family and would not tolerate any wavering or hesitation from his subordinates. Furthermore, he would brook no disobedience to Doflamingo's commands. Don Quixote Doflamingo operated both above and below the law, possessing official backing while simultaneously wielding dark power. He clandestinely ran an illegal human auction house, supplying slaves to the celestial dragons and wealthy nobles while abducting beings from various races. In the underworld, engaged in the arms trade, an entity known as Joker exerts influence across the globe, serving as an intermediary within the shadowy realm, secretly nurturing the malevolent scientist Caesar Caron. They produce artificial Zoan-type devil fruits called Smile, clandestinely selling these creations to the formidable Yonko, Kaido, while keeping the Navy and government oblivious. Undoubtedly, the leader overseen by the Don Quixote family here is Diamante, who was recently informed of the situation by the remnants of his forces that had encountered a setback against Rayan. Enraged, Diamante exclaimed, "That fool, emboldened by audacity, dares to wreak havoc on our territory." Thus, he marched forth, flanked by his men, seeking retribution against Rayan. The 2 adversaries stood face to face, and Diamante unsheathed his rapier. "You, insolent wretch, are clearly courting death. Do you comprehend whose domain you have trespassed upon?" Rayan, seemingly indifferent, casually cleaned his ears. "Your leader is that Joker, is he not? I was just about to pay him a visit." Diamante, taken aback, replied, "You know of us?" Rayan chuckled. "Your incessant proclamations of Don Quixote have made you well known." With a swift motion, Diamante brandished his sword. "Enough of your brazen words. Not only our young master, but even I could crush you effortlessly. Behold, the bullfighting scepter." As his words fell, Diamante's rapier morphed into the shape of a bull, charging mercilessly toward Rayan. However, Rayan adeptly parried the strike with the Kusanagi. Yet, the assault was far from over, as the bull-shaped blade abruptly extended, lunging directly at Rayan, who narrowly evaded the attack. If not for rage and swiftness, he would have undoubtedly sustained injury. Truly, the might of the Don Quixote family is formidable. The onslaught continued. After Rayan dodged, Diamante unleashed another offensive maneuver. Sword, longsword. Just as Rayan regained his footing, Diamante's sword unexpectedly elongated, the blade whistling through the air. The power of a paramecia-type devil fruit, indeed a revelation. Rayan contemplated, employing the flying thunder god slash to evade yet again. "You possess considerable skill. Managing to avoid my blade twice," Diamante remarked, restoring his sword to its original form. "However, can you withstand my next move?" With that, Diamante produced several firecrackers from his pocket, launching an array of paper confetti into the air, which gracefully transformed into sharp, spiked iron balls. Star dust of death. These iron spheres descended like a torrential storm. All those present, including Diamante, raised iron umbrellas to shield themselves from the iron rain. Indeed, without such protection, the repercussions of being struck would be dire, leading to countless wounds and potentially fatal blood loss. And what of Rayan? As Diamante cast a paper into the air, Rayan had already completed his hand seals. When a multitude of iron balls plummeted downward, a colossal creature appeared above Rayan, shielding him from the onslaught of these metallic projectiles. Earth release. Earth Dragon Bullet Technique. The summoned massive Earth Dragon completely obstructed the iron balls, sparing Rayan from any harm. What is that? The rising Earth Dragon astonished those gathered around Diamante. Could this be the work of a devil fruit user? Just as the crowd stood in stunned silence, Rayan gently flicked his fingers, and the Earth Dragon opened its great maw. unleashing a barrage of mud bullets. Amidst the screams and wails, some were struck down, others injured with broken bones, and some met their demise outright. Yet, the sole individual untouched was Diamante, Bullfighter's cloak. Utilizing the abilities of his float fruit, he fashioned a cloak from steel. Light as a feather yet possessing the hardness of iron. He enveloped himself in this cloak, successfully deflecting the mud bullets launched by Lei Yin's Earth Dragon. Observing that everyone around Diamante had fallen, a faint smile curled upon Lei Yin's lips. The troublesome pests have finally ceased. But, how infuriating. Diamante seethed through gritted teeth. Doubts began to plague his mind. Is this brat a devil fruit user who can summon? No one provided him an answer. Thus, the battlefield was left with only Lei Yin and Diamante. It was either his demise or that of the other. Having witnessed Lei Yin's displayed prowess, Diamante began to regard him with a newfound seriousness. Boy, I concede you possess some skill, but having offended the Don Quixote family, you must perish. At this, Lei Yin merely smiled. Then let us see if you possess the capability to defeat me. Stop boasting and prepare to die, brat. With that, Diamante restored his sword to its original form and swung it fiercely. Crescent moon. Funeral. As he swung, a powerful wave of sword energy erupted from the ground, effortlessly cleaving the earth in two, the sword energy barreling toward Lei Yin. This was the first instance in their battle where Lei Yin had not employed a skill from the float fruit. This demonstrated that Diamante was not only a devil fruit user but also a bona fide swordsman. However, upon witnessing this, Lei Yin wielded his Kusanagi sword, unleashing a formidable slash to meet Diamante's crescent moon funeral. Kusanagi sword, Tanuki blade wave. Thus, the two slashes collided with ferocity, producing a tremendous roar that shattered the ground, exposing the open air. It turned out that this technique, Kusanagi sword, Tanuki blade wave, was bestowed upon him by the Tanuki sword immortal of Holy Buddha Ridge, its power capable of cleaving the earth asunder. In a sense, Lei Yin was not only an exceptional ninja but also an unyielding swordsman. The two streams of sword energy were evenly matched. However, after a series of intense battles, Diamante was left gasping for breath, having exhausted nearly all of his abilities derived from the flaming fruit and his formidable swordsmanship. At this moment, he was akin to a defeated beast, devoid of any further tricks. In stark contrast, Lei Yin stood calmly, seemingly unaffected by the turmoil, observing him with an air of indifference. It was time to deliver the final blow, Lei Yin thought, as he infused his limbs with chakra, solidifying it before charging forward. Lion strike. Before Diamante could even react, Lei Yin propelled him into the air with a knee strike, subsequently delivering a powerful punch that sent him crashing to the ground, rendering Diamante unconscious. With ease, Lei Yin hoisted him over his shoulder and made his way towards the warship. Mr. Lei Yin, where have you been? One of the soldiers inquired. Indeed. You promised to return in 2 hours, yet we have waited for 4. Another added. And who is this person you are carrying? In response, Lei Yin unceremoniously tossed the unconscious Diamante onto the deck and instructed, bring me the sea prism stone and bind this fellow. Oh, this man is Diamante, a high-ranking officer of the Don Quixote family? Pen exclaimed, his face reflecting sheer disbelief, as if he had stumbled upon a new world. The soldiers around him mirrored his astonishment. Who exactly was Don Quixote Doflamingo? At that time, he had not yet joined the 7 warlords. Doflamingo, with a bounty of 340 million berries, wielded the powers of the string fruit and was rumored to possess the 3 types of haki. His influence spanned across the 4 seas and the Grand Line, making him a persistent headache for those in power. Thus, it was no surprise that his top subordinates would be equally formidable. To think that such a notorious figure was captured by this young boy. Initially, the soldiers had already held Lei Yin in high regard, but this revelation elevated their admiration to new heights. However, what transpired next left them, especially Pen, even more astonished. Lei Yin summoned Pen to the captain's cabin. With a serious demeanor, he addressed him, Mr. Pen, let it be known that it was you who captured Diamante. Pen, perplexed, replied, Mr. Lei Yin, how can I accept this? If I report your actions to the Navy headquarters, you would at least be promoted to ensign. Or perhaps even directly commissioned as a major. There's no need for that, Lei Yin interjected. I prefer to avoid the limelight. Fame is a double-edged sword, and I simply wish to quietly enhance my strength. You can take the credit, consider it a favor to me. Pen, contemplating the request, asked, is this truly in your best interest? Lei Yin nodded affirmatively. Very well, I shall comply. One good deed deserves another, Pen agreed. After a series of tribulations during the voyage, the warship finally reached its ultimate destination, the Navy headquarters at Marineford. Upon arriving at the port, one is immediately struck by an overwhelming grandeur, with the sight of a colossal fortress that had once withstood the ravages of war, prominently displaying the word Navy. Inscribed by the hand of the Grand Marshal of the Navy headquarters, Sengoku. Marineford is home to a vast military stronghold and a sizable town for the families of servicemen, alongside countless heavy artillery and numerous naval vessels. Above the fortress are offices and conference rooms for marshals, generals, and lieutenant generals, adorned with lush trees, flowers, and manicured lawns. Surrounding the fortress are 4 towering sentry posts, each proudly flying flags depicting seagulls, the emblem of the Navy. Having finally set foot in Marineford, Lieutenant Pin led Ensign Ray to seek out Vice Admiral Garp. Upon locating Garp, they found him leisurely basking in the sun within his courtyard, adorned with a dog head mask. Accompanied by tea and snacks, exuding an aura of tranquility, Lieutenant Pin approached Garp respectfully, saluting. Lieutenant Pin reporting with Ensign Ray to Vice Admiral Garp. Garp lifted his doghead mask, smiling as he regarded them. "Ah, you have finally arrived. I have been anxiously awaiting your presence." Ray, slightly perplexed, thought to himself, anxiously? I could not discern any signs of that. Pin gently nudged Ray. "Hey, this is Vice Admiral Garp. Please speak with more decorum." "No worries." "No worries," Garp interjected. "This lad is just like that. I have grown accustomed to it during my time in Shell's Town." Indeed, Garp was a remarkably easygoing individual. Subsequently, Pin recounted to Garp the tale of Ray capturing Diamante. Garp sprang from his seat. "Now, where is Diamante?" Pin replied. "He is securely restrained with sea prism stone aboard the ship, awaiting your instructions." Ray's intention was to attribute the credit for this accomplishment to himself, which felt somewhat inappropriate. Hence his need for guidance. Let it be so. Garp surprisingly acquiesced, declaring that Diamante would be credited to Ray's capture. Upon hearing Garp's words, Pin refrained from further objections. He continued, "What shall we do with him now?" Garp instructed, "You should proceed directly to hand him over to Grand Marshal Sengoku." "Understood." Pin saluted and departed. After Pin's exit, Garp clapped Ray on the shoulder. "I did not expect our thoughts to align so perfectly." "It seems you were quite the unassuming fellow, haha." Ray shrugged. "Well, I merely wish to devote some time to quiet cultivation, free from the distractions of the outside world." Garp responded, "Indeed, capturing a member of the Don Quixote family, especially one of such high rank, will undoubtedly create ripples across the world. If others were to learn that this was accomplished by a mere 16-year-old ensign, it would surely draw attention. At that point, you may find it challenging to enjoy a peaceful life. By the way, what do you plan to assign me to? Will I be thrust into the fray alongside ordinary soldiers? Shall I appoint you as an officer to command the troops?" Lane inquired. Garp chuckled softly. "Not at all." Garp continued, "Given your current age and abilities, a formal position within the Navy is not quite suitable for you. You mentioned the need for further training. So after much contemplation, I believe it would be best to assign you to the training camp." "The training camp?" Garp then smirked mischievously. "Indeed, once you arrive there, make sure to put in your utmost effort. If you perform well, I might just introduce you to Tina, the belle of the training camp, as your girlfriend." "How does that sound?" "Huh," Lane replied, clearly exasperated. "Old man, regardless of your rank as a vice admiral, can't you act a bit more seriously at your age?" "Haha, however, speaking of Tina, she does sound quite familiar," Lane pondered. Suddenly, it struck him. She was the user of the superhuman kankank fruit, famously known as Black Kank, who years later would rise to the rank of colonel and then rear admiral in the Navy, a genuine beauty. Who would have thought that Tina was also in the training camp? Suddenly, Lane recalled something and asked Garp, "Old man, am I still entering the training camp as a private?" Garp raised a finger. "With your strength, of course. I wouldn't let you enter the cradle of future Navy officers with such a low rank." "Is that so?" Lane responded. "Yes, I plan to promote your rank." "What?" Lane looked at Garp with a glimmer of anticipation. Garp stated solemnly, "I hereby officially announce that Private Lane will join the training camp as a second-class cadet." Lane sighed in dismay. "Huh? After all this? I'm just a second-class cadet." "Old man, are you joking with me?" "I am not jesting. Military orders are as steadfast as a mountain. You are to report to the training camp tomorrow without fail." "All right, fine," Lane replied, feeling a sense of frustration. "Ah, Garp, you truly remain that playful old fool." In truth, Lane did not mind the rank. What use was it to be appointed a fleet admiral if one lacked the strength? Even being a marshal would be futile without the power to back it up. Just a moment before his inquiry to Garp, Rayan had a foreboding feeling, and indeed, Garp delighted in giving him a low rank. However, Garp's intentions were well-meaning. He understood that Rayan possessed formidable strength, potentially surpassing that of a colonel or even a brigadier general. His approach served two purposes. Firstly, to ensure Rayan remained low-key, diligently honing his abilities without drawing too much attention, and secondly, to prevent him from becoming overly confident. At merely 16, Rayan was still youthful and impetuous. Bestowing upon him a rank of lieutenant or even captain too soon would lead to an unchallenging ascent to the rank of major general or admiral without facing any real challenges. Despite Garp's seemingly carefree demeanor, he was indeed quite astute. Otherwise, he would not have maintained his position as a vice admiral in the Navy for all these years. Indeed, young rascal, the trainees at the training camp each have their own private dormitory, and yours is conveniently located just over a kilometer from my residence, which I have deliberately reserved for you. Perhaps in Garp's heart, he has already regarded Thunder as his own grandson. Garp has always harbored hopes that his two grandsons, Ace and Luffy, would join the Navy. However, one has set sail to become a pirate, while the other proclaims daily his ambition to become the king of the pirates. No matter how hard he tries to teach them, it seems in vain. If Garp recalls correctly, Thunder is even slightly older than Ace, and his potential is boundless. Witnessing Thunder earnestly embrace his role as a Navy officer brings a sense of comfort to Garp's heart. This young man not only possesses formidable strength but also exhibits great courage, aligning perfectly with my expectations. I foresee him becoming a powerful warrior of the Navy in the future, Garp mused as he observed Thunder's silhouette. Though Thunder may appear nonchalant on the surface, he likely does not regard Garp as a stranger in his heart. In the days to come, Thunder will affectionately refer to Garp as old man, while Garp will call Thunder little rascal. Perhaps in Thunder's heart, he has already come to see Garp as his grandfather. Upon arriving at his new residence, Thunder realized the thoughtfulness behind Garp's efforts. The house, though not particularly large, approximately 80 to 90 square meters, boasts a spacious yard filled with various equipment for physical training and items for cultivation. Garp's intention is for Thunder to devote himself to training, so he may one day become a pillar of the Navy, potentially succeeding Garp or even ascending to the rank of admiral, marshal, or even the commander-in-chief of the entire Navy. Thunder, not one to seek the limelight, felt a surge of excitement upon seeing the ample space in the yard, perfectly suited for his training. He has been contemplating the development of an S-class ninjutsu, and as he gathered chakra for the Rasengan, his attention was suddenly drawn to voices outside. Hey, did you hear? A remarkably beautiful girl joined the training camp yesterday. Thunder's focus shifted as he overheard a conversation among several Navy soldiers passing by his yard. Indeed, I heard that she hasn't mastered the paper drawing technique from the 6 forms yet and hasn't officially joined the training camp. A colonel was sent from headquarters to personally guide her. A beautiful girl? Is she more stunning than Tina? I've seen her. She is indeed more beautiful than Tina. Not at all. Were you not with me when we saw her yesterday? While she is lovely, she still cannot compare to Tina. You are mistaken. That girl is indeed more attractive. In truth, I believe Ain from the training camp is the most beautiful. Haha, many of the brothers in our squad secretly admire her. Sigh. I truly envy those male trainees at the training camp, surrounded by so many young and beautiful girls every day, unlike us, who must endure the drudgery of standing guard, only to charge into battle when the call arises. Truly, comparing ourselves to others can be quite disheartening. Although the soldiers grumbled, they still hummed a little tune as they departed. Marinvondo served as the naval gathering place, sprawling like a nation, and housed a considerable number of naval personnel. Virtually all of the world's elite navy could be found here, and one would often encounter a throng of sailors upon stepping outside. Moreover, many families of the Navy had settled and established their lives here. The conversation that Rayan had just overheard was from a small squad of sailors. Indeed, as they had remarked, the training camp functioned as an academy, a veritable cradle for future naval officers. The life there was incomparable to that of these soldiers, who had to endure years of service and earn their accolades through battle. By joining the training camp, not only did one secure a promising future, but many cadets also reveled in the joys of youth. Lost in thought, the spiral pill in Lei Yin's hand gradually dissipated. The following day, just as the sky began to blush with the first light of dawn, Lei Yin reported to the training camp. The camp was, in essence, an institution dedicated to the cultivation of naval officers. Lei Yin had initially envisioned it to be quite expansive, yet upon arrival, He found it to be somewhat larger than he had anticipated. To his surprise, he was met with a chorus of laughter upon his entrance. What was the cause of this mockery? It was his attire that had betrayed him. The uniforms worn by naval personnel varied according to rank. Those below the rank of private donned the basic naval uniform and cap. Upon promotion to corporal, one could choose from various attire options, even civilian clothing. Though unsuitable garments for the naval image remained prohibited, officers of the rank of second lieutenant and above could wear a coat emblazoned with the word justice paired with standard uniforms, while higher-ranking officers and generals were permitted to don the justice coat with civilian attire. The reason for Lei Yin's ridicule lay in the fact that he still wore the most basic uniform and cap, unmistakably identifying him as a mere private. Arriving late on his first day, he found that the cadets had already formed lines. Private Lei Yin, 3 minutes late for roll call. Will run 30 laps as punishment after morning exercise, the instructor declared. Upon hearing the term private, some cadets stifled their laughter, struggling to suppress their amusement, while one individual laughed so heartily that his mirth echoed throughout the gathering. Belagood, is it truly that amusing? You'll be running 30 laps after morning exercise as well, the instructor reprimanded loudly. At this, Belagood's jovial expression instantly faded, and the laughter among the others ceased abruptly. Was it really that laughable? It turned out that the cadets in the training camp were either capable individuals, proficient in the 6 styles, or the offspring of high-ranking naval officers. The lowest rank among the cadets was corporal, and even that rank was subjected to jest from those who delighted in mischief and exhibited a penchant for bullying the weaker. Now, with Lei Yin's arrival, if a corporal was considered peculiar, then this private truly represented an anomaly among oddities. At this moment, he became a subject of ridicule. Several junior soldiers in the team, upon seeing Lei Yin, felt a secret satisfaction. With his presence, we would no longer be at the bottom. Lei Yin paid little heed to the mockery of the crowd. Rather, his attention was captured by the instructor who had just delivered the briefing. She was a mature and alluring beauty, clad in a navy justice coat paired with ultra-short shorts that showcased her captivatingly fair and strikingly long legs. At her waist hung a renowned sword named Jean Pira, which seemed perfectly in harmony with her appearance. Dubbed the seductive powder keg, years later, she would ascend to the rank of Rear Admiral in the Navy headquarters, pursued relentlessly by an infatuated fellow Rear Admiral, who sought her affections 100 times, only to be met with unwavering rejections. Eventually, she would be considered a candidate for the rank of Admiral. Even Lei Yin couldn't help but steal a glance at her. This is Rear Admiral Peach Rabbit from the Navy headquarters. It must be her. However, judging by her uniform, Peach Rabbit currently held the rank of Brigadier General. As there were new students present, she introduced herself. I am Peach Rabbit, your Vice Chief Instructor. Your Chief Instructor is the illustrious Zephyr, who is exceedingly busy with myriad affairs. Therefore, I will oversee your training and daily activities. The name of Zephyr, the Black Arm, is known far and wide. He was originally a Grand Admiral of the Navy headquarters before stepping back to become the Chief Instructor. Having taught most of the high-ranking naval officers and academy officials, Lei Yin thought to himself, unexpectedly, he would be under the tutelage of such a figure today. Lei Yin. Fall in and commence morning exercises, Peach Rabbit commanded. Yes, ma'am. This Navy headquarters was far from the likes of the local rogue town. It was a realm of hidden talents and emerging elites, and Lei Yin dared not be careless. As he took his place in the formation, he noticed a girl standing next to an empty spot. Another stunning girl, with alluring eyes, luscious lips, and flowing pink hair. Her shapely figure accentuated the naval uniform she wore. She was destined to become a colonel in the Navy headquarters, later promoted to Brigadier General. Currently a lieutenant cadet in the training camp. Is that Tina, the Black Barrier? As anticipated from the old man's words. She too was in the training camp. Seeing her in person revealed she was even more captivating than rumored. While Lane was lost in thought, Tina suddenly occupied the empty spot, casting a disdainful glance at him, conveying her disdain for the mere private and suggesting he keep his distance. Lane shook his head in resignation. He hadn't expected her to be so aloof. Well, there's no point in quarreling with a woman. Come over here. There's an empty spot, a gentle voice called out. Looking over, Lane saw yet another girl, equally enchanting. She had long, sea blue curls and bright, expressive eyes, possessing a figure that rivaled Tina's, combining the maturity of an older sister with the charm of a younger girl. She was currently a lieutenant cadet in the training camp. Is that Ein, the most loyal student of the former Grand Admiral Zephyr? Rayan glanced at her and expressed his gratitude before standing beside her, to which Ein responded with a sweet smile. Following the completion of morning exercises, under the command of Instructor Tautu, Rayan and Bellamy were assigned to run 30 laps around the playground as punishment. Bellamy, with his mushroom-shaped afro and heavy dark circles under his eyes, often wore a sly grin. Rayan recalled that he was a superhuman-type user of the Doubt of Fruit, who would later rise to the rank of colonel in the Navy headquarters. Initially, the two ran separately, but gradually, Bellamy caught up to Rayan. While running, he cast a malevolent glance at Rayan and inquired, "Hey, newcomer, what is your name?" "Rayan." He replied, "Oh, what kind of inn is that? Let me tell you, not only did you drag me into this punishment run today, but I also saw you flirting with our campus Bellamy, which really irritates me." Rayan smirked disdainfully. "Oh, so you have a crush on Ayn, do you? Quit the nonsense. Just so you know, she is a junior officer, the most trusted pupil of teacher Zifa, and she is gorgeous. What are you, a mere private? Compared to her? Have you even looked in the mirror to see how you measure up?" Bellamy shot back with venomous words. Upon hearing this, Rayan, filled with rage, swung his fist at Bellamy, who effortlessly evaded the attack using his Doubt of Fruit ability. As Rayan prepared to unleash a ninjutsu, Bellamy resumed his original form and taunted, "Kid, don't act tough here. If you dare, challenge me to a public duel like a man." Rayan, upon hearing this, ceased his attack and asked, "All right. How do you propose this duel?" Bellamy replied, "After training this afternoon, we'll meet in the open space beside Training Ground 6 for a one-on-one. Whoever backs down is a coward." "I will definitely flatten you," Rayan retorted. With a huff, he ignored Bellamy and continued running. After completing the punishment run and rejoining the training, Rayan soon realized that many of his classmates were destined to become renowned figures in the Navy. Due to his low rank, many regarded him with disdain. However, Ayn, with her gentle and kind nature, inexplicably felt an immediate connection with Rayan. During physical training, as they sat together, Rayan noticed a casually dressed individual who seemed somewhat odd. He pointed at the person and asked Ayn, "Why is he dressed differently while we all wear military uniforms?" Ayn replied, "Oh, that is the strongest cadet in our training camp, the highest ranking and the only officer-level student." Rayan scrutinized the individual closely and observed the X marks on his chin and chest, a hooked nose, and eyes obscured by an eye patch. His hat resembled that of a medieval swordsman, giving him the appearance of an American duelist. He carried a four-man axe on his right side and a western sword on his left, with a black mask covering his face. "Who is that?" Rayan exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. Ayn continued, "His name is X-Drake, the only major student in the training camp. Due to the regulations of the academy, only cadets of the rank of major and above are permitted to wear their own casual attire, which is why he was the only one dressed this way in the entire training camp." Rayan was well aware that this Drake later became a rear admiral in the Navy, only to defect and become a pirate, earning a bounty of 222 million berries as one of the 11 supernovas during the incident at Sabaody Archipelago. However, that is a tale for another time. He then spotted another cadet performing pull-ups, sporting a tousled mane of silver hair, a pair of wind-resistant goggles around his neck, and a sea-prism stone baton slung over his back. Rayan recognized him instantly. Could it be White Hunter Smoker? Ayn, following Rayan's gaze, remarked, "Oh, that's Smoker. He's a lieutenant cadet and the only user of a Logia-type fruit, the smoke fruit, in the training camp. He consistently ranks in the top 3 during assessments and possesses formidable strength." Upon hearing Ayn's explanation, Rayan inquired, "Assessment?" Ayn replied, "Yes, didn't he, you know? In 2 months, there will be a ranking competition. Cadets will compete in one-on-one elimination matches, which will determine their ranks and military titles. The more victories one secures, the higher their ranking and military title, thus allowing greater potential for advancement." Although Rayan maintained a calm exterior, his heart surged with excitement at Ayn's words. This represented an opportunity for him, one he must seize. When the time for free training arrived, Rayan and Ayn observed on the training ground as a male cadet approached a female cadet, kneeling on one knee with a bouquet of roses in his mouth. "From the moment I laid eyes on you, I was captivated by your beauty. Therefore, Tina, please accept my affection." The female cadet being confessed to was indeed Tina, while the male cadet was Fambuti. Iron Fist, Fambuti, now a sergeant cadet in the training camp, earned his nickname due to the iron rings he wore on his hands. He later served as a lieutenant in the Navy, but was demoted to private after being severely reprimanded by Sanji for wasting food at a restaurant in the East Blue, bringing shame to the Navy, and subsequently placed under Tina's command. Rayan mused to himself, surprised that this fellow had developed feelings for Tina so early on. In response to Fambuti's confession, Tina shot him a cold glare. She snatched the roses from his hand and, without hesitation, snapped them in two. Please refrain from such trivial antics in the future. I believe my sentiments have been made abundantly clear. Do you not understand human speech? With that, Tina turned and walked away, leaving the onlooking cadets in fits of laughter. You still don't give up, do you? They jeered. It was no wonder. She was a user of the munch-munch fruit, now a lieutenant cadet, and upon graduation, would at least be a school-level officer. She was also strikingly beautiful, with a future that seemed limitless. Meanwhile, you are merely a sergeant. Just give it a rest. Exactly, echoed the others. In response to the mockery, Booty remained unperturbed, brushing the dust off his knees. What do you all know? I am far superior to you lot who harbor feelings, yet lack the courage to voice them. Moreover, regardless of what others may say, I shall never relinquish my pursuit of Tina. With that, he gracefully strode away. Upon witnessing this scene, Rayan mused to himself, this fellow, his audacity is truly remarkable. He then gazed up at the azure sky adorned with fluffy clouds, feeling an immense sense of contentment. Here, one can not only quietly enhance their strength, but also revel in the unparalleled beauty of youth. Observing the retreating figure of Beauty, Ein, seated beside Rayan, covered her mouth and giggled. Ein remarked, this Beauty is quite amusing. Having confessed 46 times only to be rejected, yet he remains so resolute. Rayan replied, indeed, he can be considered a tenacious individual. By the way, you are an ability user as well, aren't you? Rayan inquired further. How do you know? Ein responded, puzzled. Rayan scratched his head. Oh well. It was merely a guess. Ein smiled sweetly, extending her right hand, revealing a swirling orb of peach-colored flames resembling ghostly fire within her palm. She then aimed at a small sapling. Retreating shot. Ein exclaimed, and the peach flame shot forth, striking the sapling, which vanished in an instant. Oh! What is this? A look of astonishment crossed Rayan's face. Ein withdrew the flames from her hand. This is my ability, known as reverse fruit. Anything struck by it will regress 12 years in time. The sapling, having a lifespan of less than 12 years, simply disappeared upon impact. What a remarkable ability! If it were a ranking assessment, I would undoubtedly be no match for you, Rayan modestly acknowledged. Ein's cheeks flushed. Oh no, that's not true. However, if anything were to happen, I will protect you. Is that something a girl should say to a boy? Yet, one cannot fault Ein. Rayan's slender physique suggested a certain fragility, reminiscent of someone who could easily be overwhelmed. Moreover, he held the rank of a private, an unprecedentedly low status, naturally rendering him a target of sympathy. Upon hearing this, Rayan felt a wave of frustration. Truly, I have been thoroughly underestimated. Before long, the afternoon training concluded, and as agreed, Rayan and Bellamy convened in the open space beside training ground number 6 for their duel. They both arrived as scheduled. Bellamy smirked. I never expected you to be so fearless, actually showing up. Rayan scoffed. Those words should be directed at you instead. You fool. I already warned you this morning. Seeing you and Ein all cozy and entangled together truly irked me. Today, I shall strike you so hard that even your mother won't recognize you. TCH, we shall see if you possess the ability to do so. Arrogant and foolish. With that, Bellamy charged forward without hesitation, executing the 6th style gale kick. With a surge of momentum, Bellamy lifted a leg and unleashed a blue slash, while Rayan deftly evaded it by grounding himself. Not only was Bellamy a user of a devil fruit, but he was also well versed in the 6 styles. Yet, what did that matter? A cyclone of energy gathered in Rayan's hands, and a stealthy ninjutsu was on the verge of being unleashed. Stop fighting! A girl's figure rushed in from a distance. As they turned to look, it was Ein. Upon her arrival, she positioned herself between the two and inquired, Rayan, what are you two doing? Rayan remained silent, but Bellamy spoke up. Ein, don't interfere. Neither of us will concede, so we come here to settle this. Ein glared at Rayan and exclaimed, Rayan, you just arrived, and you're merely a second-class soldier. Do you really intend to recklessly challenge a devil fruit user? Ein's implication was clear. As a second-class soldier, he was no match for Bellamy, so he should refrain from fighting. However, Bellamy paid no heed to her words, circumventing Ein to launch another assault on Rayan. Without a punch. In the next moment, Bellamy's fist shot forth directly at Rayan. This was the ability of his paramecia-type Daodu fruit, allowing his body to transform into spherical particles to execute or evade attacks. However, this ability bore similarities to Buggy's Chop Chop fruit. As the spherical fist sped towards him, Unexpectedly, Ein stepped forward and grasped the fist. Huh, Ein you. Ein turned to Lane and declared, I told you, I will protect you. Really? Lane thought to himself, while I appreciate your good intentions, there must be a limit to underestimating others. If I can't even handle him, how will I ever make my mark on the high seas? Flying thunder god slash, lion's roar. In a flash, faster than the eye could perceive, Lane vanished and reappeared before Barrygood, his knee colliding forcefully with Barrygood's abdomen, propelling him into the air before crashing him back down to the ground. Barrygood barely had time to activate the Daodu fruit's ability to escape. When I next beheld them, she found Barrygood lying on the ground, blood spilling from his mouth, while Lane stood nearby with an air of calm. What just happened? Lane had combined the speed of his flying thunder god slash with the martial arts technique lion's roar to deliver an incredibly swift strike. A sequence of movements imperceptible to the naked eye. Ein stood there, utterly bewildered. Didn't we agree that I would protect you? Yet you secretly turned the tables? Very good. Now defeated and filled with resentment, struggled to rise, employing the Daoda fruit's ability to eject a sphere from his body, hurling it toward Lane. Enough. Suddenly, a figure flew in from a distance, intervening between the two, causing Barrygood to revert to his original state, thereby halting the duel. The figure in question is clad in a light purple striped suit, paired with a deep blue shirt and a tie, sporting a punk hairstyle and a beard. At his waist, he carries an exquisite samurai sword. Is this a mole? Yes, it is indeed the mole. A rear admiral at the Navy headquarters and a venerable figure among the naval elite, also a disciple of the former Admiral Blackarm Zephyr. Currently serving as a swordsmanship instructor at the training camp. The sword at his side is believed to be the renowned god Ji-Ri Quickblade, Bloodhunter. Not only is he proficient in swordsmanship, but he is also a master of the six powers. He was one of the 5 rear admirals tasked with executing the extermination order at Eni's lobby, having once captured the giant race's bounty of 320 million pawns fly. He has also demonstrated exceptional prowess in the upcoming Marineford War, his strength being unfathomable. Draped in a cloak of justice, the mole brandishes his sword, admonishing, you too. Private dueling is strictly forbidden within the Navy, especially for those of you in the training camp who represent the future of our forces. Guards. Upon the arrival of 2 Navy privates, he commanded, confine them both for 2 days as punishment, facing the wall in reflection. As you command. Thus, Rayan and Barrygood were escorted away. The following day, in the office of the Fleet Admiral at Navy headquarters, Garp divulged to only Fleet Admiral Sengoku about sending Rayan to the training camp. Being old comrades, Sengoku naturally consented. The bond between Garp and Rayan, unbeknownst to even the 3 admirals, piqued Sengoku's interest, especially upon hearing of Rayan's confinement. At that moment, Sengoku sat behind his desk while Garp lounged on a nearby sofa, sipping tea and snacking on rice crackers. So, Garp, is this the young lad you have taken a liking to? How curious that he got into a brawl on his very first afternoon, Sengoku questioned. Laced with a hint of reproach, Garp, casually munching on his snack, replied, Haha, Sengoku, you worry too much. Youthful vigor often leads to conflicts. This just shows the boy's spirited nature. He is destined to become a formidable naval warrior. Sengoku retorted, what kind of logic is that? Disregarding military discipline does not forge a good naval officer. This boy, much like you, seems to revel in chaos. Garp chuckled heartily. Haha, well, if he has anything like me, that suits me just fine. Sengoku sighed in resignation, nevertheless. Is it true that this young lad managed to capture the highest-ranking officer of the Don Quixote family, Diamante? Garp took a sip of his tea, of course. Do you think Lieutenant T. Pone would possess such strength? Sengoku pondered, if that's the case, this boy's potential is indeed profound. With proper guidance, he might become a valuable asset. Garp beamed with enthusiasm. I intend to mold him into the Navy's premier combat officer. Sengoku added, however, capturing Diamante surely will not sit well with Doflamingo. It seems a confrontation with the Don Quixote family is inevitable. Garp's expression turned serious as he spoke. To be honest, I intend to have Rayan train at the youth camp for a while. Once his strength reaches a certain level, I will formally appoint him to confront Don Quixote Doflamingo. I believe that with this young man's capabilities, defeating Doflamingo is not beyond the realm of possibility. Sengoku gazed at Garp, questioning, defeating Doflamingo? That's not merely a matter of words. Given Doflamingo's influence and his own formidable strength, he has few rivals on the seas. Can we truly entrust such a task to a novice? Garp met Sengoku's gaze with unwavering conviction, stating, I have faith in him. With a sigh, Sengoku conceded. Very well. Then you may proceed as you see fit. In any case, we still have to deal with the 4 emperors and the formidable pirate crews that dominate the seas. If Raijin proves to be as capable as you say, it may indeed alleviate some of our burdens. By the way, how have you dealt with Diamante? Sengoku responded with a heavy sigh. I have already dispatched someone to secretly escort him to Impel Down. The day after Raijin was confined, I visited him bearing some treats. She presented a small pink box filled with exquisite pastries, offering, here, I made these for you. I figured you might not be eating well here. Give them a try. Raijin, slightly exasperated, remarked, come on, I'm merely being confined, not imprisoned. I'll be out tomorrow. This feels a bit odd. Upon hearing this, Ain's face flushed crimson. I'm sorry. Nonetheless, Raijin, despite his protest, began to enjoy the pastries, exclaiming, you made these yourself? They are quite delightful. Ain blushed even more, replying, really? Thank you for the compliment. Nearby, Bellamy, also confined in a cell, observed the scene with displeasure. Hey, Ain, why did you only bring him treats? I'm in confinement too. Ain sheepishly scratched her head. Oh, I'm so sorry. I completely forgot. After finishing the last pastry, Raijin handed the box to Bellamy, saying, here, I'll share some of my bounty with you. TCH. As if I care about your leftovers, Bellamy scoffed, yet he took the box. However, upon opening it, his anger flared as he noticed it was empty, his head swelling and teeth sharpening. Hey you, what do you mean by some? You've eaten them all. Raijin laughed heartily, having successfully played a prank on him. While Ain stifled a giggle behind her hand. After Raijin finished, Ain lingered, lowering her voice so only he could hear. Hey, how did you pull off that move the other day? What do you mean? I saw you vanish from my sight, and when you reappeared, Bellamy was already on the ground. Have you mastered the 6 forms, Saru? Ain inquired. Upon hearing this, Lane scratched his head, saying, well, hey, you too. Keep your distance. Don't whisper over there. Before Lane could say more, Barrygood, gripping the bars of the confinement room, shouted loudly at Lane and the others. Barrygood felt quite displeased seeing the two so close together. As for Lei Yin's vague response to Ain's question, he knew that even if he explained, she would remain oblivious to the meanings of Flying Thunder God Slash and Lion's Roar. Such is the essence of youth, a time when hormones run rampant. By the 3rd day, Lei Yin and his companion were released. At this point, Barrygood regarded Lei Yin with an added hint of wariness. It was too long before the news of Lei Yin and Barrygood as scuffle and confinement spread amongst the others. Did you hear? That guy defeated Barrygood in an instant? Nonsense, how could that be? Tina remarked, indeed, he's just a mere 2nd-class soldier. I can't believe he possesses such prowess. After all, Barrygood is a devil fruit user. In the days that followed, Lei Yin and Ain spent nearly all their time together, apart from sleeping and training, which irked many male trainees and Navy personnel. Ain was the goddess of our training camp. Many harbored secret crushes or pursued her openly, yet she hardly spared a glance at them. And here was this mere 2nd-class soldier, entangled with our goddess in such a manner? One day, in the training camp cafeteria, Lei Yin and Ain sat across from each other, enjoying lunch together. Not far away, Tina and her close friends were also having their meal. As the saying goes, women are inherently drawn to gossip. The group of girls, seated together, began to whisper and speculate. Friend A, hey, look over there. Do you think those two are already an item? Friend B, I didn't expect this guy, despite his low rank, to have such charm with the ladies. Friend C, who would have thought that the most unattainable goddess in the training camp would be won over by a 2nd-class soldier? Tina scoffed, casting a glance toward Lei Yin, and remarked, humph, I refuse to believe Ain would ever like him. Friend B, oh right. The number 1 goddess in the training camp should be you, Tina. Friend C, exactly. You all keep calling on a goddess, and it's making Tina unhappy. Beauty, jealousy, and rivalry are innate traits of women. When 2 women of similar age stand together, the less attractive one often feels more insecure. Thus, the trainees, particularly the female ones, revel in such gossip. Among the training camp, Ain and Tina were universally acknowledged as the 2 most beautiful women, yet debates over who was more beautiful never ceased. Despite the triviality of the matter, however, before long, the arrival of yet another stunning girl would shatter this ongoing debate. But that is a story for another time. At this moment, upon hearing her friend Bing's words, Tina couldn't help but cast a disdainful glance. Tina does not care about such trivial matters in this world. Strength is of paramount importance. Although she professes indifference, in reality, she is more enamored with beauty than anyone else, meticulously adorning herself each day before venturing out. She often finds herself observing Ayn, who is the subject of much discussion, fearing that her own appearance might pale in comparison. Involuntarily, her gaze drifts toward the direction of Lane and Ayn. Seated opposite each other, Lane and Ayn were relishing their meal, sharing laughter, much to the envy of those around them. Suddenly, an unpleasant sound of someone banging on the table disrupted the camaraderie between the two. A man, accompanied by 4 or 5 fellow students, struck the dining table, glaring at Lane with a malevolent expression. This individual, a trainee from the academy named Branyu, was a junior lieutenant with grass-green hair. His somewhat receding hairline obscured his true age, giving him a prematurely aged appearance. He was robustly built, with a formidable physique that was somewhat intimidating. Branyu addressed Lane. "Hey, kid, step outside. We need to have a word with you." Lane, spearing a piece of sea beast meat with his fork, replied, "I'm currently dining, so I'm unavailable." One of Branyu's companions interjected, "Don't push your luck. Our boss wants to speak with you, and you dare to refuse." Branyu clenched his fists. "What an oblivious little private. You should take a good look at yourself. How dare you dine here with Sister Ayn? If I were in your shoes, I wouldn't have the face to show myself outside." Ayn, growing anxious, exclaimed, "Hey, Branyu. You're crossing the line. Move along, or I shall not be polite." Lane interjected, "Ayn, don't interfere. I'm curious to see what he can do. How dare you make a fuss here? If Sister Ayn weren't present, I would have already knocked your teeth out. So, do you want me to use my 6 styles technique on you?" Branyu cracked his knuckles ominously. As Ayn prepared to unleash her powers against them, Lane restrained her shoulder. At that moment, one of Branyu's followers remarked, "6 styles? Boss, isn't it a bit excessive to use that against this kid? This pathetic private probably doesn't even know what 6 styles is, haha." Following this, a wave of laughter erupted among the crowd, mocking Lane. Then, with a swift motion, Lane executed the Iron Fist technique. Bang! A powerful punch sent one of Branyu's men flying, crashing into the food counter and leaving a significant dent. The punch was delivered by Lane, while Branyu was the one who was sent hurtling into the counter, resulting in a gaping hole, blood spewing from his mouth. 2 front teeth knocked out, and his jaw dislocated. Witnessing this, Branyu's followers scattered like startled birds. If even the robust Branyu, who practiced 6 styles, ended up in such a state, we clearly stood no chance against this private. With a single punch, Lane left Branyu in a state of utter disarray. Yet he continued to eat as if nothing had transpired. At this moment, not only was Ayn, who sat across from him, astonished, but even Tina, who was not far away, was taken aback. "Hey, wasn't that Rokushiki, Iron Block Fist, he just used?" inquired one friend. It seems so." Another replied hesitantly. "How is that possible? He is merely an obscure second-class soldier. Most lieutenants don't even master the Rokushiki techniques." Tina gazed at Lane, her delicate face betraying her astonishment. Though she did not voice her thoughts, a tempest brewed within her. Could it be that he was not just an ordinary second-class trainee? How could he possibly wield Rokushiki and even the advanced technique of Iron Block? It was no wonder everyone reacted so strongly. In the Navy, few could execute Rokushiki. Not to mention, even among officers, only a mere fraction of them could claim mastery. And here was Lane, a mere private, executing an advanced technique? It defied logic. Had she underestimated him all along? Tina pondered. The recent skirmish had been instigated by Branyu, who had even sustained injuries from the encounter, resulting in only a verbal reprimand from the headquarters for both parties. With the assessment for the training camp approaching, Lane intensified his training regimen. After a period of rigorous training, the headquarters granted a 3-day leave to the trainees, during which Lane devised an ambitious plan. Having accumulated a bounty of 1.11 billion and sold the Goto Gomu no Mi for a considerable sum, Lane now possessed nearly 20 million berries. The cost for a single draw of E-rank ninjutsu was only 10,000 berries, and with just over 200,000 berries spent, he mastered all 6 fundamental E-rank techniques: the shadow clone technique, the substitution technique, the transformation technique, the body change technique, the escape technique, and the rope escape technique. One of these E-rank ninjutsu proved to be instrumental to his plan. As he perused the latest newspaper, Lane discovered that 2 pirates had recently arrived at Sabaody Archipelago. One, named Tyler, had massacred over 100 residents and kidnapped several young women around 20 years of age, leading the authorities to suspect a connection. Tyler had eluded capture repeatedly, resulting in a bounty of 52 million berries, with his abilities remaining unclear. The other pirate was named Capone Beach. That name sounds familiar. Lane searched his memory. Capone Beach, known as the gangster, captain of the fire tank pirates, was a paramecia-type user of the Shiro no Mi. With a current bounty of 78 million berries. Rayan recalled that years later, he would be one of the 11 supernovas alongside Luffy, with a bounty of 138 million. He later joined the ranks of the Yonko Big Mom, with his bounty soaring to a staggering 300 million berries. To think this fellow is now in the Sabaody archipelago? It was no surprise. Capone Beach had always preferred to operate alone, and due to the peculiarities of his devil fruit ability, he was accompanied by thousands of troops wherever he went. Thus, it is quite a challenge for the Navy to capture him. Well then, with a bounty of 78 million berries, you have become my target. With this thought in mind, during a 3-day holiday, Rayan boarded a small vessel and set sail for the Chambord Islands, located not far from the Navy headquarters. Despite the rigorous training at the training camp, the trainees enjoyed a relaxed and pleasant time during their vacation. The Chambord Islands were their favorite destination for leisure and entertainment. Near the Navy headquarters stands the world's largest mangrove tree, the Rhizophora, whose roots emerge above the water, forming the Chambord Islands. Situated in the midst of the Grand Line, the islands consist of several towering trees, with the ground made up of their roots. In the original tale, Baroque referred to the Chambord Islands as both the Island of Failure and the Island of New Departures. The most distinctive feature of the Chambord Islands is that the roots of the Rhizophora secrete a unique natural resin through respiration, which expands into bubbles that ascend into the sky. These bubbles thrive only within the climatic confines of the Rhizophora. If they venture beyond the island's atmospheric realm, the resin's potency diminishes, resulting in their explosive demise. Hence, the name Chambord Islands was derived. Bubble cars, bubble Ferris wheels, bubble-coated crafts, and houses built upon bubbles have all become the island's unique characteristics and stunning vistas. The entire archipelago is composed of 79 numbered trees, each hosting towns and facilities. Trees numbered 1 to 29 primarily feature human trafficking establishments and auction houses. Trees numbered 30 to 39 are home to bubble parks, while trees 40 to 49 encompass sightseeing areas and specialty shops. Trees 50 to 59 house shipyards and coating artisans, whereas trees 60 to 69 contain the Navy's stationed areas and government entrances. Finally, trees numbered 70 to 79 are primarily occupied by in streets. Now a bona fide member of the Navy, Rayan naturally entered the Chambord Islands through the Navy's stationed area, number 60. Initially, he believed the Chambord Islands to be vast, but upon arrival, he discovered it to be even larger than anticipated. As soon as he set foot on the island, he was greeted by a sky filled with vibrant bubbles, shimmering under the sun in a kaleidoscope of colors, creating a truly magnificent spectacle. From the moment he arrived, he resolved to capture Capone Beach and exchange the bounty for ninjutsu to enhance his own abilities. In essence, Rayan was poised to return to his former profession. However, as a member of the Navy, capturing pirates would not yield a bounty. At most, he could achieve a promotion in rank. The notion of being a Navy officer while aspiring to be a pirate hunter seemed absurd, didn't it? Yet, let us not forget that Rayan is a ninja. Transformation technique. Finding an unoccupied area, with a swift motion, Rayan transformed into the likeness of another individual. Gone was his previous delicate demeanor. This time, he employed an E-rank transformation technique to morph into a robust figure, his sinewy muscles presenting a stark contrast to his previous appearance. Who says that once one becomes a member of the Navy, they cannot also pursue the life of a pirate hunter? Who has placed me in such a flawed system? Now, I can commence the search for my target. Logically, the lair of pirates is unlikely to be situated in residential, tourist, or specialty areas. It is most probable to be found in the lawless zone of the Sabaody archipelago, a place where the Navy is seldom able to intervene, thus naturally becoming a haven for pirates. With this thought firmly established, Rayan proceeded toward districts 1 through 29. The congregation of pirates inevitably attracts numerous bounty hunters. However, it is also home to a notorious human trafficking operation, tacitly accepted by the authorities. In truth, those who claim to be bounty hunters in this area often capture any individual they deem valuable, subsequently selling them to the human trafficking operation. If one were to depart from the Navy base towards the lawless zone, they would need to traverse the specialty area. Rayan reflected on the map of the Sabaody archipelago. As he walked under the sun, vibrant bubbles floated skyward, a unique spectacle of the Sabaody archipelago not found elsewhere. Before he knew it, he arrived at District 45, the tourist specialty area. There, he rented a distinctive mode of transportation, the bubble car, and rode toward the lawless zone. Upon reaching District 8, an atmosphere of despondency enveloped him, many ruins scattered about, inhabited by a motley group of individuals. If they were not bounty hunters, they were likely pirates themselves. What an age we live in, where residents dare to venture into the lawless zone. Surely, they must be oblivious to the danger? Capture them and sell them to the trafficking operation. Let the brothers earn some drinking money. As they spoke, armed with swords and firearms, they surrounded Rayan in his bubble car. The leader, a burly man wielding a blade, addressed Rayan, saying, "Kid, our brothers are a bit short on cash lately. Do us a favor and come with us." The surrounding lackeys grinned maliciously at Rayan. The meaning was clear. They intended to capture Rayan and sell him into slavery for profit. Are they truly worthy of being called bounty hunters? For the sake of fleeting wealth, they consign individuals to the dark abyss of the human trafficking operation, condemning them to a life of misery far more reprehensible than that of any notorious pirate. "If you have the capability, come and seize me if you dare." Rayan replied calmly. "Grab this insensible brat and sell him," commanded the leader. No sooner had he spoken than a crescent-shaped beam of white energy erupted forth. The white blade. The bounty hunters barely had time to react before Rayan sliced through their chests. Some had their hearts cleaved, others had their lungs eviscerated. They writhed in agony on the ground, blood staining the earth, each death a ghastly sight. However, Rayan deliberately spared one individual, who, upon witnessing the carnage and the grotesque demise of his comrades, found himself soaked in terror. Thundersound leapt from the vehicle and patted the man's shoulder. "Hey, I have a question for you, and you must answer me truthfully." The man trembled violently, his body quaking in fear as he regarded Thundersound as if he were the embodiment of a demonic overlord, his eyes wide with terror, rooted to the spot and unable to move. After all, the crimson liquid pooling on the ground was genuine blood, not mere ketchup. The man remained silent, prompting Thundersound to inquire further, "Where is Capone Beach?" Thundersound had come in search of him, for in such an expansive area, blind searching would yield little hope. The man did not respond, likely still shaken by Thundersound's earlier display of the white blade. Noticing his silence, Thundersound continued, "If you remain tight-lipped, I shall devise a means to extract your words. I have a myriad of ways to ensure your demise. But the duration and agony of your death shall be determined by your own choices." Upon hearing this, the man felt as though he had heard the very voice of hell and quickly replied, "Brother, I truly do not know this person. I beg you, spare me." Thundersound's expression darkened. "Oh, is that so? Then do not blame me." As Thundersound prepared to take action, the man, in sheer fright, immediately knelt on the ground. "Esteemed sir, I only know that Capone Beach is a bounty criminal with a reward of over 70 million. As for his whereabouts, I truly cannot say. Please, grant me mercy." The man, trembling and pleading, prostrated himself like a garlic clove being crushed. Thundersound pondered for a moment, considering the possibility that the man genuinely lacked knowledge. He then asked, "Do you know of any other wanted criminals? The higher the bounty, the better." Upon hearing this, the man ceased his frantic bowing. "Oh, esteemed sir, I happen to know of another individual, with a bounty exceeding 50 million berries." The man divulged the name of this pirate to Thundersound, who then departed with a determined stride. Thundersound adhered to a singular principle in his dealings with others, the principle of perception. To those like Garp and Ein, who treated him kindly or with gentleness, he reciprocated with benevolence. In contrast, to those like Belgood and Branna who sought to threaten or suppress him, he responded in kind with force. As for the so-called bounty hunters who mercilessly condemned others to the depths of despair for their own selfish desires, Thundersound unveiled his most ruthless and sinister visage. Had the man remained silent, Thundersound would not have hesitated to execute him in a brutal fashion. If they were to embody demons, then they should be cast into hell. As for the unfortunate souls they had delivered into the clutches of human trafficking, they had already met a fate far too lenient. Angels should bear the countenance of angels, demons should wear the guise of demons. This encapsulated Thundersound's philosophy regarding humanity, revealing the duality of his nature. Following the location provided by the man, Thundersound made his way directly to Area 16. The majority of the Shambody archipelago, zones 1 to 29, lay shrouded in lawlessness. Yet upon arriving in Area 16, he observed a stark contrast to the earlier Area 8. Region 8 is predominantly a desolate wasteland ravaged by pirates and bounty hunters, whereas Region 16 boasts tidy streets and rows of splendid residences, appearing utterly unlike a lawless zone. Naturally, not every pirate is solely a harbinger of destruction. The pirate I seek must be nearby. As Rayan pondered, a young girl suddenly dashed out from a large courtyard, her expression fraught with panic and her eyes wide with terror. A group of pursuers followed closely behind her. "Don't let her escape. If we lose her, the boss will have our heads," shouted the leading man among the throng. The physical strength of a woman is inherently inferior to that of a man. And soon she found herself once again surrounded. Run all you want. This is our territory. It seems you still don't understand. No matter how fast you flee, you cannot escape our grasp. Return and serve our boss obediently. The girl's face turned ashen, resembling a frightened little kitten, as those men reached out their greedy hands towards her amidst her fearful gaze. Flying Thunder God slash, White Blade. Lane suddenly materialized before the girl, slicing through the air to create a white ripple of energy as a crescent-shaped blade dispersed outward in all directions. Previously, the individual he had interrogated had not divulged the whereabouts of Capone Beach, but rather spoke of another bounty criminal with a reward exceeding 50 million. Returning to the present, Lane stood protectively in front of the girl, his middle and index fingers tracing a white ripple in the air, and with a decisive strike of white energy, he annihilated all the assailants rushing towards them. Casting a glance at the fallen body strewn about, Lane turned to the girl, still trembling with fear. Can you tell me what is happening here? The girl, having emerged from this place only to be pursued by so many, clearly had encountered a dire situation. Her expression remained one of terror as she stammered, Who are you? Lane collected his thoughts and reassured her, Fear not. My name is Baramak, a bounty hunter who only targets pirates with a price on their heads. At this moment, Lane had utilized his E-rank substitution technique to assume a different appearance, which he had named Baramak. Sensing no malice from him, the girl recounted her ordeal. The individuals pursuing me belonged to a pirate crew led by a captain named Tyler, with a bounty of 52 million berries. Recently, he massacred over 100 residents in a neighborhood at night, and dozens of young girls have gone missing, of which I am one. This fiend is not only formidable but also lecherous, seeking to indulge in the captured girls each night for his own pleasure. The Navy has made numerous attempts to apprehend him, yet all have ended in failure. Unable to endure this perverse tyrant any longer, I resolved to escape. Upon hearing her account, Lane recalled the two pirates mentioned in the latest edition of the newspaper. One figure is the notorious Capone Beach, a user of the superhuman stronghold fruit, currently with a bounty of 78 million berries. The other is this tailor, whose description from the girl starkly contrasts with the reports in the newspapers. After much effort, I have stumbled upon him effortlessly. By the way, do you know what abilities he possesses? Lane inquired of the girl. The girl replied, I've seen it once. There was an incident where one of his subordinates angered him due to a failed task, and Taylor transformed into a green rope, strangling the pirate to death. Lane asked, A green rope? Strangulation? Is that related to the rope fruit? The girl responded, I'm not quite sure. Subsequently, Lane ascertained Taylor's precise location from the girl, gave her a sum of money, and assisted her in escaping. Following the girl's directions, Lane arrived at a grand estate, its iron gate firmly shut during the day. Upon closer inspection, the structure resembled a miniature fortress, seemingly impenetrable even to an approaching army. Witnessing this scene, Lane couldn't help but chuckle. This fellow is exceedingly cautious. It's no wonder the Navy has failed to capture him multiple times. With this thought in mind, Lane gathered a blue vortex of energy in his hands, a formidable force brewing, and then unleashed it. Great ball, spiraling sphere. With a thunderous roar, the blue vortex struck the iron gate, creating a massive breach. Upon entering, he discovered the interior was larger than anticipated, as numerous pirates, startled by the explosion, hurriedly armed themselves, surrounding him with various weapons. Where did you come from? Daring to seek your demise here? Lane responded coolly. If you wish to live, clear out and summon that tailor. Are you out of your mind? Brothers, let's turn this brat into minced meat. With a deafening roar, as the pirates charged forth, Lane leaped into the air, landing gracefully as he performed hand seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. A searing fireball plummeted down, erupting amidst the crowd, engulfing the pirates in flames. When Lane landed once more, a roaring inferno blazed behind him as he strode forward through the flames, exuding an impressive aura. The commotion had already alerted the inhabitants within, and soon a gaunt man emerged, accompanied by several pirates. Some of the pirates, witnessing the flames still raging behind Lane, gasped in awe. Is that the power of a fire fruit user? Lane scrutinized the leading gaunt figure. Are you Taylor? Unexpectedly, Taylor extended his fingers in a delicate manner, speaking in a somewhat effeminate tone. Oh dear, you little rascal, you've harmed my men. This fellow is rather effeminate. No wonder his behavior seems somewhat lewd, having constructed his residence to resemble a fortress, fearful of the Navy capturing him. Let the effeminate be what he is, yet his lasciviousness is quite unsettling. Imagining him capturing young maidens conjures a shudder of revulsion. Regardless, even if he embodies such traits, it bears no consequence to me. As Lane pondered this, Taylor spoke up, extending his delicate fingers towards him. Hey, kid, who are you? We have no grievances. Why act this way? With a subtle smile, Lane replied, I am Baramak, a hunter of pirates, here to claim your life for a bit of pocket money. Oh dear, how frightful. Although Taylor's demeanor and appearance did not suggest a particularly vicious character, his heart was twisted with cruelty. After all, he had slaughtered over 100 innocent residents, even offering some young and beautiful maidens for his own desires. It is difficult to paint a true likeness of a man. One may know their face, but not their heart. First, let me dispose of those troublesome foes. With this thought, Rayan activated his ninjutsu once more. Earth Release, Earth Dragon Bullet Technique. As his words fell, a colossal earthen dragon rose from the ground, instilling fear among the pirates. With a flick of his right index finger, the dragon opened its maw, unleashing mud projectiles the size of footballs. These projectiles rained down upon the pirates, who were utterly defenseless, their terrified gazes and desperate screams echoing as they were bludgeoned to death. As Rayan surveyed the vibrant array of lifeless bodies strewn across the ground, he dispelled the technique, causing the earth dragon to vanish. But where was Taylor? Just as this thought crossed his mind, a greenish entity ensnared him tightly. What was this? Indeed, it was Taylor's ability. As Rayan struggled against the binding, he turned to see a grotesque visage staring back at him. This creature was not wielding the so-called string fruit powers as the girl had claimed, but rather, I am the wielder of the serpent snake fruit, green serpent form. If I ensnare you like this, your fate is sealed. Before he transformed Taylor into a monstrous being with a human face and serpent body, his features contorted into a horrifying visage that would terrify any ordinary person. This was more fearsome than a transformed Orochimaru, Rayan thought, attempting to break free from Taylor's grip. Flying Thunder God Slash. Rayan employed high-speed movement to escape Taylor's clutches, yet upon reappearing, he found himself still entwined. What? As Rayan realized his failure to escape, Taylor's laughter grew more triumphant. Ha ha ha, futile, glaring eyes, utterly futile, glaring eyes. I warned you, once ensnared, your only fate is death. With that, Taylor tightened his coil, causing Rayan's complexion to pale and his breath to grow increasingly labored, teetering on the brink of consciousness. Ah, boy, where has your bravado gone? Weren't you here to claim my head? Come now, my head is right before your eyes. Ah. Taylor's derisive laughter echoed as Rayan gasped for breath, surrendering to the final moments of life. Was this how it would end? From the pallid visage of Thunder Sound and the stillness of his heartbeat, it appeared to be thus. Gazing upon the lifeless form of Thunder Sound, Tyler could not suppress a sense of triumph. No one can capture me, let alone a nameless specter like you. Is it truly all over? Yet, I must say, you really have a way of causing me pain. What? Tyler suddenly turned his head, and there stood Thunder Sound behind him, his eyes swirling with turmoil. When did you? Tyler's expression turned to one of terror, rendering him almost speechless. In truth, prior to unleashing the flying Thunder God Slash, Thunder Sound had activated the Sharingan. What Tyler had witnessed, the gradual suffocation leading to death, was merely an illusion conjured by the Sharingan. But how did Thunder Sound break free? He employed a fundamental ninjutsu, the rope escape technique. This unassuming E-rank ninjutsu proved invaluable at a crucial moment. Unbeknownst to Tyler, disbelief gradually clouded his gaze. Well then, it seems it is my turn to retaliate, Thunder Sound said nonchalantly as he absent-mindedly cleaned his ear. As he spoke, he once again gathered a blue vortex of energy in his hand. Great ball, spiraling sphere. Thunder Sound advanced with a moonstep, unleashing the blue energy with ferocity. This blue energy was emblematic of destruction. After a thunderous roar, the nearby fortress-like structures crumbled, leaving behind a vast hemispherical crater. However, Tyler remained unscathed. It turned out that just before Thunder Sound launched his attack, Tyler had activated the ability of the snake fruit, Azure Serpent form, completely transforming into a slender Azure Serpent and making a hasty retreat. At that moment, Thunder Sound understood why the Navy had repeatedly failed to capture him. It was because Tyler's fruit ability allowed him to conceal himself with great ease, no matter how many people were present. Tyler could simply transform into a snake and slip into a small hole. Nevertheless, after exerting so much effort, how could I allow you to flee so easily? With this thought, Thunder Sound swiftly performed hand seals, executing water release, water chaos technique. This time, he infused 3 times his usual chakra into the water chaos technique. unleashing a massive wave that surged in all directions of the courtyard. Before long, the azure serpent was swept out. Tyler emerged, drenched and visibly frustrated. What kind of ability do you possess that has forced me into such a predicament? You could ponder endlessly and still not comprehend. We are not of the same dimension, Thundersound replied coolly. Stop basking in your arrogance. I shall kill you. Tyler howled hysterically, transforming once more into a formidable azure serpent. Face your doom, Snake Whip. With that, Tyler swung his massive azure tail down with ferocity. Thundersound raised an eyebrow. It seems you still do not understand. Flying Thunder God / Grass Cutting Sword, Thousand Birds Blade. Taylor had scarcely the time to react before he was cleaved in two by a blade glimmering with dazzling lightning. Subsequently, Thundersound retrieved the sealing scroll, enclosing the severed parts of Taylor's body within. Due to his bounty being classified as live or die, Thundersound successfully exchanged the bounty of 52 million berries at the naval base in the Sabaody archipelago. The naval officers gazed in astonishment as he made the exchange. One officer remarked, "We have launched no less than 3 operations to capture him without success, and yet you alone managed to apprehend him?" A colonel could not help but inquire, "Young man, what is your name?" Baramak. The 3-day holiday swiftly came to an end, and the trainees of the training camp returned to their respective barracks. "Hey, have you heard? A few days ago, a pirate named Taylor from the Sabaody archipelago was offered a bounty of 52 million berries. Despite the Navy's 3 attempts with thousands of troops to capture him, he was ultimately slain by a bounty hunter named Baramak, who claimed the reward." "I know. I heard the Navy visited the scene of their battle yesterday, and it was a dreadful sight. The corpses of the pirates were charred by fire, some buried alive, and many appeared to have drowned. I also heard this bounty hunter displayed no fewer than 3 formidable abilities, astonishingly powerful." As the trainees engaged in animated discussions, Tina lit a cigarette and mused. Who was this Baramak? How could he possibly possess such capabilities? Regardless of his strength, he remains a mere bounty hunter, not upholding the true justice of our Navy. Well, compared to matters that are of no concern to us, I am more anxious about our upcoming ranking assessment. By the way, there is less than a week left. I am so nervous. What is there to be nervous about? Every year, I have never even dared to hope for a spot in the top 10, let alone the top 3. Speaking of which, it is probably Tina who should be anxious. She consistently ranks in the top 10. Last year, I think she placed 8th. Right? Yes, I was 7th. The tendency to compare is inherent in women, especially in women like Tina. Whenever Rayan is mentioned, Tina feels a pang of discomfort. Although she has many admirers, the number of those secretly infatuated with Rayan surpasses her own. Furthermore, in the highly scrutinized ranking assessments held annually, Rayan consistently ranks above her, which only exacerbates Tina's frustration. She outwardly feigns indifference toward Rayan, yet in truth, she is more invested than anyone else. Tina exhaled a cloud of smoke, contemplating. I must surpass her, be it in strength or beauty. With the ranking assessment approaching, Thundersound intensified his training. Ever since he had injured Branu with a single punch in the cafeteria, Tina had found herself paying closer attention to him. For the 6 forms, Iron Block Fist was certainly not a technique that a mere private could master. Indeed, even among lieutenants, only a rare few could wield it. That day, could it be that Tina had misjudged him? Tina pondered silently. On the eve of the ranking assessment, the training camp was engaged in its daily swordsmanship practice. Major Peach Rabbit, wielding the renowned blade Jean Piluo, demonstrated a series of sword techniques before sheathed her sword. Well then, next, Peach Rabbit surveyed the group. Tina and Lane, you two shall engage in a friendly duel, but do keep it light. Why must it be with him? Upon seeing Lane step forward to face her, Tina's disdain was evident. Don't blame Tina if you get hurt later. Lane, however, remained silent, standing resolutely with his sword in hand. With a scoff, Tina charged forward, swinging her sword down towards Lane. Lane, unfazed, deftly sidestepped, striking Tina's back with the sword sheath, causing her to lose her balance and tumble to the ground. Laughter erupted among the other trainees as they witnessed Tina's embarrassing fall. Furious and humiliated, Tina's face flushed with anger. She had never experienced such disgrace since joining the training camp. How could a mere private defeat her in an instant? The outcome was clear. Lane emerged victorious. Just as Tina prepared to rise and retaliate, Major Peach Rabbit announced the result of the duel. This minor skirmish concluded amidst laughter. Although Lane had won, many did not believe he was superior to Tina. After all, how could an ordinary private possibly surpass a user of devil fruit abilities? It could have been merely a momentary lapse on Tina's part, or perhaps an unfortunate fall. Besides, swordsmanship was not her forte. Ultimately, they deemed it an unfortunate accident. However, Tina harbored a different sentiment. Only she understood that she had genuinely been bested by Lane, though it was but a fleeting moment. She recognized that such a strike could not have been executed by an ordinary private. Moreover, recalling the day she witnessed Lane launch Branu away with a single punch, countless questions swirled in her mind. This guy must have some hidden prowess, and for the humiliation she suffered today, Tina vowed not to let Lane off the hook. The following afternoon, with the ranking assessment looming just 3 days away, Lane was diligently training in his courtyard. He concentrated, gathering a cyclone of energy, striving to infuse it with elemental chakra. Lane, come out here. Just as Lane was intensely focused, a girl's shout drew his attention. There, a girl with long pink hair, a delicate face, and an alluring figure approached him, brandishing a katana. It was none other than Tina. Still reeling from the humiliation of being defeated by Lane in front of her peers, she sought him out today to settle the score. Upon seeing Tina, Lane ceased his practice, his expression impassive as he asked, "What brings you here?" Without hesitation, Tina unsheathed her katana. Yesterday's defeat was merely a fluke. Today, I have come to settle this with a fight to the finish. A fight to the finish. Upon hearing those words, while Lane was still in a state of confusion, Tina had already drawn her sword and charged at him, aiming a strike at his forehead. However, Layan's speed far surpassed hers, allowing him to easily evade the attack. "Hey, a competition is a competition, but there is no need to go all out," he remarked, sidestepping her assault. Unfazed, Tina declared, "I must defeat you today." With that, she swung her katana wildly at Layan, who nimbly dodged every blow with remarkable agility. "Have you had enough of this ruckus? If you continue, I might just retaliate," Layan warned, holding back due to her gender. Otherwise, he would have already brought her down. Yet, Tina seemed oblivious to his words, her relentless attack showing no sign of abating. Seizing a fleeting opportunity, Layan raised his knee and struck her abdomen lightly, then withdrew his Kusanagi sword and positioned it against her throat. "Have you had your fill of chaos now? Apologies, but I've won again," he said nonchalantly, sword raised. At this moment, Tina was filled with indignation. How could a mere second-class soldier defeat her twice? Enraged, she exclaimed, "You've angered Tina. Prepare to face your doom, second-class soldier." With that, iron tendrils resembling a cage extended from her arms, ensnaring Layan completely and allowing her to break free from the Kusanagi sword's hold on her neck. Layan found himself trapped, as if confined within an iron cage, unable to advance or retreat. Seeing this, Tina felt a surge of triumph. "Weren't you just full of vigor? What has happened now? Let me tell you. You are no match for Tina." Realizing she was unleashing her powers, Layan thought, has she finally activated the ability of the superhuman type kekkei fruit? With that in mind, he channeled all his chakra, releasing a powerful shout as the black iron tendrils shattered like glass. How is this possible?" Tina exclaimed, her face a mask of shock. Who are you?" Given the recent series of events, Tina had come to a profound realization. Layan was certainly not an ordinary second-class soldier. Hearing her words, Layan sheathed his sword and replied coolly, "You and I are not of the same dimension. You are not my opponent. You should return now." Tina, upon hearing this, turned pale with anger. You. Fine, Layan, remember this. Tina will never let you off." With that, she stormed off in a huff. Watching her retreating figure, Layan pondered her last words. "I will never let you go," and sighed softly. That phrase sounds oddly familiar. The annual ranking assessment had finally commenced, casting a tense atmosphere over the entire training camp. The students engaged in one-on-one elimination rounds. The higher their ranking, the more victories they achieved, leading to greater military ranks and increased opportunities for advancement. For instance, the rank of midshipman achieved by Drake, the rank of lieutenant attained by Smoker, and the rank of ensign held by Tina are primarily derived from this competition. Over 200 cadets participated in the contest, which was organized into more than 100 pairs for direct confrontations, as the training camp serves as the cradle for future naval officers. The annual ranking assessments are of paramount importance, garnering significant attention from the higher echelons of the Navy, who come to observe the proceedings each year. Upon the elevated platform, prominently seated in the center was the former Admiral Zephyr, now retired and serving as the chief instructor of the entire naval force. Even in retirement, he remains a mentor to many high-ranking officers present. To his right sat Admiral Akainu Sakazuki of the Navy headquarters, Vice Admiral Garp, and Rear Admiral Peach Rabbit, who also serves as the deputy chief instructor of the training camp. To his left were Admiral Kazara Borsellino, Vice Admiral and Swordsmanship Instructor Mole, and Vice Admiral Dalmatian. Admiral Akainu Sakazuki, a formidable user of the terrifying magma fruit, is known for his overwhelming strength. Rayan recalled that in the ensuing Marineford War years later, Akainu had severely wounded the strongest of the four emperors, the Whitebeard pirates, showcasing his extraordinary power. Following the resignation of Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Akainu engaged in a grueling 10-day battle with Admiral Akiji Kazan, ultimately emerging victorious and assuming the role of Fleet Admiral. Their clash even altered the local climate, a testament to their formidable capabilities. To uphold the dignity of the Navy, he is willing to pay any price, embodying a philosophy of absolute justice. On Zephyr's left sat Admiral Kazara Borsalino, another formidable figure, a user of the light fruit, whose strength is equally awe-inspiring. With two of the three admirals present, the lineup was nothing short of magnificent. Below, over 200 participants stood across more than 100 venues for the competition. Garp pondered, focusing intently on the 16th district match, where Rayan awaited the command to commence, facing none other than Ein. Make sure not to hold back during the match. Rayan urged Ein. With a sweet smile, Ein responded, rest assured, I will give it my all. To hold back in a duel is a sign of disrespect to one's opponent, regardless of our friendship. As the match commenced, the commanding officer's signal marked the official start of the battles within the training camp. Ein furrowed her brows, gathering energy at her feet, unleashing a blue blade of energy. The six styles, Gale Foot. The Azure Strike surged forward, yet Rayan evaded it with his moonwalk technique. This kid is quite impressive, Garp mused, feeling a sense of pride as he observed Rayan employing the moonwalk. At this moment, on the elevated observation platform, not everyone was as fixated on the 16th arena as Garp. For instance, Akainu Sakazuki was intently watching the 45th arena featuring Drake. As a perennial contender, Drake did not disappoint in this inaugural match of the year. He didn't even draw his rapier from his waist. With a single punch, he knocked out his opponent, completing the match in less than half a minute. In the 45th division, the victor is Drake. There was hardly any suspense. Oh, that little fellow Drake has won again, remarked Admiral Kazur leisurely, his tone laced with his characteristic nonchalance. Akainu, with an air of haughty indifference, replied, this is merely the first match. Drake's true strength has yet to be revealed. Such is the case nearly every year, noted Rear Admiral Peach Rabbit. But this year, it seems Drake's victory came even faster than in previous years. With his effortless triumph, the focus of most high-ranking officials shifted to the 98th Division. Whitefist, a cadet with tousled silver hair, unleashed a powerful punch, his entire right arm transforming into a dense plume of smoke, knocking his opponent unconscious. The referee announced, in the 98th Division, the victor is Smoker. That guy isn't too shabby, commented Rear Admiral Dalmatian, puffing on a cigar. Smoker is the only Logia-type fruit user in the entire training camp, so his easy victories are entirely expected, added Rear Admiral Mole. Amidst the officials' chatter, Garp remained unfazed, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the 18th arena. One other individual was also focused on the 18th arena, for it held a student of great importance to him. This student was Ein, and the one observing her was the Marine Corps Chief Instructor, Zifa. Thunder's footsteps evaded Ein's gale kick with the moonwalk technique, and in the next instant, a ghostly pink flame flickered in Ein's hand. Reversal shot, she exclaimed, releasing the pink flames towards Thunder. Indeed, Ein showed no restraint. Only at her second move did she employ the powers of the Paramecia-type reversal fruit. How would Thunder respond to Ein's formidable strike? Thunder's sound was acutely aware that if struck by Ein's fiery peach flame, his defeat would be inevitable. To contemplate. If he were to regress in age by 12 years, his combat prowess would scarcely surpass that of an ant. Thus, in the next instant, he vanished from Ein's sight. Flying Thunder God Slash. Thunder Sound executed his swiftest maneuver to evade Ein's retrogressive flame, subsequently appearing before her. With hands dancing in a flurry, he abruptly formed a seal. Wind release. Great breakthrough. Thunder Sound's velocity was astonishing, leaving Ein no time to react before being propelled out of the arena by the gust he unleashed. Even the referee took a moment to comprehend the situation. In the 18th Division, the victor is Thunder Sound. Garp smiled with satisfaction. That rascal. As the first round of the selection tournament concluded, disbelief swept through the ranks of the trainees regarding the outcome in the 18th Division. What? Are you saying that the private defeated Sister Ein? What a jest. Ein has always been among the top 8. How could this be? Groups gathered, voices of astonishment echoing, yet only 2 among the trainees remained composed, Barrygood and Tina. Both had previously faced defeat at Thunder Sound's hands. Barrygood held a relatively objective understanding of Thunder Sound's capabilities. That damned private is certainly no ordinary individual, Tina mused inwardly. The regulations of the ranking assessment stipulated a day's respite between selection rounds, allowing the advancing trainees ample energy and stamina to prepare for the forthcoming match. People tend to cling to their perceptions, and many remained incredulous about Thunder Sound's victory over Ein. Thus, within a day, a rationalization emerged. Thunder Sound and Ein shared an unusual bond, and in a bid for advancement, Ein deliberately surrendered in the match to facilitate his progression. This explanation seemed plausible. To resort to a woman for personal gain is truly shameless. One wonders what Ein sees in that fellow, to forfeit her own prospects for him. Yet Tina remained convinced that Thunder Sound's triumph was solely due to his own strength. After the first match, Thunder Sound sought out Ein. Upon encountering her, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. Ein, as ever, greeted him with a sweet smile. "Ah, you have come." Thunder Sound bashfully scratched his head. "I did not anticipate your strength. I admit my defeat willingly." Hearing Ein's words, Thunder Sound felt a wave of relief. Following the elimination of over 100 competitors in the first match, the second match commenced promptly. Zephyr, Akainu, Kizaru, and Garp, among other high-ranking officers, remained seated in the observation platform. Those already eliminated gathered around the periphery to witness the ongoing battles. Below, more than 60 arenas were fervently engaged in duels. 6 styles, Storm Lake. 6 styles, Shave. Boom. A fierce clash. In the 23rd competition zone, Tina utilized the powers of the Kanken fruit, extending black iron tendrils from her arms to ensnare her opponent completely, rendering them immobile and securing an effortless victory. After the match, Tina's gaze inadvertently drifted to the 35th competition zone, for there stood a contestant named Lane. Ever since Lane had bested her, Tina found herself inexplicably drawn to him, yearning to observe his every move. The aloofness and pride she had cultivated were repeatedly shattered by this man, leaving her unable to dismiss the lingering resentment. Meanwhile, in the 35th arena, Lane wore an expression of utter bewilderment, for before him stood a familiar adversary, an enchanting woman. "Hey, look at that girl in the 35th zone," a male student exclaimed, directing the attention of many towards her. Tina had already spotted her. The allure of beauty often rendered men nearly defenseless, and thus, numerous gazes gravitated towards the 35th zone. "She is stunning, rivaling both Tina and Ein. When did she join our training camp? I've never seen this girl before. It seems she just arrived 2 days ago, joining immediately to participate in the ranking assessment. I noticed her in the first match. Not only is she beautiful, but her skills are also remarkable. She dispatched her previous opponent with a single move." This girl had been mentioned earlier, the day before Lane's arrival. While training in the courtyard, a line of soldiers passed by, discussing her. At that time, she had yet to join the training camp, and the headquarters had even dispatched a colonel to instruct her in the 6 styles. Within the 35th competition zone, Lane's face was etched with terror, as if he had encountered something truly dreadful. Why are you here?" The girl opposite him offered no reply. As soon as the referee's command was issued, she charged at Lane with wild determination. 6 styles, Gale Foot. She called out, raising her delicate foot to deliver a slicing strike, while Lane evaded with the shave technique from the 6 styles. "You've grown stronger since the first time we met, you scoundrel," the girl remarked with a mysterious smile. Rayan gazed at the girl before him with boundless terror and astonishment. "But you possess great strength. I am no longer the person I once was. Rayan, prepare to meet your demise." Her voice, clear and melodious, was laced with a palpable air of menace. 6 styles, Moonstep. 6 styles, Finger Gun. The girl advanced towards Rayan, executing the moonstep with grace and thrusting her finger like a weapon towards his chest, perhaps still in shock. Rayan only managed a slight sidestep, evading the pointed finger aimed at his heart, but his right arm suffered a graze, leaving a crimson streak across his skin. On the sidelines, spectators murmured in awe. "This girl is extraordinary. Not only is she stunningly beautiful, but she is also a master of the 6 styles. Truly my type." Many boys surrounding the arena gazed at her with hearts in their eyes. Observing the throng of infatuated boys, Tina felt a twinge of annoyance. Humph. Have these guys never seen a woman before? Meanwhile, Rayan, still reeling from shock, thought to himself, "I do not understand how you have come to be here, nor how you have grown so formidable, yet you remain no match for me." The girl regarded him with disdain. "You are still as arrogant and conceited as ever. Today, I shall teach you a proper lesson." Rayan shook his head in resignation, but the girl, undeterred, launched a third attack. This time, Rayan focused intently, employing the instant movement technique, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from her sight. Flying Thunder God Slash. What? Just as she struggled to track Rayan's movements, he appeared before her, delivering a powerful strike to her chest. The impact knocked her unconscious. The winner of the 35th Division is Rayan. Women possess an innate sensitivity, and Tina, watching the exchange between Rayan and the girl, sensed that there was something more to their interaction. Damn Rayan, he is becoming increasingly intolerable, she thought to herself. The girl, now unconscious, was carried away. She was none other than Weird Dan, the daughter of the village chief from East Town. Why had she come to the Navy headquarters? Rayan was at a loss. The day following the second match was a rest day, and Weird Dan sought out Rayan. Upon seeing her, Rayan's expression mirrored that of someone who had encountered a ghost. Instinctively, he wanted to flee, but she called out to him. Where do you think you're going? Stop right there. Rayan turned, his countenance grim. I have some matters to attend to. If you have something to say, let us discuss it tomorrow. Weird Dan placed her hands on her hips, exuding an air of authority. Enough with the excuses, Rayan. Aren't you curious as to why I've come to the Navy headquarters? Surely, you must be quite surprised. Before him stood a woman who seemed to be his nemesis. And simply gazing at her made Rayan's tongue falter, rendering him momentarily speechless. So, how did you come to be here? Weird Dan's delicate face took on a serious expression. Do you recall the words I uttered when you defeated the evil wolf pirates and departed? I shall not let you off easily. Rayan felt a heavy cloud looming over him. Weird Dan continued. Just a few days after your departure, I enlisted in the Navy. In the boot camp, I trained with an intensity unmatched by anyone else, dedicating myself day and night. Within 4 months, I mastered 5 of the 6 techniques, excluding the paper drawing. Perhaps my superiors were moved by my determination, for they transferred me to the naval headquarters, and just a week ago, I finally acquired the paper drawing, allowing me to participate directly in the ranking examination. Yet, to my astonishment, yesterday, I was defeated by you. But why did you join the Navy? Rayan inquired. Weird Dan snorted disdainfully. For you, you scoundrel. Huh? Rayan thought, originally, you were a pirate hunter. Not someone virtuous. You could easily transform into a notorious pirate one day. I believed that by dedicating my life to the Navy, I would eventually capture you myself. But unexpectedly, you too have become a Navy officer. Truly, it seems that enemies are destined to cross paths. Upon hearing this, Rayan involuntarily gasped. Pondering, this woman is terrifyingly suffocating. She wouldn't consider killing me, would she? But why do you cling to me so tenaciously? Rayan asked. Weird Dan's expression darkened. Well, you figure it out, you big scoundrel. And about yesterday, where did you strike me? Yesterday? As Rayan recalled her words, a sinking feeling hit him. Oh no. During the match, the face was a forbidden target. So he had struck Weird Dan on her chest. The memory of that embarrassing moment flushed his face crimson, and cold sweat trickled down his back. That was just a match. Accidental harm is unavoidable. Surely, you wouldn't want me to have struck your beautiful face, would you? Weird Dan's face turned pale with anger. Accidental harm? You speak so lightly of it. Let me tell you, this matter cannot simply be brushed aside. You better remember it well. With that, Weird Dan departed. Left standing in a daze, Rayan thought, what am I to do? 2 women, Tina and Weird Dan, have both vowed not to let me off easily. It seems my future days will be anything but pleasant. Unbeknownst to him, as Weird Dan came to settle the score, Tina happened to pass by the courtyard where Rayan resided, overhearing their entire conversation. Tina's suspicions were confirmed. These two indeed knew each other. Humph, what debts of affection has that scoundrel Rayan incurred? What a rascal! Tina fumed inwardly. Thunderous victories have graced Rayan for 2 consecutive matches, a turn of events anticipated by Garp. However, the majority of the trainees in the academy perceive the situation quite differently. What prowess can a mere private possess? Furthermore, his opponents in the previous rounds were both women, possibly even inclined to show him leniency. The connections he shares with Ayn are well known, and the whispers surrounding his relationship with Verdun have only fueled the gossip. Many trainees assert that Rayan has ascended through the favor of women, lacking any significant merit of his own, leading to widespread disdain for him. The time soon arrives for the 3rd round of the ranking examination, with only 64 students remaining. This stage of the competition is divided into 32 zones, and Rayan draws the 26th subdivision. His opponent is none other than Summer Linggood, a paragon of the superhuman type with the wheel fruit ability. Capable of transforming any part of his body into a wheel, possessing physical strength rivaling that of a cyborg. Currently, he is a lieutenant trainee in the academy, destined to become a colonel in the Navy. As the match is about to commence, the trainees stand across from each other. Summerlin Good, imposing and robust, emanates an invisible aura of intimidation. At this moment, the onlookers believe that Lei Yin's streak of good fortune has come to an end. Even if the previous female competitors had shown him leniency, Summerlin Good, unfamiliar with Lei Yin, is unlikely to do the same. The eliminated trainees gather at the sidelines, eagerly awaiting the spectacle of Lei Yin's downfall. Summerlin Good consistently ranks among the top 8 each year, and it seems that the private, known more for his charm with women, is destined to meet his match. On the elevated platform, the gaze of the Naval High Command is not particularly fixated on Lei Yin. Figures such as Admiral Kizaru, Akainu, Commodore Mole, Dalmatia, and Rear Admiral Peach Rabbit concentrate their attention on two individuals, Smoker and X. Drake. Drake, an unyielding champion year after year, has long been a name spoken of in both the Academy and beyond. The high-ranking officials have groomed him as if he were a future vice admiral, or even an admiral. Meanwhile, Smoker, the sole user of a Logia-type fruit in the Academy, possesses a distinct advantage in combat and is naturally a focal point of the upper echelons. Although the higher-ups are primarily engrossed in Drake and Smoker, Garp's attention remains steadfastly on the arena where Lei Yin competes. Within the confines of the 26th subdivision, many eliminated trainees are keenly observing, eager to witness how Lei Yin will falter today. Summerlin Good, glancing at him, crashes his formidable fists together, casting a challenging gaze at Lei Yin. Hey, Private. I hold you in contempt for relying on women to rise. Soon, you will understand what true strength is. Your journey ends here. In response, Lei Yin merely snorts derisively, offering no retort. The match begins. As the commander's signal sounds, Summerlin Good's arms whirl into action, charging toward Lei Yin with fervor, hot-blooded will reincarnation. The swift rotation of his arms created a resonating sound that stirred the surrounding air. Observing Xiaolin Guda's formidable presence, many trainees in the audience could not help but cheer him on. Charge forward and defeat him. Show him your true colors. Eliminate the private. The supporters were predominantly male trainees, driven by the innate human tendency of envy. Yet, what does that have to do with anything? In truth, those rallying behind Xiaolin Gudu were not particularly close to him, nor did they harbor any grievances against Lei Yin. Rather, they were envious of him. Upon arriving at the training camp, Lei Yin had already engaged in ambiguous conversations with their goddess, Ai Yin, and now, with the arrival of another goddess-like figure, Wei Er Dan, who was an old acquaintance of Lei Yin, it was intolerable. Moreover, Lei Yin was merely a private. If he triumphed, how could they face the embarrassment of losing? Wouldn't that only enhance his chances of winning the affections of Ai Yin and Wei Er Dan? Come on. Xiaolin Guda, defeat him. Amidst the surging waves of cheers, Lei Yin remained unfazed, carefully observing his opponent's movements. Xiaolin Guda, right from the outset, unleashed the ultimate technique of the wolf fruit, ability, evidently aiming for a swift resolution. Since you wish for a quick battle, I shall oblige. He contemplated as he faced the oncoming, blood-boiling rebirth from Xiaolin Guda, raising his knee to meet the challenge head-on. With a leap, Lei Yin attempted to use his knee to propel Xiaolin Guda into the air, ready to follow up with another attack. However, he was unexpectedly pushed back a few steps by Xiaolin Guda's spinning arms. Xiaolin Guda, too, found himself in a precarious position, stumbling as he fell to the ground. The activation of the wheel fruit ability endowed him with strength comparable to that of a cyborg, had he been an ordinary individual. The impact of Lei Yin's earlier, Lion's Leap, would likely have already determined the victor. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that those who advanced to the third match after winning 2 consecutive rounds were certainly not mere idlers. If the opponent were too feeble, what would be the point? Then, let us employ this. A subtle smile graced Lei Yin's lips as he stood firm, raising his hand to gather a swirling blue energy, fixating his gaze upon Xiaolin Guda. Outside the arena, exclamations erupted. Look, what is that? Is this some kind of fruit ability? The denizens of the One Piece world, unfamiliar with the concept of chakra flow, were left in awe as Lei Yin executed his technique, leaving them even more astonished by what was yet to come. The cyclone ball in Lei Yin's hand continued to spin at high speed. At this moment, Xiaolin Guda, still unable to rise from the ground, glared fiercely at him. You little brat, stop pretending. No matter what you are, I will crush you into a meat pie. As he spoke, Xiaolin Guda's entire body transformed into a 3-meter diameter wheel, charging towards Lei Ying with incredible velocity, as if intent on crushing everything in its path. Faced with the oncoming juggernaut, Lei Ying's expression remained unchanged, showing no desire to retreat. He enlarged the cyclone in his hand slightly, preparing to confront the threat head-on. Is that private insane? Does he even understand what he's doing? If he gets run over, it's no joke. He could die. Meanwhile, Ain and Wiredan, who were observing from the sidelines, were fixated on Lei Ying, their hearts racing as they watched the wheel barreling toward him. Wiredan, in particular, clenched her fists, her heart pounding in her throat. On the high platform, General Huang Yuan and Major General Tao Tu's gazes also fell upon the 26th arena. In truth, they were not being overly concerned. Without superhuman abilities, being crushed by such a massive object was no laughing matter. Xiaolinggu's physical strength was already formidable. And in this form, he resembled a massive, spinning steel while charging directly at Lei Ying. Great Jade. Spiral Pill. Lei Ying stood his ground, not moving an inch as the enormous will rushed toward him, meeting it with the cyclone in his hand. Boom. A thunderous explosion erupted, sending a powerful shockwave radiating from Lei Ying. The dust and debris rose, enveloping the entire 26th arena, obscuring the view for everyone outside. What is happening? What just occurred? The commotion was not only felt by the students on the sidelines, but also captured the attention of all high-ranking naval officers focused on the 26th arena. Lieutenant General Damichi Dalmesia, cigar in hand, looked somberly at the dust-filled arena. That little brat. General Huang Yuan Palusalino feigned fright, putting on a performance of concern. Oh dear, what is happening? How terrifying. Has the victor been decided? As the thick dust gradually cleared, Xiaolinggu had reverted to his original form, though he now lay on the ground, battered and unconscious. The referee looked at Lei Ying with astonishment before declaring, in the 26th arena, the victor is Lei Ying. On the sidelines, what was that cyclone ball he just used? That private actually defeated Xiaolinggu? This has to be a joke. I've never seen Xiaolinggu in such a state. How is this possible? Could it be that in the previous match, Ein and that girl did not hold back at all? Had we all been mistaken? Tina, drawing on a slender cigarette, mused, Lane, you are indeed no ordinary man. I find you increasingly inscrutable. Meanwhile, Ein and Wiredan, witnessing Lane effortlessly dispatch Xiaolinggu and emerge victorious, breathed a sigh of relief. Wiredan thought, you rogue, Lane, every time others believe you are on the brink of defeat, you somehow manage to impress. On the high platform, Garp crossed his arms and wore a satisfied smile. That brat is truly a reckless one. Even the esteemed Admiral Zifa could not suppress his curiosity, inquiring, what is that young lad's name? Lane, came the reply. Admiral Akina Sakazuki, however, expressed his disdain. Is that all he can do? In my opinion, his strength pales in comparison to Smoker and Drake. He merely employs flashy techniques. Garp, upon hearing this, reacted with displeasure. Akina, whether he can match Smoker is something to be determined in battle, not by your mere opinion. Akina glanced at Garp. Mr. Garp, forgive my candor. But whether he can endure until then is another matter entirely. Garp scoffed. I have stated my belief. His capabilities are not for you to judge. Seemingly grasping a hint, Akina inquired further. Mr. Garp, why do you always defend that young lad? Do you know him personally? Garp, not wishing to conceal the truth, replied, to be frank, it was I who brought him to the Navy headquarters. This revelation startled the uninformed naval officers. Ah, so it was Mr. Garp who introduced him, remarked Rear Admiral Marmot. Upon hearing this, Akinu fixed an intense gaze on Lane. No wonder I found that brat so intolerable at first sight. Although Garp and Akinu served in the same ranks, their philosophies diverged significantly. Akinu incessantly espoused his notion of justice, exhibiting a ruthless demeanor and employing unscrupulous means in its name, a stance Garp fundamentally opposed. Though Garp was a vice admiral and a hero of the Navy, his son, Monkey D. Dragon, stood as the leader of the Revolutionary Army, the world's most wanted criminal. In Akinu's eyes, having a heroic father and a criminal son was a contradiction to true justice, bordering on sacrilege. As an admiral, Akinu had the upper hand over Garp. Yet, Garp, as a veteran and a close ally of Fleet Admiral Sengoku, held a paramount position within the Navy, leaving Akinu at an impasse. In essence, despite their differences, neither party would yield to the other. Returning to the 26th Division, Lane, having triumphed in the match, descended the platform with an expression of serene composure amidst the gazes of many. That very night after the competition, unsought out Lane. Lane, you've come. She greeted him. Upon encountering Rayan, I greeted him with her signature sweet smile, exclaiming, "Well, today, you have performed admirably. Even I am quite astonished." Rayan, feeling a touch of embarrassment, scratched his head and replied, "Oh, it was nothing. I merely did my best in the competition." Suddenly, I lowered her head, her demeanor shifting to one of melancholy. "What's wrong? Is something troubling you?" Rayan seemed to sense her distress. With a soft sigh, I confessed, "Rayan, I must leave." At her words, Rayan's heart sank. "Leave? Where are you going?" He was perplexed, unsure whether I meant she was departing from the Navy headquarters or had some other intention. "Teacher Zifa is establishing a pirate guerrilla unit, and I must assist him." An's voice was barely above a whisper, yet Rayan grasped her meaning clearly. Upon hearing this, Rayan comprehended the gravity of the situation. He recalled the history of Black Arm Zifa. At the age of 65, the training ship he commanded was attacked by the notorious pirate Edward Weevil, later known as the Second Whitebeard. All of his beloved students, save for Ein and Binz, were slain, and Zifa suffered a grievous injury to his right arm. Subsequently, scientists replaced his arm with a mechanical one embedded with sea prism stone, designed to combat devil fruit users. Shortly thereafter, he founded the pirate guerrilla unit to capture pirates. And it was during this time that I joined the ranks. At 73, upon learning that the pirate who severed his arm had been invited to become a warlord of the sea, Zifa felt a profound discontent with the Navy, resolutely resigning to establish the Neo Navy, intent on annihilating the world's Navy. By 74, he had completely severed ties with the Navy, ultimately perishing in battle against them. The subsequent events are well known. Regardless of others' opinions, in Rayan's eyes, Zifa was a hero. The pirate guerrilla unit was the precursor to the Neo Navy that Zifa later founded. Based on the timeline, Zifa's current age would be approximately between 66 and 70. Rayan understood that joining the pirate guerrilla unit could lead to dire consequences. Thus, he attempted to persuade her. "Then, can you not go?" "Absolutely not." Inez's beautiful eyes hardened with determination. "Teacher Zifa has been immensely kind to me. He has cared for me since I joined the Navy. Now that he is in need, how could I abandon him?" Inez's gaze was resolute, her tone firm and resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. This affirmed Ein's strong sense of loyalty. Fully aware of the perilous nature of the pirate guerrilla unit, she was nonetheless willing to assist Zifa out of gratitude. "I understand." Rayan, realizing his counsel was in vain, relented, knowing Ein's character well. Each person has their own aspirations, and one cannot impose their will upon another. Then, Ein inquired, "Rayan, what do you think of me? You are a good girl." Rayan's words lingered on the tip of his tongue, accompanied by an inexplicable hesitation. Before he could continue, Ein suddenly embraced him. Taken aback by her action, Rayan did not resist, allowing her to hold him. After a minute, Ein released her arms and said, "Rayan, I must leave now. Farewell." With that, she dashed away. As Rayan heard her final words, he noticed a glimmer of crystalline tears in the corners of his eyes. The following day, under the leadership of ZFA, the members of the pirate guerrilla squad boarded the warship one after another, which gradually sailed away from Rayan's sight. The fleeting gatherings and partings brought endless sorrow, leaving only the helpless ache of longing. Yet, longing remains longing. Life must continue. 6 styles shave. 6 styles gale foot. Flying thunder god slash. White blade. In the subsequent ranking assessments, Rayan showcased his prowess, advancing into the top 4, gradually garnering the attention of both the students and the higher-ups of the Navy. Was that private not an extraordinary individual? It seems we had underestimated him in the past. On the night before the semifinals, Rayan activated the Hokage system to check his personal information. Rayan gender, male age, 17 ninja rank, Jonin, low tier, bloodline limit or Jinchuriki. Sharingan, currently 3 tomo. Ninjutsu, lightning release, Chidori stream, A rank. Lightning sword, Chidori blade, B rank. White blade, D rank. Self-created technique system judgment, Rasengan, a rank. Udama Rasengan, a rank. Fire release, great fireball technique, C rank. Water release, water chaos wave technique, C rank. Lightning release, ground walking, C rank. Flying thunder god slash, B rank. Lion's mane, C rank. Wind release, great breakthrough, C rank. Earth release, earth dragon bullet technique, B rank. Earth release, earth flowing wall, C rank. Earth release, earth spear, B rank. Water release, water dragon bullet technique, B rank. Water release, water barrier technique, B rank. Multi-shadow clone technique, A rank. 6 basic E rank ninjutsu, Cat Demon Sword Wave Sword Technique. Inventory Ninja Tools, Weapon Sealing Scroll 2. Kanai 1000 Summoning Beast. Cat Tiger Beast Sage Mode. Not activated Chakra amount. 52,000 Gazing at his information panel, Rayan mused. According to the system's assertions, if his ninja rank were to reach Jonin, mid-tier, he could re-enter Holy Buddha Ridge for training. By then, he would be honing his Sage Mode. What would his Sage Mode entail? What did the being referred to as Buddha by the raccoon sword immortal look like? Such thoughts fill one with anticipation. Returning to the present. In the quarterfinals, Drake stood face-to-face with his opponent in the second division. Meanwhile, in the first division, Rayan was one of the competitors. Facing off against Smoker, the sole user of a Logia-type fruit in the training camp. Having reached this pivotal stage, Zephyr had departed to become the commander of the pirate guerrilla, which naturally elevated the former Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit to the position of chief instructor of the training camp. From the top 16 to the top 8, and now to the final 4, Rayan's journey through the ranking assessments had gradually garnered the attention of Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit. As his instructor, she reflected on her previous negligence in not recognizing his potential. At that moment, she addressed the other high-ranking officials present, expressing her surprise at the remarkable strength of this young recruit, who held the lowest military rank. Hearing this, Garp felt a surge of joy. The Naval High Command was now aware of the relationship between Garp and Rayan, and Peach Rabbit's commendation of Rayan was not merely an attempt to curry favor with Garp, but a genuine expression of her thoughts. However, Akainu, with his arms crossed and a proud demeanor, scoffed, "Humph, in my view, that brat's journey ends here. It is already quite an achievement for him to have come this far." Facing Smoker, well, humph. Garp cast a glance at Akainu, but chose silence, merely responding with a cold snort. "I hereby announce the commencement of the quarterfinals." Due to Smoker being the only Logia-type user in the training camp, the referee approached Rayan with a black baton before the match commenced. According to the regulations, as a Logia-type user, Smoker would allow Rayan to wield a Sea Prism Stone weapon in their battle. Few students in the training camp had mastered Haki, and even those who did had not perfected it. In previous matches, Smoker's opponents had all fought him wielding Sea Prism weapons. How could one engage in combat without making physical contact? "Thank you, but I do not require it." What? Rayan's declaration left even the referee momentarily speechless. Did that private understand the implications of his words? Even if he possessed some level of strength, such arrogance seemed unwarranted. This hubris was tantamount to courting disaster. The murmurs among the spectators intensified, with even Verdun, watching from the sidelines, thinking, how long does that arrogant brat intend to keep up this fade? There must be limits to arrogance. Tina, smoking a cigarette below the platform, sensed that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. On the elevated platform, Peach Rabbit inquired, "Rayan, have you already mastered Haki?" Akainu, still with arms crossed and a disdainful expression, retorted, "Humph, that arrogant brat." The Logia type is universally acknowledged as the strongest among the 3 fruit categories in the world of One Piece, aside from Blackbeard's dark fruit. Merely entering the intangibility state of any other Logia fruit places many beyond reach. To engage with a user of natural type fruit abilities, certain conditions must be met: armed color Haki, sea stone, and seawater. However, Rayan chose to forego these requirements, and the referee certainly could not force a sea stone weapon upon him. This decision caught the attention of Drake, who glanced over from the adjacent arena. Smoker was also scrutinizing his opponent, uncertain of the true nature of his strategies. As the match commenced, with the referee's command, Smoker's right arm transformed into a swirling mass of smoke, his fist clenched tightly as he launched a powerful strike, the White Fist. The punch flowed toward Rayan like a stream of water, showcasing the capabilities of the smoke fruit. Clearly, Smoker intended to put that rookie soldier in his place and dampen his arrogant spirit. Without armed color Haki, how would he respond? Smoker's initial use of his fruit ability served a dual purpose. It was both a probing offensive maneuver and an inquiry into how Rayan would counter his natural powers. In the face of the sudden White Fist, Rayan's hands danced through the air, forming seals as he unleashed Wind Release. Great breakthrough. This C-rank ninjutsu, imbued with wind attributes, not only evaded Smoker's attack, but also dispersed the dense fog surrounding them. A technique reminiscent of his battle with Ein. Is this the ability of the Win-Win fruit? From the outset, I sensed something amiss. Could it be that this individual is also of the natural type? For Rayan, who had triumphed in every encounter, an air of mystery surrounded him, rendering him an enigma to those observing. Each time he unveiled a new technique, the spectators erupted in speculation. As a fierce gust swept through, Smoker struggled to maintain his stance, his expression turning grave. He quickly utilized the 6 styles, shave, appearing before Rayan in an instant. Smoker was not merely a user of a devil fruit. He was also a master of the 6 styles. Upon reaching Rayan, he unleashed a close-range punch, which Rayan met with his own, resulting in a collision that left neither party yielding an inch, revealing their equal strength. Yet, this astonished the onlookers. What was happening? Although Smoker delivered a single punch, he remained in his natural form. Was that armed color hockey? It should be, but it didn't seem so. Upon closer inspection, Rayan's right fist, clashing with Smoker's, was enveloped in a faint blue energy. Everyone knew that armed color hockey manifests as a dark hue on the skin. What then was this blue aura? The crucial point was that it had made contact with the natural entity. Expressions of disbelief adorned the faces of the crowd, each person grappling with their own thoughts and emotions. Veldon's beautiful eyes were fixed intently on the arena. Captivated by the spectacle that was Rayan, that fellow always had a knack for surprising everyone. Tina took a drag from her cigarette and remarked, "Rayan is truly enigmatic." Inside and outside the venue, atop the platform, no one paid any heed to the match of Drake in the secondary arena. All eyes were riveted on Rayan and Smoker, unwilling to budge even a millimeter. What was transpiring here? Even if one were to rack their brains, they would remain perplexed. Armament hockey, in essence, is an energy that adheres to the body, while Rayan infused his chakra into his hands, maintaining a similar energetic essence. Armament hockey can harden, just as chakra can solidify to serve as a shield. Thus, one could argue that armament hockey and the flow of chakra share a remarkable similarity. This is precisely why Rayan opted not to wield weapons made from sea prism stone. However, the onlookers were oblivious to these intricacies, and his opponent, Smoker, was equally baffled. Regardless, Smoker decided to dismiss such thoughts. Even if you possess armament hockey, what of it? With that in mind, Smoker transformed his entire body into smoke, fully activating the abilities granted by his fruit. White Cyclone. He bellowed, and in an instant, the entire arena was engulfed in a thick veil of white smoke. Had Smoker finally unleashed the full power of the smoke for it? His intention was clear, to envelop the arena with his elemental smoke, solidifying it to ensnare Rayan and swiftly conclude the battle. Undoubtedly, the destructive potential of this move was formidable. Rayan, unable to even strike back at Smoker due to the obscuring smoke, found himself in grave peril, akin to a soul trapped within a foggy prison, awaiting Smoker's judgment. In the first quarterfinal of the tournament, it was not only Rayan who was shrouded in the thick fog. The entire arena had become a realm where one could not see one's own hand. Was this where it would end? Amidst the gradually solidifying smoke, a pair of luminous eyes flickered. 3 Tomo Sharingan, activate. Rayan's eyes spun with 3 Tomo, and with the activation of the Sharingan, he could discern Smoker's central position with crystal clarity, even amidst the smoke that obscured the ring. Flying Thunder God / Great Sphere Rasengan. Just as the smoke was on the verge of complete solidification, Rayan swiftly teleported into the air, gathering a spiraling orb of energy in his hand and bringing it crashing down towards Smoker below. Centered around the Rasengan, a colossal explosion erupted, reverberating loudly and tearing apart half of the arena. Smoker could not withstand this overwhelming assault. His eyes rolled back as he coughed up blood, collapsing to the ground and reverting to his original form, causing the thick fog to dissipate entirely. The referee, still somewhat shaken, announced in the first quarterfinal, "The victor is Rayan. He will advance directly to the finals to compete for this year's championship." Outside the arena, the private, truly remarkable in his own right, defies the notion that appearances are everything. One must wonder, what are the extraordinary techniques he employs? We have never before encountered such skills, nor have we even heard of them. At this moment, the prowess of Rayan is undoubtedly recognized by all, and no one dares to underestimate this lowest-ranking soldier any longer. Despite his humble rank, his performance in the assessment is sufficient to elevate him to the rank of lieutenant. Not only among the cadets, but even Akainu on the platform cast a sidelong glance, incredulous. How can this be? Rear Admiral Peach Rabbit displays a rare smile. It seems the training camp has gained yet another formidable contender. Major General Mole nods in agreement. Indeed, Rayan should be a key focus for development. Hearing the praise, Garp beams with delight. Ha ha ha, that is only natural. Meanwhile, at another venue of the quarterfinals, Drake has also triumphed over his opponent, securing victory. This means that this year's finals will feature a showdown between Drake and Rayan. The ultimate battle will take place in 3 days, determining the strongest cadet of the training camp, with Fleet Admiral Sengoku and the 3 admirals in attendance. Who will emerge victorious in this final contest? Everyone is eager to find out. After defeating Smoker, Rayan descends from the stage with an expression of calm, only to be greeted by Tina. For some inexplicable reason, upon seeing Rayan, her face instantly flushes crimson. Rayan, congratulations. Huh. What is with this behavior? Normally, she speaks to him in a rather fierce manner. Rayan glances at her. It's nothing. Tina, still blushing, inexplicably scampers away like a little kitten. What has gotten into her today? Did she take some strange medication? Watching her retreating figure, Rayan murmurs to himself. That evening, in an effort to forget the sadness of Ain's departure, Rayan immerses himself in rigorous training. Since joining the naval headquarters, his practice has transcended mere ninjutsu, encompassing physical strength as well. To enhance his fitness, he typically trains with sandbags weighing around 100 kilograms strapped to himself. But since Ain's departure, he has doubled that weight. Perhaps the physical strain can alleviate the sorrow of longing. Ha ha ha, training so diligently. A voice, unmistakably Garp's, interrupts Rayan as he sweats profusely. Spotting the old man, Rayan wipes the sweat from his brow. Oh, it's you, old man. Garp approaches and pats his shoulder. You've done well, kid. Seeing your performance truly brings me joy. Rayan smiles modestly. It's nothing really. Suddenly, Garp's hand drops from Rayan's shoulder. On his left, you must be feeling discomfort, right? At these words, Rayan's heart skips a beat. And no, that's not the case. We're just friends. You need not explain this to me. So, to alleviate your melancholic spirits, I spoke to Garp and introduced her to you. Garp raised a finger, saying, Wah, what? Rayan's mouth was wide enough to accommodate a football. Old man, you can't be pulling my leg, can you? Garp chuckled heartily. Of course. Today, I mentioned to Tina. I believe you and Rayan would make a fine pair. Why not give it a try? Upon hearing this, Tina's face flushed crimson. I sense she harbors some feelings for you as well. I never anticipated you, my boy. Had it in you, haha. No wonder Tina seemed out of sorts today. It was all Garp's doing. Previously, when Rayan first arrived at the training camp, Garp had joked about introducing Tina to him. I assumed it was mere jest, but it turns out this mischievous old man truly followed through. Old man, you are being rather reckless, aren't you? Garp laughed heartily. Oh, this is nothing. I noticed you were downcast after Rayan left, so I thought to bring it up. Upon hearing this, Rayan felt a wave of frustration wash over him. His mind flooded with 1,000 thoughts. Old man, this will only deepen my gloom. I still have to participate in the finals. I have no time to ponder such matters. Let us give it a try, shall we? Don't squander my good intentions as a matchmaker. With your demeanor, you barely qualify as a matchmaker yourself. I'm not in the mood for this. Sighing, Rayan could hardly muster any anger towards Garp's meddlesome nature. As expected, the following day, Tina sought out Rayan. Upon seeing her, Rayan felt an overwhelming discomfort, his expression betraying a hint of pain. Tina appeared somewhat shy. Yesterday, Admiral Garp came to see me. Upon hearing this, Rayan felt his spirits plummet. Oh, that matter. I believe you may have misunderstood. What do you mean by that? Tina inquired. Rayan explained. Last night, the old fellow mentioned that incident to me, but I was unaware of his conversation with you. So, you were toying with Tina? Tina's face paled in anger upon hearing this. No, I genuinely was unaware of this matter. Please do not misconstrue it. Rayan hastily gestured. Tina was incensed. You imbecile. You make it sound as if I am desperate to be with you. Humph. You foolish buffoon. After her hysterical outburst, Tina stormed off in a huff. After 2 weeks of fierce competition, the moment for the final showdown arrived. Rayan faced off against Drake in a climactic battle that would determine the strongest student of the training camp. Inside the arena, only one competition field remained, while outside, throngs of spectators gathered, not only from the training camp but also numerous onlookers from the naval headquarters. Upon the elevated platform, the senior naval officers were nearly all present. In the central position sat the highest authority of the Navy, Admiral Strategist, Buddha of the Warring States, flanked by 3 admirals, Vice Admiral Garp, Vice Admiral Mole, Vice Admiral Ghost Spider, Vice Admiral Fire Mountain, and Rear Admiral Peach Rabbit. The assembly was indeed magnificent, reflecting the Navy's profound regard for this competition. Furthermore, many male cadets placed bets, wagering on the outcome between Drake and Rayan. I bet 5,000 berries on Drake. I wager 20,000, also on Drake. I place 50,000 berries on Drake. I bet 1,000 berries on that private. Although everyone acknowledged Rajan's formidable strength, they did not believe he could surpass Drake. Who was Drake, you might ask? He was a user of the ancient mythical beast-type devil fruit, a champion who had maintained a solid record over several competitions, often achieving victory without even utilizing his fruit's powers, showcasing immense strength. Conversely, Rayan was merely perceived as a rising star. How could a novice contend with a seasoned veteran? Thus, the majority of the cadets placed their bets on Drake. On the arena, Drake and Rayan stood facing each other. Drake, adorned with a four-bladed axe and a rapier at his waist, resembled a medieval American swordsman, while Rayan bore his kusanagi sword upon his back. The competition rules permitted the use of weapons, and this marked Rajan's inaugural appearance with the kusanagi in a contest, garnering some of Drake's attention. The atmosphere inside the arena was tense, while the outside remained eerily silent. With the commander's signal, the match commenced. As Drake's pupils constricted, he swiftly launched an attack. And Rayan responded in kind, engaging in a fierce exchange of blows. After several rounds, their speed and strength matched, resulting in a stalemate. This initial round served as a probing attack, allowing for a judgment on their subsequent strategies. Rayan not only trained in ninjutsu daily, but also diligently enhanced his physical prowess to amplify his martial attacks. With an energy reservoir chakra, many times greater than that of an ordinary person, coupled with rigorous physical training, Rajan's physical strength had seen exponential growth. As for Drake, he possessed not only a Zoan-type fruit, but also an ancient mythical beast type, endowing him with superhuman physical capabilities and regenerative abilities, making his strength self-evident. Following their recent exchanges, Drake realized that if they continued relying solely on physical techniques, the battle could evolve into a protracted contest. Historically, he had often overwhelmed opponents using only his physical prowess, instilling fear in his rivals. Thus, Rajan's displayed strength had caught Drake's attention. With a decisive change in his expression, Drake drew his rapier. If physical techniques could not determine a victor, then let us resolve this with swords. Do we resort to the blade? Upon hearing this, Rayan slowly unsheathed the kusanagi sword from behind him. Dragon scale assault. It was Drake who initiated the attack first, wildly thrusting his western sword into the void, releasing a flurry of white sword energy resembling dragon scales that descended upon Rayan like a torrential rain. Drake's technique was truly remarkable. It seemed he aimed to swiftly determine the victor, unleashing a multitude of small sword waves that left no room for evasion. Was it truly impossible to evade? Rayan, with the hilt of the kusanagi sword clenched in his mouth, swiftly formed seals with his hands and pressed down against the ground, causing a massive earthen wall to rise on the arena. Earth release, earth flow wall. The incoming sword energy merely perforated the wall like a beehive, failing to breach it entirely. What was that? What kind of sorcery was this? The spectators were astonished by the sudden emergence of the earthen wall. Drake was momentarily taken aback, then swung his western sword, carving a cross-shaped sword energy in the air that shot forth. Dragon's cross slash. The cross slash struck the earthen wall, instantly shattering it. When the two combatants locked eyes once more, Drake's gaze was filled with intense battle spirit, and his sword emanated a faint white light. Tyrant, dragon's destruction. Drake's sword swung fiercely, unleashing a wave of energy that tore through the arena like a soaring dragon, hurtling towards Rayan. The force surged forth, piercing the heavens. Facing this powerful wave of sword energy, which seemed capable of cleaving all in its path, Rayan exhibited no sign of fear. Instead, he too swung his sword, releasing a blue sword wave to meet the oncoming assault. Kusanagi, Tanuki sword wave. The two waves, both imbued with tremendous force, collided head-on. What extraordinary power is this? Truly worthy of finalists. Such a duel is beyond our participation. As they beheld the fantastical battle unfolding before them, the majority of the students could only lament in awe. The white and blue sword energies danced across the ground like celestial dragons, cleaving the arena in two before crashing into one another with a thunderous explosion. On the arena, one fighter was pushed back several steps by the force of the impact, while the other remained steadfast. The one who was forced back was Drake. The one who stood firm was Rayan. How is this possible? Drake was repelled by that second-class soldier? Outside the arena, the students gasped in disbelief. Drake's retreat indicated that Rayan's sword energy was slightly superior. At this rate, the outcome was truly uncertain. The scene shifted. One day later, on an island in the sky, 10,000 meters above the sea, a towering figure with two horns stood at the edge of the clouds, gazing downwards. Not far away, Urij, a winged sky islander, captain of the monk pirates, and later one of the 11 supernovas, inquired of the colossal figure. What are you doing? Urki subordinate A. Let it go, Saint-Jean. Urki subordinate B. With a grave expression. That fellow is no ordinary adversary. Saint-Jean, we are a staggering 10,000 meters above the ground. The colossal man seemed oblivious to Urki's words. Steadfastly gazing downward, his deep crimson cloak billowing in the wind. This man was searching for his final resting place. Urki, if you are truly intent on this, I shall not hinder you. Ignoring Urki entirely, the massive figure resolutely leaped from the 10,000 meter height, returning to the present, at the Marine headquarters in Marineford. The arena, now severed in two, still bore witness to the ongoing contest. The repelled Drake, sword pointed menacingly at Rayan, declared, since my induction into the Navy, no one has ever challenged me to this extent. Your name is Rayan, correct? I, Drake, acknowledge your prowess. Drake stated with utmost seriousness. Upon hearing Drake's words, Rayan merely offered a faint smile. Thank you. Drake was hailed as the strongest cadet in the history of the training camp. His martial and swordsmanship skills eclipsed those of his peers, rendering him an insurmountable peak. Rayan could be considered the first to formally defeat Drake in swordsmanship. Now recognizing Rayan's strength, Drake understood that if he continued to rely on conventional swordplay and martial arts, his chances of overcoming Rayan were slim. Thus, he unleashed his ultimate technique. In the next moment, a faint glow enveloped Drake, and his form began to swell. The battle had escalated to a fever pitch. With the gazes of the cadets below, and the officers on the platform fixated, unwilling to blink. Before long, he transformed into a creature approximately 5 meters in length specifically. A Tyrannosaurus Rex. On the platform, Admiral Kizaru, though appearing somewhat lecherous, spoke with a serious tone. Oh, that little brat has finally activated the power of the devil fruit? Admiral Fujitora. My. This is the first time I've seen Drake in such a state. Admiral Akainu let out a disdainful huff. If Drake employs this technique, that second lieutenant stands little chance. Vice Admiral Fire Mountain stated in a rugged voice, to force Drake to resort to such measures, that second lieutenant is no simpleton. Rear Admiral Peach Rabbit. Now this is a true duel, isn't it? Fleet Admiral Sengoku's gaze remained fixed on the stage, deep in thought. Below, the male cadets erupted into a frenzy. Upon witnessing Drake's transformation into a behemoth, they could not contain their cheers. Those cheering had all placed their bets on Drake. Tina, cigarette in mouth, observed the unfolding scene. Exhaling a thick ring of smoke, Verdon clasped her hands together, seemingly in prayer. Drake, currently a midshipman in the training camp, possesses the animal type, ancient Zoan, dinosaur fruit, transforming into a Tyrannosaurus Rex. The formidable Drake, towering over 5 meters, revealed fangs as sharp as blades from his cavernous maw, each tooth measuring several inches in length. As he opened and closed his immense jaws, he declared, for many years, you are the first who has compelled me to unleash my fruit's abilities. First, I acknowledge your strength, and then, I shall pay you my highest respect by defeating you. Arm color, Dragon Slash. With this proclamation, his colossal form swung its razor-like claws, enveloped in a pitch-black aura of armed hockey, charging towards Thunder Sound. The claws of the Tyrannosaurus Rex were as sharp as bone-slicing daggers, and its power surpassed that of an elephant by several-fold. It was unimaginable what would become of one struck head-on by such an assault. Unlike previous battles, this was a clash between two true masters. Strength begets strength. Regardless of how formidable your power may be, if you give your all, I shall rise to meet you. A faint blue halo gathered around Thunder Sound's right foot. This was the hardening of Chakra. Six-style secret, Gale Leg, Kairyu. The two forces collided, producing a sound as crisp and resonant as metal. Boom. Accompanied by a tremendous roar, the entire arena erupted with the sound of an explosion. The battleground had already been cleaved in two. Now, it lay in ruins due to the astonishing destructive power of the two combatants. Had a victor emerged? As the spectators looked on, both warriors remained steadfast in their positions, the impact of their strike having canceled each other out, leaving no discernible winner. Noting that his attack had inflicted no damage upon Drake, Thunder Sound swiftly maneuvered his hands, forming seals. Earth Release, Earth Dragon Bullet Technique. With a commanding shout, a massive earthen dragon surged forth from the ground, standing defiantly against the Tyrannosaurus Drake. As Thunder Sound gestured with his index finger, the Earth Dragon opened its maw wide, unleashing hundreds of mud bullets that surged forth like a tempest towards Drake. Emperor's Wave. Drake bellowed fiercely, expelling a colossal shockwave from his bloodied maw, which not only obliterated the rain-like mud bullets but also struck the Earth Dragon, causing it to disintegrate into dust. The onlookers erupted with a chorus of astonished gasps. What a battle this was! What powers did Thundersound possess? We are not even in the same league as those two. Truly, they are living monsters. Since the commencement of the battle, nearly 2 hours had elapsed, and Drake exhaled heavy breaths, weary and panting. No longer could he afford to delay. It was time to determine a victor. Drake contemplated inwardly. In that moment, a powerful aura began to coalesce within him. Meanwhile, Thundersound seemed to cinch Drake's intent. He too understood that they had reached the final juncture of their conflict. Thus, Thundersound once again summoned a swirling blue vortex in his hands. On the platform above, Marshal Sengoku stroked his braided beard, observing. It appears that these two are poised to decide the outcome at last. Admiral Kizaru, witnessing their overwhelming aura, it indeed evokes a sense of trepidation. Major General Moles, in previous competitions, such a fierce battle has never been witnessed. Major General Toru, regardless of which side emerges victorious, both individuals are undoubtedly formidable warriors. Just standing outside the arena, one can perceive the immense energy and presence radiating from the two combatants within. Drake, harnessing this formidable energy, felt a surge of power coursing through his body, and then unleashed a more potent shockwave than before. Dragon's Breath. The shockwave surged towards Rayan. Rayan, however, showed no signs of retreating. Just as Drake released his Dragon's Breath, the blue energy sphere in Rayan's hand spun rapidly like a miniature Saturn. Was it the same technique? The Great Sphere, Spiral Sphere? No, it was something different. Rayan had been diligently honing this technique over the past few days. Infusing the Wind Nature Chakra he had previously mastered, the Great Breakthrough, into the Spiral Sphere, he developed a unique ninjutsu from the original Naruto series. It was his first S-rank ninjutsu. As Drake unleashed his grand shockwave, Rayan simultaneously propelled his rapidly spinning energy sphere. Wind Release, Spiraling Shuriken. With a mighty shout, Rayan sent forth the blue energy sphere, colliding violently with Drake's Dragon's Breath. The two energies clashed, generating a thunderous roar that echoed throughout the Navy headquarters, creating a colossal shockwave that radiated in all directions. Had the outcome been determined? Observing the arena, both combatants remained steadfast in their positions, albeit gasping for breath. Their stamina nearly depleted. By now, the match had persisted for 2 hours, prompting Admiral Sengoku to signal Major General Moles to intervene. At this moment, it seemed the contest had resulted in a stalemate, an incredible feat indeed, as Rayan had managed to hold his ground against Drake. How had this individual trained to achieve such prowess? Major General Moles descended from the elevated platform, approaching the center of the arena, and announced through a loudspeaker, "This match has been a thrilling spectacle, filled with suspense and intensity. The strengths of both contenders are evenly matched. Thus, I declare that, as they have reached a tie, they shall both be awarded the championship." Suddenly, before he could finish his sentence, Drake expelled a mouthful of blood, his eyes rolling back as he collapsed to the ground. What is happening here? A tumult erupted both inside and outside the arena. Tina dropped her cigarette in shock. On the platform, the three admirals, along with various vice admirals and major generals, stared in astonishment. Kapu could no longer contain his emotions, feeling more exhilarated than if he had captured a pirate with a bounty of over 100 million. His powerful fist pounded the table like a child at play. Ha ha ha. Did you all see that? I never misjudged a person from the very beginning. Sengoku, hurry and announce the results. Sengoku, prompted by Kapu's words, finally came to his senses and picked up the transponder snail, declaring, "Vice Admiral Mole, please announce the competition results once more." Vice Admiral Mole, trembling at Sengoku's command, hesitantly grasped the transponder snail, hardly able to believe the unfolding scene. I hereby announce that the champion of this year's ranking assessment is Rayan. As his words echoed through the venue, an initial silence enveloped the crowd, quickly followed by an eruption of cheers and screams, despite many having lost their wagers. This moment was historic, marking the first time that Drake did not retain the championship title. Although victorious, Rayan bore no expression on his face. He merely exhaled softly, as the recent battle had drained much of his stamina. However, a sudden event jolted him back to awareness. Verdun rushed onto the stage, heedlessly embracing Rayan. "Wonderful! Wonderful! Rayan, you truly are impressive," Verdun exclaimed, her alluring figure enveloped in his embrace. It was no wonder that the crowd reacted so fervently. The title of champion in the training camp had always captured public attention. Achieving this accolade signified one's status as the strongest within the camp. Furthermore, it could elevate military ranks significantly, a coveted aspiration for both students and naval officers alike. Verdun's emotions were clearly overwhelming. She clung tightly to Rayan. Her ample form pressed against him, leaving him gasping for breath. It had been nearly a year, and Verdun had developed remarkably well. Whether it was due to his fatigue or something else, Rayan managed to utter, "Verdun, cough, cough. I can't breathe," struggling to speak. He found himself ensnared. Verdun promptly released him, exclaiming, "I'm sorry. I got too excited. I'm truly happy for you." Yet, she did not entirely let go, instead grasping his arms, her captivating and soulful eyes locked onto his. On the sidelines, the gossiping students were once again taken aback. "What? This guy, he is actually with Verdun," one male student exclaimed. Another male student grimaced, "Rayan is actually involved with Verdun? That insufferable private. It's infuriating." Yet, there was nothing to be done. His prowess spoke for itself. Verdun, though new to the training camp, was strikingly beautiful, surpassing even Tina and Ein, approaching the allure of the Empress Hancock. Her exquisite features and graceful figure evoked a primal response in the men, making her an object of desire for many of the male trainees. At this moment, her actions were nothing short of enviable, leaving the onlookers both astonished and irate. Human jealousy is an intrinsic trait, the position of champion, a luminous future ahead, and the affections of a stunning beauty. What more could one desire in life? Many male students felt an overwhelming urge to rush onto the stage and physically confront Rayan. However, they were compelled to assess their own capabilities. Yet, the most discomfort individual was not the male students who fantasized about Wei Erdan, but rather a girl named Tina. Upon witnessing such a scene, Tina dropped the cigarette she had been holding, feeling an intense unease, thinking to herself, "These two individuals, I sensed something was amiss from the very beginning, Rayan. You lecherous scoundrel. I will not let you off easily." At this moment, the atmosphere both inside and outside the arena began to cool, and Wei Erdan's emotions gradually stabilized. She released her grip on Rayan, her cheeks flushed as she gazed at him. In contrast, Rayan's expression remained utterly devoid of emotion, fatigued from the rigorous battle he had just endured, having expended most of his energy. All he wished for now was a good night's sleep. On the podium, General Akainu wore a haughty demeanor, merely snorting disdainfully. "Humph, a petty person finds success." Many high-ranking officers whispered among themselves, seemingly discussing something of importance. Meanwhile, Garp mused, "This brat, not only does he possess strength, but he also seems quite adept at charming the ladies." The following day, in the office of the Marine Headquarters Admiral, Rayan's name prominently appeared on Sengoku's desk. Each year, the rank of the champion from the youth training camp's ranking assessment is personally determined by the highest leadership of the Marine Headquarters. Sengoku stated, "In my opinion, let's assign him the rank of second lieutenant." Garp countered, "Sengoku, you must be mistaken. This kid has defeated Drake. To assign him anything less than captain would be an injustice. Even a promotion to major wouldn't be excessive." Major? Absolutely out of the question. He was merely a private before. How could he be promoted so drastically? Besides, everyone is aware of your relationship with that boy. I must maintain some professional distance." Sengoku replied, adjusting his braided beard with a serious demeanor. Garp crossed his arms, unperturbed by the notion of maintaining distance. "I fear no such implications. The fact remains that he defeated Drake." He continued, "A major is indeed too lofty. Why not settle for captain instead?" Sengoku pondered momentarily. "How about this? Let us each make a concession and settle on lieutenant. What do you think? This would already be a remarkable leap of 7 ranks, from private to lieutenant. A distinction that is unparalleled not only in the youth training camp but throughout the entire Marine Headquarters." Upon hearing this, Garp burst into hearty laughter. "Very well, very well. Who can argue when you are the esteemed admiral?" After their conversation, both individuals chuckled. That evening, Rayan accessed the personal information of the Hokage system at home. Name: Rayan. Gender: male. Age: 17 years. Ninja rank: Jonin, low tier, bloodline limit or Jinchuriki. Sharingan, currently 3 tomo. In the process of advancement. Ninjutsu: lightning release, Chidori stream. A rank: lightning sword, Chidori blade. B rank: white blade. D rank: self-created technique evaluated by the system. Rasengan. A rank: big ball Rasengan. A rank: fire release, great fireball technique. C rank: water release, water wave technique. C rank: lightning release, earth walk. C rank: flying thunder god slash. B rank: lion's barrage. C rank: wind release, great breakthrough. C rank: earth release, earth dragon bomb technique. B rank: earth release, Earth Flow Wall, C rank, Earth Release, Earth Spear, B rank. Water Release, Water Dragon Bomb Technique, B rank. Water Release, Water Formation Wall, B rank. Multiple Shadow Clone Technique, A rank. Wind Release, Spiraling Shuriken, S rank. 6 Fundamental E rank Ninjutsu. Cat Tiger Beast Sword Wave, Swordsmanship. Cat Tiger Beast Dance, Swordsmanship. Inventory, Ninjutsu Tools, Weapons Sealing Scroll 2, Kanai 1000. Kusanagi, Sword Summoned Beast. Cat Tiger Beast Sage Mode. Not activated Chakra amount. 61,000. Lei noted that after defeating Smoker and Drake, his chakra had increased by a remarkable 9,000 points, indicating that these battles, particularly the one against Drake, had significantly contributed to his growth. This also implied that the stronger the opponents he vanquished, the quicker his own advancement would be. Following the ranking assessment, many students received new military ranks. Lei was promoted to lieutenant, becoming the strongest student in the youth training camp, silencing any previous remarks about him being a mere private. 2 months later, there would be a practical assessment. At that time, the students of the training camp would graduate and become official naval officers. Naturally, students like Lei, Drake, and Smoker became the focal point of attention for the Naval High Command. The day after the finals, Major General Peach Rabbit was instructing students in their daily swordsmanship practice. Now, regarding the essentials of swordsmanship discussed, has everyone understood? Yes. Major General Peach Rabbit scanned the students with her beautiful eyes and added, Tina and Wiredan, step forward for a spar, with restraint. The two girls, previously unmentioned, stepped forward, each wielding a katana as they faced each other, their gazes seemingly igniting with intensity. What was amiss with these two? Upon the command to commence, their swords clashed, producing a resounding metallic ring as they exchanged relentless and fierce strikes. The intensity of their duel resembled more of a life-and-death struggle than a mere contest. When rivals meet, the tension is palpable. Previously, Wiredan had learned that Garp intended to introduce Tina to Lei. Tina had also discerned that Wiredan and Lei were already acquainted and that their relationship was rather complicated. The ferocity of a battle between women is indeed formidable, and at this moment, neither could afford to lose. However, as the instructor, Tao-Tu sensed an impending issue and promptly halted the match, subsequently reprimanding the two participants. What grievances do you harbor against each other? I merely asked you to demonstrate your swordsmanship from earlier, yet you resorted to fighting. Now, both of you shall run 20 laps as punishment. Tao-Tu scolded the pair, to which Tina and Wiredan simultaneously acknowledged with a respectful yes, exchanged a glance, then turned away with a huff before executing Tao-Tu's command. Following this, Tao-Tu's gaze once again swept across the group, locking onto an individual. Lei, step forward. Called upon, Lei emerged from the ranks. Observing the earlier performance of Wiredan and Tina, it seemed that none had truly grasped the swordplay demonstrated. Thus I shall once again showcase it alongside Lei for your benefit. Understanding Tao-Tu's intent, Lei immediately began to replicate every move of the swordsmanship practiced moments before. Truly, he embodied this year's strongest contender, exhibiting such diligence even after achieving first place. Suddenly, an unidentified student from the audience suggested, Teacher Tao-Tu, why not engage in a spar with Lei? It would be a valuable learning experience for us. Indeed, practical combat allows us to learn at a much quicker pace. The chorus of voices clamoring to witness a duel between Tao-Tu and Lei grew increasingly fervent. Recognized as the unrivaled champion of the training camp, Tao-Tu was equally intrigued to assess the true extent of Lei's prowess. Lei, given the collective wish of your peers, are you willing? Lei nodded in agreement. Standing opposite each other, Tao-Tu unsheathed her Jinpuro, while Lei drew the Kusanagi from behind. Aware of Tao-Tu's caliber as a swordsman, Lei approached with utmost seriousness, initiating the assault. With remarkable speed, he lunged forward, the Kusanagi slicing through the air. In response to Lei's formidable strike, Tao-Tu countered with equal force. The sharp clang of metal resonated through the air, sparks flying as their swords collided. Their strengths matched. Tao-Tu's blade skimmed against Lei's, followed by a sweeping motion that unleashed a pink sword aura, resembling a dragon, hurtling towards Lei. In reaction, Lei was forced back several paces by the onslaught of this aura. He too brandished his sword, conjuring a blue sword aura that clashed with the pink one, resulting in a cacophony of sound that left the audience in awe. The two attacks nullified each other, both combatants staggering back a few steps. This scene echoed the previous day's duel with Drake, yet the outcome was strikingly balanced, leaving Drake thoroughly impressed. Not only him, but even Tao found it hard to believe. Lain, your strength surpasses our expectations, she remarked. However, I shall not hold back from here on. Before her words faded, Tao sheathed the Jinpuro once more, then drew her sword horizontally, unleashing a sweeping arc of pink sword energy that spread across the arena. Half moon slash, half moon slash. With a delicate cry, Tao unleashed a surge of pink sword energy that radiated outward in all directions. This move not only emanated a formidable aura but also rendered evasion impossible. In the face of such an assault, Lain remained undeterred, his expression resolute as he gripped his sword and gazed ahead. In the next moment, an even more powerful sword technique surged forth. Kusanagi, dance of the Tanuki. As his words fell, Lei Yin's hands danced with the sword, while waves of azure energy flickered upon the blade, pulsating like a demon. The slashing wave emitted by Tao's slash transformed into pink mist upon contact with Lei Yin's Kusanagi. Had Tao's attack failed? What was this ultimate technique Lei Yin had unleashed? Quick, look! The students below, observing the duel between master and apprentice, chattered excitedly. Suddenly, one student pointed to the stage, exclaiming that Lei Yin's Tanuki dance had morphed into a grand wave of swords hurtling towards Tao's day. Not to mention the sheer power of this move, its speed was almost unnatural. Tao had scarcely any time to react, hastily raising her sword to block. The sword wave struck her blade with such force that she was sent staggering back several paces, finally halting her retreat by embedding Jean Pira into the ground. A gasp of astonishment swept through the crowd. Everyone knew of Lei Yin's strength, but none expected it to reach such heights. Could even the esteemed Tao, the chief instructor, be outmatched by her own student? Tao's beautiful eyes fixed upon Lei Yin, as if she were seeing her student anew. Her expression marked by disbelief. Below, Wei Dan and Tina, having just returned from punishment, stared at the scene with incredulity. Drake adjusted his swordsman's hat, lost in thought. Just as everyone was reeling from Lei Yin's decisive victory over Tao, a thunderous roar diverted all attention. Lei Yin instinctively looked skyward. Within half a minute of the earth-shattering noise, the enemy alert at Marineford echoed across the skies. Marine Headquarters, Marshal's Office. Sengoku wore a grave expression. Gripping the transponder snail tightly, order all Marines to enter a state of heightened alert immediately. And summon all officers of captain rank and above to assemble at the central square of Marineford. There must be no mistakes. On the other end of the transponder snail, yes. Garp burst into the Marshal's office, panting. What is happening? Sengoku's countenance was serious. He has come again. In the next moment, the two old men rushed out of the office. Marineford Central Square. The earth trembled with the resounding, earth-shattering roar that reverberated throughout Marineford, leaving all residents and Marines aghast. This was the Navy's headquarters, the safest place in the world. How could such a calamity possibly occur? On the ground of the plaza, a deep chasm suddenly appeared, measuring several dozen meters in depth. Some daring residents, trembling with trepidation, peered into the abyss. With a cacophony of clattering bricks, a colossal figure with the head of an ox rose from the depths of the pit. Witnessing this, the crowd fled in terror, while numerous high-ranking naval officers, accompanied by tens of thousands of sailors, hastily arrived on the scene. Just moments prior, high above at an altitude of 10,000 meters, a giant adorned with horns gazed downward, seeking a final resting place. Resolutely, he leaped into the void. 100 beasts? Kaido. Why has one of the 4 emperors appeared here? Kaido, one of the 4 emperors reigning over the latter half of the Grand Line, is heralded as the strongest creature across land, sea, and air. His formidable strength is unfathomable, said to be unmatched in one-on-one combat. He relishes confrontation against many, having clashed repeatedly with other emperors and the Navy. His singular interest lies in self-destruction. Such an entrance is quintessentially Kaido. The giant, resembling a small mountain, stood up, shaking off the debris and dust from his massive frame, and with his rough, enormous hand, he scratched at his disheveled hair. How infuriating, he thought, to still be alive. On the artillery platform, naval gunners took their positions, loading shells into the cannons, their dark, cold muzzles mercilessly aimed at this seemingly sovereign titan. Fire. Boom, boom, boom. At the command of the officer, hundreds of cannonballs rained down upon Kaido, the thunderous sounds echoing relentlessly. After a fierce barrage, the air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder and swirling smoke, yet Kaido did not even flinch, continuing his slow advance as if he were a mountain. Renowned as the strongest creature of land, sea, and air, Kaido's defensive capabilities are extraordinarily abnormal. He could fall from 10,000 meters unscathed, rendering such bombardments mere gentle breezes to him. He must not approach the headquarters building. We must halt him. At this moment, many naval officers had also arrived. Right Angle Flash, Pen In Sky Cutter. The recently promoted Colonel T. Pen In rushed to the front lines, brandishing his sword. With a swift movement, a golden, right-angled sword aura cleaved through the air, striking Kaido at close range. The sword energy surged forth, only to dissipate silently upon contacting Kaido's body. Kaido glanced at him and bellowed in a rugged voice, "Little insect, get out of my way." As he spoke, Kaido swung his colossal hand, striking T. Pen In, who was instantly sent flying 100 meters away. The cannonballs and sword energy capable of slicing through ship hulls failed to inflict even the slightest harm upon him. This creature is not human at all. The distant residents observing the spectacle expressed their astonishment in a chorus of gasps. Betting on the Navy's honor. We must not allow Kaido to set foot in the headquarters. Charge with me. An officer raised his arm and called out, prompting hundreds of soldiers to charge at Kaido with swords drawn. The clashing of blades echoed as they surrounded him, yet their weapons shattered against his formidable body. "You pesky ants! You cannot kill me. Prepare to meet your demise," Kaido bellowed, lifting his massive foot and stomping onto the ground, unleashing a cloud of dust and a formidable shockwave that radiated outward. The naval forces attacking from all sides suffered heavy casualties. Those who barely escaped his wrath were struck by the terrifying shockwave, their insides violently jostled. This is the pinnacle of piracy, the existence of the four emperors. The Admiral Akina shouted, commanding his men to retreat. His power is beyond your capacity to confront. In an instant, he appeared before Kaido. "Hellhound," he roared, transforming his right arm into molten magma, which erupted forth with a deafening cry. The magma, heated to over 1,000 degrees Celsius, surged towards Kaido's face, only for Kaido to envelop his right hand in armament haki, deflecting the molten stream. The magma struck a nearby building, causing it to crumble under the onslaught. Laser beam. Without granting Kaido a moment's respite, a blinding ray of light shot forth from Admiral Kizaru's hand. The explosion that followed was hundreds of times more powerful than the previous assault, yet as the smoke dissipated, it revealed Kaido had also coated his left hand in haki, successfully blocking Kizaru's attack. As Kaido approached the headquarters building, a golden light, rivaling Kizaru's laser, suddenly flared before him. All eyes turned, revealing a colossal golden Buddha. He has unleashed the power of Fleet Admiral Sengoku. The soldiers cried. Sengoku, the Fleet Admiral of the Navy, possessed the mythical Zoan-type devil fruit, the Buddha fruit. With his palm directed at Kaido, the Buddha roared, unleashing a golden shockwave. The shockwave detonated against Kaido's chest, momentarily halting his fearsome advance. He furrowed his brow as a thin layer of skin was blown away. Immediately afterward, Aokiji soared above Kaido, exhaling a chilling breath. Ice time. The freezing energy enveloped Kaido from head to toe, transforming him into a living ice sculpture. At last, has he been subdued? This fellow is truly formidable. Seeing Kaido restrained, Sengoku sighed in relief, reverting to his original form. At that moment, Tsuru led her students to the scene. As Sengoku's gaze fell upon Peach Rabbit, his expression darkened. "What brings you, and the students here?" Peach Rabbit replied, "We heard a tremendous sound and the enemy alert." Sengoku retorted, "They are merely students who have yet to experience real combat, and now we face the formidable Kaido of the 100 Beasts. Your actions are exceedingly reckless." Upon hearing Kaido's name, Peach Rabbit was momentarily taken aback, but her countenance soon transformed into one of resolute determination. Even if they are students, they are still part of the Navy, aren't they? If the Navy cannot stand against pirates, what distinguishes them from mere flotsam? Indeed, Marshal Sengoku. We too wish to join the fray. We shall not be afraid. We will defeat the four emperors. Inspired by Peach Rabbit's impassioned speech, the students rallied behind her, echoing their fervor. Sengoku, feeling exasperated, rubbed his forehead and conceded, "Very well, I understand. However, look, Kaido has already been subdued." He gestured towards the ice sculpture that had encased Kaido. Yet, scarcely had Sengoku pointed for 3 seconds when the ice sculpture shattered dramatically. "Ah, this ice is quite refreshing," Kaido remarked, shaking off the frost. As Kaido revived, Smoker was the first to act, transforming into smoke and charging towards him with a white shockwave. Surprisingly, Kaido did not even attempt to evade. He allowed Smoker's attack to collide with him, which was met with little more than an ineffective tickle. "Damn it," Smoker grumbled, crashing to the ground, disheartened by his failure. "Kagaya," Tina exclaimed, crossing her arms and issuing a command, instantly conjuring a pitch-black cage around Kaido. Had he been restrained? It was far from that simple. Kaido merely snorted, exerting his limbs with great force, and the seemingly unbreakable cage shattered like glass. Effortlessly, Kaido broke free and turned to regard Tina, before swinging his massive hand down upon her, sending her soaring into the sky for 100 meters, only to plummet back down heavily. Kaido truly lived up to his title as a Four Emperor, exhibiting an impenetrable defense and remarkable strength with ease. Yet, Tina was no match for Kaido. A normal person would surely be reduced to pulp from such a fall. As Tina descended, on the brink of disaster, a figure suddenly vanished from sight. Flying Thunder God Slash, a boy, utilizing a teleportation technique, appeared before the falling Tina, catching her securely and landing gracefully. This boy was Rayan. Still shaken, Tina felt her cheeks flush in Rayan's embrace, as he had caught her in a princess carry. Thank you, Rayan. Or else I would have. Before she could finish, Rayan set her down and charged towards Kaido. Hey, Rayan, Tina called out, her voice laced with urgency. What an unromantic fellow. Tina murmured softly once more. Witnessing this, Verdun felt a profound discomfort within her. Just before Thunder rushed forward, a colossal figure interposed itself before Kaido, engaging him in fierce combat. To be precise, it was a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Undoubtedly, it was Drake. Drake's dragon claws clashed against Kaido's massive hands, but in the next moment, Kaido's enormous hand seized Drake's arms and hurled him away with great force. Drake was sent flying nearly 100 meters, crashing heavily to the ground and reverting to his original form. You bothersome ants, one after another, get away from me. At this moment, Kaido was closing in on the Marine headquarters building. Observing this, Admiral Sengoku felt a surge of panic. The headquarters housed numerous confidential documents of the Navy. Should Kaido destroy them, vital files could be lost, causing him not only to lose face but also to be unable to report to his superiors. As the saying goes, an army cannot function without its leader. Initially, Sengoku had ordered Garp to assemble an elite force to thwart the impending assault, which is why Garp had yet to arrive on the scene. Meanwhile, the three admirals had just managed to restrain Kaido, but due to the chaos in Marineford, they hurriedly dispersed to the various streets to direct the gathering of troops and manage the aftermath. Even if they were to arrive now, it might be too late to prevent Kaido. As the headquarters building teetered on the brink of destruction, Sengoku prepared to once again utilize his devil fruit powers. At this moment, Thunder, charging ahead, experienced an unprecedented transformation in his eyes. The trainees of the training camp were defeated one after another. And as Sengoku felt increasingly anxious to activate his powers, Thunder had reached Kaido's front, his eyes morphing into an unparalleled form. Kaleidoscope Sharingan activate, Thunder shouted, as the three spinning Tomo transformed into a three-blade kaleidoscope pattern. This kaleidoscope Sharingan represented an advanced form of the three Tomo Sharingan. Visually, a regular Sharingan consists of three separate Tomo, while the kaleidoscope Sharingan merges them into a blade-like shape, with each user exhibiting a unique manifestation. Thunder's kaleidoscope resembled that of Kakashi Hitaki from the original Naruto series. Another bothersome ant, get lost, Kaido exclaimed, swinging his massive hand forcefully towards Thunder. Danger. Just when everyone believed Thunder was doomed, Kaido's descending hand was firmly blocked. As the crowd looked on, a towering blue giant, wielding a massive sword and standing at eye level with Kaido, had interposed itself before him. What? What is that? Is that Thunder's ability? It must be the demon god. Has the demon king Satan descended? The crowd was left trembling in fear, and at that moment, the three great generals arrived once more. Even they could not help but cast sidelong glances at the scene before them. Behind Rayan loomed a colossal blue giant, resembling a massive blue skeleton. Its eyes glowing brightly like lanterns, emanating a profound blue aura, unmistakably the dispersal of chakra. This was one of the ocular techniques of the Sharingan, Susanoo. Susanoo symbolizes destruction. It is said that anyone who has witnessed it is destined to meet their demise. The essence of Susanoo is a manifestation of chakra, forming a humanoid figure that envelopes the user. However, as Rayan had only activated the kaleidoscope Sharingan, this Susanoo was merely in its rudimentary form. Nevertheless, it was sufficient to halt Kaido's advance. Confronting Susanoo directly, Kaido swung his massive hand, enshrouded in a pitch-black armor of haki, and struck towards Susanoo. In response, Rayan unsheathed the Kusanagi sword from his back, and Susanoo drew forth a colossal sword formed from condensed chakra, which clashed against Kaido's fist, producing a resounding clang. Neither combatant yielded an inch. The spectators below were left utterly astounded, their eyes wide with disbelief. Drake, who had just been felled, wiped the blood from his lips, and gazed intently at the duel, while Peach Rabbit's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment, feeling a deep sense of inadequacy. Even Sengoku and the three great generals ceased their assaults, silently observing the clash between Lei Yin and the four emperors, Kaido. In the next moment, Lei Yin swiftly swung his sword, and Susanoo mirrored his actions, landing a strike upon Kaido's right shoulder, leaving a shallow gash that drew blood. Had he truly injured the four emperors, Kaido? It was utterly unbelievable. After all, he was merely a trainee. Who on earth was this remarkable individual? Finally, a worthy opponent has emerged. Boy, what is your name? Even Kaido could not restrain his curiosity. Lei Yin, came the calm response from the young man. Standing before the sovereign of the seas. Lei Yin, good. I shall remember you. In the next instant, Kaido infused both hands with haki, unleashing a barrage of punches towards Susanoo, akin to bullets. Yet, facing such a formidable foe, the Susanoo began to dissipate into smoke. Exhausted, Lei Yin finally collapsed to the ground. At that moment, Garp arrived, swiftly lifting the fallen Lei Yin and retreating from the battlefield. Sengoku and the three great generals charged forward, finally managing to halt Kaido's onslaught. As Lei Yin lay in Garp's embrace, his gaze grew hazy with fatigue. Old man. Ha ha ha, you little rascal. You truly held your own against beasts, Kaido, for quite some time. I am genuinely proud of you. Not much. I will become even stronger. With that, Lei Yin succumbed to slumber. For over 10 minutes, Thunder Sound battled against Kaido. At this moment, Thunder Sound's Sharingan had only reached the form of the kaleidoscope, making the activation of Susanoo an endeavor that severely drained his chakra. Should he ascend to the eternal kaleidoscope, perhaps he could delay Kaido for a more extended period. However, without mastering the use of Susanoo with the eternal kaleidoscope, the depletion of chakra would be exceedingly rapid. When Thunder Sound regained consciousness, he found Sengoku and numerous officers standing beside his bed. Well done, Thunder Sound, Sengoku said with a benevolent smile. It was your efforts that bought us the time needed for the three admirals to arrive, preventing any damage to the headquarters. Thunder Sound inquired, what about Kaido? He has already been transported to Impel Down, came the reply. Upon hearing this, Thunder Sound understood that Kaido would undoubtedly find a way to escape again. Yet, this was not something he could address at present. Due to your outstanding performance in the mission to thwart Kaido, you have been promoted to the rank of Major Cadet as a reward, Sengoku announced. Kazan stepped forward with a broad grin. You truly are impressive, kid, haha. He then patted Thunder Sound on the shoulder with his powerful hand, causing Thunder Sound's shoulder to sting painfully. In 2 months, a practical assessment would take place following the ranking evaluations, and the entire training camp was poised in a state of intense preparation. Traditionally, there was a 3-day holiday during this 2-month period, and Thunder Sound intended to earn some extra money. Thus, he transformed into the guise of Baroque and returned to Sabaody Archipelago, hoping for a stroke of luck. Once again, the weather was clear and bright, with bubbles from the Sabaody Archipelago slowly ascending into the sky, displaying a myriad of colors. The area was bustling with activity daily, with commercial and food streets teeming with traffic and pedestrians. However, recently, many Navy personnel had been patrolling the streets, indicating that something was amiss. Upon further inquiry, Thunder Sound learned that 2 weeks prior, the Navy had secretly transported a cache of arms to the specialty zone of Sabaody Island No. 42. Originally destined for the Navy headquarters, but temporarily stored there. The Navy had taken meticulous precautions, deploying a contingent of fewer than 200 soldiers to maintain security and avoid drawing the attention of nefarious pirates. Yet, Capone Beach, having somehow uncovered this information, launched a surprise attack on the No. 42 area one night and made off with the entire cache of arms. After digesting this information, Thunder Sound reflected that the only pirate capable of gathering intelligence, ambushing the Navy, and swiftly relocating a substantial arsenal while escaping unscathed was undoubtedly Capone Beach. Capone Beach, the captain of the fire tank pirates, possessed the power of the brick fruit. He could not only store numerous troops within himself, but also harbor vast amounts of weaponry. Moreover, his extensive legion could disperse across various locations to gather intelligence and conceal themselves when not in use. This revelation rendered all occurrences comprehensible. Due to this incident, the bounty on Capone Beji was raised to a staggering 100 million berries. Unlike the lawless regions of the Shambar Islands, the specialty sightseeing areas numbered 40 to 49 on Shambar Island exude a sense of tranquility. Here, the malevolent aura of ruthless pirates and the odious scent of bounty hunters are conspicuously absent. Although there is a significant naval presence, The atmosphere appears serene and peaceful, making it a suitable haven for ordinary citizens. Lane, transformed into the guise of Baroque, sought out a fine restaurant within the specialty district, intending to indulge in a delightful meal before venturing into the lawless area in search of prey. A myriad of delectable dishes, exuding enticing aromas, were presented before him. Succulent meats from sea kings and marine beasts, fresh fish, and an array of colorful and flavorful vegetables. During his repast, Lane noticed two hurried young men seated at a nearby table. They ordered only a few simple dishes and 2 servings of white rice, eating in haste while occasionally whispering to each other and glancing nervously around, particularly towards the patrolling navy outside. Their behavior immediately aroused Lane's suspicion. These individuals were certainly up to no good. Sure enough, after a brief interlude, they finished their meal, settled the bill, and swiftly departed. Even though Lane had barely touched half of his food, he too settled his bill and discreetly followed them, eager to uncover their true intentions. For one of Lane's caliber, trailing these minor henchmen without detection was a trivial task. He followed them through the regions numbered 50 to 59, encompassing shipyards and coating craftsmen, until they reached the lawless area. It became evident that they were indeed no innocents. As the saying goes, if you wish to keep a secret, do not do anything that would draw attention. Lane had tracked them through the bustling commercial district, but the lawless area was not a place for the average citizen. As it was largely desolate, coupled with the heightened vigilance of the 2 men, they quickly detected Lane's presence. "Stop hiding, we see you. Come out," they shouted in unison. Turning towards a tree, Lane, upon hearing their call, revealed himself without hesitation. Upon seeing him, the men displayed vicious expressions. One pirate brandished a dagger from his waist, grinning malevolently. "Who are you, kid? Why are you following us?" Lane stood motionless, seemingly ignoring the inquiry. The second pirate interjected, "Don't waste time talking. He is probably a naval spy. No matter who he is, let us eliminate him." With that, the second pirate drew his own dagger, and both lunged towards Lane, blades aimed to strike. Such lowly thugs were of no concern to Lane. Just as he prepared to counterattack, however, the 2 men plunged their daggers into his heart and right ribcage. In the next moment, Lane collapsed into a pool of blood, lifeless and silent. Was this truly how he met his end? Upon witnessing the scene, Pirate retrieved a white cloth from his pocket, wiping the blood from his blade, a smug expression adorning his face. "I was led to believe they were formidable foes. Such trash dares to follow us?" Pirate B concurred, "Indeed. This is the fate that awaits those who dare to pursue us." Pirate A sheathed his dagger with a flourish. "Enough chatter. Let us return and report to the Godfather without delay." Pirate B nodded in agreement. In the Chambord Islands, within the lawless Zone 19, an underground chamber the size of a football field brimmed with gentlemen attired in formal wear. Groups of men gathered around gambling tables, where dealers shouted phrases akin to "bets are closed." Others frolicked with beautiful women, while some sat silently on couches, lost in their thoughts. At that moment, a middle-aged man accompanied by 2 bodyguards entered through the main door. The lead figure, somewhat portly and standing at around 5 feet 6 inches, donned a wide-brimmed black hat and a grass-green scarf, clad in a black and white striped suit, draped with a long robe featuring 2 sleeves, and a cigar clenched between his teeth, a quintessential mob boss. As he stepped into the bustling chamber, an immediate hush fell over the crowd. "Godfather," a man approached, bowing respectfully before the middle-aged man. The latter spoke in a languid tone, "Gotti, how goes the reconnaissance of our operatives?" The man named Gotti replied, "Godfather, ever since your surprise attack on their arms depot, the entire Chambord Islands, save for the lawless zones, are under naval control. They have vowed to imprison you and impel down." A flicker of displeasure crossed the Godfather's face. "Spare me the pleasantries. Get to the point." Gotti stammered, I apologize, Godfather. Although the Navy has deployed a significant force, our intelligence reports indicate 2 locations where their defenses are notably weak. One is the Bubble Park at number 39, and the other is the 70th Street, closest to the naval base, Zone 60 to 69. Upon hearing this, the Godfather's demeanor brightened. As the adage goes, the most dangerous places are often the safest. In that case, tonight we shall escape from the vicinity of the Navy at 70th Street and return to the West Blue for a grand undertaking. Long live the Godfather! The pirates in the underground chamber cheered. These rogues were members of the Flame Tank Pirates hailing from the West Blue, nearly all dressed in gentlemanly attire, boasting military-grade firepower and a diverse arsenal of weapons. Their leader, the portly middle-aged man known as the Godfather, was none other than the notorious Capone Godfather Beach. As previously mentioned, Capone Beach served as the captain of the Flame Tank Pirates and possessed the powers of the superhuman-type Stronghold Fruit. Oh, how delightful is Godfather Capone's enthusiasm. As the pirates of the Flame Tank Regiment reveled in their merriment, an incongruous voice emerged from a shadowy corner. Who could it be? Following Capone Beach's audacious raid on the munitions depot, the Navy dispatched a formidable force to apprehend him, compelling Capone to seek refuge in the lawless zones to evade detection. However, despite his concealment, he remained industrious, leveraging his manpower to send his subordinates disguised in civilian attire throughout Sabeti Archipelago to gather intelligence on the Navy's movements, specifically targeting their vulnerable defenses in preparation for an escape from the islands. It turned out that the two individuals who encountered Rayan in the specialty area were, in fact, two of Capone's minions dispatched for reconnaissance on the Navy's activities. Fast forward to the present. In a dimly lit corner of the basement, an unsettling voice pierced the atmosphere, causing everyone to momentarily freeze before directing their gazes toward the source. A figure emerged from the shadows, none other than Rayan. The earlier pirates, Pirate A and Pirate B, were momentarily taken aback, rubbing their eyes in disbelief. Hadn't he just been fatally stabbed? How could this be? They soon realized that the figure they had attacked was merely a shadow clone created by Rayan. Yet, how could there be blood? Surely, a shadow clone could not bleed. This was, of course, the result of an illusion cast by Rayan's Sharingan. Meanwhile, Rayan's true self had stealthily followed the two. Patience is a virtue. One must reel in the big catch rather than reveal oneself too soon. If he had exposed himself earlier, how would he have gleaned Capone Beach's whereabouts? Upon seeing Rayan, Capone's expression turned grave. Who are you? What brings you here? Bearing an exquisite sword on his back, a pirate in the crowd recognized him. Ballamark. This scoundrel is Ballamark. Ballamark? The name rang a bell. He was the infamous pirate hunter who had severed the feminine tailor in just 2 months prior. Rayan had gained notoriety under the name Ballamark, as the Navy had spent months fruitlessly searching for Taylor, only for Rayan to capture him. Thus, Ballamark's famed sword throughout Sabeti Archipelago. Capone, upon hearing this, smiled wryly. It seems we have quite a formidable individual among us. The earlier pirate, Gowdy, was a half-cyborg with one arm transformed into a 3-barrel cannon, known as the Killer, a cadre member of the Flame Tank Regiment. Boss, leave this fellow to me, he declared, raising his cannon. The 3 barrels began to spin, flames flickering at the muzzles, and cannonballs the size of pigeon eggs were launched toward Rayan. Alas, the Killer had gone berserk. Rayan vanished in an instant, yet some pirates suffered the consequences as the cannonballs rained down, obliterating them and filling the air with their agonized screams. Capone, however, remained largely indifferent. He had always considered the lives of these men as mere fodder. The resounding sound of thunder echoed from the other side as Lane unsheathed the Kusanagi sword, swiftly severing Gowdy's throat with a speed so astonishing it seemed almost monstrous. Such as the prowess of Baroque. The swiftness was akin to that of a beast. Gowdy was instantly vanquished, and amidst the gasps of astonishment from the onlookers, Lane sheathed the Kusanagi sword and addressed Capone. Mr. Godfather, since you appear so indifferent to the fate of your subordinates, allow me to lend you a hand. With that, Lane formed a series of hand seals, summoning a colossal earthen dragon from the ground, Earth-style, Earth Dragon Bullet technique. He then gestured with his index finger, and the dragon opened its mighty jaws, unleashing hardened mud bullets like iron upon the throng below. In an instant, the pirates in the basement were nearly all crushed or gravely injured, leaving only Capone Beach unscathed. Witnessing the scene, Capone's expression finally shifted. Suddenly, a charge trumpet sounded from an unknown source, and Capone's eyes transformed into a translucent state. Fortress explosion. In the next moment, Capone bellowed, launching a barrage of cannonballs towards Lane. Sensing imminent danger, Lane swiftly dodged, causing the massive earthen dragon to be obliterated in the ensuing chaos. Has he activated the power of the superhuman fortress fruit? Seeing this, Capone smirked. Kid, I know you're capable, but with my strategy of overwhelming numbers, I shall ensure your utter demise. As he spoke, Capone's left eye became entirely transparent, and another charge trumpet blared, reminiscent of a myriad of horses and men echoing in the air. The individuals Lane had dispatched were but a mere trifle to Capone, empowered by his fruit's abilities. His body resembled an immense fortress capable of housing thousands of soldiers. Before long, numerous troops wielding various weapons materialized beside Capone, nearly occupying the size of half a football field within the basement. Cavalry, infantry, musketeers, and swordsmen alike. You have wronged our godfather. Do not expect to emerge unscathed, shouted one of Capone's soldiers. Lane, Observing the multitude of soldiers before him, allowed a subtle smile to grace his lips. Mr. Godfather, are you truly certain you wish to compare numbers with me? Capone responded with a sudden grin. Bellamy, do not attempt to bluff. Ignoring his words, Lane extended his left and right fingers, crossing them to form a cruciform shape, and declared, multiple shadow clone technique. In the next heartbeat, hundreds of Baromacs appeared beside Lane. What? Capone exclaimed in astonishment as an army equal in size to his own emerged before him. The numbers on both sides nearly filled the expansive basement. Capone then shouted to his subordinates, do not fear him. This kid is merely posturing. Charge forward. With a thunderous roar, the multitude of minions under Capone surged forth like a tidal wave. However, undeterred, commanded his shadow clones, each wielding a shuriken. Multiple shadow clone technique, shuriken from all directions. He bellowed. In unison, countless, like reflections in a mirror, hurled their shurikens, each striking Capone's men with deadly precision, toppling them in a flurry of chaos. Amidst the cries of despair and agony, Capone's forces began to crumble. At that moment, fear flickered in Capone's eyes. For it was only now that he started to regard this young adversary with seriousness. The sheer number of opponents was overwhelming, and even the true form of eluded his discernment. With his own forces nearly obliterated and the enemy suffering no casualties, anxiety gnawed at Capone's heart. What sort of prowess is this? Face me in a duel if you dare, he shouted, witnessing the failure of his so-called sea of people tactic. In response, the multitude erupted into laughter, creating an eerie atmosphere. Mr. Capone, did you not just proclaim the use of a sea of people strategy? What? Are you now retracting your words? Capone found himself momentarily speechless. Very well, even in a duel, I shall not fear you. With that, began to hand sign. Invoking the multiple shadow clone technique, release. Instantly, the countless vanished from Capone's sight like a magic trick. Seeing this, Capone's tension eased slightly, but a cunning glint flickered in his eyes as the structure within him rapidly transformed. Castle Swamp, he declared. As the words left his lips, the space beside twisted, conjuring an array of weaponry, swords, firearms, even artillery. This was one of Capone's abilities derived from the castle fruit, allowing him to reshape his internal fortress and transform the surroundings into a swamp, ensnaring his foes for assault. In essence, was now trapped within. Ahahaha. You are but a fool, resigned to your demise. Capone's triumphant cackle echoed as a barrage of cold and hot weaponry rained down upon, leaving him no avenue for evasion. Yet, rather than retreat, resolved to confront the onslaught directly. In the next instant, he gathered a swirling vortex of energy, charging towards the weaponry. Wind release, spiral shuriken. The cyclone collided with the incoming arms, erupting in a cataclysmic explosion. Capone scarcely had time to react as the onslaught obliterated the weapons and severely injured him in the process. He coughed up blood, reverting to his original form, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Gangster, Capone Buggy, hailing from the West Sea, captain of the Flame Tank Brigade, perished at the hands of the pirate hunter in the year XX. It appears that one of the 11 supernovas has fallen. In a hushed tone, Thunder murmured to himself, sealing Capone's lifeless body within a scroll. Subsequently, he proceeded to claim his bounty. Arriving at Area 61 of the Sabaody Archipelago, one of the Navy's strongholds, Thunder extracted Capone Beach's corpse from the scroll. Following a thorough examination by the coroner, he completed a few simple formalities and successfully received a staggering bounty of 100 million berries. The entire process of bounty redemption left many naval officers utterly bewildered, though neither Taylor nor Capone possessed overwhelming strength. Both were troublesome figures who had repeatedly led their forces to no avail. Yet now, they had been apprehended by an obscure newcomer, leaving everyone astounded. Who was this individual? As a result, many began to remember the name Bellamy. As Thunder was about to depart, a naval lieutenant approached him and inquired, Mr. Bellamy, would you be interested in joining the Navy? If so, I would be happy to serve as your introducer. Acquiring such formidable power would undoubtedly benefit the Navy. However, Thunder simply shook his head. He certainly would not agree. After all, he was already part of the Navy. Capone marked Thunder's first capture of a bounty exceeding 100 million. And with the reward from capturing Taylor, Thunder now possessed approximately 160 million berries. In his exhilaration, he activated the Hokage system. System, confirm extraction of A-rank ninjutsu. Thunder decisively clicked to confirm. Shortly thereafter, 3 orange ninja cards appeared before him. After a moment of contemplation, he reached for the card on the far right, which slowly flipped over. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique, A-rank, a ninjutsu created by the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. This technique utilizes the shadow clone technique on shurikens, allowing for an infinite number of shurikens to be thrown, creating a rain of solid shuriken clones. This technique was undeniably impressive, Thunder mused, as his personal information was updated. Rayan gender, male age, 17 years, ninja rank, Jonin, low tier, bloodline limit, or Jinchuriki. Sharingan, currently a Manjiki Sharingan, ninjutsu, lightning release, Chidori stream, A rank, lightning blade, Chidori sharp spear, B rank. White blade, D rank. A self-created technique assessed by the system. Rasengan, A rank. Udama Rasengan, A rank. Fire release. Great fireball technique, C rank. Water release. Water chaos wave, C rank. Lightning release. Body flicker, C rank. Flying thunder god slash, B rank. Lion's mane, C rank. Wind release. Great breakthrough, C rank. Earth release. Earth dragon bullet, B rank. Earth release. Earth flow rampart, C rank. Earth release. Earth spear, B rank. Water release. Water dragon. Bullet technique, B rank. Water release. Water barrier, B rank. Multi-shadow clone technique, A rank. Shuriken shadow clone technique, A rank. Wind release. Spiraling shuriken, S rank. 6 foundational E rank ninjutsu. Tanuki's sword wave, swordsmanship. Tanuki's sword dance, swordsmanship. Inventory, ninja tools. Weapons, sealing scrolls 2, kunai 10,000, Kusanagi sword, Shuriken 10,000 summoning beast, cat tiger beast sage mode, not activated chakra amount, 53,000 82,000 combat consumption. Rayan scrutinized the ninja ranks, realizing that the classification of Jonin, mid-tier, represented a genuine bottleneck. Although his strength had increased considerably, his rank remained at Jonin, low tier. He pondered the notion that if achieving Jonin, mid-tier, were a trivial endeavor, then anyone could easily master Sage Mode. What exactly was his Sage Mode? Rayan was eager to discover it. I will grow even stronger. Thus, the name Baramak began to resonate throughout the entire Sabaody archipelago, even reaching the naval headquarters. He earned the nickname Miraculous Hunter, which instilled fear in many pirates. A saying began to circulate among the populace, children of Sabaody Island. Upon hearing the name Baramak, dare not cry out at night. Upon returning to the naval headquarters, Rayan transformed once again into a mere trainee of the youth training camp. Although labeled as a trainee, this designation was somewhat misleading, for Rayan had already attained the rank of major, second only to Drake. Despite surpassing Drake in strength, his rank remained one tier lower due to Drake's significantly longer service. This year's strongest trainee could exchange blows with Emperor Kaido, ensuring a promising future for Rayan. In less than 2 weeks, the youth training camp would undergo a nerve-wracking practical assessment. On this day, following 2 hours of routine training, the trainees rested in the training field. Rayan refused to squander a moment, performing pull-ups nearby to enhance his arm strength, while Tina and her 3 friends engaged in conversation. Friend A, hey, have you all heard? There's a pirate hunter named Baramak on Sabaody Island who has eliminated 2 significant threats for our navy. Quite impressive, isn't it? BFFY, who hasn't heard of the name Baramak? I saw a photo in the department's files, and he was carrying an exquisite sword. He is quite handsome as well. At this moment, BFFZ, glancing at Lane, who was doing pull-ups not far away, remarked somewhat sarcastically, he really resembles someone, doesn't he? In truth, her observation was not unfounded. Baramak had gained fame throughout the Shambar Islands and the naval headquarters, and naturally, his information was compiled by the department. In the photo, Baramak held an exquisite sword, while Lane was always seen with his own Kusanagi sword. What the crowd did not know was that although Baramak and Lane appeared different, they wielded the same sword and were indeed the same person. After BFFZ made a remark, both individuals unconsciously glanced at Tina. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable under their gaze, Tina asked, "What are you all looking at me for? Do I have a pimple on my face?" BFFX emitted a strange, buzzing sound. Oh, someone clearly has feelings for someone else, yet pretends to be aloof. Who can deny that? BFFY glanced at Tina, then at Lane, who was still doing pull-ups. Tina's face flushed slightly from the conversation. What are you all talking about? Tina can't understand a word. As she spoke, her eyes darted toward Lane. Just then, Wade-In appeared from nowhere, approached Lane, and pulled out a handkerchief from her waist. Hey, look at all that sweat. You should wipe it off. Although Wade-In's tone was rather stiff, her intentions were undeniably flattering. From a distance, Tina's expression turned increasingly sour upon witnessing this scene. BFFX. See, Lane is quite the catch. If you don't make a move, another girl might snatch him away. BFFZ. Exactly. Always playing hard to get. Don't regret it later. BFFY. Speaking of which, Wade-in is quite proactive. ISNT she? Watching this unfold and hearing her friends chatter incessantly, Tina stood up in a huff. Humph. Tina doesn't care at all. Humph. With that, she stormed off in a huff. BFFY. That girl truly speaks contrary to her heart. Meanwhile, many male trainees at the training ground watched this scene. Their teeth clenched in frustration. That guy. What virtue does he possess? Why are beautiful girls always throwing themselves at him? It's maddening. They felt an urge to give Lane a good thrashing. Unfortunately, they knew they could never match him in strength. Under everyone's gaze, Wade-in extended her delicate hand, offering Lane a pink handkerchief to wipe his sweat. However, Lane promptly jumped down from the bar, saying, "Oh, thank you, but it's unnecessary." With that, he turned away, leaving Wade-in standing there alone. Hey, you. That guy truly doesn't know how to appreciate kindness. If only Wade-in could treat me like this, I would surely be unable to sleep from joy at night. This fellow is nothing but a living, breathing block of wood. I cannot fathom what thoughts occupy his mind throughout the day. As Wei-Erden gazed at Lei Yin's retreating figure, a pang of melancholy surged within her, prompting her to discreetly tuck her handkerchief into her pocket. While residing at Farmer's home in Dongsuan village, Wei-Erden had already begun to surreptitiously observe Lei Yin. And when he triumphed over the vile wolf, Grayson, her admiration for him blossomed uncontrollably. After his departure, Wei-Erden traveled great distances to the naval headquarters, striving to enhance her own abilities, determined to meet Lei Yin in person, regardless of the time it might take. Though her aspirations appeared almost naively amusing, fate seemed to favor her unexpectedly. To her astonishment, she discovered that they had become classmates in the naval headquarters training camp, granting them the opportunity to see each other daily. The mere knowledge that Lei Yin was also in the training camp filled Wei-Erden with excitement for several days. Yet, Lei Yin, like a wooden statue, remained absorbed in his training and self-improvement, scarcely casting a glance in her direction. Nevertheless, Wei-Erden remained steadfast in her resolve, unwilling to relinquish her hopes. She found herself ensnared in an inescapable longing. Conversely, Tina's situation was scarcely better. She harbored a desire to see that blockhead, while simultaneously wishing to avoid witnessing his interactions with other women, which were often ambiguous and intimate. Consequently, many in the training camp dubbed Lei Yin an oblivious training fanatic, unaware of the fortune he possessed, such as youth. Yet it seemed as though Lei Yin was impervious to its joys. Could it be that he was affected by Ai Yin's departure? This remained a mystery to all. 2 weeks swiftly passed, and the training camp was met with a long-awaited practical assessment. Major General Peach Rabbit and swordsmanship instructor Major General Mole summoned all the cadets to elucidate the rules of the assessment. The upcoming island they were to land upon was called Onamo Island, located over 150 kilometers from the naval headquarters in the doldrums. This island, vast in size, was rife with beasts and magical creatures, making it an excellent locale for the training of the strong, albeit fraught with peril. Fortunately, the Navy had nearly established control over Onamo Island, deploying numerous surveillance bugs throughout. Many of the creatures on this island had already attained the level of magical beasts, and many of these creatures were likely unfamiliar to most. The Navy's preparations were meticulous, categorizing these magical beasts by their strength into levels of danger. The Navy classified the magical beasts into tiers known as danger levels. For instance, a creature rated at level 1 possesses combat strength equivalent to that of 10 ordinary sailors, while level 2 corresponds to 20 sailors, and level 100 equates to 1,000 sailors. According to the definitions established in the original pirate narrative, an ordinary Navy soldier possesses approximately 10 units of combat strength. Thus, a level 1 magical beast would have around 100 units, a level 2 approximately 200, and a level 100 about 10,000 units. We will assign corresponding scores based on the level of magical beasts you successfully hunt. The higher your score, the greater your potential for promotion within the ranks. The entirety of Onamo Island is under the watchful gaze of monitoring bugs, ensuring that we will be attentive to each of your actions. Each individual is equipped with a distress signal flare. Should anyone feel overwhelmed, they may ignite the signal at any moment, prompting our headquarters to dispatch officers for their rescue. However, this action signifies your withdrawal from the competition, Major Mole stated earnestly. Did everyone comprehend what I just conveyed? Understood. The trainees responded in unison. Excellent. Now, let us embark towards Onamo Island, declared Major Mole. Just as they were about to set off, Garp approached. Hey, Mole. You seem to have overlooked an important piece of information to share with the children. An important piece of information? In response, Garp turned to the trainees. Children. Atop the eastern peak of Onamo Island resides a legendary beast known as the Titanic Slumbering Bear, possessing the body of a gorilla and the head of a bear. It is an exceedingly lethargic creature, sleeping for over 300 days each year, and according to our investigations, this is currently its slumbering period. Therefore, do not provoke it. Focus on hunting other beasts instead. Tao Tu continued, echoing Garp's sentiments. Indeed, the danger level of the Titanic Slumbering Bear exceeds 300, making it a formidable opponent even for some of our rear admirals. It is far beyond your capability to contend with. Upon hearing this, the trainees erupted into a cacophony of discussions. 300 levels. That implies it possesses 30,000 combat power. I certainly won't provoke that creature. Who would dare? That would be tantamount to courting death. Unbeknownst to the other trainees, Smoker's eyes glimmered with intrigue upon hearing Garp and Tao Tu's description. All right. We shall now set sail for Onamo Island. All children, stay alert. Oh. Thus, a large warship departed, carrying many Navy personnel and trainees. The warship must traverse a windless zone to reach Onamo Island, a region teeming with unknown sea beasts and maritime kings. During the voyage, the ship frequently encountered various sea creatures frolicking near the surface, and remarkably, a maritime king appeared directly in front of the vessel. One of its eyes was as large as half the warship, and its length was estimated to be 500 or 600 meters. Some of the younger trainees trembled at the sight. Garp, witnessing this, wasted no time. He executed a moonwalk and soared upwards, delivering a powerful punch to the creature's head. The maritime king let out a pained roar and sank beneath the waves, leaving its fate uncertain, whether it perished or was simply frightened off by Garp's blow. Having Garp aboard certainly brings a sense of reassurance. Meanwhile, Thunder Sound, resting his chin on his hand, gazed contemplatively at the sea, lost in thought. Vienden, resembling a curious kitten, approached him and asked, Hey, we're about to reach Onamo Island. Are you feeling nervous? Vienden was at a loss for words, merely seeking conversation. Thundersound glanced at her and replied, I am doing just fine. Viredan expressed her apprehension, stating that if they encountered any fearsome individuals, she would need his protection. Lane responded nonchalantly, acknowledging her concern. Undeterred, Viredan boldly positioned herself beside him, both gazing at the shimmering surface of the sea. On the opposite side of the warship, Tina and her 3 close friends were engaged in conversation. Upon witnessing the scene of Lane and Viredan together, a wave of discontent washed over them, stirring feelings of jealousy within Tina. One of her friends, discerning Tina's emotions, glanced towards Lane and remarked, Look, they seem to have already begun to make a move. Another friend chimed in, Oh, that Viredan is quite swift in her advances. A third friend added, Tina, we've mentioned this numerous times. If you agree, we can assist you in dealing with that blockhead. Tina's face flushed with anger as she retorted, Pfft. What are you all talking about? I would never fancy that blockhead, not even if it were with a pig. Absolutely not. With that, she stormed back to the cabin in a huff. One friend remarked, Tina is truly one to suffer for the sake of her pride. The warship continued its course through the windless zone. As Lane and Viredan quietly surveyed the sea, a pirate ship suddenly caught their attention in the distance. The vessel was being towed by 2 gigantic serpents, effortlessly navigating the windless expanse. The flag displayed a skull encircled by 9 serpents, and upon closer inspection, it was evident that the ship was crewed entirely by women. Most striking of all was the woman standing at the bow of the ship. Her raven hair flowed like silk, her skin was as smooth as jade, and her deep blue eyes seemed capable of ensnaring anyone's soul. She appeared to be a masterpiece crafted by a master artisan, perfectly proportioned. Her exquisite figure was accentuated by a deep purple qipao that clung to her form. Everyone, come quick. There's a pirate ship over there, shouted a naval officer, prompting nearly all to rush towards the ship's railing, eager to glimpse the pirate vessel. What an intriguing ship, being pulled by 2 giant serpents. One exclaimed, Look, it's entirely crewed by women. Another added, That woman at the bow, she's so beautiful, a male cadet remarked, swallowing hard. I dare say, she is the most stunning woman I have ever laid eyes on, another naval officer echoed. Kapu stepped forward, gazing intently at the approaching pirate ship with a grave expression. Lane, too, displayed an uncommon look of astonishment. His eyes fixated on the woman at the bow. Well versed in the world of anime, Lane recognized her as none other than the renowned Nine-Snake Pirates. They hailed from the Amazon Lily, a warrior tribe composed entirely of women, which is why the island is also known as Daughter Island. Yet, the most captivating aspect was not the singularity of this matriarchal society, but the woman standing majestically at the helm of the ship. She is none other than the Empress Boa Hancock, the sovereign of Amazon Lily, the captain of the pirate crew of the Nine Snakes, and widely regarded as the most exquisite beauty in the world. Possessing the supernatural powers of the sweet fruit, she boasts a bounty of 80 million berries. At this juncture, Hancock had yet to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea. It was unexpected to encounter the Empress here. However, it is the calm belt. And if my assumptions are correct, the fabled Amazon Lily should be in the vicinity. Not only were many men aboard the warship captivated by her presence, but even the gaze of Rayan lingered upon the Empress. What were these insufferable men staring at? It was as if they had never seen a woman before. Humph. I find that pirate at the bow to be rather ordinary. Such remarks came from the female Navy personnel and cadets, and their tone revealed their thoughts. Observing Rayan's gaze follow the Empress, Verdun felt a twinge of discomfort. Hey, what are you looking at? Rayan replied, the woman at the bow seems quite remarkable. Verdun pouted. Humph, don't pretend. You must think she is beautiful, right? Be careful lest your eyes fall into the sea. Indeed, though Rayan did not voice it, he thought to himself, after encountering the Empress, Verdun no longer seemed to be the most beautiful girl he had ever seen. On board the warship, a naval commander spoke to Garp. Sir, the target is a pirate with an 80 million bounty. We should apprehend her. Garp, arms crossed, shook his head. Our mission is to ensure the children complete their practical assessments, not to hunt down pirates. The commander replied, understood. In truth, he was well aware that the warship heading to Onemo's island would not divert to pursue pirates. He merely wished to capture the Empress for a closer glimpse of her beauty. The grand vessel of the Nine Snakes gradually sailed out of sight under the watchful eyes of the Navy, leaving many men with expressions of unfulfilled desire as the pirate ship disappeared. Men are all the same, a girl in the military lamented. As the Nine Snake crew receded into the distance, Rajan's heart returned to tranquility. He had an inexplicable feeling that he would encounter the Nine Snakes again. After navigating through minor tribulations, the warship finally reached its destination, Onemo's island. Upon disembarking, everyone felt invigorated. The lush trees and fresh air provided a refreshing escape from the city's clamor, enveloped in the pristine embrace of nature. Upon arrival, the Navy personnel busied themselves, activating the surveillance screens in the control room, showcasing nearly the entire island's imagery. With a benevolent smile, Garp addressed them. The rules were previously outlined. Now, your adventure begins. However, safety is paramount. Should you encounter danger, immediately signal with your flares, and we will come to your rescue. Good luck, children. Indeed, Garp is a genuinely good man. After Garp's words, the trainees set off towards the island. Half an hour later, in the warship's monitoring room, a sergeant completed his preparations and reporting to General Mole, General Garp, all areas of the island are now within the range of the snail monitor. Please provide instructions. Garp replied, very good. Mole responded, well done, you may leave now. Yes, sir. Garp, Mole, and several other naval officers, including Peach Rabbit, sat before the monitors, observing the trainees' performances. Mole, while munching on rice crackers, remarked to Garp, Mr. Garp, based on past performances, Rayan should excel this time and capture the highest-ranking magical beast. Garp chuckled, but unless he encounters the diamond sleeping bear, I don't foresee any issues. Mole also laughed, pointing to the diamond sleeping bear, peacefully slumbering atop Dangshan Peak on the screen, noting that it was currently the creature's hibernation season, thus posing little danger to the trainees. Haha, indeed, Peach Rabbit mused, watching Rayan with a thoughtful expression. On Onemo Island, the trainees cautiously advanced, wielding various weapons. Unlike the others, Rayan strode boldly through the forest, the Kusanagi sword slung across his back. At some point, Tina had joined him. Hey, could you slow down a bit? Walking so fast, don't you know you might get eaten by some wild beast? Tina chided, trailing behind Rayan. He glanced back slightly. I mean, you're a devil fruit user. How can you be so timid? Upon hearing this, Tina quickly matched his pace, standing beside him. What are you talking about? I'm not timid at all. Be careful not to capsize the ship. Do you understand, you blockhead? Rayan sighed. Fine, you can keep paddling over there. I need to hurry and find some prey. With that, he resumed his brisk pace. Hey, you. Tina called after him when suddenly, a clever idea struck her. Ouch. Upon hearing Tina's groan, Lane turned back. What's wrong now? Tina sat on the ground, cradling her delicate foot with a pained expression. Resembling a little girl as she said, Tina twisted her ankle. You, carry me, please. Previously, Tina might have been spurred by her friend's words. Seeing how proactive Rayan was whenever Lane was around, she felt a profound fear of losing her chance, worried that Lane might be taken by Rayan. Thus, she abandoned her previously aloof demeanor and sought opportunities. Lane looked bewildered. Carry. You? Tina feigned innocence. Exactly. Tina can't walk like this. Otherwise, a wild beast will eat her. Lane was uncertain whether she was genuine or just pretending, when suddenly, a chilling howl echoed nearby, startling both him and Tina. Suddenly, a wolf, nearly 2 meters in length and cloaked in dark gray fur, emerged from the shadows, its piercing gaze fixated on the two individuals, eyes seemingly shimmering with a green luminescence. This beast, known as the Ironback Howling Wolf, bore a danger level of LV 28, as its name implies. It possessed a back as resilient as steel, and its offensive power was equally formidable. Upon witnessing this, Tina sprang to her feet with a start. Rayan, observing her swift recovery, couldn't help but chuckle. Hey, your foot seems to have healed remarkably fast. Tina retorted, now is hardly the time for jokes. Barely had her words faded when the Ironback Howling Wolf lunged at her without hesitation. Sensing the imminent threat, Tina rose and swiftly activated her fruit ability, Cage of Shadows. With her hands crossed, she shouted, and a black barrier materialized around the wolf. However, before the cage could fully envelop it, the wolf leapt agilely, escaping the confines Tina had conjured. The creature's speed was impressive, Rayan noted inwardly. Yet Tina, undeterred by her initial failure, unleashed another attack, formation of black spears. As her incantation concluded, several massive, spear-like projectiles, resembling iron, shot forth from her being toward the wolf. The Ironback Howling Wolf, startled, evaded some of the spears but was ultimately pierced by others, collapsing to the ground, convulsing briefly before lying still. Though the wolf's danger level was LV 28, equating to approximately 2,800 points of strength, Tina found the battle quite taxing. Rayan regarded Tina with a smile. I didn't expect you to be so capable. Tina, feeling her pride swell, snapped back. How can you still be smiling? I was fighting for my life, and you stood by watching. Rayan maintained his cheerful demeanor. I didn't want to interrupt your valiant struggle. Tina continued, I was fighting for survival. What if that wolf had devoured me? Rayan replied, that won't happen. I believe you possess the strength to defeat it. Besides, if I had intervened, your score would have been forfeited. Now, having defeated the wolf on your own, your accomplishment has been duly noted. Upon hearing this, Tina's expression softened. Really? So, you were looking out for me all along, Rayan? Rayan, feeling a pang of exasperation, thought to himself, this woman is truly fickle. As the two resumed their journey, Lane led the way while Tina skipped joyfully behind him. However, it wasn't long before they found themselves ensnared in a perilous situation. The rustling of grass on either side indicated that numerous entities were stirring, and Lane sensed the unease, casting vigilant glances around. In the next moment, a throng of uninvited guests leaped from the underbrush, surrounding Tina and Lane completely. These intruders were all Ironback Howlers, and their numbers exceeded 30. It appeared they had come to avenge a fallen comrade, slain by Tina moments earlier. As the saying goes, even tigers fear packs of wolves, and the combative strength of these wolves was formidable. The Howlers emitted low, menacing growls, their eyes glinting with a fierce and terrifying bloodlust as they fixated on the young man and woman. Tina could barely contend with a single wolf, let alone over 30. In her fear, she clung tightly to Lane, exclaiming, Brother Lane, think of something quickly. Tina does not wish to perish. Lane, unfazed by the wolves, was startled by her words. Brother? I believe you are older than me, aren't you? And could you kindly release me? Lane was 18, while Tina was 20. Tina stubbornly held on to him, insisting, age matters not, just think of a way out. Before she could finish, the Howlers lunged at them from all directions in a frenzied assault. Believing their lives to be forfeit, Tina let out a desperate scream. Suddenly, an invisible shockwave surged through the air, as if an energy had been unleashed. A powerful aura radiated outward in all directions. In an instant, tumultuous waves crashed, and the atmosphere quaked with a celestial resonance. The Ironback Howlers, in unison, collapsed to the ground, many frothing at the mouth as unconsciousness overtook them. The sheer force of this unexpected power left Tina momentarily dazed. On board the warship, in the video surveillance room, nearly all the naval personnel fixed their gaze upon Lane and Tina. Even Garp, astonished, dropped the senbei he had been holding. Is this Conqueror's Haki? They observed that Rayan had done nothing, yet all the Ironback howlers had fallen, and Tina was struggling to maintain her footing. It could be nothing else but Conqueror's Haki. This young lad continually surprises everyone. Rayan possessed the rare potential of a king. Witnessing this scene, Garp was initially taken aback, then pondered inwardly. This boy is destined to become someone extraordinary. On Onamo Island, Rayan quietly surveyed the surroundings, taking in the sight of the fallen Ironback howlers as Tina gradually regained consciousness. What happened? She wondered, rubbing her eyes. When she opened them again and beheld the unconscious wolves strewn about, her beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. Rayan, did you do this? Rayan smiled and replied, it was not me. Moments ago, I found myself fervently praying when, quite unexpectedly, a deity of thunder descended from the Sky Island. Wielding a golden staff, he unleashed a bolt of lightning that rendered the wolves unconscious. Truly, my prayers have proven effective. Upon hearing this, Tina pouted, who would believe you? However, I must admit, you're quite the jokester. Do tell, how did you manage that? Just as Tina finished speaking, 3 male and 3 female students came rushing from a distance. The male students were Finbooty, who has long harbored feelings for Tina and later became a naval lieutenant, Branu, who had been sent flying by Rayan in the cafeteria and later became a naval major, and Shaolin Good, a user of the wheel fruit, who was defeated by Rayan during the ranking assessment. The 3 female students were Tina's close friends. Finbooty dashed to the front, waving at Tina. Tina, my goddess. We've been searching for you everywhere. Branu added, Tina, we've come to protect you. The 6 of them rushed over, their expressions filled with astonishment at the sight of fallen Ironback wolves. However, Finbooty's attention was solely on Rayan, glaring at him as if he were a bitter enemy. Tina, why are you with this guy again? Tina retorted, who I choose to associate with is my own business, so mind your own. Her friends exchanged knowing glances, their faces adorned with mischievous smiles. One friend teased, Tina, you've finally taken the initiative. Another chimed in, Tina, I didn't expect you to be so efficient. The last added, wishing you a century of bliss and early offspring. Blushing fiercely, Tina exclaimed, hey, what nonsense are you all spouting? That is not the case at all. As she spoke, she stealthily glanced at Rayan. On the warship, within the surveillance room, the officers began to chat casually. Having noted that nothing significant occurred on the island, a brigadier general inquired, have you all heard the legend? Whoever can awaken the diamond sleeping bear beast shall undoubtedly be a once-in-a-millennium powerhouse, destined to become a figure of great renown in the future. To this, Vice Admiral Mole interjected, indeed, I have heard of it. Over 20 years ago, GOLD. Roger visited this place during the season when the diamond sleeping bear beast slumbered. By some means, he managed to awaken and defeat it, which led to him becoming the Pirate King. A Rear Admiral remarked, so, this legend holds some credibility? Major Peach Rabbit added, but it is merely a legend. Moreover, our students are far from possessing such capabilities. They certainly wouldn't dare provoke that terrifying creature. The Brigadier General chuckled, true enough. As the conversation turned to the Pirate King Joel D. Roger, Garp pondered thoughtfully. Quick look, the diamond sleeping bear beast seems to be awakening. Suddenly, a major exclaimed, pointing at the screen. What did you say? As his words fell, all eyes converged on the screen displaying the location of the sleeping bear beast. Smoker. Why is he here? Did Smoker awaken the diamond sleeping bear beast? 2 hours ago, on Onamo Island, 3 male students boldly declared their intention to protect Tina. In response, Rayan merely shrugged his shoulders and remarked, it seems you have companions. I shall take my leave. With that, he turned his back and walked away. Tina's delicate face flushed with irritation as she called out, Rayan, come back. Observing this, Finbooty and Blanyu stepped forward to console Tina, saying, if he wishes to leave, let him go. Rest assured, we will protect you well. Tina, feeling helpless, wore an expression of resignation, especially as her 3 close friends were among them. She felt uncharacteristically shy to pursue Rayan. In truth, she longed to be with him. It was perplexing to understand his thoughts. I intended my heart to reach the bright moon, yet the moon shines upon the drain. Rayan, walking alone, sought to hunt more formidable magical beasts, and the island was teeming with peculiar creatures. Not long after, he encountered a colossal being, specifically, a white beast alongside a beautiful maiden. The maiden in question was Wiredan. When Rayan spotted them, Wiredan was engaged in a fierce battle with the beast, known as the Demon White Hound. This creature measured over 3 meters in length. Resembling a white wolf, and exhibited a ferocious temperament, attacking any living being without hesitation. Despite its size being only marginally larger than that of the ironback gray wolf, its attack power and speed were on an entirely different level. Its danger rating stood at LV 120. The battle was described as brutal, as it was overwhelmingly one-sided. The claws of the demon white hound were sharper than knives, leaving Wiredan with numerous lacerations, forcing her to defend herself without the means to counterattack. Even while sustaining considerable injuries, this tenacious girl continued to fight valiantly. Rayan, unable to bear the sight, drew his Kusanagi sword, enveloping it with lightning chakra. Kusanagi, Chidori blade. The sword crackled as Rayan leapt into action, swiftly piercing through the demon white hound. After retracting his sword, he rushed to catch Wiredan as she collapsed. Her complexion had turned pale, and the wounds inflicted by the beast's claws continued to bleed profusely. Rayan tore his military uniform into strips to perform rudimentary bandaging on Wiredan's wounds, staunching the flow of blood. Next, he infused her with his gentle chakra, allowing her to regain some vitality. Lying in Rayan's embrace, Wiredan's gaze became dreamy as she murmured, "Rayan, I knew you would come to save me. Do not speak. Given your condition, I shall carry you," he replied, hoisting her onto his back. Verdun let out a gentle sigh, tightly embracing Rayan on her back. At the foot of the eastern mountains of Onamo Island, a colossal beast towering 15 meters was entangled in combat with a lone individual. This 15-meter giant was none other than the legendary beast, the Diamond Sleep Bear. The person battling the Diamond Sleep Bear was Smoker, the only natural fruit user in the training camp. Could it be that Smoker had awakened the Diamond Sleep Bear? After all, he was a rare powerhouse, a figure capable of stirring the world. Rayan observed as the battle between the Diamond Sleep Bear and Smoker raged fiercely. "White fist," Smoker shouted, his body now elemental, transforming his entire right arm into smoke. In the next moment, his fist was propelled forward. The Diamond Sleep Bear, unfazed, extended its fluffy paw, effortlessly swatting Smoker's fist away, dispersing it into thin air. Of course, this creature was a danger level exceeding LV 300, not some common street animal. And Smoker did not expect to defeat it with a single blow. Thus, Smoker initiated a second wave of attack with his elemental body. He solidified his smoke-like right arm into a form reminiscent of a serpent, striking fiercely at the Diamond Sleep Bear, White Serpent. The solidified smoke lashed out like a whip. Yet the Diamond Sleep Bear did not even attempt to evade. It simply stood firm, causing the solid state of the White Serpent to revert back to gas. But how infuriating. Smoker scrutinized the creature before him, realizing it was far from simple. At this moment, he appeared to be at his wit's end, gritting his teeth and preparing for a final desperate assault. White Gale. In an instant, his body became entirely elemental, enveloped in smoke, rendering the surroundings impenetrable. The area around the Diamond Sleep Bear was also shrouded in thick fog, with the smoke gradually solidifying. This technique, White Gale, could be considered Smoker's ultimate move, one he had previously employed during his ranking assessment against Lane. It involved saturating the battlefield with smoke and solidifying it to ensnare the enemy. As the smoke surrounding the Diamond Sleep Bear grew increasingly rigid, was it truly trapped by Smoker? Before long, the smoke solidified, encasing the massive creature within. Seeing this, Smoker smiled with satisfaction, having subdued a monster of danger level exceeding LV 300. In this practical assessment, he had finally surpassed Lane. On the battleship, in the monitoring room, all the naval officers were astonished as they witnessed the confrontation between Smoker and the Diamond Sleep Bear on the screen. A brigadier general exclaimed, "No, this cannot be. The Diamond Sleep Bear is said to exceed LV 300. However, its actual level is LV 510, and yet it has been subdued?" Years ago, during a practical assessment, the Diamond Sleep Bear had awakened by chance, and it took the combined efforts of Akainu, Kizaru, and Akiji, the current 3 admirals, to subdue it. How remarkable is that Smoker? It is not as it appears. Garp, with his arms crossed and a grave expression, gazed intently at the screen. Many officers voiced their skepticism. "You can see for yourselves," Garp remarked. At this moment, at the foot of the eastern mountain on Onamo Island, even Thunder, who was carrying Waylon and observing the battle, believed the monster had been subdued. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted as the Diamond Sleep Bear broke free from the shackles of smoke, its colossal fist swinging ferociously. At that moment, Smoker remained in his natural state, merely standing in a simple defensive posture. However, the bear's fist struck him with tremendous force, sending Smoker flying, crashing heavily to the ground, where he spat out a mouthful of white foam and lost consciousness. Thunder watched as the bear's enormous fist gleamed with a glossy black sheen. Armament hockey. Truly, it is the legendary beast. The diamond sleep bear, inherently ferocious, had been abruptly awakened for reasons unknown, disturbing its slumber during a season meant for rest, thus rendering its mood exceedingly foul. After incapacitating Smoker, the bear turned its gaze toward Thunder, eyes glinting with murderous intent. "Oh, it seems you were coming for me?" Noting the bear's menacing approach, Thunder merely smiled faintly. At this juncture, Waylon had succumbed to unconsciousness due to excessive blood loss, prompting Thunder to gently place her beneath a tree. The diamond sleep bear strode forward, roaring toward Thunder with a fierce determination. In the monitoring room aboard the warship, Garp found it increasingly difficult to remain composed. Although he recognized Thunder's strength, he doubted that Thunder could defeat the level 5-10 diamond sleep bear. He straightened his attire and hastily addressed the other officers. "It seems I must intervene." Concerned for Thunder's safety, Garp hurried to the island for assistance. As he departed, he added, "By the way, retrieve the previous surveillance footage to ascertain what triggered the diamond sleep bear's awakening." With that, he rushed off. The diamond sleep bear raised its massive fist, which bore the weight of a mountain, unleashing its formidable strength toward Thunder, intent on crushing him. Thunder, too, summoned the power within him, his chakra swirling rapidly. Six-Style's secret technique, Gale Foot. The colossal fist collided with Thunder's seemingly insignificant foot, producing a resounding clang that echoed through the air, startling the surrounding beasts and birds into a panicked retreat. Thus, Thunder faced the diamond sleep bear's onslaught head-on. The mere diameter of the bear's fist exceeded 2 meters, making it nearly incomprehensible how Thunder managed to withstand such an assault. With a resounding roar, the diamond sleep bear echoed throughout Onamo Island, causing it to tremble. In the next moment, its right claw extended and transformed into a palm, suddenly striking down towards Thunder Sound. However, Thunder Sound skillfully evaded, and the paw of the diamond sleep bear crashed down onto the ground, splitting it in two and creating a fissure that stretched forward for several dozen meters. This power was truly astonishing. Even Thunder Sound couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Had he been struck head-on, the consequences would have been dire. It appeared that the diamond sleep bear was indeed enraged. "If you exert your full strength, I shall rise to meet you." At this moment, the naval officers in the warship's control room were fixated on the screen displaying Thunder Sound, while Vice Admiral Garp hurriedly made his way over. Seeing this, Thunder Sound formed hand seals, unleashing a sudden ninjutsu, Earth-style, Earth Dragon Bomb. A colossal Earth Dragon surged upward, and in the next instant, with a flick of his index finger, countless mud projectiles erupted from the dragon's mouth, striking the monster like a torrential storm. The diamond sleep bear roared defiantly, allowing the mud projectiles to pummel its body, yet they dissipated upon contact as if they were gentle raindrops. Subsequently, the diamond sleep bear charged forward, delivering 2 powerful punches that shattered the Earth Dragon into pieces. The strength of this creature surpassed human comprehension. Lightning style, Earth Walk. Not deterred by the previous failure, Thunder Sound unleashed another technique, crackling lightning coursing through the ground towards the diamond sleep bear. In an instant, the bear was enveloped in electricity. However, it roared as if unfazed, and the lightning dissipated into nothingness. This creature was truly akin to Kaido among the beasts. Nevertheless, the lightning style, Earth Walk, was a C-rank technique, and its effectiveness was less than ideal against a true powerhouse. If he could unleash the S-rank technique, lightning style, Chielin, the diamond sleep bear might not withstand it. "You truly are a formidable opponent," Thunder Sound muttered to himself, gathering a swirling sphere of energy in his hands. The blue sphere spun rapidly, causing the surrounding air to resonate with a sharp sound. Meanwhile, Garp was hastening his approach, anxiously thinking, "You better not get into any trouble, you little rascal." At the foot of Donshan Mountain, a growing number of students gathered, observing the fierce battle between Thunder Sound and the creature from a distance, none daring to step forward. "Hey, that must be the diamond sleep bear they mentioned," one female student pointed out. It was unmistakable. Thunder Sound was actually fighting such a beast. He truly was the strongest student. Had it been any of them, they would likely have been killed. As the students chattered among themselves, Thunder Sound and the diamond sleep bear were locked in fierce combat. With energy swirling in his hands, Thunder Sound suddenly unleashed his attack. The crowd watched as the swirling sphere in Thunder Sound's hand was released with ferocity. Wind-style, Spiral Shuriken. The terrifying cyclone struck the colossal slumbering bear with an overwhelming force, mercilessly battering it. When hit directly, the bear let out a deafening roar. Upon closer inspection, It could be more accurately described as a shriek of agony. Had it finally sustained damage? The fur on the bear's chest was singed away. And as the astonished onlookers gazed in disbelief from afar, it recklessly charged towards Thunder Sound. After enduring a prolonged struggle, the bear was now consumed by rage. Bellowing its vow to tear Thunder Sound to shreds, Thunder Sound understood that the time had come for a decisive confrontation with this monstrous adversary. A battle that could determine life or death. Silently, he retrieved dozens of shurikens from his equipment pouch, placing his left index and middle fingers into the palm of his right hand to form a seal. With a mighty shout, he unleashed the technique, Shadow Clone Shuriken Technique. In an instant, the few shurikens transformed into thousands, each one imbued with wind chakra to enhance their sharpness. Like a tempest, they flew towards the colossal bear. Just then, Garp arrived, witnessing the spectacle of countless shurikens. To his astonishment, he realized the bear had no means of evading them. In its final moments, despair flickered in the bear's eyes before it was engulfed in a storm of blades, its massive form crashing to the ground. Silence forever. Had this legendary beast truly been vanquished? Even Garp found it difficult to believe. At that moment, Drake arrived, carrying a massive magical beast on his shoulder. Upon seeing the bloody bear lying motionless, he glanced at Thunder Sound, falling into a contemplative silence. Thunder Sound sighed softly, while Garp observed his retreating figure. Pondering, this brat is exceeding all expectations. Quietly, Thunder Sound hoisted the unconscious Virdan onto his back and made his way toward the warship. The practical assessment concluded, and the trainees returned aboard the ship. As Thunder Sound prepared to take Virdan to the infirmary, Tina rushed over, her demeanor accusatory, pointing a slender finger at Virdan and demanding, "What is going on here?" Thunder Sound replied nonchalantly, "She's injured." Tina retorted, "Injured? And yet she clings to you so tightly? What exactly is your relationship?" Thunder Sound shot her an exasperated glance. "What relationship? You really are quite the chatterbox." With that, he continued toward the infirmary aboard the ship. Fuming, Tina stomped her foot. "Thunder Sound, remember this." Meanwhile, in the warship's monitoring room, the Navy personnel were still busy. Garp entered and inquired, "Did you find anything regarding what I mentioned before I left?" A major stood up to report, "Admiral, we reviewed the previous surveillance footage. When the colossal bear awakened, there were no other trainees present. Further investigation revealed that after Thunder Sound unleashed his conqueror's haki, the bear regained consciousness." Indeed, Garp rushed to the screen, exclaiming, "Quick, show me." Indeed, the Major activated the surveillance from earlier and witnessed Thunder Sound using Conqueror's haki to incapacitate all the demon white hounds. Within half a minute, the awakened Diamond Sleep Bear made its way down the mountain, fortuitously encountering Smoker. The subsequent events have become well known. Thus, it was Thunder Sound who roused the Diamond Sleep Bear, only to vanquish it afterward. Could it be that he might stir the world? Garp dared not ponder further. Upon returning to the naval headquarters, the Naval Unified Command compiled statistics from this practical assessment. Tina defeated one Ironback Wolf Beast, classified as Danger Level LV, 28. Branna defeated one Ironback Wolf Beast, also LV, 28. Berigu triumphed over one Humanoid Mantis, Danger Level LV, 35. Shaylin Good overcame one Giant Pincer Centipede, Danger Level LV, 47. Yukimura, currently a lieutenant cadet known as the Thousand Slasher and later a rear admiral, defeated one Lizard Earth Dragon, Danger Level LV, 72. Smoker vanquished one Demon White Hound, Danger Level LV, 120. And then there was Drake, who defeated the Demon Dog King, the evolved form of the Demon White Hound, with a staggering Danger Level of LV, 185. 185? How formidable. That is nearly a monster with 20,000 combat power. Speaking of Drake, the crowd buzzed with excitement. The naval officer announcing the situation cleared his throat. Thunder Sound defeated 32 Ironback Wolves, Danger Level LV, 28. Defeated one Demon White Hound, Danger Level LV, 120. Defeated one Diamond Sleep Bear, Danger Level LV, 510. The cadets present fell utterly speechless, acutely aware of the insurmountable gap between themselves and Thunder Sound. Soon after, the cadets faced their graduation moment. The naval headquarters stipulated that cadets could opt for graduation after 1 year of training in the youth camp. If they chose not to graduate, they could continue their studies. The graduation period each year is set immediately following the practical assessments. Upon choosing to graduate, they become naval officers with their rank determined at that moment. Furthermore, the headquarters would adjust cadet ranks based on their performance on Onamo Island. At this juncture, the high-ranking officials were personally determining the cadets' ranks. Verdun was promoted to sergeant, Finbooty to second lieutenant, Tina to captain, Branu to captain, Berrygood to major, Shalingood to major, Yukimura to lieutenant colonel, and Smoker to colonel. Vice Admiral Fire Mountain inquired, "What of Drake? Given his performance, he should be awarded the rank of Rear Admiral." Fleet Admiral Sengoku concurred. Agreed. Agreed. Many officers expressed unanimous approval. Next came the topic of Lane. Tautu held the documents and spoke. Major General Mole remarked, "This fellow was the most outstanding and powerful cadet in the training camp. By military merit, this young lad should already be a Rear Admiral." "Shouldn't he?" Fire Mountain patted Carp's shoulder and said, "Mr. Carp, you must be quite pleased, right? The young man you have taken notice of will soon be addressed as Rear Admiral Lane by everyone." Marshal Sengoku replied, "Indeed, based on his accomplishments and performance. Lane should be promoted to Rear Admiral." Agreed. 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 Suddenly, a discordant voice echoed among the generals. "Who is it?" As all eyes turned toward the dissenting voice. It was Carp. With arms crossed and a serious expression, he looked anything but jesting. The assembly was taken aback, especially Akainu, who had always harbored a deep-seated reluctance to see Lane ascend to the ranks of the Navy so swiftly after graduation. To him, Carp's protege attaining high office in the Navy was a sacrilege to justice. Yet he was taken aback that Carp had voiced his dissent without him even speaking. "Hey, Carp, you must be joking." Sengoku couldn't help but inquire. Admiral Akiji gazed at Carp with an expression of skepticism. Carp, a venerable figure in the Navy with significant clout, had his words weighed carefully by those present. Akiji asked, "Mr. Carp, could you elaborate on your reasoning?" Carp lowered his arms and spoke gravely. "Lane is someone I brought into the Navy. I believe I have the most authority to speak on his behalf, as I know him better than anyone else here. He was previously a pirate hunter in the East Blue, having eliminated 3 bounty criminals, 2 with bounties in the millions and 1 with a 500,000 bounty, successfully exchanging the rewards with the Navy. I subsequently invited him to join, transferring him to Logtown as a mere private. However, Lane, in his youthful exuberance, ended up clashing with a lieutenant there. After my investigation, I found the lieutenant was at fault, and seeing that Logtown could no longer accommodate Lane, I transferred him to Navy headquarters. The rest, as you all know, includes his victories in both the ranking assessments and practical evaluations. Tell me, how many people lead such smooth lives? If we allow him to continue on this path, it may not bode well for him." Carp's lengthy discourse recounted Lane's story, and the assembly understood his point. Major General Crane, Chief of Staff at Navy Headquarters, leaned on the table, resting his chin on one hand. "Carp, we comprehend your intention. You wish to assign Lane a lower rank to temper his youthful fervor, correct?" Carp nodded slightly. Admiral Akiji remarked, "Mr. Carp, your intentions are indeed commendable." Due to Carp's objections, the Navy headquarters reconvened to reassess Lei Yin's military rank. That evening, Verdun sought out Lei Yin, her expression betraying her nervousness, and she blushed deeply as she spoke. "Lei Yin, I cannot thank you enough for saving my life on Onamo Island." Lei Yin responded nonchalantly, "Oh, it was merely a small effort on my part. After all, we are classmates. I could not possibly stand by and watch you be harmed." Verdun, with her large eyes sparkling, gazed at him and remarked, "But I heard that you carried me back all by yourself." Lei Yin pondered for a moment before clarifying, "Oh, don't misunderstand. I was simply exercising my arm strength." Verdun's previously shy demeanor transformed into one of indignation as she placed her hands on her slender waist, exclaiming, "Hey, Lei Yin, could you not utter a kind word to me? You always act so aloof." Unexpectedly, Lei Yin burst into laughter. Verdun approached him and playfully punched his arm. "What are you laughing at?" Lei Yin replied, "This is more like it. When you first entered, you were so soft-spoken, it hardly seemed like you." Verdun and Tina presented a stark contrast. One was willful and headstrong, while the other was cool and aloof. Thus, Lei Yin found it quite disorienting when she adopted a gentler tone. "Are you implying that I am only suited for tantrums?" Lane stroked his chin, adopting a serious expression. "Well, that seems to be the gist of it. I'll kick you to death." Verdun playfully lifted her delicate foot to nudge him, but Lei Yin swiftly dodged. "Don't run, Lei Yin. Stand still." The two then engaged in a playful chase. The following day, a formal promotion ceremony took place. When Drake received his brigadier general uniform, it elicited a wave of envy from the cadets. Next, it was Lei Yin's turn. Lei Yin, promoted to the rank of colonel. The announcement was met with a chorus of incredulous expressions among the cadets, and even Drake cast a sidelong glance. This cannot be right, based on his abilities and achievements. He should have been awarded the rank of Major General. Surely, something must have gone awry. However, many male cadets felt a sense of balance restored upon hearing this outcome. Let him bask in his arrogance. Indeed, good fortune could not be monopolized by a single individual. Naturally, those uttering such sentiments were envious of Rayan, who was never short of beautiful women vying for his attention. If he had been directly awarded the higher rank of Major General, it would have utterly crushed their spirits. In contrast, Rayan accepted the news with tranquility, his countenance serene. By his instincts, he sensed that this was once again Garp's doing. He regarded such matters with indifference, well aware that in this world, strength alone rendered everything else mere trifles. Thus, Rayan, Verdun, Drake, Tina, and Barrygood remained with the Navy headquarters, assuming the roles of naval officers, while others, like Smog, were reassigned to local posts, such as Roguetown, to replace the previous colonel in command. Among them, the most delighted is undoubtedly Veldon, for she and Lane are stationed at the Navy headquarters, allowing them to see each other day and night. A day later, in the marshal's office at the Navy headquarters, Sengoku was organizing documents on his desk when suddenly the telephone bug rang beside him. Is this the marshal of the headquarters? After exchanging a few words, Sengoku abruptly stood up from his chair, his posture straightened. Yes, I will act immediately, he concluded, and the call was promptly terminated. At that moment, Garp entered from outside, and, noticing Sengoku's demeanor, inquired, "What happened? Has something occurred at the Holy Land again?" Garp was well aware that the only individuals capable of commanding Sengoku were the 5 elders from the Holy Land, Mariewa, and the Supreme Commander, Sakazuki. The Holy Land has received a plea for assistance from the King of Alabasta, Sengoku informed. Alabasta? Garp responded, intrigued. Indeed. King Cobra mentioned in his letter that the entire territory of Alabasta, except for the capital, Alyabarna, has not received rainfall for several years. They have conducted investigations but found no useful clues, hence the request for help from the Holy Land. Garp sipped his tea and remarked, "Those 5 old men have given us more work to do." He paused, then added, "Let us not dwell on that. We need to dispatch troops immediately. Who do you think is suitable?" After a moment's thought, Garp already had a candidate in mind. The full name of the King of Alabasta is Nefertari Cobra. The Nefertari family is one of the 20 royal families that established the world government 8 centuries ago. They did not relocate to the Holy Land, but instead ruled over the kingdom of Alabasta, guarding the ancient weapon, Pluton. King Cobra and Princess Vivi are technically celestial dragons. Therefore, it is certain that the Holy Land will not turn a blind eye to Cobra's plea for help. Lane, with his youthful vigor and formidable strength, has just been promoted to colonel, so it would be prudent to send him for some experience, Garp suggested. Sengoku replied, "Indeed, we share the same thought. Firstly, Lane is the strongest among the recruits, which assures us of his capability. Secondly, his rank is not excessively high, making it easier for him to remain inconspicuous. If we were to hastily dispatch a high-ranking officer, it would undoubtedly raise the alertness of those unscrupulous individuals." Garp paused momentarily. "Are you implying that the reason for the lack of rainfall in many regions of Alabasta is due to malevolent interference?" Sengoku replied, "That is merely my conjecture. Do not forget that one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Crocodile, is there. We lack concrete evidence, so we cannot make any rash assertions. As a strategist." Sengoku connected the dots, and the most likely suspect appeared to be Crocodile. "Is it Crocodile?" Garp pondered. "Then when shall we send Lane on his mission?" Sengoku stated, "The Holy Land prefers the expedition to commence as soon as possible, so he will depart tomorrow. However, as per our usual protocol, he must be accompanied by an aide." Garp acknowledged, I nearly overlooked that detail. Therefore, you shall decide who his aide will be." Kapu smiled knowingly and mentioned a name to Sengoku. Upon hearing it, Sengoku felt it was quite suitable. Consequently, on that very day, Thunder received orders to investigate the incident of the unyielding drought in Alabasta. While there were no significant issues, Thunder was utterly bewildered upon hearing the name of his subordinate. Meanwhile, in another location, a female lieutenant also received her orders. Although she appeared calm on the surface, her heart was secretly elated. At that moment, 2 of her 3 close friends had been promoted to sergeants, friends B and C, while one had risen to the rank of staff sergeant, friend A. It goes without saying that the individual appointed as Thunder's deputy was none other than the current lieutenant from the headquarters, Tina, having recently graduated from the training camp. They should now be referred to as 4 female officers, casually chatting together. Friend A, with a teasing tone, remarked, "Tina, since this is your first mission, what are your feelings about it?" Tina feigned indifference, replying, "What feelings could Tina possibly have? I just want to complete the mission diligently." Friend B echoed Friend A. "I see, your mind isn't truly on the task, is it?" Tina responded, "Having just graduated, I am naturally delighted that the headquarters has chosen to employ me. The only dissatisfaction I hold is regarding my partner." Friend C interjected, "Your words and feelings do not align." I shall not engage with you anymore, Tina." Tina couldn't help but feel she had made 3 troublesome friends. The next day, the headquarters assigned Thunder a medium-sized warship along with over 500 troops, formally appointing him as the captain and Tina as the vice-captain. At the eastern port of Marineford, the soldiers embarked on the warship. Thunder and Tina stood side by side in front of Kapu, who patted Thunder on the shoulder, saying, "You young rascal, this is your first mission. I hope you do not disappoint the headquarters' expectations." Thunder replied, "Oh, old man, I will do my utmost." Kapu then turned to Tina. "Tina, you must assist Thunder well and strive for an outstanding performance." "Yes, Admiral," she responded. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the two boarded the warship and set sail. In a distant corner, Verdun observed the sight of Thunder and Tina standing together, her heart aching like a knife. As the saying goes, some find joy while others face sorrow. At this moment, Tina was undoubtedly the most exhilarated. Having departed from the naval headquarters, she found herself on this warship, ranking just below 1 and above 500. Furthermore, if this mission was successful, she would be directly promoted to a naval officer. Most importantly, she would be able to spend her days alongside that wooden-headed fellow. At this moment, Tina's attire resembled something out of an anime. Adorned in a pink uniform with a flowing white justice cloak, which did little to conceal her alluring figure. Her presence added a splash of color to the otherwise monotonous warship, and as she walked about, many male sailors found it difficult to avert their gazes from her. At this moment, the warship had navigated into an area near the calm seas, while Rayan, accompanying the vessel on its journey towards Alabaston, was skillfully treading through the water, simultaneously honing his skills and matching the ship's pace. Numerous sailors at the bow of the ship gazed at Rayan, engaging in hushed discussions. It appeared that our commanding officer was indeed remarkable. Currently, Rayan's rank as a Hokage remained stagnant at the low-tier Jonin level. He acutely sensed the persistent bottleneck hindering his advancement to the mid-tier Jonin and thus refrained from any semblance of complacency. Meanwhile, Tina, aboard the ship, also observed Rayan with a contemplative frown, pondering how far this stubborn individual intended to push his training. Suddenly, a tremendous splash erupted from the rear of the ship, as a colossal creature emerged from the depths. It was a gigantic centipede, measuring over 50 meters in length, its body fully erect, with countless legs that evoked discomfort in those who beheld it. This sea beast, known as the sea centipede, often haunted the windless zones. Classified by the Navy as a formidable threat with a danger level of LV 230, many naval vessels, merchant ships, and pirate ships had previously met their demise at the hands of such creatures. The sailors at the rear of the warship were struck with terror upon sighting this behemoth, hastily drawing their firearms and firing at the sea centipede. The bullet struck its body with a clattering sound, yet failed to inflict any damage whatsoever. At that moment, Tina rushed forward to confront the creature, tightening her black gloves, crossing her arms, and activating the powers of the kekkei fruit to unleash the black spear array. In an instant, a dozen formidable spears, as dark and unyielding as steel, shot towards the sea centipede. Some of the spears struck true, severing several of its legs, while others merely left faint marks upon its body, and a few fell harmlessly into the sea. Did it work? The next moment, the injured sea centipede became frenzied, and Tina, realizing her tactics were futile, paled in fear. "Quick, summon Colonel Rayan." "Yes, at once." Just when everyone felt helpless, Rayan, having sensed the commotion behind him while practicing on the water's surface, swiftly approached using the moon step. At that moment, the sea centipede seemed to go berserk, thrashing about and using its hardened body to strike violently at the warship. Rayan would not allow it to wreak havoc. Gathering a swirling blue vortex in his hand, he unleashed the wind release, spiraling shuriken. The shuriken surged forth with ferocity, precisely crashing into the sea centipede. This strike was akin to a harbinger of destruction, instantly obliterating the centipede's form into disarray, with severed legs and broken remnants cascading onto the sea's surface. In awe, the onlookers murmured, "Incredible. Truly befitting of Colonel Rayan." After the brief skirmish, the sailors aboard the ship cast admiring glances at Rayan, their reverence palpable. The soldiers were utterly awestruck. Tina looked at Rayan, thinking to herself, "That fellow has managed to bask in glory once more, umph." At that moment, in Alabasta, within the clandestine hall of the Rayan Casino, a middle-aged man with a long scar etched across his face, cloaked in a dark gray cape, sat with a cigar clenched between his teeth, his expression grim. "Are you saying that old coot, Cobra, has sought assistance from the Holy Land?" he inquired. Opposite him sat a captivating woman with striking blue eyes, who replied, "Indeed. The Holy Land received Cobra's plea for help and immediately dispatched agents from the Navy headquarters to investigate the matter." "Who did the Navy send?" the middle-aged man asked, taking a puff from his cigar. "At this moment, it remains unclear. According to intelligence gathered by our studio's operatives, it seems to be 2 young officers," she responded. The man inhaled deeply, a heavy look crossing his face. "If we calculate the time frame, they should arrive shortly. Ms. Kwanjo-ri, summon the senior operatives to gather in the port city of Canola Flour and procure detailed intelligence. If they are not of benign disposition, ensure that our senior operatives eliminate them immediately." "Understood. I shall attend to it at once," the woman said, rising to leave. As he watched her alluring figure depart, the middle-aged man mused, "Ms. Kwanjo-ri is indeed a most capable woman." Meanwhile, the warship commanded by Rayan continued its arduous journey towards the Great Sea Route of Alabasta. A few days' travel from Maryford, on the 3rd day, they stumbled upon an island. Upon first sight, Rayan felt a sense of familiarity with the island. Inquiring with the navigator aboard, he learned that the island was called Gaia Island. Realization dawned upon Rayan. No wonder it felt familiar. Gaia Island was the same island that resided at an altitude of 10,000 meters in the sky, its overall shape resembling a skull. Due to the presence of soaring ocean currents in the vicinity, for 100 years prior, half of Gaia Island was thrust into the heavens, taking with it the indigenous people, animals, and ancient relics. According to the original narrative of Luffy's journey, following the events in Alabasta, Luffy and his crew had reached Gaia Island. In other words, Rayan and his companions were now quite close to Alabasta. When Gaia Island was mentioned, the first thought that crossed Rayan's mind was of Magic Valley Town. This town, part of Gaia Island, was a gathering place for extravagant pirates. In essence, Magic Valley Town could be deemed an ungoverned island, entirely composed of pirates, rife with decadence and violence. Pondering this, a subtle smile played at the corners of Rayan's mouth. "Bring me a set of casual attire," he commanded. "Instruct the warship to maintain distance from Gaia Island. I shall return shortly." "Yes, sir," the ensign replied. Tina approached slowly. "Colonel Rayan, may I accompany you?" "You stay here to command. I have some matters to attend to and will return soon." Despite Tina's typically aloof and proud demeanor, she is remarkably obedient to her superior's commands. With Rayan now her direct superior, she dutifully follows his orders. Dressed in casual attire, Rayan gracefully descended upon Magic Valley Town, careful to avoid bringing his warship too close to the port to prevent attracting the attention of the pirates lurking in the vicinity. Upon entering the bustling streets of Magic Valley Town, he was met with a throng of pirates and unruly townsfolk wielding firearms and blades. A burly man, robust and imposing, had just dispatched a pirate with ruthless efficiency, boasting with arrogance, "Such a feeble opponent. Have you not trained your body properly? Now you know who truly reigns supreme." "Ha ha." A scrawny man, resembling a monkey, approached the hulking figure with a bundle of beer, warning, "Hey, you've landed yourself in serious trouble. That fellow you just killed was a subordinate of Rashio." "Huh?" the burly man replied, bewildered. The monkey-like man continued, "Last time someone bested Rashio in a card game, he was strung up and executed on the spot." "Who is Rashio?" the burly man inquired, his bravado faltering. "How could you not know Rashio and yet dare to wreak havoc in Magic Valley Town?" The name Rashio, known as the Executioner, carried a bounty of 42 million berries. Notorious for his brutal and merciless nature. 42 million berries. The burly man's confidence evaporated, drenched in cold sweat as he realized the peril he faced. Rayan, having just arrived on the island, observed this scene with amusement, watching as the man stood frozen in fear before he turned to venture further into the town. Inside a modest tavern in Magic Valley Town, the aforementioned executioner Rashio was engaged in a card game with another individual, a man with short, golden hair and a prominent scar running down his left eye. They were embroiled in a game of showdown. According to the rules, the golden-haired man revealed his cards first, displaying 3 aces among his 5 cards. Rashio's previously dark expression deepened with foreboding. "If you lose this hand, you'll end up with nothing. What then will you wager?" As he revealed his own hand, the onlookers, pirates and townsfolk alike, held their breath in anticipation. Among his 5 cards, 4 were 3s. "Ah ha ha ha. My apologies." But it seems all this money is now mine, Rashio declared triumphantly, gathering the pot toward himself. Though you were so close. Suddenly, the golden-haired man drew a sharp dagger from his waist and plunged it into Rashio's hand, pinning it to the table, blood splattering as coins cascaded to the ground. Who was this golden-haired man? Rashio gasped in excruciating pain, his voice cracking. The man's expression was grim, sending chills down the spines of those around. Hey, just now. Did you cheat? Rashio, nearly at a loss for words due to the pain, exclaimed, Brothers, dispose of this scoundrel. His subordinates brandished swords and drew guns, charging forward. However, to everyone's astonishment, the golden-haired man transformed into a spring, swiftly dispatching Rashio's men with remarkable ease. On the island, Rayan strolled amidst the stately coconut trees in the pristine houses, occasionally catching a whiff of delectable meats and fine wines. Peering further in, he beheld luxurious hotels seemingly constructed upon the sea, exuding an air of opulence. To his surprise, amidst such chaotic surroundings, there existed a veritable paradise. Rayan murmured to himself when an elderly man emerged from within. The old man staggered forward like a weeble, saying, Hey, you young rascal. You can't just waltz in here. It puts us in a difficult position. Our tropical hotel has been fully booked by a group of formidable and distinguished gentlemen. At this, Rayan couldn't help but chuckle. Formidable? Distinguished? The old man continued. If that gentleman finds out, it would spell disaster. Would you kindly leave at once? Before the old man could finish, a booming voice resonated from the entrance of the hotel. A tall man, clutching a stylish and alluring woman, entered. Laysai. You're back. He is. The old man's voice trembled with trepidation at the sight of the man embracing the beautiful woman. This man, known as Laysai, bore heavy dark circles under his eyes, a clear testament to his indulgences with the captivating beauty beside him. Nicknamed the Hammer. He was a combatant of the hyena pirate crew, wielding a hefty hammer weighing 145 pounds, with a bounty of 23 million berries. Laysai, lewdly caressing the woman in his arms, boasted in an arrogant tone, Where did this ignorant brat crawl out from? The old man's face turned ashen with fear. Gee. Grandmaster, Laysai, with an air of arrogance, retorted, Enough with the pleasantries. Get him thrown out at once. Do you have any idea how much we paid to book this place? The beauty in Laysai's embrace chimed in. Absolutely right. Get lost, you filthy brat. As the old man moved to expel Rayan, he spoke up. I must ask, what is your name, Laysai? Did you grow your mouth in a cesspit? It reeks. Didn't your parents teach you about manners? Taken aback by Rayan's audacity, Laysai thought, What day is it today? In Magic Valley Town. Someone dares speak to me this way? Very well, you little pest. I've changed my mind. I will make you regret ever being born. Laysai released the woman, whistled sharply, and soon, a cadre of menacing-looking brutes emerged from within the hotel. What is your command, Master Laysai? Bring me my weapon. I'm going to crack this little brat open. Yes. Thundersound quietly observed him flaunting, and before long, four robust men lifted the wire-drawn hammer. With a single hand, Laysai seized the 145-pound hammer, wielding it with remarkable agility. Little brat, how do you wish to meet your demise? Thundersound retorted calmly. That question should rightly be directed at you. Still so stubborn, Laysai declared, swinging the hammer and charging forward. Thundersound stood his ground, neither dodging nor fleeing. He infused his right hand with Chakra, hardening it, and struck out with a powerful punch, 6 styles, iron block fist. The blow collided with the oncoming hammer, causing it to ricochet back and smash into Laysai's head, resulting in his immediate demise as brain matter splattered. The women present recoiled in horror, fleeing as if they had seen a ghost. Not only the women, but all the pirates and the old man present were equally alarmed, hastily retreating to the villa. While some pirates ran towards the exit, seemingly to summon reinforcements. A bolder pirate shouted from a distance, Kid, just wait. When our captain returns, he will have you torn to shreds. Captain? I'm quite curious to see what kind of insignificant character he is, Thundersound mused to himself. Shortly after, their captain returned amidst a throng of pirates. This captain was none other than the blonde man who had just slain the bounty of 42 million berries. Known as the executioner Rosio, and his name was Bellamy. Bellamy, hailing from the North Sea, was the captain of the hyena pirates, with a bounty of 55 million berries, and possessed the powers of the spring fruit. He proclaimed himself a pirate of the new era, disdainful of unrealistic romance and dreams, pursuing immediate pleasure in reality. With a profound admiration for Don Quixote da Flamingo, Thundersound, having waited for his return, was taken aback to discover it was this man. A pirate pointed at Thundersound, exclaiming, "Captain, it was this little brat who killed Lord Laysai." Upon hearing this, Bellamy's expression darkened as he glared at Thunder Sound. "You have quite the audacity to remain here after killing my man." Thunder Sound suddenly smiled. "You flatter me," Bellamy retorted, daring to laugh. "Are you? Just wait. Soon you will have no tears left to shed." As he spoke, Bellamy's calves transformed into springs, forcefully compressing against the ground to store immense potential energy. Spring Sniper. In the next moment, he launched himself towards Thunder Sound. Observing this, Thunder Sound coated his limbs with chakra, hardening them as he prepared to confront the onslaught. Lion's Barrage. Clang. The two fists collided, forcing both of them to stagger back several steps. A stalemate ensued. The initial attack, Lion's Barrage, was merely a probing strike. However, Thunder Sound resolved not to allow him such fortune again. Bellamy, undeterred by the failed attempt, initiated another assault, transforming both legs entirely into springs. Propelling himself off the ground and leaping amidst the surrounding buildings in rapid succession. Spring Jump. Bellamy darted around, suddenly launching an attack towards Thunder Sound. Thunder Sound skillfully evaded, prompting Bellamy to halt his advance before jumping again for another assault. Each time Thunder Sound dodged, Bellamy would cease his attack. This back and forth continued for several rounds, attack and evade, beginning to irritate Thunder Sound. A frown of annoyance appeared on Thunder Sound's face. "You really are testing my patience." In the next moment, with a flick of his mind, he summoned his equipment. Bellamy, like a restless flea, bounced around, not only disrupting Thunder Sound's line of sight, but also launching sudden strikes that vexed Thunder Sound immensely. With a thought, Thunder Sound drew several shurikens from his equipment, adopting a prayer-like pose to weave his hand seals, infusing the shurikens with lightning chakra. He then hurled them towards Bellamy, invoking the shuriken shadow clone technique. The thrown shurikens multiplied from 1 to 2, then from 2 to 4, and soon transformed from dozens into thousands, raining down upon Bellamy like a torrential downpour. Although Bellamy moved at high speed, the density of Thunder Sound's shuriken shadow clone technique left him with no means of escape. He had no time to react and was left riddled with countless wounds. The other pirates fared no better, suffering various degrees of injury from the shurikens, many falling to the ground lifelessly. Bellamy collapsed on the ground, blood staining the earth, a pitiful sight indeed. It seemed he had truly provoked Thunder Sound. In the year XX, Bellamy met his demise at the hands of Navy Colonel Thunder Sound. Looking at Bellamy's lifeless body, Thunder Sound let out a sinister smile and retrieved a din-din mushy from his pocket, dialing Tina's number. "What's up, Woodhead? Missing Tina?" teased Tina on the other end. "Hey, I'm your superior. Could you please be a bit more serious?" "Oh, Colonel Thunder Sound, do you have any orders?" "Command the warship to land at Magic Valley Town immediately. Gather at the port, and if you encounter any pirates daring to provoke us, execute them on the spot." "Understood," Tina replied, directing the warship towards Magic Valley Town. After hanging up, Thunder Sound made his way towards the port. It turned out that from the very beginning, Thunder Sound had plotted to come to Magic Valley Town, eliminate the strongest pirate, Bellamy, and then command his troops to take full control of the town, plundering its riches under the guise of confiscation. Despite his seemingly naive demeanor, Thunder Sound harbored a cunning side at times. What a splendid opportunity this was. How could he let it slip away? Tina was already organizing the troops into neat formations at the port, and Thunder Sound soon arrived, rallying them with a commanding presence. "Follow me." With that, Thunder Sound led his forces forth, and the pirates in the town found themselves in dire straits. For under Thunder Sound's orders, any pirate encountered would be ruthlessly gunned down or slain without mercy. Regardless, they are all ruthless villains. At this moment, the principle of an eye for an eye is vividly embodied by Thunder Sound. Inside the hotel reserved by the Hyena pirate crew, several pirates, sensing the decline of their faction, began to scramble for the treasures left behind. Thunder Sound arrived with his troops and executed these pirates, commanding his forces to encircle the area in multiple layers. "Attention everyone. Scrutinize every corner here and transfer every valuable item onto the warship." Thunder Sound's tone bore no resemblance to that of a naval colonel. Rather, it echoed that of a crime lord. The soldiers below murmured in confusion, questioning why they were not heading to Alabasta to investigate the drought but instead found themselves in this situation. As the saying goes, when a general is away, a king's orders may not apply. Though the soldiers were perplexed, Thunder Sound was the supreme commander of the warship, and they had no choice but to comply. Thus, the soldiers began their laborious task, gradually transporting treasure chests, diamonds, rings, gemstones, necklaces, berries, and coins onto the warship. After much toil, Nearly all valuable items on the island had been evacuated. Thundersound cast a cursory glance over the haul. It amounted to approximately 400 to 500 million berries. If delivered to the Navy headquarters alongside the annihilated pirates, this would constitute a significant achievement, potentially elevating Thundersound to the rank of Brigadier General. However, for Thundersound, military rank was but a trivial matter. He discreetly withdrew 200 million berries to acquire ninjutsu. Achievements, ranks, honors, these were secondary. True strength was paramount. With a mere thought, the Hokage system materialized before him. System, confirm the extraction of A-grade ninjutsu. Without hesitation, Thundersound clicked confirm. As the 200 million berries vanished, 6 orange cards inscribed with the character for ninja appeared before him. He selected 2 cards, which slowly flipped over. Water release, water bullet technique. A-grade. This technique, developed by the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, involves forming hand seals to unleash countless water bullets that scatter in all directions, attacking enemies. Each water bullet is controlled by Chakra, making evasion exceedingly difficult. Lightning release, Chidori. A-grade. This technique, created by the copy ninja Kakashi Hitaki, concentrates a vast amount of Chakra into the hand, forming a powerful current that dashes forward to pierce enemies, possessing formidable penetrating power and a paralyzing effect. Due to the acquisition of 2 formidable A-rank ninjutsu, your personal information has been updated once more. Name, Thundersound. Gender, male. Age, 18. Ninja rank, Jonin. Low tier, bloodline limit or Jinchuriki. Sharingan, currently evolving into the Meijiki Sharingan. Ninjutsu, lightning release. Chidori stream. A-rank. Lightning blade, Chidori sharp spear. B-rank. White blade. D-rank. Self-created technique determined by the system. Rasengan. A-rank. Utama Rasengan. A-rank. Fire release, great fireball technique. C-rank. Water release, water chaos wave technique. C-rank. Lightning release, land movement. C-rank. Flying thunder god slash. B-rank. Lion's barrage. C-rank. Wind release, great breakthrough. C-rank. Earth release, earth dragon bullet technique. B-rank. Earth release, earth flow rampart. C-rank. Earth release, earth spear. B-rank. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. B-rank. Water release, water barrier technique. B-rank. Multiple shadow clone technique. A-rank. Shuriken shadow clone technique. A-rank. Wind release, spiraling shuriken. S-rank. Water release, water pistol technique. A-rank. 6 foundational E-rank ninjutsu. Sword wave of the Tanuki, sword technique. Dance of the Tanuki, sword technique. Inventory, ninja tools, weapon sealing scroll 2, Kanai 10, 000, Kusanagi sword. Shuriken 10, 000 summon beast, cat tiger beast sage mode. Not activated chakra amount, 88, 320 110, 000 combat consumption. Thundersound carefully observed that his chakra capacity had surpassed 100. 000, reaching 110, 000. Yet, despite this achievement, his ninja rank remained at Jonin, low tier. Not attaining the level required for a Jonin, mid-tier, capable of training in Sage mode. What astonished Thundersound was not merely the chakra amount but the bloodline limit. The section concerning the Sharingan indicated that it was currently evolving, which plunged him into deep contemplation. Previously, during Kaido's onslaught, Thundersound had encountered a bottleneck in his training. And while battling Kaido, he felt a significant enhancement in his ocular prowess, which propelled his Sharingan from the 3-tomo stage to the Meijiki Sharingan. However, this time, the notation currently evolving also accompanied the Meijiki Sharingan. In the original narrative, the evolution from the Meijiki Sharingan to the eternal Meijiki Sharingan typically necessitated the transplantation of the eyes from a relative possessing the Sharingan bloodline. Likewise, the progression from the 3-tomo Sharingan to the Meijiki Sharingan required certain external stimuli. Yet, Thundersound awakened the Meijiki Sharingan solely through the growth of his own strength. This implies that as long as his power continues to augment, the Sharingan may perpetually evolve, devoid of any unnecessary complications. After all, he is not a native of this world, and even if he had relatives, he does not belong to the Uchiha clan. Thus, this could be perceived as a flaw within his system, rendering the path to power seem somewhat simpler. Having acquired such a substantial sum of money, it was inevitable that the sailors aboard the warship would be aware of it. Therefore, to placate the crew, Thundersound distributed a considerable portion of his remaining funds among the sailors. Originally, The invasion of Magic Valley Town and the plundering of countless treasures were largely the achievements of Thundersound alone. The others merely assisted in transporting items and dealing with the minor pirates. Naturally, the proposal from Thundersound was met with unanimous approval. For who would dare oppose the allure of wealth? Furthermore, after distributing the spoils, Thundersound assured everyone that he would personally report to headquarters, ensuring that all credit for these accomplishments would be attributed to them, allowing them to reap both power and fortune in due course. As the saying goes, only interests and fear can sway a person. Thundersound, possessing formidable strength and offering such substantial benefits, saw his authority aboard the warship soar to unprecedented heights, with nearly everyone regarding him as their true commander. In truth, Thundersound harbored his own ambitions. Securing a genuinely loyal army would not be an unwelcome development. Despite his outward demeanor of few words and lack of eloquence, he was driven by considerable ambition. Such behavior bore little resemblance to that of a naval officer, presenting more as a bandit leader. Tina, with a cigarette in her mouth, addressed Thundersound. Is this really the right approach? Thundersound gazed out at the ocean and replied coolly, if you believe it to be wrong, you may inform the naval headquarters, accusing us of self-serving motives and embezzlement. Upon hearing this, Tina's expression immediately transformed into one of anger. What are you talking about? Am I such a person? She simply felt that this conduct did not resemble the Thundersound she once knew. Thundersound turned his head to meet her beautiful eyes, and how was I before? Tina appeared slightly embarrassed under his gaze. The old you didn't seem so unscrupulous, did you? That's merely because you don't know me well enough. With that, Thundersound excused himself to rest, adding, and do smoke less. It's not good for your health. Watching Thundersound's retreating figure, Tina fell into contemplation. At this moment, the warship was over a day's journey from Alabasta. In a grand hall within Alabasta, a long table was set in the center, adorned with white candles. The chief commanders of the Baroque works sat on either side, awaiting the arrival of their boss, Mr. Zero. Baroque Works was a clandestine criminal organization founded by Mr. Zero, with the naming convention for high-ranking agents being Mr. Number. Each male agent had a female partner, named Ms. a holiday, such as Sunday, Wednesday, Christmas, etc. The closer the number was to zero, the more formidable the agent. Mr. Zero served as the president, while Mr. 1 to Mr. 5 represented high-ranking agents. Mr. 6 to Mr. 13 were mid-level agents. The remaining lower-tier personnel were referred to as billionaires and millionaires, essentially the grunts of the organization, totaling 2,000 individuals, among which there were 200 billionaires and 1,800 millionaires. They could only aspire to promotion when positions for agents became available. At this moment, the hall in Alabasta was filled entirely with high-ranking agents of Baroque Works. Mr. 2 raised his hands above his head, clasped together, and spun in place on one foot, exclaiming, "How long must I wait? Surely, some octopus pie would be welcome." Miss Christmas chimed in, "Come join the dance." Mr. 1, arms crossed and with a frosty demeanor, retorted, "Mr. 2, could you possibly be quieter, you fool?" A stout woman, Miss Christmas, Mr. 4's partner, added, "Indeed, you imbecile. Your spinning is causing my back to ache." Just then, a striking blue-eyed beauty, Ms. All Sunday, emerged from the hall, hands placed on her slender waist, saying, it seems that camaraderie is lacking among you." "Oh, Ms. All Sunday, how have you fared lately?" Mr. 2 continued to twirl. Miss Christmas interjected, "Enough already, you ghoul." It was arduous for everyone to gather from distant lands. Such a large assembly of individuals was indeed unprecedented. Now, does anyone have questions? If not, we shall proceed to the main topic. Let us begin. My patience is waning. There are those intent on disrupting our endeavors, and I cannot remain idle. A deep voice resonated, followed by the appearance of a middle-aged man clad in a dark gray robe, a scar adorning his face. The boss. Upon sighting Mr. Zero, everyone rose in deference. "Please, be seated." Once settled, Mr. 5 inquired, "What did you mean by someone intends to disrupt our affairs?" "It seems the Navy has caught wind of our scheme to frame the king using dance powder." "What?" The room erupted in shock. The implications of the Navy's awareness were dire. Even if they possessed some strength, standing against the entire naval authority would be akin to a fragile egg against a stone. You need not panic. The Holy Land has received a plea for assistance from the old kook cobra. They have merely noticed something amiss with the rainfall in Aruba. They have yet to ascertain the cause or the perpetrator. What measures have they taken? They dispatched 2 young officers, a colonel and a lieutenant, along with a contingent of 500 to 600 troops to investigate. The Baroque studio has eyes and ears throughout Alabasta. Thus their intelligence had already gathered preliminary information before the thunderclap could arrive. The senior agents, upon hearing the mention of two young officers, a colonel and a lieutenant, breathed a sigh of relief. I thought they had sent someone formidable. How laughable. The atmosphere was filled with a collective disdain as they exchanged comments. Yet, one could not afford to be complacent. If the headquarters entrusted such a task to a novice, that novice might possess exceptional capabilities. Perhaps the Holy Land was merely playing along, granting Cobra a semblance of respect. Regardless of the circumstances, we remain utterly perplexed by the Navy's intentions, thus, we must not relent. Mr. 1. Boss, what is it that you require of us? Mr. 0. Each of you shall dispatch your subordinates, the billionaires and millionaires, to closely monitor the movements of this Navy and report to me promptly. Should they uncover any clues or otherwise, immediate assassination must be executed. We cannot allow the Navy to gather any incriminating evidence against us. Understood. On board the warship, in the command room, Rayan was intently studying the map of Alabasta, while Tina stood beside him, deliberately close. If we were to follow the normal route, we would land in the port city of Canola and then traverse several cities overland to reach Aruba. What do you think, Tina? Tina, with a cigarette dangling from her lips, replied, I'm utterly baffled. However, I believe we must first meet with King Cobra. Rayan smiled faintly. I can only say, what purpose would it serve to meet Cobra? Tina, at the very least, it would be prudent to inquire about the situation. Rayan, even the king is in the dark, seeking assistance from the Holy Land. Tina, so what is your plan? Rayan, we shall bypass Canola, head towards the eastern port, and make a beeline for Rainland. Tina discarded her cigarette but onto the ground. Rainland? Why are we going there? Rayan, that is of no concern to you. Regardless, I shall unearth the instigator. The reason Rayan spoke so boldly was due to his familiarity with the anime. Those well-versed in it know that the drought incident in Alabasta was orchestrated by Crocodile, intending to frame the king and usurp the throne. Meanwhile, Crocodile was not idle. He was constantly monitoring the movements of the warship, and naturally, his henchmen were aware of Rayan's direct course towards Rainland in Alabasta. Within the secret hall of the Rainland banquet, Crocodile bore a grave expression. It seems they may have already caught wind of something. This young lad is no simpleton. Miss Kwanjori, her beautiful eyes shimmering, remarked, strange indeed. We have never encountered this young colonel before, and they have not even set foot in Alabasta. How could they be aware of our affairs? Crocodile, this is merely our conjecture. However, there must be a reason for their return to this vicinity, which necessitates precaution. Ms. Kwanjori, what are your next steps? Crocodile took a deep drag from his cigar. We shall continue to closely observe that Navy brat and summon all senior agents to convene in Rainland. Understood. As the warship sailed, Rayan suddenly noticed 3 vessels trailing behind them, with the middle ship emblazoned with the letters BW. In an instant, Rayan comprehended the implication. Based on his recollection of the original work, BW was the emblem of the clandestine criminal organization Baroque Works. It was evident that these 3 ships were dispatched by Crocodile to surveil Rayan and his companions. In terms of surveillance, can it be this brazen? However, Baroque Works is a clandestine organization, regardless of whether people are aware of its existence, even if they do know. They would hardly comprehend its connection to Crocodile of the 7 warlords of the sea. Those who do possess such knowledge have likely been eliminated by agents. This line of thought is not entirely unfounded. Yet, unbeknownst to them, they are up against the all-seeing Rayan. Rayan, having spotted the 3 Baroque Works vessels in the distance, broke into a knowing smile. Indeed, it is true, one may traverse vast distances in vain, only to discover what they seek without expending any effort. In the next moment, Rayan prepared to issue orders to apprehend several billionaires aboard the ship for interrogation, thereby obtaining evidence to confront Crocodile. At that point, Crocodile would find himself at a loss for words. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Suddenly, a small boat approached from the opposite side of these ships. A solitary figure sat within. Who could it be? Tina raised her binoculars and beheld a person with dark hair, a typical complexion, and freckles adorning their cheeks. A tattoo emblazoned with the letters ASC, with the letter S crossed out, adorned their left arm. That is, Tina's delicate face could scarcely contain her astonishment as she pointed at the individual in the small boat, nearly speechless. It's Fire Fist Ace. How could such a highly sought-after pirate appear here? Indeed, the person in the small boat was none other than the renowned Fire Fist Ace. Born on the island of Badarilla in the South Sea, currently boasting a bounty of 260 million berries, which later increased to 550 million. At this moment, he had neither joined the Whitebeard pirates nor established the Spade pirates. Ace had embarked on his journey as a pirate all on his own, relying solely on his formidable strength. Meanwhile, that naive Luffy was likely still in Windmill Village in the East Blue, incessantly declaring, "I want to become the Pirate King." Rayan mused to himself. 260 million. At that moment, the crew aboard the 3 BW ships stirred restlessly. Upon hearing the bounty of 260 million, their eyes transformed into the shape of berries. BW, being a criminal organization, relied on kidnapping, robbery, and extortion to generate income. Naturally, capturing bounty pirates for their rewards also constituted a source of revenue. Capturing a pirate with a bounty of 260 million would undoubtedly elevate their status within Baroque works. Fire Fist Ace. Surrender quietly. The BW members, eager to prove themselves, fired several cannonballs toward Ace's boat. On the warship, Tina was already in a state of anxious urgency, facing such a notorious pirate with a colossal bounty as a naval lieutenant. She was certainly unwilling to remain a mere bystander. She grasped Rayan's arm, exclaiming, "Hey, shouldn't we do something?" Rayan, however, remained unperturbed. "There's no need to rush. We shall wait a moment longer. Our time to act will come. For now, we can enjoy the show." Tina gazed at Rayan, perplexed. Enjoy the show? Lane, indeed. Although this scene is brief, it is bound to be magnificent. Let us name it Fire Ship. Tina gazed at Lane like a curious kitten. Though she could not comprehend his words, she sensed an aura of power emanating from him. Ace, observing the menacing claws of their foes, was equally unrestrained. With a powerful push of his legs, he leapt dozens of meters into the air and declared with deliberate enunciation, "Fire Fist." In an instant, his right hand ignited in a blaze of fiery flames, transforming into a massive, crimson fist that surged towards the BW ship. The brilliant flames illuminated the sky, carrying an intense heat akin to a fire dragon as it collided with the BW warship. The impact ignited the vessel, flames leaping skyward, while the cries of despair and agony of the crew echoed through the air. Many sailors, desperate for survival, leapt into the sea. Tina and the entire Navy stood in stunned silence, their jaws dropped in disbelief upon the deck of the warship. The fire fruit. Is this the strength of 260 million? How terrifying. Such an outcome had been anticipated by Lane from the outset. He understood that the BW crew was merely striking against a stone with an egg. Seeing this, Lane finally took action and issued a command. Summoning a lieutenant. Gather some capable swimmers and rescue every last one of those BW crew members who have fallen into the water. The lieutenant replied, "At your command." Tina interjected, "What about Ace?" "I will confront him myself," Lane asserted, clenching his fist. Upon hearing this, a hint of doubt crossed Tina's delicate face. Even though Lane was exceptionally strong, undefeated in the training camp, this time he faced a notorious pirate of the seas, with a bounty exceeding 200 million berries, who was also a user of a Logia-type ability. "Please, be cautious," Tina urged with concern. Aware that she lacked the ability to utilize Haki and knowing she could not inflict any harm upon Ace, she had no choice but to rely on Lane. Approximately 200 skilled swimmers plunged into the sea to apprehend the BW crew, while Lane commanded the remaining soldiers to open fire on Ace. Bullets rained down like a tempest, whistling past Ace, some striking him directly, piercing through his form. Yet, what they penetrated was merely layers of flame. From the beginning, Lane had no intention of using ordinary bullets to harm Ace. The soldiers were far from achieving the level of mastery that Beckman possessed in coating bullets with Haki. Their sole aim was to divert Ace's attention. But Ace would not allow the Navy to act with impunity. His right fist transformed once more into a blazing inferno. Replicating the earlier scenario, the fiery fist, infused with terrifying heat, was launched towards the warship. Many sailors, witnessing this, were gripped by sheer terror. They had already experienced the devastating power of Ace's fire fist, which had reduced 3 warships to ashes in an instant. If this terrifying blaze were to strike again, would they be doomed to repeat the same fate? As the fire fist surged forth with a fierce roar, Thunder Sound stood at the bow of the ship, his hands weaving deftly as he swiftly formed the hand seals. Water release, water barrier. Upon completion of his incantation, a magnificent cascade descended like a curtain. And when the fire fist collided with this torrent, it emitted a hissing sound, enveloped in billowing clouds of steam. Thank goodness, we are saved. The naval soldiers, relieved at their escape, marveled at the arcane technique that Thunder Sound had employed. Even Ace appeared taken aback. Could this naval officer possess the powers of a water-type devil fruit? Divine flame, unknown fire. Ace mused, transforming his arms into two dazzling spears of flame. In an instant, he leapt from the vessel, the flames erupting in tandem, intertwining to form an even greater inferno that surged towards the battleship. Observing this, Thundersound quickly formed new hand seals, unleashing a ninjutsu, fire release, grand fireball technique. The unknown fire and grand fireball clashed like twin dragons, unleashing waves of intense heat across the ocean's surface, creating a thunderous roar as they collided, sending plumes of water skyward and saturating the air with steam. If the previous water technique had surprised Ace, the current fire technique left him utterly astonished. Two elemental abilities? It seemed this naval officer was far from ordinary. He could not afford to underestimate him any longer. With this thought, Ace leapt once more into the air, his body spinning rapidly, enveloped by resplendent flames. With a fierce shout, he launched himself towards Thundersound's battleship, Flame Ring, Fire Pillar. After the rapid rotation, Ace concentrated the searing heat into his hands, and with a powerful downward swing, a brilliant fire pillar descended from above. Ah, help! The naval soldiers felt the oppressive heat even before the pillar reached the ship, believing their lives to be forfeit. Tina, displaying notable bravery, stood at the ship's bow, crossing her arms in front of her chest to form a dark barrier, bracing for Ace's assault. A minute prior, when Ace had assumed this stance, Thundersound had already anticipated that he would unleash the fire pillar. This move, Flame Ring, Fire Pillar, was Ace's second most formidable technique following Grand Flame Ring, Flame Emperor, and it was clear that this young captain had captured Ace's attention. But what of it? Thundersound, unfazed, had long devised a countermeasure. He formed hand seals once more, and from the previously tranquil sea, a colossal water dragon surged forth. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. The water dragon roared with a thunderous might, charging directly towards the flame ring, fire pillar. The water dragon and fire pillar collided above the battleship with a resounding explosion, enveloping the area in a thick cloud of steam. At that moment, even Tina covered her ears in fright. This battle felt like a surreal dream. An exclamation echoed, the water dragon extinguishing the fiery pillar with a serene grace, while the residual waves crashed upon Ace, who helplessly succumbed and plunged into the sea. Witnessing this, Thundersound immediately leaped into the water, retrieving Ace and bringing him aboard the warship. A lieutenant approached, unrelentingly fastening sea stone handcuffs onto Ace before imprisoning him within the depths of the ship's hold. The renowned Fire Fist, Ace, with a bounty of 260 million, was thus defeated by Thundersound. The soldiers aboard the warship gazed at Thundersound as if beholding a deity of war incarnate. At this moment, not only was Ace captured, but Thundersound's earlier orders had also led to the apprehension of a significant number of the BW crew who had fallen into the water. A junior officer reported, "Colonel, we have captured a total of 128 individuals. How should we proceed?" Thundersound commanded, "Interrogate them one by one, meticulously document their testimonies, and ensure we uncover their identities, their direct superiors, and the masterminds behind them." Understood. In the prison of the warship's lower deck, Ace, shackled with dark sea stone handcuffs, felt utterly powerless. His eyes filled with resentment. To think he had been vanquished by an obscure young colonel, destined to spend the remainder of his life and impelled down. Meanwhile, Thundersound aimed to extract information regarding the mastermind behind Baroque works, Crocodile, from the captured BW personnel, hoping to uncover details about the dancing powder, thus justifying a confrontation with Crocodile. The lieutenant reported, "Colonel, after our interrogation, we found that among the 128 individuals, 25 identified themselves as Billion Elders and 102 as Million Elders. The information from the Million Elders is rather limited, but many of the Billion Elders have divulged their superiors." Thundersound inquired, "That accounts for 127 individuals. What of the last?" The lieutenant replied, after rigorous interrogation, "This individual is codenamed Mr. 11, a mid-level agent of Baroque works. We are still in the process of further interrogating regarding their leader." Hearing the lieutenant's detailed report, Thundersound smiled with satisfaction. "Did you employ torture?" The lieutenant sheepishly scratched his head. "Without it, those individuals would never have cooperated. Not only did we use torture, but we also employed psychological tactics." Thundersound patted the lieutenant's shoulder. "You performed admirably. I could never have extracted so much information in such a short span." His words were not mere flattery, but heartfelt appreciation, recognizing that ordinary individuals could not achieve such thorough and rapid results in interrogation. It appeared that this lieutenant was indeed a rare talent. "Lieutenant, What is your name? Colonel, I am called Claven. Though Claven appeared slender, his eyes shone with vitality. Claven, splendid. I shall remember you. Your performance this time will certainly be reported to the headquarters. Thank you for your commendation, Colonel. Rayan, bring those billionaires and Mr. 11 before me. Claven, yes. What about the millionaires? Let them go. Following Rayan's orders, those individuals were soon brought forth. The billionaires had already been interrogated by Claven, revealing that their superior was none other than the elite agents, Mr. 1 to Mr. 5. It is indeed a tightly knit organization. After recording the testimonies, Rayan commanded that these individuals be confined in the ship's lower prison, under strict surveillance, with no one permitted to escape. Once the billionaires were taken away, only Mr. 11 remained among the prisoners. At that moment, Mr. 11 resembled a frightened, stray dog. Surrounded by Navy officers with their rifles aimed at him, while Rayan sat composedly among them. Claven, speak honestly. Otherwise, we shall not show mercy. However, Mr. 11 remained silent, bound, and unyielding. Seeing this, Rayan unsheathed his Kusanagi sword and pressed it against Mr. 11's neck, stating, "It appears I am not as gentle as they were. If you choose to remain silent, this sword will not be forgiving." As he spoke, the sword pressed tighter against his throat, drawing forth a trickle of blood. Mr. 11, not being particularly tough, panicked at the thought of losing his head. I'll talk. Rayan rested the sword on his shoulder. Very well, you will answer my questions truthfully. Should you dare to utter even a hint of falsehood, I assure you, your death will not be a swift one. Mr. 11 stammered. Why, yes. Rayan's expression darkened. What is the purpose of your Group S visit? To monitor you, he replied. Who directed you? Who is your direct superior? Mr. 1. His name. Oh, he is called Dazbones, a paramecia-type user of the chop fruit. He was originally a bounty hunter from the West Sea before joining Baroque Works. He is the top commander and the strongest among the elite agents. Claven, standing beside Rayan, pressed, why did you not disclose this when we questioned you earlier? Mr. 11, I. Unbeknownst to them, Rayan possessed the rare conqueror's haki, exuding a formidable aura that, combined with the previous intimidation, compelled Mr. 11 to divulge this information. Rayan, one final question. Who is the president of your organization? Mr. 11 hesitated but eventually said, his name is Crocodile, codename Mr. Zero. A warlord of the sea. The warlords of the sea. Upon hearing this, Tina and Claven, along with the other Navy officers, could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Rayan, having anticipated this answer, pressed further. You claim that the president of Baroque Works is the warlord of the sea, Crocodile. Are you certain of this? Beneath the eaves, one must bow their head. Mr. 11, upon witnessing the situation, could only confess the truth. Yes, I am certain it was him. Excellent, Rayan replied coolly. Everything you have stated will serve as evidence in court. I shall escort you back to the naval headquarters to serve as a vital witness. Mr. 11 trembled, asking, will you kill me? Rayan responded, that depends on your conduct. Their opponent this time was a legitimate pirate, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Currently, Rayan possessed no evidence against Crocodile regarding the drought he had imposed on other regions. Thus, he could only gather other illicit evidence to apprehend him and subsequently fulfill the task assigned by headquarters. With that, Rayan took a key and made his way alone to the prison located in the lower deck of the warship. At that moment, Ace sat in the corner, his hands bound in dark sea prism cuffs, lost in thought. Rayan approached the prison door slowly, addressing him. Fire Fist Ace, what are your thoughts at this moment? Ace cast a disdainful glance at Rayan, replying, defeat is defeat. Do as you wish. There's no need to insult me here. Rayan, upon hearing this, let out a rare, hearty laugh. That battle was truly exhilarating. My victory over you can be attributed to a tactical advantage. Otherwise, the outcome might have been uncertain. Ace stood up, demanding, what do you mean by that? Kong is your grandfather, isn't he? Rayan inquired. Ace was taken aback. You know that old man? Rayan confessed, to be honest. It was because of him that I joined the Navy. Is that so? His character hasn't changed a bit. Ace mused. And Rayan tossed him the key to the sea prism cuffs. What does this mean? Ace asked. I merely wish to engage you in a fair fight. Surely, you don't expect me to send you to impel down? Rayan smiled. Ace responded, are you doing this out of respect for the old man? That's only one aspect of it, Rayan replied. Very well, I understand. Without further ado, Ace unlocked the cuffs, rubbed his wrists, and asked, what is your name, Navy? I am Rayan. Rayan, consider me indebted to you. Until we meet again, I have a feeling our paths will cross once more. As Rayan spoke, He discreetly provided Ace with a small boat to facilitate his escape. If we meet again, you will be a member of Whitebeard's crew, will you not? Rayan thought to himself as he watched the boat fade into the distance. In Alabasta, amidst the rain, Miss Sunday reported the intelligence to Crocodile. Upon hearing her words, Crocodile's expression darkened. Are you saying our ship was taken down by Ace, and the crew was captured by that little Navy brat? Miss Sunday confirmed, yes, indeed, Chief. This is infuriating. Clearly, he did not come for a leisurely visit. He must have extracted some intelligence from those spineless fools. It seems we must take action. Miss Sunday inquired, what are your plans for the next step? Crocodile took a deep puff of his cigar and inquired, where are those Navy officers? It appears they are heading towards Rainy Land. Heaven offers no path, yet they dare to breach Hell's gates. Assemble all senior agents and ensure they eliminate them without fail, Crocodile declared darkly. After Mr. 11 was captured by Thunder, the Baroque works did not cease their surveillance on the warships. Aware that their movements and the entire organization were known to Thunder, they opted for a clandestine pursuit of the fleet. Following a series of events, the warships finally arrived at the port of the city on the edge of Rainy Land. Thunder addressed the Navy personnel, you must keep a close watch on that crew from Baroque Works while I personally confront their leader. Let Tina accompany you, she suggested. There's no need for that. The chief commanders of Baroque are formidable. You should remain aboard the warship and keep a vigilant eye on the prisoners. Furthermore, should they attempt to assault the ship, you must contact me immediately. With that, Thunder disembarked from the vessel. The conflict between Baroque Works and Thunder's Navy reached a boiling point. At this moment, the senior agents, following Crocodile's orders, were lying in ambush at the fortress of Rainy Land, a crucial pathway to entry. Awaiting Thunder's arrival, the well-prepared senior agents swiftly encircled them. Except for Mr. 4 and the female agents, the remaining 4 senior agents, Mr. 1, Mr. 2, Mr. 3, and Mr. 5, surrounded Thunder. Mr. 5, his expression dark and foreboding, remarked, you certainly have some nerve to come here alone. Mr. 5, the chief commander of Baroque Works, possessed the powers of the superhuman explosive fruit. Mr. 2, performing a flamboyant dance, appeared quite exhilarated. Indeed, I have been eagerly awaiting your arrival. Mr. 2, whose true name is Von Curii, is also a chief commander of Baroque Works, wielding the abilities of the superhuman imitation fruit, with a bounty of 32 million berries. He is a transgender individual skilled in the art of transgender martial arts. Mr. 3 declared, since you have come here alone, prepare to meet your demise. Mr. 3, known as Galdino, is a chief commander of Baroque Works, endowed with the powers of the superhuman candle fruit, carrying a bounty of 45 million berries. Enough of this idle chatter, let us act swiftly. Mr. 1, whose real name is Das Bonus, the chief commander of Baroque Works, wielding the abilities of the superhuman quick/fruit, and boasting a bounty of 55 million berries, proclaimed. Spiral slash, Mr. 1 shouted, transforming his arm into a rapidly spinning blade. Transgender handblade. Mr. 2, still spinning, struck with a hand as sharp as steel. Candle shackles. Mr. 3 unleashed a barrage of candle projectiles. Illusory nose. Mr. 5, unwilling to be outdone, flicked his pinky against his nose, launching a small, indistinct object. The 4 senior agents of Baroque Works displayed their unique abilities, all aimed at Thunder. Suddenly, Mr. 2's hand sliced through the head of Thunder Sound, while Mr. 1's hand pierced his heart. Mr. 3's candle ensnared Thunder Sound's limbs, and finally, Mr. 5's imaginary nose erupted upon him. Was Thunder Sound truly finished? Ahaha. I thought someone formidable had arrived, but it turns out to be such trash, Mr. 3 chuckled. Mr. 5 wore a somber expression. Indeed, I wonder what Mr. 0 is thinking, requiring all 4 of us to deal with such scum. Mr. 2 began to dance the swan dance, exclaiming, if all is well, I shall return home to twirl around. Are you all not being too arrogant? At that moment, a voice resonated from the void, startling the 4 agents. Who is it? That little brat is still alive? They exclaimed in unison, turning towards Thunder Sound, who had just been pierced through the heart, but had now transformed into a wisp of mist, vanishing from sight. Nanny, what is happening? The agents gasped. It turned out that the earlier figure was merely Thunder Sound's shadow clone, while his true self had already teleported above the 4 using flying Thunder God Slash. At that moment, Thunder Sound formed seals and brought his hands together, unleashing a ninjutsu, water release, water bullet technique. As the agents watched in terror, massive waves of water surged towards them. This water bullet technique was Thunder Sound's newest acquisition, classified as an A-level ninjutsu. Although its water force was not as grand as the water dragon bullet technique, Its power was comparable to that of the water iron cannon, possessing the capability to destroy steel, with an attack range significantly broader than the sea-level water chaos wave technique. The only drawback was its considerable chakra consumption. The four agents were struck by the water waves, collapsing to the ground. Even Mr. 1, who was as tough as Copperhead Iron Arm, was left gasping for breath, while Mr. 3 and Mr. 5 were knocked unconscious. Yet Mr. 2 remained unscathed. It was not that Mr. 2's body was tougher than Mr. 1's, rather. It was Thundersound's deliberate choice. It was neither due to Thundersound's fondness for crossdressers nor any bond with Mr. 2. He simply did not wish to kill him. The surviving Mr. 2 gazed around in bewilderment. Thundersound then called Tina, instructing her to bring the Sea Tower handcuffs and hurry to Rain Fortress to apprehend someone, while he himself made his way to the casino, Rain Banquet. Rain, the dream city of the Alabasta Kingdom, served as the base of the warlord, Crocodile, the president of the Baroque works. The kingdom's largest casino, Rain Banquet, was located here, and Thundersound was well aware that this casino operated legally. After eliminating 3 high-ranking agents and undergoing a simple disguise, Thundersound headed straight for the Rain Banquet Casino. Upon arriving outside the Grand Hall, he found it even larger than he had imagined. The hall featured a domed structure adorned with statues of 3 banana crocodiles, each carved with astonishing realism. It was clear that the person Thundersound sought was within. Upon entering the Grand Hall of the Rain Banquet, one is immediately enveloped by a cacophony of lively chatter. The hall itself is vast, adorned with hundreds, if not thousands, of gaming tables, each offering a diverse array of gambling games, including poker, dice, and roulette. Each table is nearly overflowing with eager participants, while the dealers call out phrases reminiscent of placing bets and taking risks. As Rayan surveyed his surroundings, contemplating his next move, a strikingly beautiful and alluring bunny girl approached him, her voice sweetly inquiring, "Sir, may I ask what games pique your interest?" Rayan glanced at the bunny girl and replied, "What options do you have available? We offer table games, poker, dice, and more. It all depends on your preference. This hall is a standard venue, requiring only 100 belly to partake. But we also have a VIP area where a minimum of 1 million belly is needed to gamble with the affluent," the bunny girl elaborated. After a moment's reflection, Rayan replied, "Take me to the VIP area." The bunny girl's enchanting eyes flickered with surprise as she responded, "Please present 1 million belly in cash." Without hesitation, Rayan waved his hand through the air, and a stack of 100 bills, each worth 10,000 belly, materialized in his grasp. "Is this sufficient?" The bunny girl appeared momentarily astonished at the sight. "No need to be surprised. I possess the ability of the storage fruit," Rayan stated, weaving a fib. Unbeknownst to her, his shadow ninja system had the capacity to store currency, allowing for easy access at any time. Previously, after apprehending a bounty and seizing the funds, he had over 60 million belly remaining after deducting the cost of jutsu, rendering the 1 million belly a trivial sum for him. "Oh, sir. Please wait a moment while I arrange this for you," the bunny girl said before turning towards the inner hall of the banquet. "Thank you," Rayan replied. Before long, a stunning beauty with striking blue eyes emerged, even capturing Rayan's attention. Upon recognizing her, the bunny girl stood beside the blue-eyed beauty and introduced, "Allow me to present our casino's owner, Miss Sunday." Miss Sunday gracefully addressed him, "Sir, please follow me." In truth, she was none other than Nico Robin, the sole escaped historian from O'Hara in the West Blue, with a bounty of 77 million belly. Subsequently, Robin led Rayan into the VIP lounge. Inside, a lavish round table was surrounded by 7 individuals, each adorned in lavish attire, clearly affluent. As fortune would have it, one seat remained unoccupied, and Rayan took his place among them. Once seated, a corpulent gentleman gazed at Rayan and remarked, "You appear quite youthful, sir. It is astonishing to see someone of such tender years achieve such success." To this, Rayan merely offered a faint smile, choosing not to respond. It was later that he learned the rotund man's name was Fant. The bunny girl, for reasons unknown, displayed an expression of discomfort upon seeing the rotund figure of Faith, and although her attire was already scant, she deliberately clutched it tightly. Robin announced, "Let us commence the betting, with a minimum stake of 1 million berries." The 8 participants promptly placed neatly stacked berries upon the gambling table. The game in play was still Texas Hold'em, with players taking turns to call. "I'll match 1 million. I'll match 2 million. I fold." Rayan glanced at his hand, which bore no higher card than a jack, and thus discarded his cards as well. The first round escalated to a final bet of 5 million. with the aforementioned wealthy rotund gentleman winning all the players' stakes with a pair of aces. What a letdown, lamented one of the lanky aristocrats. The game continued, and Rayan, initially possessing assets exceeding 60 million, found himself dwindled down to just over 10 million, while the other 8 wealthy players fared even worse, with one elderly matron losing over 400 million. The victor, once again, was the corpulent Faith, who had amassed nearly 800 million berries. Strangely, it seemed as if Faith could discern the cards, as he would only risk a mere 1 million berries when losing, yet when confident, he would sweep the entire pot. Feeling triumphant, Faith took great pleasure in his winnings. When the bunny girl dealt the cards, he audaciously pinched her thigh, casting a lecherous glance her way, and said meaningfully, "My dear, your figure and visage are becoming ever more alluring. Look at all this money. I'll give you 2 million to accompany me tonight. What do you say?" The bunny girl recoiled in disgust. Robin's beautiful eyes narrowed in response. It turned out that among the 8 gamblers at the table, one was a skilled card cheat, sent by the Baroque Walker studio specifically to swindle the wealthy. However, his skills were not particularly exceptional. The Baroque team believed that a person capable of dealing with these ordinary wealthy individuals would suffice. Little did they anticipate encountering a formidable adversary. Who exactly was this Faith? As the bunny girl approached Rayan to deal the cards, he could not help but be captivated by her enchanting fragrance. Indeed, her beauty and figure were quite alluring. However, while her right hand dealt the cards, her left hand roamed along Rayan's back. Upon closer inspection, it became apparent that she was writing something with her delicate fingers on his back. This was a signal from the bunny girl to Rayan. What was the message? She inscribed 6 characters, swiftly repeating them twice before proceeding to deal to the next player. Aside from conveying this to Rayan, she did not make any gestures towards the other players. Rayan sensed this, and, after she departed, he meticulously recalled the sensations on his back, finally piecing together the message she had conveyed. These 6 words are, "Although she is scantily clad." The bunny girl occasionally shields her chest and thighs with her hands. Rayan, immersed in recollection, suddenly realizes that these 6 words signify the overweight or the empowered. At this thought, he cannot help but glance at the smug expression on Fantee's face, and then at the bunny girl. Should he trust her words? Could it be that the overweight Fantee is an accomplice of Crocodile, colluding with the bunny girl to deceive him? After some contemplation, Rayan acknowledges that such thoughts are superfluous. He ought to place his trust in the bunny girl, even if she is misleading him. His confidence in his own abilities is ample. After all, he has come here to draw out that person, hasn't he? While Rayan muses, Fantee has once again won all the money on the table. It is time to act. As the cards are being dealt, Rayan suddenly slams his hand on the table and points accusingly at Fantee. "Everyone, stop playing. You cannot win, for this fellow is cheating." "What?" The wealthy patrons at the gambling table turn their collective gaze towards Fantee. Initially taken aback, the rotund Fantee soon breaks into a nonchalant smile, saying, "Young man, one must speak with integrity. You claim I am cheating. What evidence do you possess?" At that moment, the bunny girl casts a meaningful glance at Rayan, imploring him to believe her. Rayan turns toward Fantee, asserting boldly, "Based on my observations over these past few rounds, this fellow is a wielder of a devil fruit." "What? Impossible. One of us is an empowered individual?" The patrons gasp. "A devil fruit user, especially one adept at gambling, possesses a significant advantage over ordinary individuals. If the others were to learn of this, they would certainly object. Thus, a user of gambling apt abilities participating in the game can be deemed as cheating." The wealthy patrons exchange uncertain glances, unsure of how to proceed. Robin approaches Rayan gracefully, smiling as she inquires, "Sir, you assert that this gentleman is an empowered individual. What evidence do you have?" "Indeed, you must present evidence. If you cannot prove I am an empowered individual, I will make you regret it." Fantee retorts angrily. At this juncture, a cunning smile slowly spreads across Rayan's face. "I have an excellent proposal that could resolve this matter, though I wonder if everyone would be amenable." "Speak, little one. If you can demonstrate that this fellow is using his abilities to cheat, we are willing to cooperate." Rayan smiles and states to Robin, "Very well. For the sake of fairness, please procure 8 sea stone bracelets for us to wear." Upon hearing this, Robin's eyes twinkle. That is a splendid idea. Please wait a moment. I shall return shortly." The bunny girl glances at Rayan, a subtle smile appearing on her face, as if to commend the man's cleverness. Robin turns and strides towards the main hall. At this moment, Fantee appears quite anxious, shouting, "Hey, What the hell is wrong with all of you? Why are you choosing to believe the words of a mere child? The tall, slender man inquired, are you really a person of ability? It is not determined by mere words, but rather revealed through experience. The rotund woman retorted, indeed, if you truly possess such abilities, we shall not let you off easily. Just as the tension between Fante and the others escalated, Robin emerged from the inner hall, dragging 8 ebony bracelets on a platter. She placed them on the table and addressed the assembly. Please, everyone. To avoid any suspicion, the wealthy individuals gradually adorned themselves with the bracelets, leaving only the calm Rayan and the perspiring Fante unresponsive. Is something the matter, sir? Are you feeling unwell? Robin inquired with concern. At that moment, Fante could no longer contain his emotions and slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, indeed, I am a devil fruit user. You never stated that ability users are prohibited from gambling. It appeared that the girl had not deceived him, Rayan thought, glancing at the bunny girl, who smiled sweetly in return, stirring his heart. Robin, with one hand gracefully resting on her slender waist, smiled alluringly and said, while we have not explicitly forbidden ability users from gambling, we have clearly prohibited any form of cheating. If your abilities significantly enhance your gambling prospects, it would essentially equate to foul play. If your devil fruit is of the combat variety, we shall not pursue matters further. May I inquire as to the nature of your fruit? As she finished speaking, all eyes were fixed upon Fante, whose face was glistening with sweat. I am a user of the superhuman stone fruit, which is of the combat type. He began, but before he could finish, the bunny girl interjected loudly, liar. The crowd's attention shifted to her once more. Shut your mouth, you vile woman. Fante shouted in response. What is happening? Do these two know each other? Robin asked. The bunny girl, her voice tinged with urgency, replied, he is a user of the X-ray fruit. The X-ray fruit. How do you know this? Have you known each other previously? The bunny girl nodded slightly. He was originally a servant of the Vinsmoke family from North Blues, Germa 66. He later left the family to forge his own path and established a small pirate crew on a deserted island, located over 100 kilometers east of Ligia Island. Robin inquired, how do you know such details? The bunny girl's eyes reflected sorrow as she responded, I was just an ordinary resident of the Grand Line. This man committed acts of arson and pillaging, and our village was nearly annihilated by him. He abducted all the young girls to his island, of which I was one. I was imprisoned for 3 days, and one night, 2 of my captors drunkenly revealed parts of his background during their conversation. On the 4th day, I seized the opportunity and escaped while they were unguarded. Upon hearing her words, Fante's face turned ashen with rage. You vile woman. I truly regret not having killed you back then. So, this is all true? Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed through the gathering, causing everyone to turn in surprise. To their astonishment, the source of the commotion was none other than the corpulent woman who had just lost the most money. Trembling, she crouched beneath the table, exclaiming, This fellow possesses the transparent fruit. He can see. It dawned on the crowd, elucidating why he had managed to win such an exorbitant sum. What a revolting ability it was. Robin, arms crossed defiantly over her chest, seemed poised to unleash an assault. Sir, if that is the case, you are cheating. We cannot simply let this slide. How would they deal with this rotund individual? No wonder the bunny girl had initially concealed her form. It turned out that the hefty man, Fante, was indeed a user of the X-ray fruit. In his presence, even clothed, one felt utterly exposed. The thought was disconcerting. Kill him. Eliminate this loathsome creature. The wealthy woman shrieked in hysteria. Robin firmly crossed her arms, her voice a commanding cry. Second bloom, grasp. As the words left her lips, 2 hands emerged from Fante's back, seizing his own hands in a deft hold. The crowd gasped in shock. What manner of ability was this? It appeared exceedingly bizarre. Who would have imagined that she, too, was a wielder of a devil fruit? Nico Robin, the surviving archaeologist from O'Hara, with a bounty of 79 million berries, was a paramecia-type, flower fruit, user. The strange hands sprouting from Fante's back were manifestations of Robin's powers, a truly astonishing ability. Fante, taken aback, gripped the hands that had sprouted from his back, squeezing them with force until they dissipated like a flurry of peach blossoms. Unfazed, Robin paused for a moment before launching her next attack, 6th bloom, anchor flower. With a fierce declaration, the number of hands multiplied, ensnaring Fante's limbs and neck. Robin aimed to subdue him, intending to snap his neck. Yet, with a mighty roar, Fante tensed, pushing outward with such strength that the hands tethering him vanished into thin air. This man was no ordinary opponent. Not only Robin, but even Rayan appeared taken aback, astonished that Robin could not gain the upper hand. At that moment, Vanti cast a dark glare at the onlookers. You pitiful commoners cannot possibly comprehend the meaning of bloodline factor. It became clear. Vanti was originally a servant of the Vinsmoke family, a lineage renowned for its martial prowess that once dominated the North Sea and maintained stable relations with the world government and the Navy. The formation of the nefarious army, Germa 66, stemmed from the genius scientist Vegapunk's discovery of the life blueprint known as the bloodline factor, which enhanced human genetics, rendering their soldiers physically superior. Based on Vanti's earlier display, it was evident that he had undergone such enhancements. In other words, he possessed combat abilities that far exceeded those of ordinary humans. As Fante surged forward with an almost imperceptible speed, he delivered a powerful elbow strike to Robin, who was unable to evade or withstand the blow. Collapsing to the ground. With a sinister smile, he proclaimed, "Apologies, everyone, but all your money now belongs to me." One by one, he extinguished the lives of the wealthy onlookers, as if crushing ants beneath his heel, while the bunny girl, sensing the impending doom, scurried behind Lane. Trembling like a frightened rabbit. "Please, sir, save me," she implored. Lane responded with a calm smile. "How do you know I can defeat this hefty fellow?" The bunny girl gazed at him with sparkling eyes. "Because I sense you are no ordinary person." At times, a woman's intuition proves remarkably astute. Initially, when Fante displayed his astounding prowess, the affluent patrons recoiled in terror, some diving beneath tables while others dashed towards the exit, only to be swiftly dispatched by Fante. Among them, only Lane remained composed, observing the massacre. Eventually, with blood splattered across him, blood belonging to the wealthy, Fante approached Lane, stating, "Hand over that young lady, and I shall spare your life." Upon hearing this, the bunny girl clung tightly to Lane's arm, her fear palpable. What a lively scene this was. Just then, the door to the main hall swung open, revealing a middle-aged man with a scar running down his face. Puffing on a cigar, Crocodile had finally made his appearance. As the true owner of the casino, he could not ignore the uproar outside. His gaze immediately fell upon the fallen Nico Robin. "What happened to my vice president?" Robin, clutching her chest, pointed at Fante. "This man possesses formidable martial skills. He has killed everyone here." Crocodile turned his attention to Fante. "You have quite the audacity to wreak havoc on my territory." At that moment, Fante appeared taken aback. Who are you?" It became clear that while many knew Nico Robin as the public face of the Rain Diner, Crocodile's existence remained a secret. "That is of no concern to you," Crocodile retorted, his expression darkening. He then revealed his left hand, adorned with a golden hook, exposing his menacing claw. Before them, Crocodile's left arm had entirely transformed into sand, the golden hook hurtling towards Fante. What kind of ability is this? A natural type? Although surprised, Fante effortlessly dodged Crocodile's attack. Sand Crocodile, a current member of the 7 Warlords of the Sea, possesses the powers of the sand fruit, enabling him to manipulate sand freely and to transform his body into sand. He is the leader of the Baroque Works criminal organization, codenamed Mr. Zero. "It seems I have underestimated you," Crocodile remarked darkly as he fixed his gaze on Fante. After deftly evading the attack, Fante, unwilling to show weakness, surged toward Crocodile with surprising agility, his corpulent form resembling that of a monkey. Suddenly, however, Fante slowed his pace, his body gradually withering and aging. What could be the cause of this? Upon closer inspection, it became evident that Crocodile's right hand had, unbeknownst to Fante, transformed into sand, gripping him from behind and slowly siphoning the moisture from his body. Cracking. Crocodile chuckled as Fante, once a corpulent figure, morphed into a grotesque, desiccated corpse, lifeless and devoid of sound. This was the power of the sand fruit, the ability of one of the 7 Warlords of the Sea. Lane observed silently from the side, refraining from intervening. Meanwhile, the bunny girl, clutching Lane from behind, peered out like a timid rabbit, her own fear rendering her oblivious to the intimacy of her actions. Crocodile retracted his ability and turned his attention to Lane, exclaiming, "Hey, Alice, what are you doing with that kid?" It was then that the bunny girl, whose name was revealed to be Alice, let go of Lane, her cheeks flushed as she gazed at him. Crocodile continued, "Do you know this kid?" Alice replied, "No. This is our first meeting." Crocodile, addressing Lane, inquired, "Who are you, boy?" "Mr. Crocodile, I've been waiting for you," Lane remarked, a knowing smile gracing his lips. "Waiting for me? Who exactly are you?" Crocodile asked, his brow furrowing in confusion. Lane replied nonchalantly, "You've had someone tailing me for quite some time, haven't you?" Crocodile scrutinized him, realization dawning. You are that little captain?" What an honor it is for a warlord to recognize me. It became clear that Lane had meticulously orchestrated this encounter. His earlier provocation of Fanti, exposing him as a devil fruit user to incite a reaction, was all part of his strategy to draw out Crocodile. Even without Fanti's involvement, he would have sought other means to lure Crocodile out. However, Lane had not anticipated Fanti's connection to the Vinsmoke family. After defeating 4 elite agents, Lane had deliberately disguised himself, making it difficult for anyone to recognize him at first glance. As Crocodile's expression darkened upon seeing Lane, he instructed Robin and Alice, "You two should leave. I have matters to discuss with this Navy brat." The 2 women exited the VIP chamber, Alice casting one last glance at Lane as they departed. Once alone, Crocodile continued. "So, it was Cobra, that old coot, who sent you here, wasn't it?" Lane shrugged indifferently. "I am merely following orders." Crocodile laughed. "Ha. You must be aware of my abilities, yet you dare to come here alone, without a single soldier by your side." Lane remained silent. Crocodile then remarked, "Speaking of which, my subordinates are truly useless for failing to capture you, allowing you to come to me." Thunder suddenly smiled. "They did not fail to capture me. Rather, I dealt with all of them." Upon hearing this, Crocodile was initially taken aback, then burst into laughter. "You reckless little brat, not only are you arrogant, but you also indulge in fantasies. What capability does a mere Navy colonel possess? Those 4 are all fruit users." Without further ado, Thunder formed hand seals, and a massive earthen dragon surged forth from the ground. Earth release, Earth Dragon Bullet technique. With a flick of his right index finger, the Earth Dragon opened its great earthen maw, unleashing countless mud bullets that rained down upon Crocodile like a tempest. Yet, Crocodile remained unperturbed as the mud bullets passed through his body, merely piercing a layer of sand. Thunder had not infused the bullets with chakra. "Unexpectedly, you are also a fruit user," Crocodile noted as he swiftly positioned himself beneath the Earth Dragon, placing his hand upon its body and commanding, "Dry and crumble." In an instant, the moisture was rapidly extracted from the Earth Dragon, causing it to collapse into a cascade of sand. This was one of the abilities of the sand fruit, a natural type. Although the Earth Dragon was instantly disintegrated by Crocodile, Thunder landed steadily on the ground. Before he could react, as soon as his feet touched down, Crocodile's right arm had already transformed into sand, taking the shape of a sharp blade, which he forcefully swung downward. Desert sword. Instantly, a wave of sand, akin to sword energy, sliced through the earth, emanating a purple lightning-like aura that surged towards Thunder. With the body flicker technique, Thunder narrowly evaded the attack. As the fierce battle raged on, the door to the VIP room swung open. "Alice, weren't you told to leave? What are you doing back?" Crocodile inquired. It was indeed Alice who had returned. She placed her right hand behind her back, declaring, "Mr. Crocodile, I am here to lend you a hand." Crocodile replied coolly, "Lend me a hand? I'm afraid this place does not require your assistance. You should exit swiftly. Should you be mistakenly harmed, do not blame me. I know his weakness." Alice glanced at Thunder. Crocodile raised an eyebrow. "Is that so? This woman is evidently a loyal ally of Crocodile, planning to join forces against me. However, she claims to know my weakness? Even I am unaware of any weakness I possess." Thunder pondered inwardly. Alice gradually approached Crocodile, and suddenly, the hand that had been hidden behind her back emerged, pouring a bottle of water over Crocodile. This action surprised even Thunder. It turned out that Alice had prepared a bottle of water during her earlier absence. She was assisting Thunder, for upon contact with water, Crocodile would be able to interact with his physical form. Why was Alice aiding Thunder? Drenched and seething with rage, Crocodile's visage turned a deep shade of anger. "Damn woman, you seek your own demise," he thundered, summoning a miniature tornado in his grasp, Sandstorm. In an instant, the diminutive whirlwind was cast to the ground, transforming into a towering sandstorm that surged towards Alice. However, lightning executed a swift flying thunder god slash, vanishing in the blink of an eye, and cradled Alice in his arms, evading Crocodile's assault once more. Thank you," Alice murmured, feeling a tinge of embarrassment in Lightning's embrace. He gently set her down. "Why did you do that?" Alice, a stranger to Lightning until now, had previously signaled him during a high-stakes poker game, exposing the abilities of the clairvoyant Fanti. And now, she had recklessly drenched Crocodile, seemingly without regard for her own safety. "It was nothing, merely my intuition urging me to assist you. Besides, you bear a striking resemblance to my deceased brother," Alice replied softly. "Well, let's discuss this later. He is one of the 7 warlords. This is not a trivial matter. You must leave at once. You pair of shameless lovers," Crocodile interjected. his voice booming before Lightning could finish. His right arm transformed into sand once more, violently slamming down, unleashing a wave of purple lightning like sand toward Lightning and Alice. Lightning, still holding Alice, executed another flying Thunder God slash to evade the attack. After setting Alice down, Lightning urged, "You need to leave now." "Okay, In that fleeting moment, Crocodile's golden hook shot forth, swiftly piercing Alice's right ribcage. "Alice!" Lightning cried out, witnessing her gradually succumb to unconsciousness, a trickle of blood escaping her lips. It became evident that Crocodile's malevolent intent had led him to coat his hook with a potent toxin. The initial wound was minor, yet the venom would spread rapidly. "Damn it!" Lightning seethed, placing Alice in a secure location before turning to face Crocodile, his expression darkening significantly. Observing Lightning's grim demeanor, Crocodile broke into a sudden grin. "What's the matter, boy? Do you wish to avenge this wretched girl? I had intended to toy with you a while longer, but it seems that is unnecessary now. Under the current circumstances, your bravado is misplaced," Lightning replied coolly. "You, a mere child, have ascended to the rank of Navy Colonel, which signifies some capability. Yet, you remain oblivious to the fact that you and I exist on entirely different tiers, you arrogant brat," Crocodile scoffed. "From my perspective, it is you who is truly arrogant," Lightning retorted, gathering a swirling blue vortex in his hand, reminiscent of Saturn. Realizing this might be his final strike, Crocodile clasped his arms together, transforming them into 4 colossal sand blades, hurtling toward Lightning with the force of a desert's might, Desert King's blade. Meanwhile, the cyclone in Lei Yin's hand slipped away. Wind release, spiraling shuriken. The spiraling shuriken surged forth to meet the diamond blade, embodying the very essence of destruction, effortlessly shattering Crocodile's diamond blade into a cascade of sand. In the aftermath, the residual force of the cyclone struck Crocodile, causing him to spit blood, his eyes rolling back as he collapsed onto the ground. In the year XX, the former warlord of the sea, Crocodile, fell at the hands of Navy Colonel Lei Yin. Subsequently, Lei Yin collected all the money from the gambling table into his own possession. In truth, while Fant had slain the other 6 wealthy individuals and battled Robin, Lei Yin had discreetly stored away a substantial portion of the money within the system. As Crocodile emerged to engage in fierce combat, the scene devolved into chaos. Yet there remained scattered heaps of berries, which Lei Yin diligently gathered. Without pausing to count, he deposited everything into the system and swiftly carried Alice towards the hospital. "I'm sorry, miss. The venom has already seeped into the heart. The poisoning is too severe. Please, find a way, no matter what. I'm sorry, we are powerless to assist." Alice's body grew increasingly cold and rigid, her lips turning purple, until her breath finally ceased. With a heavy heart, Lei Yin cradled her, finding a serene spot to dig a grave and lay her to rest. "If you were still alive and willing to marry me, I would undoubtedly take you as my bride," he mused sorrowfully as he gazed upon the freshly turned earth. Although his acquaintance with Alice had been brief, she had provided unwavering support from the outset, and her demise was a consequence of the deadly poison that had afflicted Lei Yin. He felt an inexplicable bond with her, making her death all the more sorrowful. Yet, despite his grief, life must continue. After a moment of reflection, he turned once more towards the rain-soaked area. At that moment, Tina had arrived with her troops. In addition to capturing Mr. 1, Mr. 3, and Mr. 5 from the rain base, they had also apprehended the unconscious Crocodile. Witnessing the decline of Baroque works, coupled with Clavin's astute interrogation techniques, the individuals not only divulged the rainless events of Alabasta, revealing their use of dance powder, but also confessed to nearly all of their other crimes. While Clavin and Tina conducted their interrogations, Lei Yin returned alone to the captain's quarters to tally the amount of berries he had acquired. To his astonishment, the sum totaled an astounding 27 billion berries. Since arriving in this world, he had never encountered such a vast fortune, witnessing cash exceeding 1 billion for the first time. What does 1 billion represent? It equates to the bounties of the 3 commanders and 3 calamities under the 4 emperors in the years to come. Now, it was time to witness a miracle. System, confirm extraction of S-rank ninjutsu? Lei Yin pressed the confirmation button. Before long, 3 crimson cards, inscribed with the character 4, presented themselves before. He selected the rightmost card. The technique, S-class, represented the pinnacle of artistry, famously wielded by Uchiha Sasuke in the realm of Hokage. This technique boasted formidable offensive power and expansive range, and minimal chakra consumption, though it necessitated compatible natural weather conditions and the use of the Sharingan to discern the speed and trajectory of lightning. Upon acquiring his first S-Class ninjutsu, personal information was updated. Gender, male, age, 18, ninja rank, Jonin, low tier, bloodline limit or Jinchuriki, Sharingan, currently evolving into Manjiki Sharingan, ninjutsu. S-Class, A-Class, B-Class, D-Class, self-created technique, system assessed, A-Class, A-Class, C-Class, 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 B-Class, C-Class, C-Class, B-Class, C-Class, B-Class, 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 A-Class, A-Class, S-Class, A-Class, E. Sword technique, sword technique. Inventory, ninjutsu tools, weapons sealing scrolls 2, kunai 10, 000, shuriken 10, 000 summon beast, cat tiger beast sage mode, not activated chakra amount, 129, 900 156. 000 combat and stamina consumption. Wealth, new section 270 million berries. Upon viewing his latest personal information, found himself questioning his existence. He had yet to reach the level of a mid-tier jonin, and if that represented a bottleneck, then breaking through seemed an insurmountable challenge. Nevertheless, he reminded himself that despite the difficulties, perseverance would eventually lead to success. He longed for the activation of Sage Mode, yearning for greater strength. As night fell, weariness began to envelop him after the recent series of events. He assumed the role of a hands-off manager. Having dismantled the Baroque works and delegated the aftermath to his subordinates, Tina and Clavin performed admirably, meticulously interrogating the members of Baroque works and extracting a wealth of intelligence, even compelling the seemingly invincible crocodile to divulge information like a defeated hound. After obtaining their testimonies, Tina and Clavin confined the remaining members of Baroque works to the lower prison. That evening, Tina, brimming with enthusiasm, sought out. Having taken care to enhance her appearance for the occasion, she exchanged her naval lieutenant's uniform for her own attire, appearing as a fresh and unpretentious young woman, yet possessing a hint of mature allure. Upon seeing Tina in this outfit, some male sailors couldn't help but be captivated. Thus, Tina strode directly into the captain's quarters where Rayan was. "Colonel, how relaxed you are," Tina teased, noticing him gazing out at the sea. Rayan turned towards her. "What brings you here at this hour?" Tina casually took a seat. "Am I not allowed to visit you without a reason?" Rayan replied. Tina rested her chin on her hand, casting a seductive glance at Rayan. "I must say, I didn't expect you to handle this mission so exceptionally well. The soldiers below are already saying you'll surely become a naval officer." "Oh, it's nothing much. Your contributions alongside Clavin are significant as well. I will certainly highlight this to headquarters," Rayan responded. "But let's not dwell on that," Tina continued. "Today, I wish to treat you to dinner." "All right," Rayan smiled. "Now that we've achieved success, we should all celebrate." "No," Tina's demeanor shifted slightly. "What I mean is, I want to be alone with you." "Alone?" Well, because of you, I will also be promoted to an officer at headquarters. Are you really going to deny me even a chance to express my gratitude?" Tina feigned an assertive stance. "Well, all right," Rayan acquiesced. Upon hearing his agreement, Tina's face lit up with joy as she took hold of his arm, leading him towards the first officer's quarters. Some sailors aboard the ship observed Rayan and Tina together, entering the same room, and began to harbor mischievous thoughts. "Look, it's the colonel and the lieutenant. I've suspected for a while that their relationship is unusual. Tonight is destined to be another enchanting evening. I wish I could be Colonel Rayan. Where in life is there no display of affection?" As the sailors grumbled, Rayan and Tina had already entered the first officer's quarters. Upon entering, Rayan was greeted by a table adorned with various delicacies of aquatic life, vibrant fruits and vegetables, and several bottles of fine red wine. So, Tina had this all prepared in advance. "All right, take a seat. Let us begin," she declared. And so, seated across from one another, Tina opened the red wine and poured each of them a glass. As the evening progressed, they shared 3 bottles of wine, and Tina began to feel pleasantly intoxicated, while Rayan remained composed. With a slightly dazed gaze, Tina looked at Rayan and said, "Hey, at this hour, don't you have anything you'd like to say to me?" Rayan placed a small piece of meat in his mouth. "What is there to say?" "Ah, right. What?" Tina's eyes sharpened with curiosity as she looked at him. "Your appetite is quite remarkable," Rayan remarked. "If we exclude the vegetables and meat consumed, you've already devoured nearly a pound of steak." Tina, hearing this, pouted. "You're talking nonsense. How could Tina eat so much? You insufferable blockhead, stop slandering me." Rayan shook his head in disbelief and continued to enjoy the meat on his plate. When it comes to girls, mentioning their ability to eat or their weight invariably provokes a fierce reaction. Then, Tina placed her hands on the table, gazing intently at Rayan. What do you think of Tina? Her eyes sparkled with earnestness, indicating she was not jesting. Well, you are quite lovely, he replied. Tina pressed on. What about in comparison to your Dan? Rayan paused, a morsel suspended in midair. Or Dan? Why bring her up? Tina was determined to elicit a response. She's also great. Both of you are wonderful, he said, clearly evasive. Yet, Tina was relentless. Be honest. Do you have feelings for Dan? Rayan's heart raced at the question. And no, that's not the case. Tina bore into him with an unwavering gaze, her expression slightly intimidating. Really? Yes. At that moment, Tina arose from her seat and moved directly in front of Rayan, resting her delicate hand on his shoulder. The intoxicating scent of alcohol and her fragrance enveloped him. By now, do you not comprehend Tina's feelings? Blockhead. Rayan was taken aback by her sudden closeness. A shiver racing down his spine, causing his fork to clatter to the ground. In that instant, Tina appeared incredibly alluring, with her fiery figure, cheeks as rosy as an apple, and a gaze that could stir one's very soul. Do not leave tonight. Stay with Tina, she implored, a hint of desperation in her voice. Tina, you're drunk. Rayan gently lifted her and laid her on the bed. The following day, Rayan's ship was still several days away from the Navy headquarters at Marineford. However, he had already submitted a detailed report on the investigation conducted in Alabasta to the headquarters. At the Navy headquarters, in the marshal's office, Garp sat on the sofa sipping tea while his old comrade Sengoku meticulously reviewed a document. Well done, Sengoku suddenly exclaimed, placing the document down with unrestrained delight. What is going on? Garp inquired. Sengoku couldn't contain his joy. That kid Rayan has uncovered the reason behind Alabasta's no-rain incident. Garp set his teacup down. Who is responsible? Sengoku continued. The Shichibukai, Sir Crocodile. He employed dance powder to induce a nationwide drought in Alabasta, sparing only the capital, Alubarna. This caused the populace to grow increasingly discontented with King Cobra, leading to disunity. In some regions, revolutionary forces have even emerged, seeking to overthrow Cobra. Garp remarked, Crocodile is truly cunning. He almost plunged the king into irredeemable peril with such a nefarious scheme. In the Warring States period, not only did Crocodile establish a criminal organization known as the Baroque Works, but its members were predominantly notorious bounty hunters endowed with the powers of devil fruits. They engaged in rampant robbery, destruction, and extortion, resorting to unscrupulous means to amass wealth, while many remained oblivious to their deeds. For instance, many years ago, the assassin Das Bones from the West Blue was among Baroque Works, bearing the codename Mr. One. Kazan inquired, what about them now? Sengoku replied, they have all been captured alive by that rascal Rayan. Kazan remarked, is that so? That lad always manages to deliver surprising outcomes, Sengoku stated, upon his return. I shall certainly reward him handsomely. In the Admiral's office at Navy headquarters, Sengoku reflected, I had not anticipated that Rayan would exhibit such loyalty. Kazan sipped his tea and asked, what is the matter? Sengoku continued, in his report, he attributed this achievement primarily to Lieutenant Tina and Ensign Clavin, claiming he merely contributed a trifling effort. He is quite humble. I believe he will become an exceptional naval officer in the future. As the ship traversed the Grand Line back to Navy headquarters, Rayan had already submitted his report nearly half an hour earlier, while Tina, having indulged in alcohol the previous night, just awoke. She sat up alone in her bed, still clad in yesterday's rumpled attire, only to find the once chaotic remnants of their meal had been meticulously cleaned, leaving the table pristine. Rubbing her bleary eyes and adjusting her clothing, she stepped out of the first mate's quarters. Approaching Rayan, she found him drenched in sweat, lifting a heavy barbell for exercise. Without preamble, Tina queried, what transpired last night? It seemed she had a vague recollection. Rayan, without turning to face her, continued his workout, replying, you got drunk last night. And I placed you in bed. Did you do something inappropriate to me? Tina suddenly exclaimed. Rayan was startled by her elevated tone, causing the heavy barbell to crash onto the deck, creating a significant dent. What nonsense are you talking about? I placed you in bed and tidied up the dining table before I left, he retorted. Oh, so you did nothing at all, Tina remarked, a hint of disappointment flickering in her eyes. Inside, she mused, what a stubborn, oblivious fool. He failed to cherish such a splendid opportunity last night unbeknownst to them. The ship had returned to Navy headquarters. As they arrived at the dock in Marineford, they were greeted by two elderly gentlemen leading a formation of soldiers. Rayan and his companions disembarked, and upon witnessing such an elaborate reception, Tina felt both honored and surprised. The two elders were none other than Sengoku and Kazan. Upon their approach, Kazan clapped Rayan on the shoulder with his formidable hand, exclaiming, "Well done, lad. Once again, you have not disappointed us." Lane scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. There is really no need for such a grand occasion, is there? Indeed, regardless of who one might be, this spectacle was somewhat excessive. After all, it was the Marshal of the Navy headquarters and the oldest Rear Admiral personally coming to greet them. However, what they did not realize was that this mission had been directly commissioned by the Holy Land and was executed under the orders of Sengoku. Thus, Lane and Tina's assistants had effectively accomplished a significant task, and Sengoku was genuinely grateful to them. Moreover, Sengoku was pleasantly surprised that these two fledgling youngsters could execute the mission with such excellence and in a time frame far shorter than he had anticipated, which filled him with great joy. "What about the prisoners?" Sengoku inquired. "They are currently locked in the lower deck of the ship. Bring them all to me." "Yes, sir." The Navy personnel promptly descended into the ship's hold. Before long, Mr. 0, Crocodile, Mr. 1, Mr. 3, Mr. 5, Mr. 11, and over 20 other billionaires were brought before Sengoku. "Now, on behalf of the Holy Land Mariehua, I hereby officially revoke Sir Crocodile's title as a warlord of the sea. And he, along with his crew, shall be confined and impelled down to await judgment." "Understood." Following the orders, the Navy swiftly escorted this group of Baroque Works members away, and the once formidable Crocodile was led off in silence, much like a frostbitten eggplant. A day later, the commendations from headquarters were made public. Former Navy Ensign Clavin, having made significant contributions during the Alabasta incident, was promoted to lieutenant. Former Navy Lieutenant Tina was elevated to major, and former Navy Colonel Lane was promoted to Commodore. The reason Clavin and Tina received 2 promotions while Lane was elevated by only 1 rank was due to Garp's intention. He wished to prevent Lane from advancing too swiftly, wanting him to gain more experience, and was concerned that a young man in a high position might become overly ambitious. According to regulations, Lane was now eligible to participate in the general meetings of the Navy headquarters. It was termed a general meeting because it differed from some significant meetings, which typically excluded commodores and brigadiers. Nevertheless, it could be said that Lane had indeed made remarkable progress. A Navy officer presented him with the uniform of a commodore, and before the gathered crowd, Lane donned the officer's cloak of justice. The grass-cutting sword rested against his back as a gentle breeze rustled the cloak, creating a sound reminiscent of a flag flapping in the wind. Observing the dignified Lane, who subtly exuded an air of nobility, Tina found herself momentarily entranced. During the days Lane and Tina were on their mission in Alabasta, the one who suffered the most was Verdun. The mere thought of Lane and Tina together in ambiguous situations stirred an intense discomfort within her. In the absence of Lane, she diligently honed her skills and actively participated in various missions, attempting to diminish her longing for this dense fellow. As a result, her rank had risen from sergeant to ensign. On that day, Rayan had just returned, having been promoted to the rank of brigadier general, when Rayan sought him out. Upon their meeting, Rayan spoke with a tone laced with sarcasm. "You, my friend, truly embody the phrase 'with the spring breeze beneath my galloping steed.' Our ranks are worlds apart." Rayan replied modestly, "Oh, it's merely that my fortune has favored me a tad more than yours." Rayan, hands placed defiantly on her slender waist, retorted with an accusatory tone. "Stop pretending. Tell me, have you been up to something with Tina?" At her words, Rayan's heart sank. "What are you talking about? What could possibly happen between us?" Rayan pouted, her tone unwavering. "Humph, a lone man and a woman together day in and day out. Who would believe your denials?" Rayan, feeling exasperated, said, "Suit yourself," and turned to walk away. "Don't go, clarify this for me," she called after him. Women can be so troublesome. The following day, Rayan was assigned to a new office, paired with Tautu for work. Once teacher and student, they now stood as colleagues with ranks only 1 level apart. The former lowest-ranked private in the training camp had ascended to become a genuine naval officer in under 2 years. It must be said, Rayan's rate of promotion was nothing short of meteoric. Tautu remained as vibrant as ever, donning a snug pink jacket and hot pants that showcased her strikingly long legs. At 24, she was 5 years Rayan's senior, currently serving as a rear admiral, albeit temporarily as Rayan's superior. At the level of naval officers, one generally enjoys considerable freedom. However, when significant matters arise, such as quelling pirates or revolutionary forces, the responsibilities become demanding. Now, as they shared an office, during a lull, Tautu glanced at Rayan and remarked, Do you recall that swordsmanship class in the training camp? You really gave me a hard time back then. Lane smiled. Oh, that was merely a stroke of luck on my part. As the saying goes, once a teacher, always a father. Although perhaps not entirely true. Tao Tu was indeed Lei Yin's true mentor, and he held her in high regard. Luck, you say? Tao Tu replied, her eyes betraying a hint of resentment. I still harbor grievances about that incident. So, are you suggesting we have a rematch? What do you think? She proposed earnestly. Subsequently, Tao Tu not only ascended to the rank of vice admiral, but also stood as a candidate for admiral, her esteemed swordsmanship being a source of pride. Naturally, she was unwilling to accept defeat at the hands of her student. However, her suggestion for a duel was not solely for her own sake. She also wished to gauge the extent of Lei Yin's growth and strength. She held a considerable fondness for her student. That would be most welcome, Lei Yin responded. After their discussion, they made their way directly to the training ground. Lei Yin wielded the Kusanagi sword, while Tao Tu brandished the renowned blade, Jinpai Luo. As they faced each other, "Here I come." As the words left her lips, Tao Tu enveloped the blade of her sword with the armor of Haki, suddenly charging towards Lei Yin. With a swift motion, she struck downwards with her sword, and Lei Yin, wielding his own blade, met her attack head-on. The swords collided, producing sparks that danced in the air, followed by the resonant clash of metal on metal. The technique employed by Tao Tu, known as Ingdang Lu, was a descending strike that would later be mastered by Rorino Azaro as well. In response to Tao Tu's fierce assault, Lei Yin, with a single hand gripping his sword, executed a powerful parry. After a violent friction of metal, the distance between them increased once more. Yet, Tao Tu remained undeterred in her offensive. As Lei Yin deflected her strike, she charged forward anew. Facing her steel-like onslaught, Lei Yin reciprocated with equal ferocity, and thus, their blades intertwined in the void, producing a series of resounding, crisp clashes. Seizing a fleeting moment during their exchange, Tao Tu ignited a surge of energy within, which erupted in a brilliant display around her. "Half moon, blade draw," she exclaimed, launching a crescent-shaped wave of sword energy towards Lei Yin. He, too, was compelled to mirror her stance. "Half moon, blade draw." Almost in perfect synchrony, a similar crescent of energy surged forth, and the two arcs collided with a thunderous boom, unleashing a powerful shockwave that radiated outward. Tao Tu's eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at Lei Yin, not shocked by the force of the attack, but rather by the realization that this technique was her own creation, one she had never imparted to anyone. "How did you learn it?" Lei Yin rested the Kusanagi sword upon his shoulder, replying, "Did your teacher forget? The last time we sparred, that was the technique you employed." Tao Tu queried, "You mean to say you observed it then?" Indeed. Unbeknownst to Tao Tu, during their previous duel, Lei Yin had activated his Sharingan and copied her signature move, leading her to perceive him as a prodigious martial talent. With a determined flick of her wrist, Tao Tu advanced, her sword aimed directly at Lei Yin. "You are increasingly intriguing. It is precisely this challenge that makes it enjoyable, is it not?" Without uttering a word, Lei Yin directed the blade towards the ground, unleashing a tremendous wave of energy, Fox's sword wave. In an instant, a blue sword energy surged forth like a roaring dragon, hurtling towards Tao Tuesday, refusing to be outdone. She observed him from a distance, raising her Jean Pira high above her head before bringing it down with ferocity. Fox's sword wave. What? Lei Yin was momentarily taken aback, as Tao Tu's pink sword wave, akin to a striking serpent, surged towards him with a fierce intent. Boom. The two waves of energy clashed violently, sending a powerful shockwave spiraling outward. The path of their sword waves tore through the arena, leaving chaos in their wake. It was evident, this strike was truly evenly matched. Lei Yin gazed at Tao Tu with the same astonished expression. "Teacher, how did you come to know my technique?" This maneuver, the cat sword wave, was imparted to him by the legendary cat sword master of St. Buddha Ridge, which is why he found it peculiar that Tao Tu could also wield it. "Have you forgotten? You employed this very technique during our last duel," Tao Tu replied with a smile. It turned out that Tao Tu had merely needed a glance to master it. She was indeed a prodigious talent in martial arts. However, one must possess such prowess to be considered a candidate for the position of general. Truly, Tao Tu was deserving of her title as teacher, Lei Yin mused. "Shall we continue?" Tao Tu inquired. "Of course," Lei Yin affirmed, gripping his sword and assuming an offensive stance. Just as he was about to launch his second attack, a sergeant rushed over, interrupting their sparring session. "Major Tao Tu, Colonel Lei Yin. The Marshal of Wano has issued orders for all officers of colonel rank and above to attend an immediate meeting." "Oh, we understand," Tao Tu responded, sheathing her Jean Piro. It seemed something significant had transpired, and the two promptly made their way to the headquarters conference room. Upon their arrival, they found many senior officers already gathered and seated. Marshal Ueno occupied the head of the conference table, his expression grave. "I have an important announcement. We have just received word of a riot at Impel Down." Impel Down? What is happening? Due to a lapse in vigilance, Kaido had escaped from the 6th level, severely injuring Chief Guard Shiryu of the Rain, while Warden Magellan had temporarily subdued the 6th level. Akainu, upon hearing this, slammed his hand on the table in anger. These bastards are utterly desecrating justice. Ueno turned to Akainu, Kazan. "Borsellino, I command you to lead a contingent to quell the riot at Impel Down immediately." "Yes, sir." Thus, the forces led by Admiral Kazan and Admiral Borsellino set out with great urgency, and Lane was among them as a member of the command team. Impel Down, situated in the calm belt of the first half of the Grand Line, is the world's foremost prison, often referred to as the Great Prison. It forms a triangular arrangement with the Navy headquarters and Judicial Island, with immense whirlpools separating them. Access is granted only through the colossal gates known as the Gate of Justice, which must be opened or closed to enter, if unlatched. Ships are forced to circle the whirlpool, and ordinary pirate vessels must navigate around it. Impel Down's security and defense measures are extraordinarily stringent, housing only the most notorious criminals and earning the epithet of an impregnable fortress. It is filled with ferocious beasts and guards, all monitored by surveillance Den Mushi, while the sea beneath is teeming with formidable sea kings. For typical individuals to enter is nearly impossible, and for inmates to escape is akin to a fool's errand. As the Gate of Justice slowly opened, accompanied by a rush of whirlpool currents, Kazan and Borsellino led the Navy into Impel Down. By the time the headquarters Navy arrived, chaos reigned supreme. On the ground floor, an elegant woman with reddish-brown glasses, a hat tilted to shield her right eye, and flowing golden locks was anxiously awaiting reinforcements, accompanied by several guards. This woman was Domino, the deputy warden of the Great Prison. As the naval forces arrived, she hurriedly approached the general to report on the current situation. "Report, generals. The situation is dire. Kaido has ascended to the 2nd floor of the prison and is making his way upwards. We are utterly unable to withstand him, and Chief Guard Mr. Uzexilio has been gravely injured by Kaido." "Where is Warden Magellan?" inquired Shinji. "Magellan is currently on the 6th floor, suppressing the inmates there, and has managed to maintain control for the time being," Domino replied. "Is he still on the 6th floor?" Shinji confirmed. "Indeed. Kaido has unleashed the World Destroyer Wardo, and it took quite some time for Magellan to subdue him." The yellow monkey, with a lascivious expression, remarked, Magellan is indeed reliable. This is not the time for such discussions. We must immediately stop Kaido. He has reached the 2nd floor, correct?" Shinji sought further confirmation. "Yes," Domino affirmed. "In fact, Warden Magellan's strength is exceedingly formidable." In the original narrative that unfolds years later, Blackbeard stormed into Impel Down and released numerous powerful bounty criminals from the 6th floor, including the great drunkard Baskerville, the moonlit hunter Katarina Devon, the most notorious female criminal in history, and the giant warship San Juan Wolf, all of whom are infamous criminals with bounties exceeding 500 million berries. Yet, it was Magellan alone who nearly annihilated these overwhelmingly powerful foes, along with Blackbeard's original crew. Notably, this was a near annihilation, not a crushing defeat or a stalemate, solely due to Magellan's prowess. One must ponder, who is Blackbeard? The man who later defeated Ace, a former warlord of the sea, and vanquished the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard. Ultimately, he became one of the 4 emperors after the Marineford War. Is there anyone in this world capable of annihilating a crew of 4 emperors? Rayan believes there is no one but Magellan. At least, from his observations throughout the entire anime thus far, he sees no one else. In subsequent narratives, although aided by the 3 Marine admirals, Whitebeard still fell to Blackbeard's crew, and later, Blackbeard even triumphed over Monkey D, Dragon's revolutionary army. All of the aforementioned events transpire in the original narrative many years hence. However, Rayan's presence may alter this course, potentially reshaping history. The crux of this exposition is to clarify for the audience that the strength of the Blackbeard pirates surpasses that of Whitebeard, and likewise, their might exceeds that of the entire revolutionary army, including Monkey D, Dragon. In contrast, Magellan's strength eclipses that of the Blackbeard pirates. So, who truly is the mightiest in the world of One Piece? Is it the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard? Incorrect. Is it the strongest creature, Kaido? Wrong again. Is it the Pirate King, Gold, Roger? Also erroneous. In Rayan's eyes, the title of the world's strongest belongs solely to 3 individuals, Magellan, Magellan, and once more, Magellan. The ability to decisively defeat an opponent signifies superiority, and thus, one could argue that Magellan indeed stands as the most formidable. After much deliberation, it is crucial to highlight that Kaido's escape has wrought tremendous havoc upon Impel Down, particularly within the 6th level, known as Infinite Hell, where the inmates are exceptionally notorious, each one a renowned criminal of the highest caliber. It is almost solely through Magellan's strength that he could quell the uprising in the 6th level. As Admiral Aokiji and Admiral Kizaru prepared to descend to the 2nd level to suppress Kaido, a surge of inmates from the 1st underground level suddenly erupted, engaging in a fierce battle with Blue Gorilla and the guards. Blue Gorilla, hailed as the champion of the sea's fighting houses and also known as Buragira, serves as the warden of the 1st underground level, towering over an average adult and clad in a blue and light blue coat. His weapon of choice is a massive double-bladed battle axe, and he is also tasked with sourcing food for the prison by hunting sea kings. In the future, he will have numerous clashes with Rayan, but that is a tale for another time. As stated in the original narrative, the prisoners of the 1st underground level are nearly no match for Blue Gorilla, with many weaker inmates being ruthlessly dispatched, crying out in despair. What transpired? Did not Kaido merely flee to the 2nd level? Why then were the inmates of the 1st level also released? However, upon witnessing these lesser figures, it was clear that even the admirals regarded them with disdain. The 2 admirals paid them no mind and charged towards the 2nd underground level. With a thunderous boom, the ground shook as a middle-aged man with slicked back hair surged onto the 1st underground level. With a single punch, he felled over 20 blue gorillas, rendering them unconscious. The vice warden, Domino, was taken aback and hurriedly sought refuge among the ranks of the army, while the 2 admirals, Aokiji and Kizaru, stood by, watching the man with a mixture of curiosity and caution. Upon seeing Aokiji and Kizaru, the man's previously joyful expression turned grave. This man, known as Jerifu, is a prisoner from the 5th level of the freezing hell. When Kaido ascended from the 6th level, he fortuitously passed by Jerifu's cell and freed him. Jerifu's speed surpassed that of Kaido, thus explaining why the inmates of the 1st underground level were released before Kaido even reached the 2nd level. Jerifu, after being defeated by one of the 4 emperors, Charlotte Linlin, returned to the Grand Line only to encounter the 2 vice admirals, Mole and Ghost Spider, and was subsequently captured, ending up in the 5th underground level of Impel Down. It is said he possesses the abilities of an ancient mythical Zoan fruit, with a bounty of 375 million berries. Upon laying eyes on Aokiji and Kizaru, despair washed over him. He had hoped to escape today but was now confronted with the might of the marine admirals. Was this truly the end of his fortune? Jerifu murmured in despair. Yet, it was not only the 2 admirals who had arrived. There were also Vice Admirals Bastille and Mozambique, along with 4 rear admirals, several brigadier generals, and a force exceeding 3,000 troops. An unexpected turn of events unfolded as Qingji spoke. We don't have much time left. Bastille and Vice Admiral Mozambia, this individual is entrusted to you. We must proceed immediately to the underground level 2 to thwart Kaido. With that, the 2 admirals swiftly passed by Jerry, making their way toward the 2nd level. In the face of Jerry's formidable strength, the admirals paid him no heed. Their objective was to stop Kaido, and they could not afford to be distracted by such trifles. Perhaps both Qingji and Kizaru believed that their subordinates could easily subdue Jerry. Jerry found himself at a crossroads of emotions, pleased that the admirals disregarded him yet disheartened that they were entirely uninterested in his presence. However, none of that mattered now. His foremost priority was to escape. Vice Admiral Mozambia drew his sword, pointing it at Jerry. Jerry, you would do well to surrender quietly. We might consider leniency. But should you resist, I shall ensure you descend into the depths of hell, never to see the light of day again. To his astonishment, upon hearing Mozambia's declaration, Jerry made a face. Are you attempting to soothe a 3-year-old? Only a fool would believe your words. At this moment, thunder sound emerged from behind Mozambia, brimming with chakra and ready to engage Jerry. As he approached, however, Bastille raised a hand to halt him. Known as Slayer of the Serpent, the imposing Vice Admiral Bastille, adorned with a horned mask featuring numerous air holes and wielding a beheading sword over his shoulder, exuded an intimidating presence. Stand down. He is not a foe you can contend with, Bastille commanded without even turning his head. Thunder Sound, recognizing the authority in Bastille's voice, retreated his advancing foot. Bastille swung his beheading sword toward Jerry, declaring, Pirate, I advise you to return to your cell and continue your imprisonment. Otherwise, I will ensure you remain in pieces. Jerry chuckled derisively. Is boasting a common trait among you Marines? If those words had come from the admirals earlier, I might have thought twice, but from you? Huh. You seek death. Bastille, enraged by the contempt, charged forward with his sword drawn, delivering a fierce slash that sliced through the air with a sharp sound, seemingly aimed at cleaving the nearly 400 million bounty criminal in two. Unfortunately for him, Jerry moved with remarkable agility, deftly sidestepping the lethal blow. Instantly, his hand transformed into a lion's claw, swiping toward Bastille. It became clear to Thundersound that Jerry was a user of the cat fruit, lion form. A piercing sound rent the air as Jerry's claw left 4 deep, bone-exposing gashes on Bastille's right arm. You wretched bastard. I will kill you, Bastille screamed, clutching his wounded arm, spiraling into a fit of rage as he swung his sword once more toward Jerry. Unexpectedly, this time, Jeff did not evade or flee. He stood firm as the great blade swung towards him. Behold, Jeff's lion-like claws had transformed into a glossy obsidian hue, grasping the Bastille's executioner's sword. As his razor-sharp claws tightened, the blade shattered like glass. Before Bastille could even react, Jeff swiftly launched a kick that sent him sprawling more than 10 meters away, rolling several times upon the ground before coming to a halt. Bastille, a rear admiral. Witnessing Bastille's effortless defeat, Mozambique led his troops to surround Jeff completely. Military rank does not necessarily equate to strength. Although they were both rear admirals, not all were as formidable as Garp or Mole, just as not all colonels, like Colonel Mouse and Colonel Smoker, belonged to the same echelon. Bastille's attempt to display bravado ended in humiliation, while Thundersound stood calmly, watching. Mozambique, sword in hand, led his forces, regarding Jeff as if he were a formidable adversary. Suddenly, Jeff erupted into laughter, followed by a sinister grin as he declared, "Oh, sorrowful Navy men. I must take my leave." With that, his arms transformed into wings, lifting him into the air. Wings? This fellow, isn't he a user of the lion fruit? How could he possibly have wings? As the bewildered Navy personnel looked on, Jeff faced the disoriented sailors, rapidly flapping his wings. A chilling gust emanated from beneath them, sweeping towards the Navy. Windblade. The gale sliced through the Navy ranks like knives, leaving trails of blood in their wake, accompanied by anguished cries. In mere moments, nearly 2,000 Navy personnel were left in disarray, discarding their helmets and fleeing in chaos. I remember now. This man is Jeff, a user of the animal-type mythical beast, Griffin Fruit. What? This must be a joke. Suddenly, several Navy men recalled his name, their voices rising in disbelief. 5 years prior, he had been captured. Though he had once held some renown upon the seas, he had since vanished into obscurity. Certainly, a bounty exceeding 300 million could not be compared to legends like Roger, Golden Lion, or Whitebeard, although his fame did not rival these peak figures. Being a user of the animal-type mythical beast fruit was significant, and his displayed strength was undeniable. He had easily vanquished a rear admiral, proving he was no ordinary foe. In contrast, Rear Admiral Mozambique, newly promoted from the rank of Commodore, possessed little strength himself, belonging to the category of strategic thinkers, his prowess even inferior to Bastille's. Yet, in the face of overwhelming might, what value does intellect hold? If an admiral were present, the situation would be vastly different, Mozambique thought bitterly. After nearly vanquishing the entire Navy, Jerry ascended into the high skies. Farewell, little sailors. At last, I have regained my freedom, haha. Jerry chuckled with delight, soaring towards the vast expanse above. Did I permit you to depart? Just as Jerry was about to fly away, a figure appeared in mid-air, blocking his path. It was Thundersound, gliding in with a graceful step. Upon seeing Thundersound, Jerry was momentarily taken aback, then responded, I must admit, amidst these ineffectual sailors, there exists one who bears some semblance of promise. Spare me your chatter. Either return to your confinement obediently, or defeat me to earn your freedom, Thundersound declared, continuously stepping upon the air with an air of nonchalance. An intriguing little rascal. Yet, after such a painstaking escape, I would be mad to return with you. With that, Jerry once again unfurled his wings, and a fierce gale swept forth. Unfazed by the tempest, Thundersound resolutely formed hand seals, unleashing a powerful ninjutsu. Wind release, great breakthrough. The mighty gusts from Thundersound clashed with Jerry's hurricane, creating a formidable cyclone in the sky, which ultimately neutralized both forces. Who is battling that pirate up there? Inquired a Navy officer. It is Thundersound, Major Thundersound. Bring him down. Overwhelm him. The crowd of Navy personnel below erupted with fervor. Observing the formidable prowess of Thunder Sound, Jerry finally adopted a serious demeanor. His feet transformed into the claws of a lion, striking towards Thunder Sound with the ferocity of a tempest, while Thunder Sound, witnessing this, drew the Kusanagi sword from his back to counter the assault. Clang, clang, clang. Jerry's feet were enveloped in armament hockey, his razor-sharp claws clashing with the Kusanagi sword, producing a symphony of metallic echoes in the air. Jerry's speed was astonishing, his claws relentlessly targeting Thunder Sound's vital points. Yet Thunder Sound's agility was equally remarkable, successfully defending against Jerry's repeated onslaught. Meanwhile, in the depths of the second level, the Beast Hell, the Warden Beast's Chick Serpent Beast, Basilisk, the Warden Beast, Man-Eating Lion, Zaman Tekala, and the Warden Beast Commander, Sphinx, had all been defeated. It goes without saying, it was Kaido's doing. At this moment, Green Bud and Yellow Ape had reached the second level. Kaido confronted the two admirals directly. This was a clash of the world's elite forces, the four emperors versus the Navy admirals. Without further ado, the battle commenced. Laser beams. Yellow Ape was the first to strike, gathering light waves in his hand before unleashing them in a sudden burst. Boom. A tremendous roar resounded as Kaido's massive form was thrust back several steps. Such as Kaido. Had it been anyone else, they would have been obliterated by that terrifying beam. Observing this, Green Bud seized the opportunity, not granting Kaido a moment's respite. As he gathered intense cold energy in his right hand, Ice Bird, an avian-shaped ice projectile surged forth from his arm, freezing water vapor into shards along its path. Propelled by an immense force, directly hurtling towards Kaido. Kaido would certainly not allow a direct assault. He enveloped his right hand with the armor of Haki and struck fiercely at the swiftly approaching violent youth, shattering it into countless fragments of ice that scattered in all directions. The frozen time capsule. Upon witnessing the failure of his initial attack, the youth unleashed another technique, launching frigid energy projectiles from a distance, once again aiming at Kaido. The Amaterasu Cloud Sword. Kazara concentrated photons in his hand, forming a radiant sword whose brilliance rivaled the sun, cleaving towards Kaido with relentless force. On the ground, Thunder Sound constrained Jerry, rendering him unable to escape as the two clashed midair. Damn, you little brat, get out of my way. Jerry bellowed in frustration. If you have the ability, then run. Thunder Sound replied nonchalantly. You insufferable wretch, I will tear you to shreds. As he spoke, Jerry's form began to transform. His head morphed into that of an eagle, his body into that of a lion, and beneath his wings extended two lion's claws. This was the full beast transformation of the mythical Zoan-type griffin fruit. Jerry let out a piercing shriek from his beak and furiously flapped his wings, unleashing a tempest far more powerful than before, mercilessly directed at Thunder Sound, rather than evade. Thunder Sound established a blue shield of chakra before him to mitigate the onslaught of the wind. Simultaneously, he retrieved dozens of shurikens from his system, pressed his palms together, and placed his right index and middle fingers into his left palm, imbuing the shurikens with lightning chakra, shuriken shadow clone technique. With a mighty shout, Thunder Sound hurled the shurikens towards Jerry, who was unable to react in time. An overwhelming rain of shurikens descended upon him. Before he could even consider evasion, Jerry's body was riddled with wounds, plummeting from the sky. As he fell to the ground, the earth was instantly stained crimson with his blood. Thunder Sound then descended gracefully from the sky, utilizing the moon step. Major, that was impressive, he remarked. Is that guy dead? Below. The naval soldiers cautiously approached the battered Jerry, uncertain whether he was lifeless or merely unconscious. Thunder Sound approached, stating, You must take him into custody immediately. He is not dead. Yes, Major, responded the soldier. The Zoan fruit inherently possesses formidable regenerative capabilities and vitality, with the rarer ancient and mythical variants surpassing ordinary Zoans exponentially. Although Jerry appeared gravely injured, his ability to recover was beyond typical comprehension. Thunder Sound single-handedly apprehended the bounty criminal with a reward of 375 million. Boom. Less than 5 minutes after Thunder Sound's battle with Jerry concluded, a massive hole suddenly broke through the floor of the underground level, and three figures emerged from below, the youth, Kizaru, and Kaido. They fought their way from the second underground level of the Beast Hell to the first underground level of the Crimson Lotus Hell. Due to the overwhelming might of the three warriors, they shattered the ceiling of the first underground level, creating a gaping hole that connected to the ground above. The two formidable generals pursued Kaido, who declared with a resounding voice that echoed through the heavens, You bothersome pests, since you cannot kill me, then perish. With a thunderous clap, Kaido's rugged hand struck the ground, unleashing a wave of conqueror's haki that radiated in all directions, wherever the pressure swept through. The Marines and the guards led by Domino, including even the blue gorilla, fell to the ground, their eyes rolling back in a state of defeat. At that moment, standing resolutely on the first underground level, only 3 individuals remained unaffected by Kaido's overwhelming presence.